Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. forget something else to remember. Get through the beats, I suppose.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters.
Angel Rose.
Saffron Scott.
Nutmeg Lady? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Scott?
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden are alongside. We made it to a Friday.
We did.
Boy. Is it me? I swear to God, I say this every day. It was bright outside when I pulled in.
So it's starting to get there.
Yeah, it's full on light.
It's not bright, but it's like that early. It's like just before the sun's coming up. It's that like glow that's out there before the sun comes up.
They call it the golden hour at night. I don't know what they call it in the morning.
Yeah. So look, I mean, we've talked before about the daylight
witching hour. Is that the witching hour?
I don't know if that's the one or not. I feel like the witching hour is.
Is it like midnight?
I don't know which one. Who that gets used somewhere. The witching hour, according to Google, is a term primarily used in folklore to describe a period of time when supernatural forces are believed to be at their strongest. So I mean, it could be then, I guess. Yeah. But no, it's this is we've talked about daylight savings before. So if we were to just get rid of, springing forward, well, I mean, it would be
5 a.m. at light.
Yeah. And if we were to get rid of falling back, it'll be. Like 9 a.m. It'll be 9 in the morning until we see light in the fall.
Yeah.
So we should just keep it the way it is.
I'm fine with the way it is. I have no problem with the way it is. So what? Before we get into all this Maverick reaction that happened yesterday, and there was plenty of it. Not too thrilled with Nico.
Thank God.
How much second round draft did y'all watch last night?
The Manziel. 0.0.
0.0.
0.0. I'm following it on, like, Dallas didn't have a pick.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of following on Twitter. I'm keeping along with that, but I'm not actively keeping up with what's actually happening pick to pick, just like nobody else is, which is why I still think this is ridiculous that they think they can turn this into anything. But yeah, I mean, I had my eye on a few different things. I was curious to see what they would do, the Mavericks, when the draft was over, or if they'd trade for a second round pick. Didn't get a second round pick, but they did end up signing a two-way deal with Ryan Nembhard, who's Andrew Nembhard's brother, the point guard from Gonzaga, and he was actually the assists leader in the NCAA last year. So that's interesting.
That's cool.
I like that. I like seeing that, but otherwise, no. I mean, I was interested to see where Janai Broom went. He ends up in Philadelphia. He was the 5th pick of the second round, but yeah, it was just it was. I was not totally tuned in to like seeing. All right, how this would be like watching an entire day, like round 7 of the NFL draft.
Yeah. I flipped over just to see. When I got home from baseball, Sarah was watching the Poop Cruise.
Oh, why?
I watched it too yesterday. Last
You did?
Night. Yep.
Isn't that nuts?
Crazy.
Yeah, it's literally the reason Kristen will not do a cruise now. Just because of that one story.
That's disgusting.
I don't even remember the story happening. Like, it happened in 2013, I believe, but I don't think I remember, like,
It was a big deal.
I remember them saying, I mean, you were like 11, weren't you, Peyton? 14? Were you 14?
And a half, yeah.
I remember them saying, like, this ship is stranded in the Gulf. I don't remember the poop stuff.
Oh, I do. It was daily updates and just, like, them throwing, like, biohazard bags on there. It was awful.
Yeah, so I didn't, I have no desire to do a cruise at all. My mom's going on one here, like, in, like, 2 weeks. And I'm like, why? It's like, she's now on a cruise mission. She's gone on, like, my dad would never do the beach or a cruise. And now, ever since he died, or basically got dementia, and was incapacitated for the last couple of years, she's been doing nothing but cruises and going to the beach.
Kristen will she said she would be interested in potentially a river cruise.
I could do that.
She said as long as she can see the banks from both sides. She's like, as long as I see land, like, within eyesight, she's like, but I'm not doing a full-on cruise, not after everything that happened on the poop cruise.
I hear you. So she watched that, but then I got back, and I really wanted to see where the Tennessee guys went. Chaz Lear went to Detroit, and then I was surprised that Meshack got picked. He has no offensive game. He's just a defensive guy. But I was surprised about that. So that was my only interest in the second round.
He was Mr. Irrelevant, Meshack.
That's right.
They don't have one.
They didn't have a 30th pick in the second round because of the Knicks.
So he was the guy.
Yeah, he was the guy, Mr. Irrelevant. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'm down with that.
He gets some sort of connection.
He'll get wherever Memphis's G League team is. That's where he'll be.
Exactly.
And then he'll go to Turkey for a month to make $30,000. That's what they do.
Okay. Thank you to Renee on Twitter who just told me, because I was trying to think, where do I hear the witching hour from though? And that's right. It's what Scott Hansen uses on Sundays during Red Zone. He'll say where wins become losses and losses become wins at the end of the games. So that's where that came from.
All right, so yesterday was the fallout from the round one of the NBA draft. And, of course, nobody criticizes the pick the Mavericks made. The Mavericks made the right pick. They made the only pick. They made the only pick that you could make. In fact, any pick they made that wasn't Cooper Flagg would have been yesterday defined as the wrong pick.
Oh, yeah.
End of discussion.
ESPN handed out NBA draft grades late last night. And what do you think the Mavericks got?
They had to get an A+.
Nope. They got a B. Here's how far the Mavericks are working uphill with people right now.
Oh, they got a B because it's like you don't get credit for doing the right thing?
Oh, yeah. They're making sure to drive that home. Stop that. They're making sure to drive that home. Dallas Mavericks get a B. This was the write-up. How long do you think the Mavericks front office debated this pick? From the moment Dallas's combination unexpectedly came up number one in the draft lottery, we knew Flagg was the pick, and rightfully so. From a process standpoint, the Mavericks don't get credit for winning the lottery, only for not screwing it up. And that's the expectation now. People are like, just don't screw it up.
Look, I can't necessarily argue with that. I mean, that's your job. It's like you have just the one job to do. Don't screw it up. I was on with Mad Dog Sports Radio yesterday.
Well.
Last night, late last, right before PP called. By the way, we got a Peyton Russell problem. We need to get the people to help on 640.
Yep.
640, little homeowner issue. But before PP texted, I was on with my guy Tom Byrne, and he was what's the reaction down there? And basically said like, y'all, Nico gets absolutely like. He's like, I just want to be clear. No one down there is giving Nico credit for this, right? And I'm like, no.
Nico is.
Yeah, Nico is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nico's giving himself credit because fortune favors the bold, apparently, Bobby.
And that was the discussion yesterday. In fact, let's play that clip yesterday because I don't want it to be forgotten.
No, we play this every day.
We're all very excited about this. I did text Sean yesterday. I was like, I just want you to know how unhappy I was that you weren't here today to react to this. This fortune favors the bold. But this was Nico Harrison talking about.
Peyton? You see that? He's side texting.
Outside the GM.
See,
man.
you can't side text outside
Why would
the
I
group
send that
message.
to the group message though? It was a very direct.
Side
Sean sends it all the
messaging.
time. Sean sends he says, Peyton, where are we at with the guest?
Yeah.
But that could be directly to me.
Yeah.
It was a very directed message.
I know. It's just, you're outside the group
sneaking
chat.
around.
It's
Someone's
sneaking
sneaking
around. I mean, we feel cheated on.
But we have a separate chat away from Sean right now.
Well, because he's on vacation.
Right.
We
so that's what I'm saying. This was a very specific vacation message to him. I wasn't trying to get a whole conversation. But regardless, this is what Nico Harrison had to say on Wednesday night.
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. So that's just, but, things happen. Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
And I'm glad this didn't slip by national analysts on Thursday because I was worried it would because, I mean, when you got up the next morning, I don't think you had seen it yet.
No.
I only saw it because something, like I was scrolling back through the timeline, I saw something randomly retweeted overnight. But it wasn't like, it wasn't prominent and out front. It was kind of getting lost in the Cooper Flagg stuff. And I was like, man, we better make sure we're underlining this and people are knowing what he said last night. And I was worried nationally it would get lost, and luckily it did not. It was getting teed off on pretty hard from all sides.
As it should have been.
Yeah, correctly so. I mean, I know I would never want to play Danny Parkins or Craig Carton here on the show, but I know they both went off on it. We also got Nick Wright on his podcast who was trashing it.
Fortune favors the bold. And on behalf of Mavs fans everywhere, I wanted to break a TV.
Yeah,
you do not get to trade Luka, hold a press conference saying we did this for this year because we think we are better right now to win a championship this year or next year, and then end up bad enough that you're in the lottery and fall ass backwards into the number one pick and then be like, all part of the plan.
And that's what he did. That's exactly how he approached it. Yep, this is what we meant to do.
Yep.
Or not even what we meant to do. It was more arrogant than that.
Mm-hmm.
It was,
we deserve this.
It wasn't just
the universe gave this to us.
Yeah.
That's not the you don't have a right to do a victory lap. when you get a 1.8% ball drop.
No, and that is bold. That is bold.
It is bold
for him to do that. So
if he had said at the press conference, like, our plan is to make this trade, and then, we're expecting the lottery balls to fall our way and get that. You know what? Then fortune favors the bulb. You didn't expect this. You didn't plan for this. So I can't, in good conscience, say that you deserve a victory lap for this. You don't get credit for Cooper Flagg. You get credit for not screwing it up.
Brian Windhorst on ESPN yesterday, also sounding off on Nico Harrison.
If anybody deserves credit for, or the fortune, it was the misfortune of Anthony Davis, who tried to play through an injury to back up, Nico Harrison, re-injured himself, caused the Mavericks to go into a tailspin, exacerbated by Kyrie playing so many minutes, which led to a knee injury, and the karma given to the Mavericks by Kyrie and Anthony Davis, if you want to believe in something cosmic, believe it in Kyrie and Anthony Davis for what they gave to try to help the Mavericks. I will not allow anybody to say that they got fortune for the pick because they were bold.
Dude, that's probably an angle we haven't talked about enough, is the fact that not all this different stuff you did to the organization, Windhorst kind of called it out directly there. You put a lot of pressure on Kyrie and Anthony Davis to get back sooner from an injury than he probably should have. Kyrie to handle a workload that he probably shouldn't at his age, and they both got hurt as a result of it.
Yeah.
That's something that, like, when you look at it through that lens, it's like, you know what, this again, you put a lot of people in a bad situation last year. And I like what Windhorst is saying there. Like, if you're going to say anything is cosmic justice, it's only going to be doing right by AD and Kyrie for sacrificing themselves to try and help you.
The fan base and the people who are season ticket sales, they deserve this.
Yeah, oh, yeah. The fans deserve it.
What's that?
The fans deserve it.
Fans deserve it, and the people in the front office that are like ticket sales, they deserve it. Other than that, I mean, the front office should get no credit here for this. None. They don't deserve the flowers that come their way. They don't deserve a victory lap. So we had Windhorst going off, and we had Nick Wright.
Yeah, and then we also had Kevin Clark, just to top it off.
Fortune favors the bold.
Oh.
What are you doing, Nico Harrison? This wasn't part of the plan. This wasn't anything. This was just you getting lucky and bailed out. And I'm not even sure. They showed Emmett they're so undeserving of a superstar. I don't now trust them to build around Cooper Flagg in a coherent way. I just don't. I don't. It's hard for me to put my brain in the heads of Patrick Dumont or Nico Harrison or anybody or Rick Welts, the team president, anybody's making the decision, because I wouldn't have done the Luka trade, right? So it's hard for me to say, how are they going to operate with Cooper Flagg now? Because they did something that I thought was just completely incoherent, 5 months ago? And so now I just don't trust them to do anything here. But you know what? In the short term, good for them. Fortune favors the brave, Nico.
That's the other aspect of this right there. And it's all, these are all great points that are being touched on, but that's what we've got the concern of, is just, I don't even trust that they're going to build correctly around Cooper Flagg. So it's not a slam dunk what they've got with him, because they might not put the right team around him given all of their missteps. 469 says, this Nico crap has gone on long enough. Leave it alone. Go out to another bleeping narrative. Tired of everywhere I look up, Nico on Nico on Nico. If he was white, you wouldn't be doing it. That totally misses the point, 469, because Nico had been in large part, the savior of the Mavericks. A lot of people were giving him total credit for the build and everything else that they had gone through. So that doesn't cut both ways. And then the second aspect of this is that Patrick Dumont has been painted as Tweedledee or Tweedledum, whichever one you want to pick.
Moron.
Both of them have been getting crushed, but it was Nico's idea. And it was an awful idea.
It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea.
And that's an awful take from you, 469. It's honestly, it's
worst take of the week.
Yeah, you're either Nico or you're just so blinded by whatever agenda that you got going on here that you got to throw that out as the reason that one of the worst moves in the history of basketball is somehow tied to that with Nico.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. George Pickens makes his first misstep, maybe, as a member of the Cowboys. And the NFL has finally decided on Justin Tucker. That's coming up next on 105 to the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking gentleman.
Karn-Trekic Attorneys in Dallas.
Happy Friday. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif is out. He will return on Monday. I'm Bobby Belt. It's RJ Choppy over there. We got Peyton Russell on the board. Aiden Butler running the video a little bit later today. Couple things to look out for.
Uh-oh.
One, I did have to clap back at Hagee. After he pulled the rug out from under me, he lied on the air and made me look like a fool to Derek Holland. So after that happened during the 9 a.m. hour, at first I was going to I woke up from my nap yesterday and I was like, I'm not going to do it. I feel perfectly pleasant. Well, then I'm doing my prep and I'm listening back to their little sauce bracket yesterday. And the sauce that I had voted number one, they got to the ballot.
Oh, yeah. What one?
I didn't listen because I got so mad after this happened. Mine was on there. You know how they were talking about maybe gravy needed to be on there? Despite me putting it number one and Ruben putting it number one, he pulled it off the ballot just to swap in gravy. And I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate pulling something off the ballot and putting somebody else up there.
Yeah, you got to primary that.
Yeah.
They didn't primary.
They
can't rig things, guys.
Look, they fell victim to the gravy special interests.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
I agree, man. Like, if something's going to get taken off the ballot like that, you can't
if
just
none
put
of us put
something
gravy
else on.
If none of us put gravy on there, I
agree.
But I've got the diss track ready.
Never mind.
It's going to be a stacked.
Chiafalo have thoughts on that on Twitter.
It'll be a stacked crosstalk because we're gonna have that, and then we talked about it Monday. We had said on Friday during crosstalk, Peyton and I were gonna write letters to hopefully try to make you cry because you're like, I'm not worth crying over. I don't cry. We don't cry. We make jokes.
Yeah.
We stiff upper lip. So Peyton and I have the goal of writing a letter to tell you like how we feel about you, what we think about you, and we're gonna see if we can make you cry. We're gonna have Aiden just on a single shot of you when we're reading our letters. We're gonna see if we can get a tear to roll down the cheek.
Hear that, ladies? Should be a single shot just on me.
Your dream come true.
Yeah, baby.
That's exactly what it is. All right, let's talk about this.
Gray beards.
Let's talk about people. They like a little bit of salt and pepper.
Yeah.
You teased it going to break that George Pickens might have had his first misstep, and I know there's some split opinion on this, and but you feel like this is a miss from George Pickens. Set it up for us.
All right, I do believe this is a miss. So George Pickens has a youth football camp. Now this is the post. They made an original post, like one of those kind of press release things. You want to call it that? And it says, "Dear families, thank you for your patience in regard to George Pickens' youth football camp scheduled for June 28th at Highmark Stadium. That's where the Steelers play. It used to be called Heinz Field. As many of you know, George was traded to Dallas on May 7th. Immediately following the trade, our team contacted him to confirm that he would still honor his commitment to the Pittsburgh event, promptly assured he would. And he remained committed to the camp, intended to show up for the families who had registered. Based on that confirmation, we directly communicated to you via email and text on May 9th. Again, this is the George Pickens youth football camp. Unfortunately, as of last week, Truex was notified by George's team that he decided to walk back on his word and no longer interested in attending the camp. Let us be very clear. We are deeply frustrated by this decision and the position has placed us all in. Yada, yada, yada. It goes on to say that Pat Freiermuth, their tight end, has said, I'm stepping up and I'm going to be a part of this camp.
Right, because this is a camp put on by a company that George was George was the face for, and it was George's camp. But obviously, it's not run by George.
It's not. George is not So he's the face of the camp.
Yep.
I assume he's getting compensated for the camp.
Sure.
I assume.
Yeah.
But yes, this is not like George's charity where the money goes to. So he is not. He did not go, or he is not going to go. I guess the camp is tomorrow. So he is not going to go to the camp, and this is not a big deal. On the scale of 1 to 10 of big deals, this is not a big deal. It's just a misstep. People get traded all the time. I get it. You're not a member of the Steelers anymore. This is, it's next year, you have to do the camp. The fact that it's this year, you kind of committed to it a month ago, do the camp. The kids don't know or care where you play. They want an NFL player. Now, they'll be fine with Pat Freiermuth, I'm sure. And they might like it actually even better because he's still a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, if this is your camp and you committed to go and people paid their money, you go be a counselor. Like, this is a bad teammate move here. This is a bad guy move. And like, you know, and again, like, it's not a big deal on a scale of 1 to 10, but these kids, I mean, kids could feel abandoned in the smallest way, and it affect them. Not a good look here, as far as I'm concerned.
I totally get all of that. Here's the only thing that I look at. So apparently this has been rescheduled for July 20th, is what it is. Like, that's part of it. I don't know if that was initially part of what the agreement was or not.
Well, that changed a lot of things because they'll be in Oxnard.
Right. They get there July 21st, don't they? Or they're right there.
They're there already because it says June 20. It says on the thing.
June 28th initially.
Yeah, this was yesterday. This thing was put out there that it was scheduled for June. It's the football camp scheduled for June 28th.
Yeah, and they say on here, this is from Pro Football Talk. They say the email, which goes out of its way, this is from Florio, to repeatedly dump on Pickens, explains that the event has been rescheduled for July 20th with Steelers tight end Pat Freiermuth replacing Pickens. Okay.
Changes everything.
Well, that also changed for the Cowboys within the last week or two, I think, in terms of when they were going to be out there. I think initially July 20th wouldn't have been a problem. So I don't know if that's what's tied to it specifically. He may have still been expected to go this weekend. And that just, now that Freiermuth is in, they've had to change the date. I don't know if that's the reason why. But as Florio points out, he says, while the email from the company sponsoring the event has offered a refund for the cost of a Pickens autograph and free autographs from Steelers players who attend, a full refund for the family experience package, and a 25% credit toward any future camp conducted by the company, one specific thing wasn't offered: a full and complete refund. And Florio says, our free advice to the company: do a little less crapping on Pickens and a little more offering of a full and complete refund to everyone who gave you their money. And I get that. Like, to me, that's...
Yeah, they should get a refund if they want.
To me, when Pickens agreed to do this, he was playing in Pittsburgh. Now that he's in Dallas, things might have changed, not only just for training camp. Let's say training camp out of the equation. Just in general, his itinerary for the offseason may have changed. And somewhere where he's supposed to be there.
And if they change this, because if they change the schedule after he dropped out, you know, like if they changed it after he dropped out, then he doesn't get that pass. But if they change the schedule while he was still committed, he gets a complete pass on this.
Well, and they
because
said
he'll be either in Oxnard or the day before he goes to Oxnard. Either way, he shouldn't be expected to be in Pittsburgh the day before he leaves home for essentially what amounts to 6 months.
Right. And Florio says here, he says, the company admits in its email that it knew about the cancellation last week. It didn't alert the people who had purchased tickets until 3 days before the event, after it had lined up Freiermuth as a replacement. Again, that does...
that changes it.
It does kind of make them look a little rough here. I know there are a lot of players who... They'll do these different camps that are out there with these different companies. You remember there's the big one with Deebo Samuel a couple years ago about why didn't he sign the autograph for the kid?
No.
There's this big issue, and Deebo had gotten killed for it. Like, he just didn't sign a football for some kid at a camp. And he's like, yeah, what you guys don't see is the dad filming and setting up his kid to come walk over and ask me and try to pressure me into something that the explicit terms of the camp were everybody was going to get a signed photo, and I was going to sign photos and take pictures with people. We weren't doing extra merchandise. Like, you were going to get something and I was going to take a picture with you, but we weren't going to do extra stuff because who knows who's going to bring what and how much stuff there's going to be to sign.
I get it. Especially when you get adults.
But it makes Deebo look bad in a very out of context way. Similarly, I think some of these players have had a little bit of, since that issue with Deebo and some of the others that have popped up, I think some of these players have had a little bit of trepidation about the idea of, should I be tying myself into camps that I'm not running?
Yeah, and then, these camps, and if you're in the youth football or youth sports world, these camps are complete money grabs. These companies prey on parents and kids because, how much more do you charge? A regular football youth camp for a week, let's say the regular camp non-athlete is $250. It's 3 hours a day. Let's just say it. You throw an athlete in there, all of a sudden you're looking at $700, $800, $900. And how many of these kids come from families that can afford that? I have no idea.
Right.
It depends on where you are. And then they're preying on these families and these parents. Camps a lot of times are also, being honest, free babysitting. Right?
Yeah.
My 12-year-old goes to a camp. He's at a camp almost every week. It's for my ex-wife, it's 3 hours where she's not hauling him around or whatever. It's free babysitting for a lot of these. So, there's a lot of things that go into this. But if they move the camp while he was still committed and that's why he dropped out, then he gets a complete pass as far as I'm concerned.
What's going on with Justin Tucker as we got another development on that front yesterday?
Well,
Chop?
Justin Tucker, the NFL has ruled. He is facing a 10-game suspension this year. So he will stay off the field well into November. So week 11 is the first week he can return. Now, of course, no team has signed him. And he probably won't be signed. So my question is he going to be able to serve the suspension as a player who doesn't have a team, as an unemployed player?
Yes, you can. I would assume, unless this is unique circumstances, because they've allowed other players to do that in the past.
Okay.
And so I would think he probably could. Like, for instance, when Alden Smith signed here, Alden Smith was suspended and he wasn't with a team, and then he was reinstated and able to just start playing whenever he did. So,
man, why do I feel like Rolando McClain had to serve his suspension after he signed with us?
He may have. I'm trying to remember what the case was. That was 10 years ago. There have been some instances, I think, where if something's been applied, it maybe hasn't run out all the way, or they were still indefinitely suspended when they signed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like they weren't free to go until they had reached that point. So it could be something along those lines. But
what was your thought on this suspension? I was expecting more.
I honestly thought they were going to just sweep it under the rug and give him a pass is what I was expecting, because it had lasted so long and Baltimore cut him. I just figured they were going to say, let's
just basically have him go away.
Let's let it go, just fade off into oblivion, and that's the way it would be. This makes me ask more questions about Baltimore than it does Tucker or the NFL or anything like that, because it makes me wonder, okay, is this an instance where this is why the Ravens moved on? They knew there was a 10-game suspension coming. Is it something where no, it was just about football for them, and they really did think he had declined, however it was?
He has.
I would guess Baltimore's got a history of being kind of reactionary to what they know is coming, and then correcting course. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did. But my next thought on this was, I wonder if whenever these 10 games are up, would anybody give him a chance? If you needed a kicker, would you look at him in week 11? Or is the combination of the heat on his case and how poorly he's played in the last year or so just too much?
The heat on his case. Again, I mean, I've always said it. If he's free from the courts, I'll sign him.
Which is he?
Well,
like that's still being figured out, isn't it?
It's being figured out. Is it a criminal case? I don't know. I'm sure it is a criminal case. But if he's free and until he is incarcerated, then I would sign him. I think he's just declined too much. He's not worth it. Even if he was good, you can make that determination. He's not good anymore. So now you got somebody who's not good anymore, and you're going to have to answer a ton of questions. That's
a lot.
What?
It's a lot.
It's not worth it. So I would say no. If he was still Justin Tucker prime, best kicker of all time, or whatever, yeah, I can have a discussion about it for sure.
Yeah, because there's still a question of, has he declined or is he broken? Like, did something break? There were questions about mechanics
mental?
and different mental. Were the mechanics wrong? What could have happened? I still thought, I kind of wondered if this thing hanging over his head is why he performed as poorly as he did.
Possible.
It's such a delicate mental position playing kicker. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Was Peyton Russell the victim of a brutal home invasion last night? There's a broken window involved. We need to hear the story from him. That's next here on 105 through the Fan. But
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Play together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
College football kegger coming up at 7 o'clock. But right now, I need your pee-pee. I need your advice for pee-pee. I need your advice. My bad.
Jeez.
I need your advice for pee-pee. He hit us up with a text last night. And look, when you get a late night text, and it wasn't even late night, I should say. It was just like, what time was this? About 10 o'clock at night.
Was it 10? Yeah.
It's late-ish. And it's a photo, and it's Peyton Russell. Texted the group chat. I'm gonna bust it into the group chat here. Ever heard of thunder breaking a window? And he sends this photo with a crack on this window pane.
Right there on the fan cam. Good job, Aiden.
Top left corner. By the way, I like the plant. Are those plantation shutters, or are those just the regular ones that it's just, the regular plastic ones? They look like the regular plastic.
They're sturdy. I'll give you that. Yeah,
okay,
they're sturdy.
Very nice. I'm like, man, that'd be unique. So have y'all ever heard of thunder breaking a window? I have not. I've heard of lightning You get the lightning. It gets it strikes somewhere close. The energy. It could shatter some things.
Yeah. Now,
so my question is, did you get struck by lightning instead? Because you said a light burnt out too.
Yeah. Give us the background for why you thought this was plausible.
Okay, and for those people that are in the fan cam, it might have looked a little smaller there, but that you could fit a baseball through that.
It's a big hole.
It looked like a big hole. Like it's not like a little small pebble hit it. It's a big break. Like it looks like someone threw a baseball through it, but there's nothing on the ground. We went outside, looked nothing there, but it would just be a weird. It was coincidence that lightning strikes and thunder and then it breaks. But so yeah, I was
real quick. Do you have a baseball in the house, near the window?
This is what I was trying to get at with him when he walked in this morning. First thing I said to him was are you sure nobody threw something through your window? Because that looks like something thrown through your window.
Okay, so when I was just looking at the photo, it just looked like a crack. So it's a hole.
It's a hole. Yeah.
Where's the glass? Is the glass?
So my
shattered glass.
So my bed frame is right in front of that.
Well.
So it would hit the bed frame and then glass was on my bed because I lay down in bed and I texted and I was I felt something on my back and it was scratching me a little bit. I thought it was mud that the dogs tracked and whatever. And I was put my flashlight on my phone on it and it was glass and I was like, okay, what broke around here? And so I, checked it out, but I'll go back to the beginning and stuff. So I originally was in the bathroom. We had a storm. I don't know if you guys got rain, but we got a bunch of rain. I didn't know it was supposed to rain.
It's great night.
It was thunderstorming, lightning, thunder, all the above. And I was in the bathroom and so a big crack of thunder happened and it shook the house, and it's happened before like that, but this was unique. This was different. It felt different. And the light bulb in the bathroom went out. So I'm in there with the door closed and I think, okay, we just lost power. But then I opened the door and the living room has power, TV's on, everything. I was like, oh, hey, we didn't lose power. That one bulb went out. And so I'm flipping the switch on and off. I can't do anything. All the surrounding bedrooms, all the lights work. I go to the breaker box, nothing's tripped. That light bulb just burned out and I switched it out, turned on the light and it worked. It was just that light bulb. And I was like, that's really weird. It was a fairly new one. I put it in when we first bought the house.
And where's the light bulb is in what room? Same room?
Well, this was just the bathroom I was in, which was away from the bedroom.
Okay.
So I didn't hear anything break, but Mackenzie was like, did you hear something break? Whenever that lightning, thunder cracked, I thought I heard something break, and I was like, maybe a picture frame fell, but I couldn't see anything, couldn't find anything. And so I didn't really think about it much, because I'm like, okay, nothing broke. Light bulbs, I didn't think a light bulb shattered or whatever. But then,
so the light bulb throws me off because that signifies a power surge, right? That would come with a lightning strike.
So, then I'm thinking, okay, lightning had to have struck close.
Is it one of those? You said it's a bathroom, so is it one of those outlets where you push the button, the reset button? I think it's GFCI or whatever.
No, it wasn't one of those. That was on. That was the thing. So there's an outlet right by the sink, and that was on. Everything in that bathroom worked, the outlets and everything,
except the light bulb.
And so I unscrewed it and then put a new one in there and it worked. It was just that light bulb.
LED?
Yeah.
Man, those don't.
972, we had lightning strike a tree near our house and part of the tree hit our window and there was a basketball-sized hole in the window. 903 sounds like a demonic spirit, Pepe. Y'all got to move ASAP. That's Elliot and Maybank. 214, robbers take advantage of loud noises to drown out window and door break-ins, FYI. See, that's what I'm going with.
That's how Andrew Dufresne got out, right?
Yeah, he would hit way to spoil it, but yeah, he would, he had the rock or whatever that he was doing.
Yeah.
Where he would, he'd smash it with the thunder sound, which that could be... That looks like...
that looks like a home break-in.
Or it looks like a kid who threw a ball through a window and ran off or something. But if it happened
when it's 10 o'clock at night. Who's throwing a ball at 10 o'clock at night?
So when it broke, it would have been 8:30 or whatever, because that's when the lightning... But again, it was storming outside. Who's outside in my backyard?
But here's my question.
And I have cameras back there. Maybe right at the angle, I can't see anything, but it would be very odd. And no neighbors to the left or right of us have kids.
Can you see the window from your cameras?
No, that's what I'm saying. So if they were at the perfect time, but if you walk a little bit to the left, a camera in the backyard picks it up. They would have had to know where the cameras were through a baseball or whatever. And again, there's no baseball, so they would have had, the baseball would have had to bounce back, which I don't think it would have done that. Would have gone through the window.
Do you have a screen?
No, not on this window.
My whole thing is, it's such a clean...
It's a clean break.
It's a clean, almost circular looking break. It's a little more jagged than that, but it looks like something where something round went through his window.
I could see if this was the middle of the day, a lawnmower threw a rock next door. I could see that.
And that's what I thought, like a rock, someone, because the neighbor was mowing their lawn, but again, there was a fence there, like the angle wouldn't have broke my window.
When was the last time somebody was in your bed before that? Like, could this have happened at 6 and you didn't know?
I mean, I woke up from my nap at 4 or something. I think because the window, I mean, it's broken, so you would have heard everything outside. So I think I would have heard it. But when Mackenzie said that she heard something break, that's what now I'm thinking, okay, that had to have been it.
I don't know, because here's my only thought on it, is that if it's thunder or lightning or whatever else, I wouldn't think it would just take out a shape.
Right. It would if it was thunder or lightning. Thunder. I looked this up last night. Like there's not really been any instances of thunder breaking a window, but I would think if a high pitched sound were to break a window, it would just shatter kind of the whole thing. It would be like
it would have busted out the whole window.
Well, it may not even have broken a hole like that. It would have just kind of cracked everything.
And the window, like you can't really see it there, but there's like, I mean, it's not just a clean break than nothing else. Like there's, marks, along the way,
But are there like
window.
Cracks? Are there like other fractures in the glass other than just where that is?
A little bit, but it's all connected to that.
Man, I don't know.
I mean, it would be really weird if that just happened to.
I'm saying I think it's unlikely that it was thunder or lightning.
Yeah. Now check today when you go home when it's daytime. Like go look to see if like there's like a burn mark somewhere. Like it could have just hit the grass or somebody's pool. Is a neighbor of a pool next to you? They could have hit something, right?
Yeah,
the lightning could have struck anything. The light bulb, that makes more sense. But other than that, I mean, maybe if the neighbor was mowing the lawn, or it could have been a bird.
Could have been.
Yeah, somebody said a bird on the fan text. Somebody else said, was there a piece of broken spark plug anywhere? Those break glass really easy. Check under your bed for the ball is what the 512 is saying.
Glass underneath there.
Look for a dead bird in the yard. Yeah.
Yeah, so we just covered it up with like a trash can or trash bag, just so mosquitoes or whatever couldn't get in. But very unfortunate. Just got the house, thought I was done spending a bunch of stuff on the house, and now gonna have to replace the window because there's like in my room there's 4 windows like all right next to each other. None of the other 3 were broken, so that's why I'm like thinking, okay, it's just very weird. But it's a coincidence that it happened. If it was someone threw a baseball, but again, where my backyard is, you'd have to be in the yard, aimed at the window, and then again, like he'd have to go pick up the baseball, and then I don't know. It just seemed, and it was pouring down rain. Like I don't know. That's why I don't think someone's out there.
I would just take a look in the yard today, see what you got, see what's going on. All right, Bobby, what do you got here? Turn that mic.
I got a mic. Sorry, the thunder knocked up my mic. We got a couple minutes left here. I saw this on Reddit yesterday. This was going viral, and you'll get these lists sort of every now and then of just like research of the famous death row meals, and we've done the Masters meals before and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I love that.
So I want to grade these as last meals because I think there's some really poor choices here that were circulating on this list. So the first one that we have here was Ronnie Lee Gardner. Ronnie Lee Gardner was in Utah. He was serving time for burglary, robbery, and 2 counts of murder. These are death row meals, so it wasn't just serving time. He chose to go by firing squad. Ronnie Lee Gardner did. Squad. Here was his final meal: lobster tail, steak, apple pie, vanilla ice cream, and he wanted to eat it while watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I've heard of this one before.
What kind of steak?
It doesn't say.
All right.
That's
look, I think a lot of it is where you are. Like if I'm in prison in Utah, like my death row meal, I think would probably be pizza.
Just that simple?
Just a whole pizza.
This got ruined, I know. Death row meal, like last meals are not a thing anymore.
They're not?
No, somebody like ordered all this stuff one time, and then when they brought it, he said, "I'm not hungry," and like just made him blow all that money to bring it. And so that was one of the, I can't remember what state that was in, but it kind of changed death row meals for forever. Next one on this list, Steven Anderson from California. He was burglary, assault. He escaped prison. He had 7 counts of murder. He got lethal injection. This was his last meal. And this is, I don't think this is how I'd want to go out at all. 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. Okay, fine. But then he wanted a pint of cottage cheese, a corn and, what is it? Hominy? What is that? Hominy and corn mixture, peach pie, chocolate chip ice cream, and radishes. Ew. You're going out and you want radishes and cottage cheese?
He wants to go out with clean sinuses, I guess.
Peyton, what like if instantly you're getting a death row meal, what are the first things that are coming to your mind of just like I'm eating that?
Surf and turf.
Yeah.
Just give me something. Give
you
me
like
a little bit of both.
You like the initial meal, lobster tail and steak. That sounds decent to you.
If I'm gonna go out with, because to me the reason I would do pizza is because like if I'm gonna die, I don't have to worry about the next day because the pizza upsets my stomach now, and it's my favorite food.
This is a Ferdinando Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti. Wow. State of Massachusetts. They had 2 counts of murder. They got the electric chair, which, by the way, in 1977, the Massachusetts governor issued a statement saying they'd been unfairly tried and convicted. The case is still open, but they still got their last meal. Their last meal was very basic. They wanted soup, meat, toast, and tea.
I mean, I think toast is underrated.
Fine, but it can be part of it. But if you're only you've got anything before you, you're not just gonna go like soup and toast, please. Maybe a spot of tea. You
know, my dad, when he would cut his toast, first of all, my dad burnt the hell out of it. I always cut I don't cut a sandwich diagonally, but the toast I feel like you have to cut diagonally, and he never did that. That always perplexed me.
This is actually a good point here. 214. He wanted to eat it while watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy is wild. Yeah, that's true. Like he's dragging this out as long as he can. Those are 3-hour movies.
9 hours. Man.
That's a smart way to do it. Timothy McVeigh.
Oh boy.
Oklahoma City Bomber. Do you know what he wanted for his final meal?
I do not.
2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. That was it.
Not bad.
The dude just went out with 2 pints of ice cream.
Mint chocolate chip's pretty good. I get down with that. I'll mess around with some mint chocolate chip.
I don't think this is generally a pretty good meal from Ronnie Threadgill, Texas. He was down for murder and got lethal injection. This is what he got: baked chicken, mashed potatoes with country gravy, vegetables, sweet peas, bread, tea, water, and punch.
Water and punch.
I think that's a solid meal. Yeah, because like the punch is going to be just something sweet. Like the water's probably just a palate cleanser, I would think.
Well, he probably doesn't want cavities or anything. He doesn't want the punch to, make his teeth red or
Could
whatever.
be. Yeah. I think that's the most solid meal on here.
Make his teeth red.
That's what he's worried about. I don't want to look ridiculous.
105.3 The Fan. We have the commercial-free expressway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. We got a ticket giveaway, and we have the college football kegger coming up next. How will the Longhorns set up for the future? And why is the NCAA doing this? College kegger next on the Fan.
30.
That is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
JJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Something's got to give. Something has to give in Chapel Hill. Bill or his girl. Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, and Bill Belichick's ex-girlfriend, Linda Holiday, are apparently trashing each other on Instagram.
Oh, no. That's unfortunate.
Just terrible. And I don't know who I blame more here. Bill for letting all this happen.
Yes.
His ex for getting baited into a childish game.
Masterfully, I might add.
Yes. For someone who could be your granddaughter, or the current girlfriend for being such an egomaniac that she feels that she has to not only take Bill, but rub it into the ex.
Dude,
this is a bad, this is just awful.
She is, and obviously, you can't judge a book by its cover. And I don't know her. So I'm basically going off public persona only. But generally, I mean, I think covers are supposed to sort of represent what the book's about. And I would say she strikes me as, and I'm sure you've had this before, I'm sure Peyton's had it before, the girl who's with your buddy, who you just keep kind of like going like, how do we tell him this is not going to work? Like he's got to cut her.
Yeah.
That's what she reminds me of. She reminds me of the one who's just like, we can't say anything because he's head over heels and he's going to take offense to it and he's not going to hear it the right way, but somebody's got to figure out a way to tell him. And you start talking amongst the friend group of like, who's going to be the best at delivering this news? Who? And then you're trying to pick out like, all right, you're going to have to be the one to tell him that this isn't going to work, or like, man, he's got a dumper. And I feel like it feels like Belichick's just got a lot of people sitting around right now trying to figure out, all right, which one is in his circle is going to tell him this can't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's all like I also kind of subscribe to the not my place. You know, I don't have these discussions with like friends or family like, hey, you know, you got to do this, you got to do that.
Do you believe it's ever your place to tell anyone?
No.
So like if Julian, Luca, either one of them,
kids are different.
Well, that's what I said. Like, is there anyone in your life that you'd say it is my place to tell them if I think this isn't, you shouldn't be doing this?
My kids.
Just your kids, and
just
that would
my
be
kids. Yeah. Like if my sister was doing something that I didn't think was right, it's not my place.
That's fascinating. You wouldn't want somebody to look out for you that way potentially if you ever felt that way, or if they ever felt that way while you're dating?
Oh, I'm not talking about just dating. I'm talking about just in life.
But sure. I'm just saying. But like, if you're saying you don't want that, you don't want to do that to somebody else. But would you desire that at all from somebody else? Like, hey, maybe they're seeing something I'm not. I would like it if they saw something they would at least tell me so I can vet it.
Sure. Yeah, I probably would like that. Yeah, but like, I just don't feel it's my place, right? So it's the door's open from my standpoint. Now the problem is, I know me, I'm not going to listen to it. You know, and that's the other thing. Most people, and this is why, like, you know, the whole Travis Hunter situation. I was like, man, he's gonna have to just learn this on his own with his girl. You know, like he'll like if she's really what people are suggesting she is, he'll learn. But you got to find, like, the only way to learn is to find out. You got to find out the hard way on that one.
I think I've told 3 people. I think I've told 3 people in my world, you can't get married.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like what? Like you gotta. And I tell them,
do they
like,
listen to you? Like,
no.
do they end up not?
Nope. None of the 3 did. Which I didn't expect them to. I even said that. I was like, I know you're probably not going to listen. I just, to clear my conscience and make myself known, so that I just, in case things go sideways, I don't say like, well, I could have told you and I didn't. I'm just letting you know that I think you should not do this. And so I've done that a few. And I think we're still waiting around for somebody to do that with Bill Belichick, because the University of North Carolina sure as hell's tried.
No, so here's what happened. So Jordan Hudson fired off some words for Linda Holiday, Bill's ex, after discovering a very personal email sent to Bill during their 16-year romance. And this is from the Daily Mail. It's behind a paywall, so I'm getting like half the story. But Hudson mocked Holiday as pathetic and delusional. She sent a photo of the printed letter via Instagram to a woman she believed was Holiday's close friend. And that started a nasty exchange. The Hudson was called a gold digger by people online, and it just got nasty. So, I mean, look, Bill's got the scene control here is very limited for Bill, and he'll learn. Maybe he's the oldest person to learn. But like we've said, it is undefeated. It is undefeated, and it will never be defeated. Like this is one of the great winning streaks of all time. Women over men.
It felt like he was never beholden to this, though. You know? And that's where it was. It's just such an odd shift at this stage of life.
It is. It's a very odd shift, but it is the way it is. That's where we sit with Bill Belichick. So that's North Carolina. I saw this. I really like this story. Let's go one state south. Peyton, South Carolina's right south of North Carolina. Lenora Sellers is a tremendous quarterback. His dad says that he rejected an $8 million bag from a rival, an unnamed rival. Could have been Georgia, could have been Clemson, could have been Tennessee, could have been a number of schools, right? That needed a quarterback, that had an opening, that had some money.
I'm sitting here trying to think through my head who would make sense like that.
Yeah, Georgia, they lost Beck. They got Stockton, but they lost Beck. Clemson's got Cade Klubnik, but maybe this is a future play. There's a lot of teams, right? It could have been Bill.
Yeah.
Could have been Bill at Carolina. But he sat down with the Athletic, and he was offered all kinds of crazy numbers. I said, I'm going to stay or I'm going to go. But he's like, we didn't come here to make money. We came here to play ball, get our education. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Look, credit to him. This is a line that I've never heard a parent say, but it makes sense. He told Lenoris, he says, you're 19. You don't need $8 million. Now that is parenting.
It's a great thing.
It's also financial irresponsibility.
I'm going to be a skeptic here.
Oh, yeah? That he wasn't given $8 million?
I don't need to. That's you were talking about it yesterday, where you're like, name names. Yeah. If you're going to make these accusations, name names. If you're going to tell me somebody offered you $8 million, it just seems really convenient, because $8 million would be like a market reset like we've never seen. Now, Lenora Sellers is...
He's tremendous, and he's young. Now, it could have been $8 million over 2 years. Should have been $8 million over the rest, right? Because that's what he's got left. So it could have been $8 million over 2 years.
He was fantastic last year. He's
the reason that South Carolina is a very interesting playoff contender.
It'd be really tough, though, because Lenore Sellers is, at this point, projected to be a first-round quarterback. And so you're going to commit to an extra year of college for that?
Yeah, but isn't he can he come out this year? I think he's just a sophomore, right? Was he not a true freshman last year?
No, he was redshirt freshman.
Okay, so he could come out.
So yeah, he's redshirt his sophomore this year, so he could come out, and he's somebody who a lot of people have had their eyes on, and I think a lot of NFL teams are looking at it as like, yeah, that's somebody that we're going to be watching closely this year. So I don't know, man. It seems I'm going to believe them, but I'm just saying I have a little bit of skepticism if that's totally accurate. It seems like an improbable number, even for a guy with as big and building a reputation as he has.
The teams in college football to look out for over the next 3 years is the future power rankings based on what you have on your roster, and things are looking mighty, mighty good for Peyton and Bobby's Longhorns. Now, Arch obviously could come out this year, but they've got the likelihood of a multi-year quarterback. That's key. That's number one. Their offensive and defensive line look pretty solid. They lost some guys, right, in the draft.
Yeah, but I mean, they keep just replenishing with big-time talent. Yeah, they lost Jahdae Barron. They lost Makuba. They still have Anthony Hill. They've still got Colin Simmons. Like, Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons are ridiculous. And those two are, they're coming back. They're going to be fine. And they continue to clean up in recruiting. Sark's done a fantastic job there. They're an easy, to me anyway, an easy current number one projection, and it's really optimistic moving into the future.
They are without question the favorites. They had the number one recruiting class this year. Last year they had the number 5 recruiting class. So you get back-to-back top 5s. That's how Alabama and Georgia and Clemson did such great things over the last 15 years. They didn't go crazy in the portal. They didn't need to. Defensive tackle has been hit by the last 2 drafts. But they got some portal guys. They got a kid for Purdue and Carolina and Ohio State. So Texas coming in number 1, not just in this year, but also looking ahead to the next couple of years, where we've usually seen Georgia just own that. Where is Alabama in this?
Probably somewhere they don't deserve to be.
Well, I'll give you the rest of the top 10. Texas, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Oregon 4, Notre Dame 5, Penn State 6.
Carter Freeman said the other day to KNC he thinks Penn State should be number 1 this year, heading into the season.
Look, I like Arch better than Drew Aller.
Man, Aller's ceiling it's high.
You think his ceiling is higher than Arch's?
I think Aller's ceiling is really high. If he puts it together, he is like a lab-built quarterback.
Man, I can't get it. I like the Penn State uniforms. It looks like they're all wearing hip pads, like those big giant things sticking out.
He performs really poorly. Drew Aller does against big-time competition. That's his biggest problem so far.
That ain't good. Clemson at 7, LSU at 8. Still waiting for Bama. Tennessee at 9.
Oh, without on Alabama,
without Nico.
They probably moved up without Nico.
They might have. And then Bama at 10.
Bama was in Athlon, went and ranked was it Athlon or CBS? One of them went and ranked the every school in the FBS last week, and they had Alabama number 8. And to me, it's like there's got to be an adjustment here. That was not a big time contending team last year. As much as they wanted to moan about missing the playoff,
they were in a tough spot because they lost a lot of guys in the portal when Saban left. So I get it. It was a reset.
But they never should. The fact that they were number 1 in the country at one point was ridiculous. I understand they beat Georgia, whatever else. Like it was ridiculous.
Yeah,
because they struggled to just separate at home at Bryant-Denny from so many mid-level teams throughout the year. South Florida was like tied with them in the fourth quarter at Bryant-Denny.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I'll give you what you want. One team, a little dark horse team to make the playoff this year and potential title. Not I wouldn't say a title contender. Yeah, put a nickel on Oklahoma.
Really?
I love their quarterback, John Mateer. He was the best quarterback in the portal, or one of them. If it depends on who you want to talk to. But you're talking about one of the best quarterbacks in the portal. That's a really good defense. If they can get their wide receiver room figured out, that is a dangerous, dangerous football team.
I think the team you mentioned at the beginning of the segment, South Carolina, is really intriguing. Not just because of Lenore Sellers. I mean, South Carolina is a good football team.
We mentioned Texas. Their opener is going to be at Ohio State. That will also be Lee Corso's final game. All right, we knew this would be his final year. As going to be his final game. That's where he started. That's where he got to start with the helmet, the headgear. So that's the final game for him. And then this is going to come down to the next 10 days, and this is the dumbest thing ever. But they will make a decision on whether to expand the NCAA tournament to 76 teams or not, adding 4 more play-in games. This is the dumbest thing ever. We do not need this.
We don't. That's just a mess. This is what every league does, pro and college.
They expand.
They expand. They realize there's more money on the table. Go get it.
More money in the playoff.
And that's what they want. So I mean, I get it. It's we're probably going to see it expand. If not this time, like it'll come around at some point. But
8 new at-large teams we've never sat there on a day in March and said, you know what, we could really use 8 more teams in this.
Right. No, I mean honestly, like I still hate the play-in games. I want 64. That's it. I don't even want the 68 or whatever it is. Like I don't want to. I want to just keep it at 64. I wanted to keep. I grew up with the wild card era in baseball, so that's probably why I'm okay with it. But I bet if I grew up with just the LCS and the World Series, I probably would have just.
That's how I grew up. I like the wild card better.
I like the wild card. But
it's a long season, and to just let 4 teams in the playoffs, that means if you get your best player to hit a.
But you earned it. You feel like you earned it.
Yeah, you feel like you earned it. There's no doubt about that. Like you got the better team to win the title every year. But if you're a good team and you had some injuries, you're cooked. Back in the 80s and early 90s, you had to have health. So I kind of like it. It's too long of a season not to reward. All right, that's a little college kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. We have got the commercial-free expressway next. We have got a ticket giveaway. We have got the junk drawer, and we have got questions around the NFC East. It's the commercial-free expressway. Sean and RJ next to The Fan.
Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Stay tuned here to Sean and RJ because we have a ticket giveaway coming up here within the Expressway. Tickets to see Seether and Daughtry. Keep an ear out. We'll be giving away those within this hour. We've also got the junk drawer coming up. But RJ Choppy, we also have Cowboys training camp coming up.
No way.
Yep. It is approaching rapidly in Oxnard, California.
California?
California.
That doesn't make any sense.
California doesn't? Oh, okay. No, they
obviously not picking. You picked up on the sarcasm. I guess Bobby's just,
No, I understood it.
I was waiting for the bad place. Bad place.
Yeah, it's a very bad place.
It's a very bad place.
Very bad people. The Cowboys will be out in Oxnard, California. They sent out a training camp schedule just the other day. The team charter will arrive in Oxnard Sunday, July 20th.
Hey.
The day of Pat Fryermuth's football camp.
The Fryermuth camp.
The opening press conference will be July 21st. The first practice will be July 22nd. The first padded practice will be Sunday, July 27th, which is when we get there. And then you've got the joint practice with the Rams, obviously, on August 5th. So big days coming up, but we're going to be out there covering all things for you. The KNC Masterpiece will be out there the first week. We're going to be out there the second week. We're going to have you guys covered and more time for us to be out there, giving you eyes out there, giving you boots on the ground, and keeping you guys updated. You're going to want to stick around for the best in training camp coverage right here on 105 through the Fan. And obviously the big focus of Cowboys training camp is going to be, can the Cowboys have success with Brian Schottenheimer? Can they achieve a new level? Can they unlock a new level that they didn't get with Mike McCarthy? Can they win the NFC East and prevent Philadelphia from becoming the first back-to-back champion since the 03-04 season? That was the last time it happened. Where were you in 2004, RJ Choppy? Where were you at in life? You would have been, what, 25 years old?
I was turning 25 in 04. I was at ESPN 103. And I was probably just getting off overnights.
Damn.
I was probably going from the overnight shift to doing 6 to midnight on the board. Doing Mav games and
you made it.
Yeah, and then like a year later, I was doing Mavs Network.
You were the big dog by that point. Peyton Russell was what, dog. 7 probably?
Sounds about
something
right.
like
if it was
that.
Before September, it would have been 7.
Yeah. So this is this obviously has been a long-standing tradition. Everybody at this point has fallen back on nobody wins back-to-back titles in the NFC East. It's just something that happens. And so people have just kind of defaulted to that, whether if it makes sense or not. So we'll see if this is what the NFC East is shaping up to look like, according to ESPN. They did an NFC East roundtable with their beat writers for each team. So Tim McManus for the Eagles. It was John Keim for the Commanders. Todd Archer, obviously, for the Dallas Cowboys. And then for the Giants, it was Jordan Renan. And they were asked all these different roundtable questions. And I wanted to kick some of them around here with you guys, and also on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, and also read some of the thoughts here from the beat writers. The number one question, and I'll let you answer this one. We'll answer these first, and then we'll give the analysis from the writers. Specific to the Cowboys, Chop, what is on the line for your quarterback this season? And I'll let you think about that. While you think about that, I'm going to just share kind of my thoughts about it real fast. I think Dak has gotten to a point where a lot of people say, man, there's so much pressure on him. At various times I thought, no, there's not. He's already gotten his deal. He doesn't have to do this or that. I think this is a lot of pressure on him starting now for the next couple years because we have not seen the quarterback market jump above him yet the way it had been.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of like, okay, you've been sitting at the top of the market for a little while. There are questions about his injury history and how sustainable his health is. He's thought to be a big driver for the Brian Schottenheimer hire. And so any sort of good or bad that comes with that is going to be tied to Dak, not only just because of his play on the field, but because of his testimony. So I think we're reaching a point right now where there's as much pressure as has ever been on Dak. And I think he welcomes it, and I still think he's going to answer the call, obviously, because I still believe in him as a player. But I think this is as much pressure as he's had.
So I mentioned I was on by my guy Tom Byrne last night.
Well,
Mad Dog Radio.
Dick's brother, yeah.
And he is a big Eagles guy, right? He's a Philly guy. He thinks the Cowboys are sneaky contenders.
In the NFC or in the division?
In the NFC.
Interesting.
Nobody's talked about it. They got like no pressure on them. they could be one of those teams that come out of nowhere. I honestly think that what is on the line for Dak, for the first time, I could say nothing. We all think he is a broken down man that's overpaid that will never win.
Well, speak for yourself.
And at some point, you just come at peace with that. And it takes a load off your shoulders. The assumption is that Dak is going to go in there and miss 4 games this year. That his coach is over his head. That the team is not as good. No one is picking them to win. Most people are not picking them to make the playoffs. I honestly think for the first time, it's nothing. All the attention is going to be on Coach Schottenheimer.
Wow, we're completely diametrically opposed on this one, which is good.
I think all the pressure's on Schotty.
But you don't think he's naturally tied to that pressure? Dak is?
I don't think nationally people have any idea whether Dak had any influence on the hire.
Okay, I'll say this. If we're talking about his job being on the line or his legacy or whatever else, probably not. That's not up there.
So Dak's legacy is what it is.
I'm just saying
at this point.
For Dak.
Yeah.
Personally, not from outside analysis. I think for Dak, this is as much pressure as has been on him. Because this is as much his vision.
I think
last year was. Moving forward.
I think last year was the most pressure because he had just signed the deal. He waited to the 18th hour at night, or whatever the hell the phrase is, 11th hour to sign it. And it was a prove it year for the head coach, essentially. I think that there's as little pressure on Dak as there possibly if you could be. Because we just kind of forgotten about it. We haven't talked about it. We spent all offseason talking about Schotty.
Yes, but I think we also talked about they're tied together, whether it be the performance or because of the endorsement. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I like the take. I understand your take, and so I think that there's arguments to be made on both sides here. This is what Todd Archer said. He said, let's start with the obvious. Dak Prescott's job is not on the line. The Cowboys signed him to an extension through 2028 in September that made him the highest paid quarterback in the game. There is not an escape until maybe after the 27 season. But the contract will be something Prescott will have to measure up to in 2025. He turns 32 in July. In the past 5 seasons, he has missed time with ankle, thumb, calf, and hamstring injuries. The Cowboys have selected an offensive lineman in the first round of the past 2 drafts. This year, they added George Pickens in a trade. CeeDee Lamb is in his prime, and they hope to see big improvement out of their run game to help Prescott. He is entering his 10th year as the Cowboys starter. If he doesn't make a deep playoff run soon, when will it happen? But to your point, you say, yeah, all that may be true, but the expectations are not the same as they would have been 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think this is as low of expectations as we've had on a Cowboys team in a long time.
All right, so they are doing a NFC East roundtable over at ESPN. We're kicking around some of the questions and answers they get over there, and we're getting your answers on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, 682. Chop is dead wrong right now. All the pressure's on Dak now. 870. Agree 100% with RJ. He's correct. No one expects anything different from Dak. So these are the kind of questions that I think are going to be facing us all year in terms of how things are different.
There.
Next question here on the roundtable was, what has been the most underrated move by your team? So obviously everybody would jump to George Pickens as being the big acquisition. You've got a lot that you're expecting out of Tyler Booker right away.
I think Booker he's look. I'm not going to sit here and say he's going to be Zach Martin week 1. That the same Zach Martin that he was in 2014.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's going to be like, dude, this is without question, this is going to be one of the 5 best overall picks of the draft.
So an underrated move for the Cowboys, was there anything, because obviously they brought in Kenneth Murray and Kyer Elam through trades. They brought in 2 new running backs, Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders. They had other draft picks, Donovan Ezeraku, Savon Ravel. They had they brought back Dante Fowler on a relatively decent deal. So is there an underrated move that stands out to you for the Cowboys? Or any of these that you look at and go like, I like the upside potential here?
Well, I think their 2nd and 3rd round draft picks were a deviation from their norm.
Yeah, it wasn't the typical blue star. The 3rd rounder kind of was, because he's obviously coming off an ACL. But yeah, they just got really good value is what it looked like.
And I think that they've got guys that are, Ezeraku's probably a plug and play guy.
Yeah, Ezeraku, if you want to just talk about him being a situational pass rusher, now. Really, really good. Really good immediately. Like I said, if he's minimum 6 sacks to me this year. I think the one that stands out to me is, and it's obviously after I've gotten eyes on him out at OTAs, and we still got to see the pads come on, but Miles Sanders looks fresher than I expected. And if Miles Sanders can come in here and give you extra juice in the running game, and you've got the offensive line blocking things up better, I mean, he could have a bounce back here. I kind of wonder if it's like we talk about with certain organizations where we're like, yeah, but everybody screws that player up. Like Carolina is everybody screws that up. And so I kind of wonder, just like, all right, is that just a bad representation of where he's at? This is what Todd Archer wrote about the underrated move. He said, unlike 2024, the Cowboys actually made a lot of moves. They traded for Pickens, Kenneth Murray, Kyer Elam. They made some smart signings in free agency, which is where I'm heading, because trading for Pickens isn't underrated. It's smart, but not underrated. Bringing back Dante Fowler in free agency is an underrated move. They needed a pass rusher opposite Parsons. While he plays a different game than DeMarcus Lawrence, opposing offenses will have to know where he is too. He had 10.5 sacks last season for Washington and didn't have someone like Parsons on the other side. That is wild to think about. Think about any other offseason. Wouldn't we have just been glowing? And I understand its perspective, but wouldn't we have been glowing about you just signed a guy who had double-digit sacks last year?
We'd be glowing about that.
And I mean, we just don't think of Fowler that way, partially because he had already been here and hadn't performed that way, but it's also he was a situational guy. He played a little more in Washington and still was collecting sacks at about the same rate he was here in Dallas. It's just he got more of an opportunity. All right, this is the NFC East roundtable over at ESPN. Next question here was, what is the biggest concern for your team? Chop, when you look at the Cowboys roster right now, I mean, you just mentioned there's a lot of pressure on Schottenheimer. We've obviously talked about the run game, some of the stuff with the corners. When you look at the Cowboys right now, what do you say is that is the biggest concern for Dallas right now as we're entering Oxnard?
The health of the quarterback. At the end of the day, that's the reality of it. If Dak's healthy, they're going to win 10 games. And if he's not, they're going to miss the playoffs.
If he's healthy for how many games? They're going
the whole year, 17.
So he's got to be 17 for you.
If he's healthy for, I mean, let's just say, okay, 60. Give him one.
Sure, yeah, but roughly.
If he's healthy for basically what you would consider a full year, they're gonna win about 10 games like they always do. Short of health, because I think that's the easy cop-out answer. I think is the coach over his head.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he is. I don't think you can have Marty as your dad and be completely over your head as a football coach. But I mean, nobody outside the Schottenheimer family would be sitting here. I don't think a lot of people were fist pumping the hire when it happened.
No.
So, it's a question. Like, nobody knows how good of a coach they're going to be until they do it. Mm-hmm. Nobody knows how good of a quarterback they're going to be until they do it. Nobody knows how good of a radio host you're going to be until you do it. So, like, I think that's at the end of the day, that's the biggest question.
I will say that, yeah, you're right on that front. The thing I've said all along, to me, Schottenheimer is the comparison I made is he's the guy who's been running for president his whole life. Like, everything he's done throughout his life, but everything he's done throughout his life has been like preparation for the job. Whether he'll be good at it or not, we don't know. But I don't think he's going to be incompetent, like a lot of people were worried when he first got hired. It's like, no, I think baseline is he is the floor to me with him is he's Jason Garrett. 8-8, competitive, like they pop a few years. Like that to me is the floor for what Brian Schottenheimer can be as a coach, which is just competent and keeping guys competitive. And that's not the worst thing to have.
No.
Except for, like you said before, you don't necessarily want to be stuck in purgatory.
No, but I don't know. Yeah, like, how different is he than Marty?
I think he's different.
Like, was Marty a personality guy? Was Marty, like Shotty's really like a fun dude. Like, he's a fun, was Marty no nonsense? Was Marty
guy?
Huh?
I'm a fun guy.
Yeah. Was Marty just like, was he an X's and O's genius? What was he?
Yeah, I think Marty was culture and leadership and grit, and schematically was a big believer in blue collar, run the football. I mean, it was called Marty Ball for a reason. I think Brian's more I guess aggressive in the passing game. I think that's absolutely the case, and I think that some of the things that he believes in are specifically in the passing game and formations and the way you attack defenses is different from Marty, but also very dynamic. Still has all the leadership stuff, but still very dynamic as well. 2-1 says run game all day long as the biggest weakness. Right now,
that's a question.
The biggest concern to me right now is it's the corners. I don't know what they're going to be. I just have no idea. I don't know where. I have no idea where Bland is going to play, if he's going to play the nickel or outside. I have no idea if Kalen Carson's going to bounce back after they were really high on him in camp last year, and then he was terrible when he got on the field. I have no idea what Diggs is going to be when he comes back from his injury. Is Kyer Elam going to connect? Like, there's all these different things that I just have no clue about the secondary.
From the 2-1-4, Jason Garrett wasn't competent. Also from the 2-1-4, are you telling me that shot?
Completely disagree on that statement.
Jason was very
Jason
competent.
Garrett was not. He was not a difference maker. He was not incompetent. Incompetent to me is Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels is incompetent.
Right. Jason was not incompetent. Jason may not have been a great, like, schematic advantage.
Right.
For you. There was nothing wrong with Jason, the walk-around coach.
No. And like, your organization was not going to be in disarray with Jason running operations.
No. Like, he had a really good way of making sure that everybody stays on course.
Yeah, don't mistake competence for tactical advantage. He was not that. He was not a tactical advantage for them, but he was competent. He would get them prepared and get effort out of them, and they weren't neglecting things. They were getting the fundamentals down. That's what competence is.
Let's see. So I have no idea what this O-line is going to look like either. Run game all day long. Booker will make her. The general is 100% dead on. Booker will make it or break it for Dak. I don't know.
Dawson has been jumping on that take.
He thinks so he's copying my take. That's fine.
Yeah, he thinks that Booker is the
Dallas doesn't care about the Cowboys anymore. It's flag time now. Whoa, baby.
Ooh.
How about the game where Jason watched his buddy give up? Watched Buddy.
He's talking about Chaz Green.
Oh, give up 6 sacks and did nothing. Okay, so here's my take on that. What was he going to do?
Well, I mean, there's also...
He was already on the backup. We would put the third string in.
It's also, it was, at that time, I mean, obviously the head coach can overrule and do different things like that, but yeah, they were in the middle of spiraling. The guy that they did put out there ended up giving up 2 more and was getting worked just as bad. It was not good, and Scott Linehan was the one ultimately responsible for protections and doing different things like that. And Dak a lot of times could have checked into something that he didn't.
Yeah, sacks are a quarterback stat.
Now, Garrett is still involved in that decision, no doubt about it. But if you're going to say in 10 years, you remember that one game in Atlanta when they were 500? Okay, well, that kind of proves my point that he's competent.
That's pretty competent. Okay,
this is what Todd Archer says. He said, first-time head coach isn't the biggest concern. A quarterback who has had a difficult time staying healthy recently isn't the biggest concern. Impending contracts for guys like Parsons aren't the biggest concern. I'm sticking on the field for mine. Can they slow down the run? They have not made big adjustments in personnel, in name or size. How new coordinator Matt Eberflus will attack the issue is with effort and running to the ball. It will also help if the offense can put up a ton of points. And then really quickly, they had each rider pick who's going to win the NFC East. McManus says Eagles. John Keim, Eagles. Todd Archer, Eagles. Jordan Rainon, the Dallas Cowboys. He says that the Cowboys are going to win it. He says he thinks everyone's down on the Cowboys. Kind of what you were saying. They're laying in the cut. They're ready.
Did you drop it in the cut reference?
They did. They're laying in the cut, and that's what Jordan Rainon thinks. He thinks they're gonna have a big year, and that they win it. But ultimately, the consensus here is that Philly's gonna break that streak of no back-to-back NFC East champions.
Wow, good stuff. A little around the NFC East here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to hook you up, Tolos.
That's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Seether and Dodge Street on November 11th at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It is 7:40 on a Friday. We are getting you to your weekend as fast as possible. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden alongside. And it is time to empty out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Bobby Belt, do you remember the Liver King?
I do.
Primos. The Liver King is in jail. He has been arrested, and he's probably out by now. But he has been arrested in Austin on Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. They were notified of Brian Johnson. No, not the singer for AC/DC.
Nope, not
but
that
the
one.
Liver King, as he made threats to his $2.9 million followers against Joe Rogan. Of all people. I guess Joe said, man, this guy needs some help. And he made what they are saying as terroristic threats. There's a video of him and he's shirtless.
You're kidding.
Yeah, boy, this guy. Look, man, don't ever let someone fool you. One of the most dead giveaways is someone's on the sauce, on the gear, as they call it. A, veins. B, when you've got a six-pack and a belly at the same time. Your organs are swollen.
Yeah.
You're on the gear, right? And plus, it came out that he spent like $11,000 a month on PEDs at one point. But here he is with what looks to be a wolf headdress and two guns.
Two guns.
And these are big guns. These are big ones.
He's always had big guns.
These are big guns, baby. And he got arrested for terroristic threats against Joe Rogan. He's got videos of him crawling around like a wild dog, and his pupils are different sizes. I don't know what you get on that makes one pupil very tiny and one very big, but it is a creepy, scary video. Like this guy, man. If I came across it, I'd be scared to death.
He's so weird. He's just weird, dude. And like I know Rogan has gone after him for a long time. So Rogan was one of the ones before he had gotten exposed for all of the juicing that he was doing. When he was just like, no, it's all liver and brains and whatever. Like that was his whole thing. Rogan, I remember, used to do whenever Liver King would come up on his podcast, he'd be like, that guy's juicing. And they're like, oh, really? You've heard that? And he's like, I haven't heard. He's like, but look at him. He's like, no one at that age has that physique without help. He's like, that's just the way it is. That's not what a physique looks like at that age.
When you're in your 40s, like I'm just warning you. And Peyton, I'm warning you too.
You're gonna tell me I'm gonna lose my killer bod when I turn 40?
It just like I've noticed that like I go to the gym 5 days a week. All I know is I'm never getting stronger, and I'm never getting more lean. It's testosterone. It's a simple biologic. You know that's what it is. Because I don't take any supplements, none. Vitamin C. That's all I take.
You always pour like Kool-Aid powder in your water or whatever you do.
Yeah, it's flavor.
What is it that you pour in there? It's like some little salt thing. It always gives you the cloudy water.
Oh yeah, hydrogen tabs.
So I mean that's something.
All right, that's something. I don't know. Honestly, I don't even know what it does.
I don't either.
I don't even know. It's hydrogen water, and I put some sea salt in there, just trying to replenish. But because I'm sweating like about playing baseball, the sauna every day, whatever. So yeah, you can't get that physique at that age without help. It's just impossible.
Yeah, because I mean, he's not just...
That's okay. Just admit it.
Well, and that was the thing. Rogan was talking about, you can be big. Well, like, it's not that you can't put on muscle, but to be
lean,
shredded, and cut, and like that, especially at that guy's age, that's because how old is he? He's damn near, 50, I would guess? Yeah. Something like that. The Liver King.
He's eating the dogs. He's eating the cats.
They're eating the dogs. He's 47 or 48 years old. So, yeah, at that age, that just doesn't happen.
Liver King got out, immediately went back to maniacally threatening Rogan. He most likely dropped an acid tab in one of his eyes to cause that. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
Junk Drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, where's your dream destination to visit? It can be somewhere you've been before. I mean, obviously, GaylordGolfMecca.com.
GaylordGolfMecca.com. Gaylord Golf, that's our next place. That's our favorite vacation every year. We love Cabo. Italy was fantastic. It was fantastic. Switzerland was fantastic. But I would say we really enjoy the golf trip to Gaylord or going to Cabo.
And Peyton, your dream destination?
I don't know if I'm still just into the hype, but Dubai... Is that still hyped up? Is that a good place to go? I mean, I see pictures and videos, but is that still a destination that a lot of people dream of?
Yeah, it's fine if that's what you're into.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's opulent.
You guys all have the wrong answer. None of you have given the correct answer. The answer is, if you really want a dream destination, go hit the sunny beaches of North Korea. The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. Kim Jong-un wants to change things up. This is the headline from the BBC. North Korea to open beach resort as Kim bets on tourism. So if you're looking for a bargain vacation, you can go head to the beautiful beaches of North Korea. It says North Korea is opening a beach resort that its leader Kim Jong-un hopes will boost tourism in the secretive communist regime, state media reports. Wonsan Kalma on the East Coast will open to domestic tourists on July 1st, 6 years after it was due to be completed. It is unclear when it will welcome foreigners. Peyton, gather the foreigners.
I called that one.
Here's my question for it, though. Obviously, this is ridiculous. Nobody's going to want to go to North Korea just off the bat. What I'm saying is, you would probably get a pretty sweet deal to go there.
Yeah, if you good luck getting a visa.
So, if you've got a visa and you've got the good offers to head out there, how cheap would the trip have to be for you to go take a vacation on the beaches of North Korea?
So let me ask you this. Like, it's a completely dumb American question. Am I in danger when I go there of getting like arrested, kidnapped, and just put in a work prison?
Yes.
Am I really?
But if they're boosting tourism, then I guess you could be fine now. Or they're going to try and play nice for a little bit. But, I mean, look at those beautiful beaches and those beautiful resorts.
I don't see any cars on the road.
Yeah, that's kind of their thing.
They don't want you to drive away, are they?
They are just like desperately poor over there. So
is the whole place just empty? Like nobody does anything there?
Dude, they have a I don't know if it's still the case. They had a skyscraper they had built there, or they were building there. It was this massive like Burj Khalifa type of thing, right? Like, I mean, it was huge.
Who's that?
And it's the tallest building in the world.
Oh.
So it's this massive, beautiful, modern architecture, whatever. It's empty. There's nothing in it.
So they just built it to build it?
They built it, and then they never did. I mean, hell, it said that this resort was supposed to open 6 years ago. That stuff you see right there, that's not open. It'll open July 1st.
Cool.
So my question: how much would it have to be? Would it have to be free, or would you not even take a free trip to North Korea?
$200. I'd do it.
I got no problem checking out North Korea. Like, what's their food like?
I don't know that they have much. Again, I think a lot of people are starving there, and
do I get access to all my cable, TV, sports, everything?
Yeah,
like that?
it'll be like you will no, like, let's say the setup is like you have everything you'd want in the room. It's like spa packages, just great treatment. You got the beaches. It's not going to be overcrowded, but you are also going to just kind of have in the back of your head, like, at any minute you could be thrown into a North Korean prison.
All right, I'm looking at the average weather by month. This is a no for me, dog. Okay, the average July temperature is what?
Average July temperature in North Korea. Let's go with 103 degrees.
Upper 60s. I'm not going to a beach in the 60 degrees.
I have no idea. See, state media runs everything. They don't tell me what it's like.
No way. The hottest month, the average temperature is August, which is an average around 83. That's not hot enough.
August, 83, August in the beach sounds lovely.
Yeah, I guess.
But I mean, there's no nightlife or anything else, and I would imagine that's going to impact things.
There's absolutely no nightlife.
But you don't have to worry about traffic. 469 says you could take Dennis Rodman as your guide. That's true. You can do all that. So, I don't know. I don't think there's any amount that would let me go to North Korea because I would be certain I'd be thrown away. See, 810 says it can't even be free. You'd have to pay me life-changing money to go to North Korea.
There you go. Shout out on the junk drawer to the world's biggest tryhard. This is the Dead Cow Gully Ultra Marathon Last Man Standing. Now, this is insane. Okay, so this is a guy named Phil Gore, Perth, Australia. He ran a sickening 495 miles in 5 days.
Damn. Run, Forrest.
So what it is so they had this ultra marathon at the Bear Ranch here in Texas last month, which is a very similar format. So the Dead Cow Gully Ultra Marathon features a course that's 4 miles long. Each competitor has to run one lap every hour. All right? So you basically it takes 45 minutes to run the loop, and then the runner gets a 15-minute rest before the next lap starts. If it takes 40 minutes, you get a 20-minute rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you tap out, you're done. That's when you're done. So this Phil Gore won the Dead Cow Gully Ultra Marathon. He ran almost 500 miles in 5 days. First of all, two questions. One, does he have any toenails left? Two, how are his nipples?
Oh.
Because you can't run a marathon, as I learned.
Without putting a few Band-Aids on your nipples?
Without putting Band-Aids on your nipples. or a sports bra, I guess. But
it's lubricated.
This is insane. I don't know how do you train for this? I mean, seriously, how do you train to run 500 miles in 5 days?
I don't think you train. I think you just
do. You
just do it. Like either you're gonna finish it or you're not. Like I mean, you do whatever training is there, but then it's like you are either gonna get through that or you're not.
This is a try hard move. This guy is zero fun at parties, guaranteed. There's zero chance. Now Australians generally can cut up, but there's zero chance that this guy got done with this and then clanged 2 Foster cans together, Stone Cold style.
Right. Although I don't know. I mean, they're impressive over there. They like to brawl. They like to drink, and they're still fantastic, like rugby athletes and things like that. I mean, they're just a different breed, you know.
They are.
That's what you got there. All right, Diddy's lawyers. Diddy or didn't he? Diddy's lawyers have agreed. All right, guys, we promise not to bring up Iran. We won't do it, which is good of them. Sounds
They're
odd,
not going to bring
it?
up Iran.
Yeah, doesn't that make you say like, what the hell are you talking about? Why
Isn't
the hell
it
would
Iran?
Yeah, I don't know. Iran, flock of seagulls, right? I have no idea which one it is. I just say,
Iran.
Thank you.
I'm not going to trust Peyton. I think that
No,
confirms
remember
that's-
when we played them
Nope,
in
I think that confirms
World Cup and that media
right.
guy was like, it's not Iran, it's Iran. I believe him.
I'm going to say it the way I say it, which is Iran. So Diddy was actually thinking about leaning on the conflict with Iran right now as the reason why their trial just couldn't go forward. They're apparently their whole philosophy is going to be, how can this trial possibly go on with all this that's going on in Iran?
How can it go on with the mess in Iran?
Exactly, like that.
Even
dude,
Diddy
Johnny
rhymes.
Cochran would be like, hell yeah.
Even Diddy rhymes in his court hearing.
Do that. But no, this is so much so of a buzz of something they were going to do. They actually had it brought up with the court. The court apparently met with them. The judge did. They had discussions and brought the 2 lawyers together. And Diddy's lawyers were like, fine, we agree. We won't bring up Iran like we were planning to in the closing arguments, which is insane that they were even thinking of doing that, and tells me he's done. If he was going to do that, he's finished.
Okay, so if you wanted to postpone the trial because of the conflict or whatever in Iran, okay, you can at least bring that up. It's your right to bring that up. But what would you say? I don't understand what he was going to say in the closing arguments.
I
don't understand.
Given everything that's gone on, like, you can't possibly continue on with this case right now. Like, they would just need to be postponed. It's basically going to be an argument.
Okay, so
for postpone.
it's not the closing arguments then.
No, it's like within the closed arguments, that's what it was going to be. He was going to bring that up as like an argument for why, like, he's going to state his case, but they were also going to they were throwing everything at the board. Like, just like, we shouldn't go on.
I know we're at the end of the trial, but we should pause the verdict here.
Like, we should just not continue on. Like, we should stop this until things are there. It said, TMZ reported on Monday that Combs' lawyers were thinking about invoking the recent conflict with Iran in their closing argument. Sources told the outlet that the defense was considering argued that the case against Combs was instigated by Homeland Security investigations, and in TMZ's words, rather than worrying about what Diddy is doing with baby oil and lube, HSI should worry about more escalating conflict with Iran.
All right.
And then they said, fine, we won't do that.
There we go.
So they've lost that defense.
Junk Drawer here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, coming up, why the Mavericks, more than any other team, might be searching for a solution to the epidemic of Achilles injuries, and why is Shams Charania just slobbering all over Nico Harrison? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Aiden alongside. We got Diamond Cavs coming up. That's coming up at 8:20. Latest on the All-Star voting. They have the finalists out. Another crazy night in the sport with another major injury, which we will maybe touch on here, too, a little bit as well.
And we're just less than 2 hours away from Hagee getting dissed and you crying.
That's right.
Because we said we were going to make you cry during Crosstalk on Friday. Me and Peyton, we both have written emotional letters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to get some tears out of you. And then after Kevin Hagelin's just backstabbing in the 9 o'clock segment yesterday, he's getting dissed a little bit.
Yeah.
I threw it together in 30 minutes. It wasn't even anything for me. It was nothing.
Look at you. Look at you. So Adam Silver says he's going to address the spike in Achilles injuries. Obviously, Tyrese Halliburton got hurt in Game 7 of the NBA Finals with, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the game was had barely even gotten into any kind of a rhythm. And Game 7 was already like, all right, this is a little anticlimactic. But it's a problem. It's a problem for the league because Jason Tatum also went down earlier in this postseason. And Adam Silver has to address it, and he did address it on the night of the draft.
We are looking at it, and in fact, we had already convened a panel of experts before Tyrese's most recent Achilles rupture. So we had 7 this year. We had 0 last year under the exact same circumstances. And the most we've ever had in a season is 4. NFL has had a rash of Achilles issues as well. So the purpose of convening those experts is to try to figure out what's going on. It's interesting, when we look back at the last 10 years, the majority of the Achilles injuries have happened before the All-Star break. So it's not clear it's the number of games. And as you know, modern NBA players, even when they're not playing games, sometimes in the summer, they're working harder than they are during the season when they're playing 3 games a week. They're often playing every day. Some experts think it may have more to do with youth basketball. It may have as much to do with what they do from 10 to 19. Increasingly, they're single sport athletes. These guys train also harder.
Man, there's so many things that could be at play here. I don't think it's antibiotics.
Dude, that can actually do it, though.
Oh, I know it could do it.
Yeah.
But all these guys just happen to be on antibiotics, right?
Yeah.
So look, it could very easily be the training they do in the offseason. Everything is better now. It's more explosive. The training is better, but the training that makes them great also might make them frail. Pitchers get hurt with elbow injuries all the time. They've never trained harder than they do now. And it might just be something as simple as like the style of explosive training they're doing. I know I read yesterday, like kinesiology doctors be like, guys, heel elevated training is awful for Achilles. Well, a lot of people do heel elevated training because it's really good for explosiveness. So again, I don't know. I'm not a doc, but they've got to look into this. It's not something I don't think as simple as, hey, put some high tops on.
Yeah, because that's obviously been one thing people have talked about. I think Nick Van Exel had brought that up. Because it is weird. It has exploded in a way that it's never been the case before.
Last night in the Mets game, did you see that play? You see what happened last night?
Mm-mm.
See this?
You see this?
Griffin Canning is a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
He pitches for the Mets. He throws a pitch, lands. He's a righty. Kind of goes off the mound a little bit, just to the left of the rubber, right? So it wasn't like falling off the mound. It was just like his regular follow through. And he plants with his left foot, and he goes to run towards third base to, maybe field a ground ball, and he just goes down. And he ruptured his Achilles on the field. You never see that in baseball.
No, and I mean it's something where you've always seen it a little bit in football. Like there's always been a little bit there, but I can't remember what the numbers were. It was something absurd. You maybe have seen it. It was like for over the course of 20 years, there were like 12 Achilles ruptures in the NBA, or 25 years or something. And then in the last handful of years, there's been more than that.
Yeah.
And so there's clearly something.
7 this year?
There's clearly something wrong. There's something wrong. In fact, I was just trying to find this article because I could not remember where I saw this info. And so I was researching something. And I see somebody referenced it here at the University of Virginia, Dr. Joseph Park, who does research into sports-related injuries. He had been interviewed for this for University of Virginia Today. And it was something Adam Silver just referenced there a little bit. Single sport athletes. Guys who, when they're growing up, they're playing one sport. And that's it.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, like on the surface, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just do this. As a guy with 2 boys.
Mm-hmm. 2 boys.
When they played more sports, so they just started out with baseball, and then they got into other sports as they got older. The athleticism increase they had just by playing the other sports was insane. And now as my older one, he's into high school, he has stopped playing basketball and football, and he's just focusing on baseball. I could tell he's a little less athletic. He's a little more stiff. The same muscles are tight every day. His hips are tight. He's a catcher, so I get it. But his hips are tight every day. If he was doing lateral movements in other sports, quick twitch in other sports, that might not be the case. It might loosen you up a little bit more.
It's not a bad explanation for it. So what this guy says, Dr. Joseph Park, what he says, the Achilles tendon is known to become less flexible as we age, putting us at a higher risk of rupture once the elasticity of the tendon cannot accommodate the force applied to the tendon.
You and I are in prime age. I mean, I'm especially in prime age for Achilles ruptures. I'm scared to death of it.
Factors such as inadequate warm-up, hamstring tightness, repetitive high-impact exercises, and early focused participation in one sport have been suggested as reasons for the recent increase in Achilles ruptures. Higher rates of participation in sports activities in older patients may also play a role. So he doesn't touch on it there, but he again mentions the single sport thing. What I had read, and I trying like crazy to remember where it was, but the description of it wasn't so much what you were talking about. I mean, that may be a factor too. It was instead, they're year-round playing the same sport. They're playing basketball. And so they're year-round stressing the same tendons over and over. Like we talk about baseball, you don't typically see Achilles issues. And so because that, like if you're playing baseball in one period and playing basketball, like you're not just always stressing that Achilles for 10 years.
Right.
When you're growing up.
When was the last time you saw a like, I don't even know. Have we seen a football player need Tommy John?
No, I don't think so.
Did Purdy need it when he got it?
I don't know if he actually got. I don't think he got surgery, didn't he? Yeah. Wasn't he one of the ones who just let it heal?
We never see that, right? Of course, when you stress things, you're gonna get hurt more.
No, he did. He was the third professional quarterback to forego Tommy John surgery with the UCL elbow repair.
I mean, a lot of people are saying, the basketball shoes, nutrition at a young age, fast food, no home cooking. Listen, I'll tell you this. If you ever go into a gym and you see high school kids, I have never seen high school kids more physically developed than they are now.
Dude, they look like adults.
Where is this coming from?
I don't know.
When I was 16, I looked like I was 12. Now these 16-year-olds, I see 16-year-old girls lifting weights. I was like, what are you? I've never seen anything like this. And then the guys, my gosh.
Dude, I always...
Is it the hormones and food? Is that what it is?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'll say this. I always reference the same person when this topic comes up. Savion Byrd. Savion Byrd is an offensive lineman at SMU. He previously was at Oklahoma, but he was a big-time recruit out of Duncanville. And I was at a youth football camp that Charles Tapper was putting on 9 years ago, however long ago it was. And Savion Byrd, I had seen him going through the drills, and he just looked different than everybody else at the camp. And he was big. He was a big dude. And I remember I was over to the side, and one of the coaches was like, yeah, he's really impressive. So I went over and talked to him, and I was like, hey, I was like, how old are you? Like, what? And he's like, I'm a sophomore. I said, this was like in the summer. I was like, you only just finished your sophomore year? And he said, no, I'm going into my sophomore year. This kid was 6'4", 250, and not like a hefty 250, like a strong 250. It's wild. They all look really like grown men now.
It's crazy. And, maybe it is what's in the food. I mean, a lot of people are saying the certain injection they were forced to get. But listen, if you're going to blame the antibiotics, right, it's not without possibility that...
Sure. Hormones, other things, yeah, it's absolutely possible.
And it could happen.
Now,
right?
here's the concern for Dallas specifically, though, on this Achilles stuff. We've heard, it's pretty common knowledge, the calf injuries can make it more susceptible for you to have an Achilles rupture. Tatum apparently had a sore calf, is what he told Bill Rodriguez.
Calf is a good way to, because
it all connects and it runs together.
There's it
affects the stability of the tendon when the calf is hurt.
There's when you get any kind of a rupture of a tendon, like an ACL, whatever. How much of that is because the muscle didn't absorb the shock it needed to? Right. The muscle's supposed to absorb the shock to protect your tendons or whatever. And when that doesn't happen, if you've got a dead spot in your muscle or you've got a strain, and then that way it can't take on the same shock, that
so
has to go somewhere. That has to go somewhere.
Here's the concern for me then, and I wonder: Are we looking at a ticking time bomb potentially, given the rash of Achilles injuries? Are we looking at a ticking time bomb with Anthony Davis? So I looked up something.
Does he have an injury?
He has, each of the last 6 years, he has had at least one, oftentimes multiple instances of injuries that he's dealt with relating to his calf or his Achilles. Each of the last 6 years, he's hurt his calf or his Achilles during the season.
Wow.
And I mean, some of these have been like there was a concern, I think 3 years ago, like had he ruptured his Achilles, and he didn't. But he missed a lot of time. And then he's had a bunch of different calf injuries. So with all of the concerns we already have about Anthony Davis's health and all that seems to be riding on him, like, is he is he a really high level of concern this next year? Especially with the Mavs training staff having been turned over and not getting a lot of high reviews.
Man, I'm scared to death of that because, yeah, Nico, when he made the trade, he could make all the comments he wants about, this is for win now, Luka doesn't, whatever, all that. Anthony Davis was always a bigger question mark than Luka.
Yeah, in terms of health, yes.
He's never, now, has he been...
He works hard, he keeps himself in shape, but he's fragile.
Has he been more healthy in the last 2 seasons than Luka? Yeah. Okay. Low bar. He still missed a ton of games. But let's not mistake this at all. Anthony Davis he has a nickname Street Clothes for a reason.
Yeah. So
it's a concern. I mean, a lot of injuries for him are a concern.
I would just say specifically, because you remember that was we had heard that was a little bit of what Luka's concern was. So when Luka had the calf injury and he was wanting to stay home and didn't want to chance anything or push anything forward, one of the reports that was out there was like he wanted to make sure that his team, like, that was stable and he wasn't going to be dealing with anything there. If the Mavericks are known already for kind of trying to push him back, and Anthony Davis, we already heard from Windhorst earlier today, and we knew about it at the time, Anthony Davis pushed himself to come back sooner than he should have from the abductor strain.
Yeah, he did.
And he ended up getting hurt again. Mm-hmm. If this is an organization that's going to pressure him to come back from a calf injury a little faster, and Anthony Davis feels the pressure of, I need to come back, and all this rash of Achilles injuries, it just makes me wonder if there's a high risk there specifically with Anthony Davis. Like, hey, you need to really watch the Achilles.
Like, guys are rupturing these things in large part because they're just more explosive than they ever were.
There's that,
you know. I mean, why didn't guys in the '80s rupture? I mean, go watch a basketball game in the '80s. There's no explosiveness.
Yeah,
right. There's each team had like 2 guys who could shoot.
I mean, they could only dribble with their right hand too.
They could only dribble with the right hand, and one guy. I mean, it was just a slower game, right? It was just not.
It's different.
It's different. You need the right amount of, what is it, the coefficient of 0 or whatever it is.
Sure.
You need the right amount of friction, and they just didn't have it. So there you go. That's a little Achilles tear discussion, which I hate to have, but we got to have it.
I mean, it's just the reality of the NBA right now.
Diamond Cavs coming up next. Bruce Bochy honored a local flair to the WBC. And who is the Ranger in the All-Star game? Diamond Cavs next on 105.3 The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about the return of Nasty Nate Eovaldi? And that happens tonight at the Globe. Let's go.
Couldn't come soon enough. Pigeon's starting to get a little shaky. They're not to blame, obviously. Offense has got to be better. But outside of Jacob deGrom, man, this pitching has been a little sus lately.
Sus?
Eovaldi coming back is going to be massive. I'm genuinely excited to see him back on the hill.
I am too. I am too. They need him. They really do. They've got, they're going up against Castillo, Wu, and Gilbert this weekend. And it's going to be Eovaldi, Rocker, and Leiter. That's some decent pitching matchups. Eovaldi and Gilbert tonight. This is one of those, like, really juicy pitching matchups.
Oh, yeah. This is
a fun one. This is take the under.
Look, I know it's Friday, and a lot of people are going to be out and about. This is why this is one of those nights you just stay glued to your radio, though. Wherever you are, if you're at the bar, wherever else, you have it on 105 through the fan, and you are listening closely to this matchup.
And if you're going to the game, put the old AirPods in.
Exactly.
And listen at the. There's nothing quite like listening to a ball game at the ball game.
Get all the hot goss right there in your ear about what's going on.
The hot goss.
The hot gossip.
The hot goss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The hot goss. So you should love that. That's your kind of language I'm speaking right there.
It is. But I'm excited about this pitching matchup. It's going to be Eovaldi and Gilbert, Rocker and Wu, Leiter, and Castillo. So they got Seattle here for 3, and then Baltimore here for 3 before they head out on a 10-game road trip. This is brutal. At San Diego, at the Angels, at Houston to end the first half of the season, because the All-Star game is in 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are well through halfway. We are well through this baseball season. We have reached the midway point the other day.
Yeah, we're at half for the Rangers season. They're at 81 games.
Almost every team has hit at least the 80 game mark this year. Some a little bit more. So that's good. So what happens though when you get to this time of year? Well, the All-Star voting is really taking shape, and we have reached. So a couple of years ago they changed this up, right? It's not just the voting. So you vote, and then you get the top 2 finalists, and then you vote again. And now the top vote getters in each league get an automatic pass. They are automatically starters. For the 4th time since 2017, Aaron Judge is the MLB leading vote getter, over 4 million votes. Shohei, so he's automatically in. Shohei, he is number 2. He leads the NL. He's got 3.967 million. He is also in. 3rd time. This is 3rd time he's been the MLB's top vote getter. 4th time Judge has led the American League in voting. So we are going to have Judge for sure in, Shohei for sure in. But one of the guys playing tonight Cal Raleigh, Alejandro Kirk. Those are your two for catcher. In the AL, Goldschmidt and Vlad Jr. for first base. Gleyber Torres, Jackson Holliday for second. Jose Ramirez, Alex Bregman for third. Jacob Wilson.
Dude, he's been
You had
been
a
really
little
good
thing on him, didn't you?
Yeah, Jacob Wilson's been really good so far this season for the A's. I was going to say the Oakland A's, but that's not exactly accurate anymore. But ESPN had a profile piece on him, and boy, this current day and age. This is the new way of doing things. Jacob Wilson is saying that the reason for his success is none other than Fortnite. He said, kids are going to love this one. Parents are going to hate me. He said, I'm a big believer in video games. It's fast decision-making strategy. I think that gets me ready for the game because when you're in the box, you have to process a lot. So there's some days where I'll wake up and I'll play video games and then I'll go to the field and I'll have a good day. Some days I won't play and don't see the ball well. I think it really helps me train kind of the decision-making that I have to make 6-7 hours later at the baseball field. So if you want Luka to really maximize his abilities, you're supposed to let him play video games all day at home.
I have no problem with him playing. He plays the MLB The Show a lot. I think the show actually helps you, and I'm sure the football games do. I'm sure like Madden helps you. I think the show actually helps you how to work hitters if you're a pitcher.
I think it's like
how to set guys up,
I
punch tickets.
At a very young age, obviously not at the major league level, but at a younger age, I could definitely see like playing the game and playing against an AI version of that sort of thing. It could help you with approach and understanding pitch sequencing and stuff, I would imagine.
I think it could. Plus he's the son of a major leaguer too, Jacob Wilson.
I thought he was Brian Wilson's son.
I don't think he's Brian Wilson's son.
Oh,
I don't think so.
Well, good.
But good. Yeah, I mean it's Oh, by the way, help me on the fan text here, 877-881-1053. My youngest said, yes, speaking of Fortnite.
You were right, by the way. His dad was Jack Wilson. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I remember Jack Wilson.
Right. My son plays Fortnite a lot. He calls me yesterday. He goes, the Fortnite has some kind of lawsuit. He's like, you can make $250. You got to fill this thing out. Is he being scammed? Is he trying to, or am I being scammed? Have you heard about that?
No, it's a real thing. Now,
it's a real thing?
The odds of you getting it are probably slim to none, because I think I did something with that on, I think it was some telephone account or something I had, wireless, whatever, AT&T, something like that. And I filled out something, but I didn't get it. So you could get it, but the odds of you getting it is slim.
Yeah, I don't want to waste my time. Like, if it's, you know what I mean? Like, if it's an easy thing to fill out, I'll fill it out.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take an extra $250.
Come on. Just do it, man.
I'll take an extra $250. So anyway, Jacob Wilson's up against Bobby Jr. Bobby Jr., by the way, adding some local flair to the WBC. He has signed on. He is in the World Baseball Classic. He has joined Aaron Judge and Paul Skeens. They've also announced that they're in. So Bobby Jr. will be the shortstop or one of the shortstops of the AL team. Now, this might mean that Seager, A, doesn't make the team, or B, chose not to be on the team, or C, can just get ready for the season. Because, he's at the age and he gets hurt enough. Do you really want him playing in the WBC where you got to ramp up in early February?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'd need to look back and see, how did it impact guys the last time?
Well, I'll tell you what. Remember the Mets pitcher, the closer, Diaz?
Yeah.
Tore his ACL or something like that.
Yeah, and wasn't it hopping in from the bullpen? Like he was just going to the
won
mound.
A game and he was jumping up and down, right? It was in a scrum.
Yeah, that's what it was. It's interesting. I'd like to hear from the fan text on this. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. Because you made a reference there that there's local flair there. And obviously, that's what Bobby Witt is. Bobby Witt was a big-time player at Colleyville Heritage. Do people think of him... Do you think locally people think of him as that's our guy?
I don't know.
I think Colleyville they probably do, but
that's probably why I'm biased. My kids go to school there.
I wonder if maybe it's more he's thought of like that though, not because he actually played here, but because Bobby pitched here.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll speak from the youth baseball world. Everyone talks about him.
He's a stud. He's awesome.
Regardless, and this goes for other teams too. But they're constantly talking because he is one of the players that came up through our same local DFW youth baseball world. And there's a lot of them, but he's just the kind of the face of it.
No, and I totally get it. But I mean, it's similar to like Tyrese Maxey. Like Tyrese Maxey's a good player. and Tyrese Maxey is from here.
Mm-hmm.
I just have always worked, like, I don't know that everybody's just like, oh yeah, that's our guy.
Yeah, I know you're right.
And Bobby Witt absolutely is. He went to high school here, like you were just talking about. His dad pitched here.
But I mean, do we think of Kershaw like that, don't we?
Yeah, and I think we think of Kershaw like that more than, at least for me. I don't know. Again, maybe I may be doing it wrong. It may be my own mentality on it, because like you said, he is big in those circuits. I just wonder if the rest of the Metroplex views him that way. That's why I'm curious at the fan text if you guys feel like when Bobby comes here, it's like, hey, that's our guy.
Yeah, I don't know. So you got that outfield. You're going to have Stephen Kwan, Riley Green, Javi Baez, Mike Trout having a little resurgence, and then DH Ryan O'Hearn and Ben Rice for the American League. So the Rangers are going to get at least one in. We know that because that's by law, or by rule, I should not know the law. But is it going to be DeGrom? Yes, probably. He probably will be in it. Will Eovaldi have a chance to get in? He should have a chance to get in. Depending on how he does in the, let's say, next 2 starts leading up. They're going to make that determination here in the next couple of weeks. But I don't know. I like when the pitchers are on your team, from your team, because you get to see more of them. You get to see more, even if they're just pitching 1 inning. It seems like it's better than 1 at bat. But then again, you want to have that pitcher rest. Like, does anybody really want DeGrom out there, or would you rather just give him the extra rest?
Like at this stage of my life, yeah, I would probably want him to rest. But man, I will say this: if we're talking about,
by the way, he would be slated to pitch the Saturday before. So as the rotation goes right now, he would pitch July 12th, which means if he pitched the Sunday, he could not play in the game. But if he pitches the Saturday, that means he would have 2 days between his start and the game. That probably would be his throw day anyway, but do you really want him gassing up?
Yeah, I look at it like this. At this stage of my life where it's just like, we're on here, we're talking about games and we're analyzing things like more just as part of our job and things like that. I mean, we're fans, but it's also part of our job. Like, I think of it and I go, I don't want him pitching. I don't want DeGrom pitching. Let's just, let's get him as much rest as we can. But as a kid, like, I remember as a kid, like, I lived for that.
Yeah.
Hank Blaylock stepping in and hitting a home run off Eric Gagne in the All-Star game was
very cool. Michael Young's triple.
Michael Young's triple. Alfonso Soriano's home run in the first inning in Houston off Clemens. Like, those were big moments to me as a Rangers fan, like growing up. And so I do kind of feel like if there's young Rangers fans around here who the All-Star game has a draw to it still probably and an allure to it, and like, oh my gosh, this is so cool, all these stars out there. For them, I would say, and I think that's why a lot of guys do it, for them, I would say, I think it'd be nice to have the memory of I watched Jacob DeGrom in the All-Star game.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Now, if he decides he doesn't want to go, they might take another pitcher just because they would have gone to the pitching route with the Rangers. But I mean, I would like to see Wyatt in there, or I mean, Josh Smith has deserved it too.
Yeah, the problem is just with Josh Smith, they put him in the outfield. It's just too loaded.
They would.
That's where his voting has been.
Yeah.
And so, but I mean,
he can play anywhere.
He's been throw Sam Haggerty in the All-Star game.
Not?
That's what we need. We need Sam Haggerty in there. That's what we got to have.
Real quick, what was Bruce Bochy honored for?
Bruce Bochy got a major award.
Oh, major award.
A major award. Just like
for Geely.
Yeah, exactly, for Geely. See, you get the reference. Bruce Bochy was honored by the Society of American Baseball Research, SABR, S-A-B-R, for his work with scouts, commitment to player development. It's like a career achievement award. It's the Roland Hemond Award, and it recognizes a baseball executive who has demonstrated a lifetime commitment to professional baseball scouts and scouting and player development history. He had a funny line there, though, and it was something that I saw him getting a lot of praise for on Twitter yesterday. But he had said that he told his players he was going to the SABR convention, and they asked, what does that stand for? Sandwiches and baseball? He said, no, it stands for people who know more about your career than you do. And it's a good line.
It's a good line.
I saw somebody tweet this yesterday, and it got a little bit of traction. They said, if Bruce Bochy, one of the best managers of all time, who's managing his 28th season at 70 years old, can hold this opinion and choose to educate himself / be involved with SABR, there's no excuse for any old school fan to say it is a negative for the sport. Which is true. I think Bochy is the perfect collection of forward thinking and modernity, and then still being able to hold on to some of the old school gut feelings and things like that that you just can't predict, that you can't factor for.
Yeah, look, it's I'm a big proponent of the Sabre community, the analytics. There's also a subset of it where it's like, okay, you're being too literal with the data. There still are humans playing this game.
Yeah, there is the it swung too wildly the other direction.
It swung too wildly. I was a big proponent of doing it. It swung too far, though.
And I think analytics...
Gotta bring it back a little bit.
Analytics can go further in different sports.
Yeah.
Like, analytics, I feel like, can be applied more predictively in baseball than they can in football a lot of times.
Yeah, the football thing is, it's like, it's passing.
Football generally, I don't think football can be as predictive as baseball can. Football can tell you what's happened.
I think it's better for roster construction than football, to be honest.
Yeah, you can get some of that.
All right, there's little Diamond Calves here on 105 through the fan. What do we have coming up at Below the Belt?
Why do two of the best players from the last 25 years have wildly different perspectives on Micah Parsons? That's next in Below the Belt, right here on the fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet together. Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
When it comes to evaluating the greatness of a particular player, would you rather take the opinion of someone who also plays a similar position, or would you rather take the opinion of someone who is tasked with stopping that player?
Well, I'll tell you this. The person who plays the position might have a greater intricate understanding of what they're tasked with doing. Someone who doesn't play the position would be able to tell you, like, the scouting report, what they do, how to stop them.
So let me give it to you this way. If I said CeeDee Lamb, right, and we're talking about, hey, some all-time greats weighed in on CeeDee Lamb, would you rather hear what Chris Carter has to say about CeeDee Lamb, or would you rather hear what Darrelle Revis has to say about CeeDee Lamb?
That's a good question. I guess from a receiver corner spot, I would probably say the opposite. But then again, that's matchups. Like some guys are just tougher than others based on body type. But let's go with the opposite.
All right. Well, let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. And there's a little bit of a misnomer the way I just position the question, because in the instance of the person across from Micah Parsons, who is the gentleman that we're talking about here, this guy didn't even say anything about Micah Parsons. It was just the omission of his name that stood out. So Teron Armstead, recently retired, one of the better offensive linemen from the last 20, 25 years, 5-6-time Pro Bowler at tackle, tremendous athlete, was a genuinely great player. Somebody that I really, really respected when I would watch his tape. He had gone on NFL Network, and this was a long segment, so I didn't pull the audio. It was like 6 minutes long. But it was a good breakdown. He went ahead and they asked him, hey, give us your top 5 nightmare pass rushers in the NFL. And he's just fresh off the field, and he's played Micah Parsons before. And so he goes, okay, all right, let's go through it. So you want to go through his 1 through 5, or you want to go his 5 through 1?
5 through 1.
Okay, 5 through 1. Number 5, Jared Verse of the Los Angeles Rams, who collected 4.5 sacks as a rookie last year. Was the defensive rookie of the year. He did make his list as the number 5 pass rusher.
Wow.
So did.
That's surprising.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. I would not think he would be, because to me there's a slam dunk top 5, and I don't care what order you put him in. Generally don't care what order you put him in.
Okay, so of pass rushers, your slam dunk is TJ, Miles.
Yep.
Micah.
Yep.
Bosa, Hutch.
No, not Hutch. There's one more you're missing. The Colleyville Heritage guy.
Max
Crosby. Max, to me, I think there's levels to it. For a long time, it was just those 4. Max has jumped into that level to me. Aiden is really, really good, and he could get there, but Aiden's just on the tier below it to me. But those are great names right there.
Yeah.
A lot of those names. Number 5 was Jared Verse. Number 4, Chop Robinson. Also coming off of his rookie year, where he had 6 sacks as a rookie. Now, this is gassing somebody up, his number 4, because Chop Robinson plays for the Dolphins. Okay, so that's...
Who's making this list?
Teron Armstead, who just retired from the Dolphins, but formerly of the Saints, formerly of the Dolphins.
I get it. You go against them every day.
Sure. And so you're going to put that one in there. I still don't understand the Jared Verse one, but okay, we'll go with it.
Did they even play each other this year?
I don't know if they did. Let me look real quick. But either way, I understand the Chop Robinson thing, why he would do that. Yes, they did play against each other. The Rams and the Dolphins did play.
Worked.
Yeah, let's look and see what his numbers were in that game, how many sacks he may have had in the game. But I understand why you would go with Chop Robinson. I understand that and the way that he has an impact. By the way, 1 sack for Jared Verse in that game, 1 quarterback hit. Number 3 on this list. Would you like to take a guess?
Micah Parsons.
Nope.
TJ Watt.
Nope.
Miles Garrett.
Nope.
Max Crosby.
Nope.
Aiden Hutchinson.
Nope.
Joey Bosa. Nick Bosa.
Nope.
Nope. Trey Hendrickson.
It's Trey Hendrickson. You got it. Good job. Trey Hendrickson to me is acceptable as a top 5 choice. I will allow you to put him in there because he's produced. But again, I still think there's a definite difference between the two. His top 2, though, you just named a lot of guys that are not there's only 2 slots left. Number 2 on this list is Max Crosby. And then number 1 is Myles Garrett. There's no TJ Watt. There's no Nick Bosa. There is no Micah Parsons on his list.
Well, I have no problem with TJ Watt not being on there because he's a try-hard guy.
All right. It's really hard to say. Nick gets hurt, whatever else, but it's really impossible to tell me that Micah Parsons isn't one of the 5 nightmare matchups.
Yeah. I'm trying to think when Miami and us played.
It was 2 years ago. It was after the Buffalo game.
Yep. And Micah was not hurt.
Yep.
Maybe Armstead was hurt in that game. Or maybe they were on the opposite side. I don't know.
But even still, if we're just talking about, he's a tape study.
He's a tape study, yeah. That's a bad list.
It's a terrible list.
It's an intellectually dishonest list.
And that's that. I understand. I will give you the pass on Chop Robinson. You cannot put Jared Verse ahead of Micah.
You just can't put Jared Verse ahead of Micah, ahead of Bosa. You can't put him ahead of Hutch. You can't put him ahead of... Shoot, man, there's about half a dozen other guys you can't put him ahead of.
Teron Armstead was playing that game against Dallas. Micah Parsons had 3 quarterback hits in that game. So it sounded like he was more of a nightmare matchup. So I genuinely don't know what he's thinking. All right, let's look at the other side, though. Somebody who's not quite a pass rusher, but was a linebacker who was a heavy blitzer and is definitely a defensive savant. Let's look at the other side of the ball and what he has to say about Micah Parsons. This is an interview from Johnny Manziel's podcast that he did with former Chicago Bears great Brian Urlacher.
Which current player do you see when you're watching football these days in the NFL and see and be like, that guy would have fit well in our era?
My favorite player is Micah Parsons. I grew up a Cowboys fan, by the way, so of course my favorite player is going to be on the Cowboys. He's just different, man. That dude, his get off, and the thing I watch guys now, their effort. You know, they're all athletic. TJ Watt, same way. Dude, just their motors never stop. There's a play a couple years ago. There was a screen that he kind of ran up the field, let him go, and then they threw it, and he chased him down. I think he caused a fumble at the 1 or knocked out of bounds at the 1. The Cowboys end up getting the ball back on the next play because if he doesn't run down the field and stop him, they score. I just like effort, and I like guys who impact players, and he plays hard, and same as TJ Watt. They get to the football, man.
So Brian Urlacher, you go from Teron Armstead, who's just like, yeah, who are those two? Watt and Parsons, to Brian Urlacher, who plays that side of the ball and is like, those are the 2 standouts to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guys that didn't even mention Myles Garrett.
Right.
But just mentions those 2. And it's fascinating to me. How can 2 people who are so connected, obviously play different sides of the ball, but are so connected, could see quality so differently?
Because I think they look at it from a different perspective. I think if you were to ask, quarterbacks who their favorite quarterbacks are, they might look at it in a completely different way than we do. Right? Have you heard of the phrase he's a musician's musician?
Yeah. Or your favorite player's favorite player, like that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think you get that more when it's your position.
I could see that. It's just to me, I do wonder. My natural inclination would be Urlacher is going to look at that, and he's going to look at that side of the ball, and he's just going to go, who do I just evaluate and watch and say, you do your job the right way? Versus where I feel like on the other side of it, it's going to be, who gave me a problem?
Yeah.
Like because
it's very much of a matchup.
It's going to be personal experience. Like, for instance, Tyron Smith may have said one of the best pass rushers in the game was Olivier Vernon, because Olivier Vernon gave him trouble a couple different times.
Right. That's how, yeah.
And it could be a case where it's like, why is Olivier Vernon on this list? But that would make sense. But again, it still doesn't totally track to me because we're talking about Micah being more impactful in that game than Jared Verse was. And so
yeah, but it could be something like he gets his hands on him. And let's say he gets his hands on Micah, he's able to stop him. But if he gets his hands on Verse, he's not. You know what I mean? He felt the power.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of it. That's why, I look at it. I think the most unbiased one would be the person on your side of the ball that plays your position. That's the more unbiased one. The more technically sound one.
Yeah, because it's like Jalen Ramsey. You remember Jalen Ramsey did the GQ article And just, what do you think about this guy? Trash. Like he was just, it's no respect. And I don't think that's Teron Armstead.
Right.
Like I don't think he's just naturally out of pocket disrespectful. It's just that stood out to me. It's just like, man, that feels a little hot takey right out of the gate. Let's go over to NFL.com really quickly as we wrap up below the belt here. Nick Shook had an interesting breakdown the other day. We're used to seeing different rankings and different things like that. I don't usually see them group divisions this way, so I thought this was an interesting way to do it. He ranked the divisions in football by quarterback play or by the quality of their quarterback room. And so he took every division in football and ranked them 1 through 8. Nick Shook over at NFL.com, which he's the one who also does their quarterback index.
Okay.
So he does their annual thing. So if I were to say, take a look over the divisions, the best division in football, if we're just talking about quarterbacks, would be which one?
Just looking at quarterbacks. It's going to either be the AFC West or the NFC North.
Very good. It is the AFC West. Bring him up, Peyton. What you're going to be stunned to find is the NFC North is 6th out of 8.
Now, they're talking backups too?
No, this is just the starters.
All right, I don't know how you can do that.
Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, J.J. McCarthy. AFC North is 5th with Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Kenny Pickett / Joe Flacco, and Aaron Rodgers. 4th is the AFC East with Josh Allen, Tua, Justin Fields, and Drake May. And then we get to the Cowboys division. The 3rd ranked division is the NFC East with Dak, Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts, and Jaden Daniels. And then I don't know. I might have an issue with this one. Number 2 is the NFC West. Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold. Are you okay with that stack right there, saying AFC West, NFC East, or do you think that's just too much disrespect to the NFC North?
That's a lot of disrespect for the NFC North. But I can't argue the NFC West is, you're going to have Purdy and Stafford. Generally, most people put them both in the top 10. Kyler is a wild card player. And Sam Darnold's coming off a great year. The NFC North, they got Love and Goff are top 10 or fringe. Depending on where you put Love. Most people put Goff in the top 10 now.
Yeah, it depends.
But they got the upside with Caleb and JJ.
What's fascinating to me is the last ranked division here is the AFC South. And when you look at the quarterbacks there, they are all top 4 picks. CJ Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward.
Wow. And then Daniel Jones was a 6th pick, and he's the backup.
Yeah. So, it's just it doesn't always track that way. That's not always. And then you've got a division like the NFC West where they've got Purdy in there or Dak in the NFC East. So it doesn't always translate that way.
Interesting. Below
the belt.
Right here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is Friday. It's time for Worst Take. Who's going to capture the title? Hagee wants car inspections included in wedding vows. Joy Taylor, head over heels for Angel Reese. And we've got a weekly contribution from Nico Harrison. It's next. Worst Take on The Fan, 9 o'clock hour.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
.053 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
It is Friday. It is time for Worst Take. If you have any nominations that you feel like need to be put out there, go ahead and text us on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. It's not only Worst Take time, it's also Fist Pump Hour, as RJ Chop is reminded. And we've got a special guest sitting in with us. It's Eric Chiafalo. He actually has submitted one of the Worst Take nominees this week. We'll get to that here in just a second. We're going to lead off with the top one, the one that I think is the obvious favorite. And that is just the S show that occurred in front of Mavs media on Wednesday night when Nico Harrison was asked, hey, just how cool was it to get the first overall pick? And he decided to take a hard turn into, let's not talk about my feelings on it. Let's talk about just how much I deserved it.
Yeah, I was extremely surprised. All my draft prep up to that point was, us being in the 11th position. So that's just, but, things happen. Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
It blows me away every time I hear that. You did not say that. What was the reaction? What was the reaction you guys were getting on the fan text during KNC yesterday about it?
For the most part, it was just absolutely sickened by Nico, which has been the common thread. Even before he said this on draft day, when we were kind of in Mavs hype land, there were plenty of people that are still, I just can't get fully on board because the presence of Nico Harrison is just so bad. And then he comes out with this right here, which is just, it's unbelievable how you say defiant, tone deaf, and I thought the clip you played of Nick Wright or O'Connor, somebody saying like, yeah, dude, like, you made the trade because you thought it made you better today.
Fortune favors the bold.
It does, man.
And then you don't even make the playoffs. What are you talking about?
No, and the Kevin Clark clip we played at 6, I thought was another good point too, where it's like there are fans who are hesitant about getting on board because it's like you have shown you've learned nothing. So how do I trust you to even build a team correctly around Cooper Flagg? Like how do I know you're even going to be able to do that? Because I mean, like we know it took LeBron 8 years before he got a title? Like, I mean, it's not just like, even if he is LeBron, we've seen LeBron alone will not just get you a title. But like, you do have to actually build something that complements around it. And they've just shown no coherent team building philosophy other than defense wins championships and fortune favors the bold. That's the whole thing there.
By the way, breaking Masai Ujiri out at Toronto as Toronto exec. Who fires their GM the day after the draft?
I don't know. I know he had a one year left on his deal.
Okay, so I don't know if it operates this way. I do know, not necessarily with GMs, I do know that in the NFL, scouts are generally their offseason is considered the day after the draft. So all of their contracts are usually up the day after the draft, and that's when they're making.
Well, he had a year left in his deal, and they were like.
Well, but I know, but I'm saying if this is the typical review period for them is after the draft where, hey, we've already made our strategy meetings and decided what we're going to do. But yeah, it seems a little odd to do it before free agency.
They saw the video of the guy they picked saying F.
Dude, that was so bad
when he got drafted by them.
He's claiming that was a happy F. We talked about this yesterday. The F word probably being the most versatile word.
It is the most. It can be used for everything.
So
that and dude.
He's versatile. His face did not look like I'm so blessed F.
Now, I'm not saying that I believe what he's saying, but he's alleging that was a happy disbelief. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm finally an NBA player F.
Yeah, what he should have said if he really wanted to do it was that was not a happy, it was I can't believe it took this long to get picked.
Oh, there you go.
Like a frustration, like, damn, man. About time.
But it was just a singular F. If the F was followed by a me, he would have no argument to say anything other than so. At least he does still have that out to some extent, even though I don't think anybody believes him.
All right, let's make a slight pivot over. I mean, that was Nico Harrison. He was nominated.
Pivot.
This is technically Shams Charania nominated, but I think by hearing this clip, it's clear that this is still Nico talking, and he's got a buddy now in Shams. And so this was Shams Charania yesterday on Get Up, just loving what the Dallas Mavericks have done.
Whatever you want to say about the Luka Doncic trade, Nico Harrison has built arguably the best front line in the NBA. You think about Anthony Davis, now Cooper Flagg, Derek Lively II. They just extended Daniel Gafford on a new 3-year, almost $60 million deal. The biggest key, though, of this season is going to be Kyrie Irving, the return to health that he's going to have. If he was healthy right now, we'd probably be talking about this team with the Thunder competing for a championship.
Now, Sean would be here right now. If Sean was hearing this, he'd be like, that's all great stuff. Because Sean is like, I don't know. Sean is like this, I feel like this low-key, like Nico sympathizer, or at least his roster building philosophy.
All praise to Allah.
Maybe not Nico
Sean
specifically.
Charania.
Sean Charania.
Maybe not Nico specifically, but he has said before, like he's argued all the time. He's like, I think that they were going to be better last year than with Luka if everybody had been healthy. He believed that. So
that's the funniest part. If everyone would have been healthy, you have built on paper with names a solid front court. Thank you. You've also built the most fragile front court in the NBA, from Anthony Davis to Derek Lively, two guys that you cannot depend on at all. to be consistently in the lineup. What are you even talking about?
Yeah, they're not great if they're not on the court at the end of the day.
If they're healthy, is the ultimate, like a healthy Anthony Davis, Derek Lively is an oxymoron.
Dude, if Terrell Davis is healthy in 2000 and 2001 and doesn't just have shredded knees, he's awesome. Like I mean, the Broncos really were Super Bowl contenders for 3-4 years in a row. Just Terrell Davis wasn't healthy. It was just bad luck.
Was it not concussions with him?
No, he had knee and concussions and a bunch of stuff. He had a bunch of issues. But that's it's part of their makeup. It's part of the player that they are. Like, that's the issue. That's kind of the makeup.
For
but
the 972, Shams is right though. On paper, this is the second best roster.
No, this
in the
is
league.
this is BS. This is where I'm going to push back.
I don't know that it's the second best roster in the league at all.
Okay, first off, front line. No, they're not a better front line than Denver. They're not. I'm sorry. Even if you're not a big fan of like Michael Porter Jr. and what he's done, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic, that's better than what you've got with Davis, unknown at this point with Flagg. You think he's going to be good, but you don't know. And then Lively and Gafford, not better. Second, we would not be talking again. There's nothing that shows all of a sudden that team, subtract Luka, put Anthony Davis on, all of a sudden is going to be some massive title contender. You think that you're going to play better defense, but you have lost so much in the way of the way Kyrie's able to play off of Luka and the way that Luka's able to just control the game. Like, that's a completely different makeup offensively. And so, no, Shams Charania is wrong, and it's a terrible take. But if you don't think so, you don't have to vote for it. All right, our third take here.
No, that qualifies as an awful take.
Okay, good. I'm glad we agree here at least. The third take here, the one that Eric Chiafalo had nominated. Joy Taylor was on Joe Budden's podcast.
That big rack of hers.
That's the one. Joy Taylor was on there, that peanut butter skin of hers. And she was willing to die on a hill. That Joe Budden and his crew was like, I don't think that's a good take. She was willing to die on a hill about Caitlin Clark.
We would not be talking about Caitlin Clark the way that we do if it wasn't for that moment with Angel Reese. And I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill.
I was with you until that.
I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill. I will fight.
This is a bad take. In theory, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. I do think.
Don't patronize us right now.
No. I'm not talking about her as a player. Her ability is hers and hers alone, and it's not comparable to what Angel Reese has done. The rivalry and the potential, are they going to get in a fight? Are they going to push each other? That does attract a little bit more eyeballs, I think, when they're against each other. People are interested in seeing if they're going to be fighting each other or how tense it's going to be. I do think that. But I don't think that's a credit. It's Angel Reese's skill has leveled this up, and it's like Bird and Magic. No, it's like Lance Stevenson and LeBron. Like Lance Stevenson blowing in his ear and doing like being an irritant. Or it's like whenever Dylan Brooks has gotten in somebody's, irritated somebody. It creates attention. People are interested to see, is there going to be something there? So if it's that angle, whatever. But in terms of her profile as a player, no. It draws more buzz for an individual game, but I don't think it increases her profile at all.
The WNBA's biggest problem, or one of their biggest problems, they mistakenly think they have a league when they have a player. Kelsey Plum going at everyone. First of all, calling the guy weird and creepy for wanting to sign an autograph. Dude, that comes with the territory. Go outside a Cowboys bus at a hotel in a road game.
Don't demand.
Don't say, look, we want we want money and attention. We want money and attention, and then scoff.
That's what
at
comes
the attention.
with it. That's
what comes with it.
Yeah.
When the LA Sparks were on the floor the other night, and Kelsey, I think she's my favorite player. I love Kelsey Plum. You
have her jersey? You have her poster?
No, I just think she's really sexy.
With those stick figure eyebrows.
I love it. She's got just the way she wears her hair. I like it, right? I'm attracted to her. What do you want me to say?
I want you to not say that.
New nominee for worst take.
I'll take a little sip.
You don't think she's attractive?
I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding.
But when she's sitting there yelling at the WNBA better, saying, "Yeah, you better hit this for my parlay." Do you know who watches sports? People who bet on games. Why is the NFL so popular? 30% of all NFL fans are gamblers. If the NFL, if there was no more gambling, the NFL would have a 30% drop in TV ratings instantly. So don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
All right, let's get to our last nominee here in Worst Take, and then we'll let you guys vote. Okay, and then we'll let you guys vote on the fan text. We've already talked about Nico Harrison and his Fortune Favors the Bold. Shams just loving on Nico, and then Joy Taylor loving on Angel Reese. But I'm submitting here Kevin Hagelin, thinking that an expired registration sticker is grounds for divorce.
And so she was parking in the apartment parking lot, as one would do. And I guess they were going around checking like registration or inspection or whatever back at the time when it wasn't the handy dandy one sticker. And hers had expired like an unreasonable amount of time ago.
Years.
And so she got like a sticker on her car or whatever. Like they flagged her car and went to the apartment office and they're like, oh yeah, you gotta fix this up.
It was just a regular flag. It wasn't like a Cooper flag or something cool.
I know it is Flag Day, but no, it was not that. And so we were like, hey, you got to get that fixed up. And she's like, oh, yeah, okay. And so the next week, she had the entire week off. And I asked her a couple times. And then finally, I came home on Friday after work. And I was like, hey, did you get your registration? And she's like, oh, yeah, no, I was watching. Like, she was binge watching a show, which there's nothing wrong with that. But, like, this felt like the most basic thing.
Like you had time.
Yeah,
I know
just
you
do
had
that.
time.
Just do that.
Accomplish one thing for yourself this week.
And at that moment, I was like, I'm done. Like, you're not a real adult.
For better or for worse, for richer or poorer, for expired or up-to-date registration tags is what it goes in.
And mine expires in 3 days.
You better get those changed in a week. Otherwise, Haggie's going to try and get you fired, is what it sounds like.
To be fair, this
that
is
was
girlfriend.
Just a stupid question.
This is girlfriend, not wife.
Yes, I know. I'm exaggerating it. I still think it's hilarious that that if you would have told me somebody broke up with somebody in this building they were living with over a registration sticker, I would have been like, Hagee. 100% is Hagee.
It does feel like a bit of a final straw situation.
It does, I'm sure.
But it's just the responsibility factor. You're getting your apartment complex is flagging your car saying you're not allowed to park here because you are expired by what he's alleging to be years.
She wasn't even using the
on
car.
Your registration.
She was staying home, binge watching TV. What did it matter? She didn't even need the car. All right,
just wasting a week off.
Did you want to vote, or did you have one you want to throw in?
I did. We don't have time because it's an audio clip.
Let's go ahead and vote on this. Then you can vote on the fan text. We've got Nico Harrison, Shams Charania, Joy Taylor, or Kevin Hagelin for worst take of the week. RJ Choppy, what do you say?
Look, as much as I would love to give it to Nico, it's Joy Taylor. The take that there is no Caitlin Clark without Angel Reese, or we're not talking. That's a bad take.
That
Angel, and this is not taking anything away from Angel's a good player. Like, make no mistake about it. But Caitlin Clark is a transgenerational, whatever the hell the word is, right?
I don't know. What is the word?
Is it like
you're right there? It's on the tip of your tongue.
Supersede all generations.
Yeah.
Is that
transcendent?
Transcendent.
Yeah.
Superstar. She is a superstar that your grandchildren will remember. That is the end of the story.
Eric
Transgenerational is one of the greatest lines.
I think that's what I said there. Yeah, why don't you hop back on Twitter and say that, champ, okay?
Eric, what's your vote here?
She's dying on the hill. R.I.P. Joy Taylor.
Peyton Russell?
It's Kevin Hagelin, man. Can't break up with her because of the registration sticker.
I was going to go with Nico Harrison. It is a runaway on the fan text, 972. It's Joy Taylor, 832. Joy Taylor, 214. Joy is wrong. So Joy Taylor with 2 votes here in the building, and then more on the fan text say Joy Taylor is the worst take of the week. Congratulations, Joy. Right. You won.
Okay. There is a little worst take of the week. What does success look like for the Dallas Cowboys and our NFL owners about to lose their power over players? That's next in the Red Zone here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg
I
maidens?
just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Ray, call Frankel first 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Here we go. It is time for the Red Zone here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton and Aiden alongside. Eric Chief, I'll be back in here at 9:40 along with Kevin Hagelin, the car registration czar.
Oh, yeah.
The czar of the car.
Not only that, the car registration czar, also the just backstabber from yesterday. So he's got a diss track coming his way next segment.
I forgot about that. And you guys got letters for me.
He has a diss track coming his way next segment, and then we've got letters for you.
You try to make me cry.
We're trying to emotionally connect with you, Peyton and I. We both recorded them. We didn't think we could get through them cleanly, so we recorded them and delivered them, and then we're going to play them for you because we didn't want to get choked up.
A little disappointed that you guys recorded them.
Well, we didn't want to get choked up and then potentially evoke the emotion out of you in a phony way.
Oh, yeah, because if I see cries, I'll
exactly.
I'll
so
cry.
We're not going to do that.
Okay. What is success for the Dallas Cowboys this year? Dominique Foxworth on Get Up was asked that very same question.
I think it's the NFC Championship game at least. I know that seems like lofty expectations for a team that only won 7 games last year, but you have to remember that Dak Prescott was injured for almost half of the season, and the defense kind of fell apart with the addition of Eberflus as the defensive coordinator. They can really, I think, maximize some of that talent, and the receiving core with Dak Prescott obviously can put up big numbers. He can play MVP caliber football, so I think this team has a chance if they put it all together, depending on how well their new coaching staff gels. So I guess it's kind of an old coaching staff with a little bit of new leadership. We'll see how good this team does, but I do think the expectations remain high in Dallas.
All right. NFC Championship game appearance.
Do you view expectations and standards as different? Like, can a standard be a standard if you're not holding it up as an expectation as well?
So, I mean, I think standards are goals.
Goals sound more,
because you can't you can't.
Goals sound more hopeful to me. Standards say this is what we. Because here's how this is the angle I'm getting at. I think the Cowboys, their entire legacy, what they've done throughout the history of the NFL is the standard is Super Bowl. No matter if the Lakers are good or bad, the Celtics are good or bad, the Yankees are good or bad, the standard is the championship. Because they've done it enough to where it's this is what you need to do. And so to me, it's all right, this is the standard. The standard is Super Bowl. But I don't know that you expect it. But again, there's a conflict there because I don't know if I can say it can be a standard without being an expectation.
Yeah, expectations have to change year to year. You can't. I don't believe.
That's why I give it a little bit of nuance. I think a standard and an expectation in this context are different.
I don't believe any fan base has the right to expect a championship.
Yeah, I do not expect them to win, or I don't expect them to go to the NFC title game. The standard, though, is that they should get to the NFC title game for it to be successful. So you know what I mean? Like it's almost like this is the benchmark you have to reach
for me to call it a successful year. I'm not
expecting you to get there, but that's what you got to do.
That's what you got to do. Yeah, that's fine. So, look, I think what he said is fair. Like, McCarthy got to the divisional round. I think it's fair to say that the Cowboys need to go further for you to say it was worth it to fire Mike. Now, maybe not in year one, but in the Schottenheimer tenure.
Okay, so what reasonable right now? What's reasonable? They need to go further than they just did last year.
Reasonable right now, yeah, is like I think get in the playoffs. That's reasonable.
Playoffs or
That's
win
a
the division?
reasonable expectation this year.
Win the division or playoffs?
Playoffs. So half the league makes it. It's a reasonable expectation.
Yeah, I would say. Again, I agree in general that the standard would be the conference title game. So in terms of what my expectation is, I'm expecting. If I say like I expect you to do this if you're healthy, I expect them to be a 10-win team that's in the playoffs if they're healthy.
Yeah, if they're healthy, 10 wins meets expectations.
Yes. It's like those...
and division round maybe exceeds it.
Yeah.
So there we go.
I think that's it. Yeah, it's just like the little progress reports you get with the kids. And you get the M or the E or whatever, like meets expectation, exceeds expectation. That's what it is.
I strived for the S, satisfactory grade. That was I was like, my mom was like, listen, we know you're dumb. Just don't embarrass us. And she was basically, and she was a teacher. This was a teacher telling me this. She's like, you're a C student. It's okay to get C's. I know who you are. I know what you're capable of.
C's get degrees.
C's for degrees, babe. D's for degree back then. She was like, just be a C. Just pass. Maybe some B's. Throw some B's in there. And that's why I always took gym class. That had a good B. That had a good A and B for me. Brought the GPA up. It was a GPA getter. It was a buffer. It was a fluffer. It was a fluffer, really. That's what it was.
Let's careful with that description of it. Let's see here. 469. He 100% did not believe that take. They just have to talk about the Cowboys. That's what he's saying about Foxworth. 316. I expect them to fall short of their standard. You know what? That's a good way to say it. They do have a standard that you expect them to fall short of. 682. You still don't expect it even after 30 years of failure. And again, I guess we're getting into semantics and nuance.
And you know what? I mean, now here's another question: How long do they have to go without reaching an NFC Championship game before the standard changes?
I don't know that it does, because I think no matter how bad the Lakers and the Celtics and the Yankees and the Cowboys are, the Red Wings and hockey, whoever it is, like the standard is this is the standard. Just like to me, I may not expect straight A's for somebody, but like the standard, like that's why we say that they set the standard. Like this is the standard.
So we are about, I'm just going to guess, we're about 15 years away, maybe less, from more than half of Cowboy fans have never been alive for their last championship.
Peyton wasn't.
Then are alive.
Peyton wasn't alive.
We're about to, don't you think we're close to more people are Cowboy fans who never saw them win a title than are alive that saw them win one?
No, still I don't think so. Active and engaged, that's a better point than just as somebody who would identify as a Cowboys fan.
Right. Like if you're 6 years old in 92 or 6 years old in 95, I don't really count you. I think.
I would. I mean, I remember their third Super Bowl.
Barely, though. Barely.
No, I remember the game.
Barely. You're different.
What are you trying to say? Different how?
You're different. You're different.
No, I will say that, look, I mean, I think, because Peyton's almost 30. And Peyton's never seen it. Yeah, I know. You're old, dude.
I watched highlights on YouTube.
But again, when were you born? September 96?
Yes.
So we've established he was a celebration conception.
Yeah, he was.
Cowboys fans. I think, he has to be the sacrifice for us to win a title.
Yes.
Oh, no.
You and Clarence Hill. You guys are the because Clarence got on the Clarence got on the beat the year after. Clarence is the
well, Peyton was introduced before Clarence was, so Peyton is the standard bearer. I think we have to just see. Peyton, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for a title? I think that's a fair question.
No, sorry, I can't do that.
Well, all right.
I got
Cowboys
a lot of
fans,
life ahead of me.
Send it's at Peyton_Russell9 on Twitter.
One.
So go ahead or one, whatever. 9 is 9 is I think Instagram. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. All right, let's talk about this collusion grievance really quick.
What is this?
This has been a really fascinating story. And Pablo Torre, who is, he's having a year. Old Pablo.
Oh, yeah. Pablo's all over the place.
So
Pablo's more popular now than he was at ESPN.
Pablo Torre, on his podcast this past Tuesday, released the 61-page decision of the NFLPA's grievance against the league over guaranteed contracts from a couple years ago. And this was a filing or a result that had been kept secret since being issued on January 14th from the NFLPA's grievance against the league, alleging teams in the league colluded to prevent fully guaranteed contracts from being offered to players. This is from Joel Corey's description over at CBS. He says the grievance the NFLPA filed in October 2022 was initially limited to 3 quarterbacks, Lamar, Kyler, and Russell, but was subsequently expanded to seek relief on behalf of 594 players. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, several owners, Jackson and Wilson, they all testified in the arbitration hearing held over 10 days in July and August of last year. The judge, Christopher F. Droney, head of the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, dismissed the claims because there were 3 standards that they had to meet for it to be collusion. They did not meet 2 of them. They did meet 1 of them. And the opinion says this: there is little question that the NFL Management Council, with the blessing of the commissioner, encouraged the 32 NFL clubs to reduce guarantees in veterans' contracts at the March 2022 annual owners' meetings. However, the evidence did not establish a clear preponderance that the clubs agreed to do that or participated in such a scheme. There are many clubs whose only connection to this proceeding is the attendance at the owners' meetings and the expert evidence of aggregate and average changes in various measures, blah, 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 legalese, all that. When you go down there, one of the interesting findings that came out of this was that Dean Spanos of the Chargers had sent a text message to Michael Bidwell after the Kyler Murray deal, congratulating him on not getting a fully guaranteed deal done for Kyler Murray, and told him it was going to be helpful for them in their Herbert negotiations. So that's starting to get close to something that sounds a little like collusion. Bidwell acknowledged in his reply that he was resolved to keep the full guarantee relatively low after how Cleveland, quote, screwed things up with Deshaun Watson. So this is a lot of talk about how other teams are operating and the way that those finances can be applied. It didn't meet the level of collusion. I do wonder if it's enough evidence now that at the next CBA, players are remembering this. And it's going to be a nasty fight.
If you don't think, though, that the owners in that room, in those meeting rooms, aren't talking like this, you're crazy.
Oh, yeah. But don't put it in a document.
Don't put it in a document.
And Goodell should not be sending somebody down to tell the owners to reduce guarantees. That's bad.
That's
whether they're
very
talking about
bad.
that off the books or Daryl's official league business where he's directing them to reduce guarantees. That's going to get the CBA is going to be a fight next time.
You can't do that. Players should want. Players aren't fighting for guarantees though. They fight. All the fights the players do are for time off.
Yeah,
because they know they're not missing games. The NFL players are never going to miss games. They're not wired that way. All right, a little red zone here on 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next. My voice cracked. Maybe that's just the start of tears.
Oh yeah,
they say I'm going to cry, and Hagee's going to cry in a different way. A little diss track. All next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's Friday.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon sisters?
Asian names.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Lady? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece, has arrived. It is here. It is time for that right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden, joined by Hagee and Chiafalo. What's up, boys?
So we got a lot happening in today's show. We're going to have Nick Angstadt from Locked On Mavs in studio as well.
Wow.
But I also want to direct your attention to 1022, where we're going to try to operate and have a segment while also doing the Great Wada Chicken Strips Eating Contest. And remember, if Jacob wins, he gets to take Eric's spot for a yet-to-be-determined amount of time, and Eric is going to go run the boards. Also, we got Mike Curtis at 11.
2 days in a row.
Yeah, yesterday. That's why he's not in the tease. That's why he's not in the tease. I didn't put it. Yeah, his flight got delayed. And then the Cooper Flagg press conference is going to be right here on 105.3 The Fan. So you can do a grateful count.
Is Peyton going to be participating in this like you're pitching?
Yes.
On the chicken strip
Yes,
challenge?
he is.
Hope his body's ready. Mine is.
Are these dry tenders or?
No, you can sauce
You can sauce it.
Okay. All right. So there are those limits are there. By the way, how did your sauce bracket play out yesterday?
Yes, man.
Yes.
It was a miracle run to the championship by Chick-fil-A sauce.
Really?
So Chick-fil-A sauce defeated barbecue, buffalo, and honey mustard on its way to the title.
Tough to beat Buffalo.
That it's a tough road, but there were some shocking twists and turns in there.
There were. You completely replaced somebody on the ballot with somebody that had not been voted on in the primary.
Where have I seen that before? And how did that work out?
That was because I did put gravy in there because so many people complained and we had discussed it. So once Buffalo defeated sweet and spicy sriracha, we gave gravy a shot at it, and they couldn't win it either. So spicy ketchup lost to honey mustard.
What did you replace? You put gravy in and replaced it with what?
We replaced sweet and spicy sriracha, and then because once it lost, and then put gravy.
Which
in
was,
there.
by the way, sweet and spicy sriracha. My #1 sauce I filled out on his bracket. Probably a coincidence that yesterday he knocks off my sauce.
No, I didn't even vote on that
for
part yet.
the gravy special interest lobby.
I didn't even vote on that yet. Then Chick-fil-A sauce beat Buffalo, honey mustard beat ranch.
Good.
And then the finals, Chick-fil-A sauce beat honey mustard, and Zach Wolchuk was super pumped.
I feel like
I can't do any mayo-based sauce. I can't do.
You're out.
I'm out.
I mean, honey mustard and
Aioli's
Chick-fil-A sauce
and-
are like the same thing. I feel like pretty close. There's slight differences, but its base is similar.
Pretty close, but the Chick-fil-A sauce actually has barbecue sauce intertwined.
I actually, I had left here yesterday telling you I was going to do a diss track for you. And I was like, you know what? I went home, I slept on it, and I woke up and I was like, I feel refreshed. I don't need to do this.
Oh no.
Proud of you for that.
And then I was going to do my prep, and I opened up the YouTube and I was like, let's rewind back. I need to watch some of KNC catch up on where that was, because I support you guys. And
I support you guys.
I went back and I listened to it, and I heard you just like replace it. You super delegated my sauce and tried to override the process.
It got voted on.
And so
I thought that's what we did.
I was
here.
upset by it, and I texted you guys immediately. I was like, all right, I'm writing a song. And I mean, pretty quick. I would say like an hour and a half later, I sent you the song.
Yes.
Like I hadn't even written it. Like I wrote, did it, produced it. It's shorter than the other ones I've done in the past, but I wanted to send. This is not a full on, just like it was to Eric and Zach initially. This is not a full on shot to the chest. We're not double tapping like in Zombieland or whatever. This is just one by your ear. Just recognize that we can get worse. So this is my Wale inspired, the 2009 hit by Wale, Chillin'. This is my diss track to Hagee based on that song.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Eric, I'm really tired of these people trying to sow division between us.
I think you were just making fun of.
I did, and I wrote ha 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 ha.
Thought that we were friends, Hagee fake like plastic. Now I feel as bad as a show without Bassick. Taking off the gloves, it's war, no hesitation. Gonna have you running like expired registration. Hagee so scared, now this fool trying to bribe me. What's he gonna give me when the brother has no live read? Set me up with Dutch and you thought that I'd be Swiss. B2 bombing, bruh, I ain't missing. Now I'm taking off V1 like a Titleist, taking down your show like a message board cyclist, sweating through his Duke shirt, thinking, holy crap. Bobby fires shots like his name is Kobe Sapp. Vampire host and win Hagee on the mic, cause he can't do since he moved up from the night. Gavin Spittle must have been confused just a little bit when Odyssey asked him, hey, which host do you think is mid?
Shots fired! What the hell? What the hell?
Wow,
That's really good, man.
respect to the bomber. Yeah, respect. Yeah,
B2.
Yeah,
Yeah, you like that?
Taking
'Cause there's
down your
Dutch.
show like a message board cycle.
Oh, they almost did. Yeah, because it was Dutch, and then he expected me to be Swiss. He expected me to be neutral. Then I said B2 because I'm BB.
BB. I see that.
No.
That's really strong, Bob.
I look, and it can look. I did not. I told you during the break some of the lyrics I decided not to include in it. So it could get worse. I would just say that if you have anything to say back to that, I just wouldn't. I would just let it lie. Okay, that's what I would say.
I do always recommend a ceasefire when dealing with Bobby.
A good ceasefire. Yeah.
That look. I think that's maybe your best course of action is to tread lightly. To quote Walter White, is how I would look at that.
So you would not respond. You would not recommend that I respond.
You wouldn't dare, because I think you understand. So that's how.
See, I kind of feel like maybe you do want me to respond just a little bit.
No, I don't.
Because he cares about you, Hagee.
He sounds like he's got something.
I do care about.
Oh, baby!
I would not.
I got that look. Yeah.
Do
Do
you have
it
something?
live? Is he gonna do it live?
We'll do this live, O'Reilly.
We'll do it live.
Oh,
Hit me.
man.
What do you got?
No,
Oh, he's got some. He's been plotting.
Yeah.
Jacob, where did you go?
Jacob, come in here and beatbox for
All
Hagee.
right, can you, Peyton? Do you have any audio available?
Well, this is like a well-oiled machine here.
This thing's dialed.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. I'm just.
Hagee.
Do you think this is a good idea, though?
I think
a good
it is.
idea.
I think it's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
I think it's a great idea.
Tell me about my mom. Call me Cattell Marte. Do it.
Oh my gosh,
Yes, Bobby.
that is.
That's not.
All right. So then theoretically, we would transition from this into making Choppy.
Well, that's why we had to start with it. We had to end on a heartwarming note.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
You can say this for Monday Crosstalk if you want.
no.
Or you can do it now.
I don't need to save it. I don't need any prep time.
Wow.
I just need some bleeps to go with my rhyme. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Look at that.
All right.
Let's go.
Hold on. Are we sure?
Yeah, we're sure.
Bobby Bell.
I'm ready.
Okay, go.
Hey, Bobby, I don't need a week to respond or even a couple of days.
Whoa.
I don't even need a beat, just 3 bars in 1 minute to put you away. Some folks make fun of your relationship with Slater. However, I think it's kind of cute. But no matter how long you follow her around, she ain't never going to you.
Whoa!
I'm nervous, though, about getting into this with you because you got cleverness abound. That's probably why you have so many jobs. Or maybe that's because you just never want your family around. All right. You started this and came at me, so I'm going to come back hard. Like your mom. She wishes she could have swallowed you, but she was already in the graveyard. Just like you.
Wait a second. What? I don't. Hold on.
That was like slam poetry.
Hold on.
That was.
Hold on.
I got a little
That
dog.
got.
All right, now I feel bad. I feel bad.
Wait a second. Oh no.
I feel bad.
I didn't even hear the last.
No,
I didn't even hear the last line now because I was.
It was great. Here's the thing.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing. Do you remember?
Nice working with you, by the way.
No, that was fantastic.
Fantastic.
That was fantastic.
I feel bad now.
I would just say that I like to mirror back my relationships with people, though. So since you lied to me yesterday, I think I'm lying to you 10 minutes ago, and I am going to make another. I'm making another back.
This was inevitable. This was inevitable.
Fast.
This
hard.
This was inevitable.
This was inevitable.
All right, we got to get to these emotional letters now. We're running out of
Did
time.
you hear the last line?
I didn't
though?
hear the last line.
Now,
Yeah, go ahead, hit it.
Cue the last line one more time if you can.
After
Peyton.
after the
mom.
she should have. Okay.
Well, we can't play the last line. It was dumb.
Okay. Well, let's just
not.
go ahead.
What?
Yeah, let's just go ahead. All right. Next up, Peyton Russell. You have we have both prepared letters for RJ Choppy and Aiden. If you could just focus on Choppy, we've determined that we needed to bring a tear to his eye because he told us the other day, like, nah, I'm not about dudes crying, and he said that he doesn't want anyone crying when he passes away. And so Peyton and I decided we need to tell you how we felt about you so that you could see you are worth crying over. So Peyton, take it away.
RJ Choppy. RJ doesn't stand for real jerk. It stands for Ralph James because that's who you are. You're no one else but yourself. One-of-a-kind human being and a one-of-a-kind husband and father. When you walk into the station every day, you always tell me, hey, you don't make some snarky, offensive remark like Bobby. You're more than a friend to me, RJ. You're my best friend. Your phone calls to me at 5:40 in the morning asking me if I heard audio of SiriusXM that you just heard driving in means so much to me. To this day, I believe you call me just to make sure I'm awake and doing okay, because if I wasn't okay, you'd be there for me, just like you're there for Julian, Luca, Sarah, and Pudge. I can see the tears running down your face. You're more than just a radio guy. You're a role model, and I'm thankful for you.
There you go.
Oh, Peyton.
Very sweet.
I see the tears.
Oh.
I think it's left eye.
You're my best friend up here too.
Look at that. He is getting a little.
This
He's
is
getting a little
fantastic.
misty.
I am getting a little misty, a little choked up, a little.
I was going to go with a bit too, and then I realized that really wasn't the play, and so this was the letter that I wrote to you, Chop. You know, Chop, when I started writing this, it was a bit. I figured I'd sit down, I'd find the exact right combination of words to stir you into a fraudulent reaction. But then I went back and I listened to what you said on Monday during Crosstalk, and I knew this needed to be sincere.
I'm not worth crying over. I'm not a special father. I'm just there.
I got a problem with this, Chop.
Oh, wow.
First off, I'm just there is never just there when you're talking about a boy and his dad. Just there can be everything.
You're crying.
No. Every kid, Luca and Julian included, has felt that moment of terror when a storm blows in, or it's late at night and they hear the house creaking and they think, is somebody in here? And Just There has made them feel safe more times than you will ever know. Just There is a luxury a lot of kids never get to experience at their baseball games. Your boys don't know the sadness of squinting into the bleachers and being blinded by the reflection of the sun bouncing off the spot left empty by their dad, because you're always in your seat. I remember the first road trip we went on as a morning show together. We were about to take off and I heard you calling someone, and your tone was different than I had ever heard. Hey buddy, you okay? I just wanted to check in on you, see how you were doing. All right, about to take off, but I love you, buddy. I'll see you when I get back. I thought, damn, Chop must be nervous about this flight for some reason. He's back here feeling all sentimental. He's getting watery. Nope. That's the same tone on every phone call I've heard you take from Luca and Julian since. The same dad who projects, I'm still there, even when you're not. That same voice that comforts Luca and Julian is going to echo years from now when they're talking to their boys. And yeah, you're right. Everybody dies, and that legacy you've left your boys, that you're always there, will continue to reverberate through their minds and their spirits, even when you're gone. But I'll speak for Luca and Julian in the future, so you can hear it now before you're gone. You may not think you're worth crying over, but the day just there becomes a memory rather than a phone call they can take, a hug they can receive, or just a silent moment on the porch with their old man. You'll have to forgive them when that new normal causes Luca, Julian, and your grandsons to shed a tear or two.
Thanks for being there.
Love you, Dad.
Goosebumps.
Oh, that's Goosey's.
He's not full on crying though. He's just a little watery.
It's a little watery.
They're welling up.
That was
lovely.
That was lovely. That really was. Total BS on your part.
No, it wasn't.
It was lovely.
It was from the heart.
Come here, give me a hug.
Oh, come here. Yeah.
All right.
That's nice.
Wow,
KC
bro
Masterpiece.
This is hold on, give live coverage of the hug. That's lovely.
KC Masterpiece. Hagen's probably not going to work here anymore after that.
That's true.
Thing, but
I'm on thin
enjoy
ice
your
as
last
well.
show. We appreciate it. See.
Was it Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Eric Chiafalo. You got Jacob Ray. And, of course, Carter Freeman is here with us. And he might just make some appearances. You never know.
I like that idea.
But I'm supposed to ask him first, not just give out his time, which unfortunately I have done earlier this week. All right, gentlemen, we got a lot going on the show today. At 11 o'clock, we'll have Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News. At 10:20, the Great Wada Chicken Strips Eating Contest, which I'm going to try to convince Nick Angstadt from Locked On Mavs to stick around and have an actual segment while this is going on. And if Jacob can be victorious, we'll force Eric back to the board for at least some amount of time, and Jacob will take over his spot. So a lot going on today. It is also Shout Out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to shout out somebody in your life for something amazing that they have done or they're trying to do, we will also have the Cooper Flagg press conference going at about noon o'clock. So packed show today.
Heck yeah, dude. I'm ready to pack some chicken tendies into my body.
What's your over-under before we get into some sports?
I think I feel decent about the 13.5. I hope to just completely blow that out of the water. Honestly.
Okay.
I'll feel good if I hit 15. I just don't want to set expectations too high. Jakey, I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know what you've done to prep your body, but I am ready, bro. I am starving for some What a Chicken strips.
So I haven't had anything in my stomach since about 8 o'clock last night. So I went away with the midnight snack.
So this is like doctor appointment preparation.
Yeah, like a blood draw appointment. So
or something else.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping. I think I'm if I can get to double digits, I'm going to consider it a win. But hopefully Nick can throw enough questions to Eric to slow him down, and I can catch up. So.
And then also Peyton is going to be participating. So, and then you never know. Somebody else could just pop up and try to be part of this competition. So we got a whole lot of stuff going on. And right now, Nick Angstadt from Locked On Mavs is going to pop in with us. Did we prepare headphones? Probably not. We should have. Our bad on that. But I want to have a conversation to kick things off. Forget the hype. How does Cooper Flagg, the basketball player, actually fit on this team? Because I think a lot of people have gotten caught up with the hype of, oh, he'll never be this. He can't be Kawhi. He can't be Pippen, blah, 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 blah. Like, time will tell on that. But, Nick, welcome to the program. How are you?
Gentlemen, it's a good day. It's a good day in Dallas, Texas.
Are you excited because you get to go to a press conference after this?
You know, any Nico Harrison press conference, you just never know what's going to happen, right? And I'm just glad to be a part of this one because there have been some in the past that
you didn't get to do the other
not all
one?
of us got to go to. No, the secret meeting, I was not involved. I was not one of the voices, I guess.
Do you think he should have said fortune favors the bold in the secret meeting in hopes that maybe it didn't go out instead of saying it to everybody?
I don't think he should have said that at all.
Sure.
What's the point of saying that? The bold part only could mean the Luka Doncic trade.
Yeah.
And so to bring that back, like to bring it front of mind after, I think a lot of us just, all right, can we move on at least from the organization standpoint to not keep pushing back to that? It felt like the fortune favors the bold comment was meant to say, listen, y'all are going to eventually see my side of this and eventually move on with me, right? Like eventually you'll see it. Like we were bold and we benefited from it. And I did not get that quote at all. And it seems like Nico sometimes doesn't understand what the media is for, like who he's talking to when he
you'd think he would have gotten that message back in February in the aftermath, but he's like, but I oddly respect. He's like a cartoonish supervillain in terms of they really believe what they're saying, and that's what makes them, so much more believable. Is like, I don't think he's doing a bit. He's telling you we're going to be better off. And so I think that's why he's not backing down. He's like, that would be false. I'm right. You'll see. Just give it some more time.
That's why he's a general manager and we're not. You got to stick to your convictions. You have to go in and know exactly what you want to do. And you do have to be bold. I will give him that. You've got to make bold moves. You've got to make decisions that aren't going to be popular. The Porzingis move was not very popular at all. And then that ended up working out for him. The Brunson move was not great. That they didn't give him more money or offer him more on the way out. And then he ends up getting Kyrie Irving. So some of these, to his credit, some of those things have worked out. And now this is the era where we get to see if it does. And he kind of got bailed out with this
now
flag thing.
You got to be bold and extremely lucky, I would say.
For sure.
For sure. Or
1.8%.
Yeah. That's if you believe that. Or arrange a prepackaged deal. That's right. I've fallen into conspiracy theory territory. I put on my tinfoil hat. I'm a believer. I also believe in the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing. And look, there's other conspiracy theories I believe in.
You know who was part of both of those lotteries?
Yeah, they're with the Mavs now.
The CEO, Rick Wells.
Exactly. Just too many coincidences for that. All right, so let's put the hype aside for a minute, and I want to talk about the basketball player, Cooper Flagg, because I think some people, there's already been some pushback against him, even though Cooper Flagg is not the one going out there and telling everybody, I'm going to save your franchise. But so there's been a little pushback against him, and eventually maybe he could be quiet. That would be awesome. But what does he do, and how does he fit in this team? Because he's got a ton of versatility.
It's a simple answer. Does everything well, fits anywhere.
Yeah.
It's he is the easiest player, I think, even more so than Wemby, the easiest player to build around that we've seen come out of the draft in a long time. You could literally play any other 5 players with him, and you could make it work in some kind of way. He just does so many things well. Elite defender, can defend out in space, is really good as a rim protector, can handle the ball. He had 300 possessions where he was the ball handler in a pick and roll opportunity. He can roll as well. He can set the screen and roll as well. He can. The big question coming out of high school for him was, can he shoot the 3 well? And he shot 38% from 3 at Duke, and everybody was like, well, he's the number 1 pick for sure. There's no question. That's why it wasn't a debate with him and Dylan Harper or anybody, or Ace Bailey or anybody else out of that first year, because they just said, man, he's fixed all of his issues, and now he can go show what he's going to do at the next level, which is anything almost.
By the way, on the the 3-point shooting thing, I decided to go just a little bit further and check that out, because I was like, I know he shot better as the season went along.
He did.
If you go to February and those 11 games that went through the end of the regular season, 47.4% from 3. In the NCAA tournament, 50% from 3. So
he was scorched.
Yeah, you could see the improvements even as the season went along.
Yeah, that's something that I loved about him, and I'm excited to just watch throughout the rookie year. Is day 1, game 1 to game 82 of Cooper Flagg probably going to look considerably different. So how do you envision the starting 5, and how much, you mentioned him initiating offense with Duke, how much is he going to have to do that until Kyrie comes back at least?
Well, going back to Nico Harrison, if he's to be believed, right?
Sure.
They want to do a by committee offense to start, kind of what the Rockets did last year a little bit, where just everybody can kind of initiate offense in their own way. You've got Cooper Flagg can do it. Obviously, Anthony Davis can do it. Derek Lively in his own way, if he's setting a screen and rolling, and then you give him the ball in the short roll, he's really good out of that action. And so they are going to try to do this offense by committee a little bit. And I think Cooper Flagg is going to get the ball in his hands a decent amount, because you start to look through all the players they have, and he's maybe one of their best decision makers with the ball already.
Mm-hmm. Do you think ball in his hand past midcourt, though, as opposed to, I think some people are envisioning him bringing the ball up the court, and I don't love that as much as past midcourt. Let him do his thing.
Well, the thing is, they're not going to be playing the Pacers defense that picks up full court every single game.
That's
right?
probably true.
Regular season, it chills out so much more. You can get away with a lot more. The difference between even November basketball and March, April, and then even going into the playoffs, those 3 different kinds of basketball are so different that I think they can get away with it. If they were a team that was we want to win a title, we intend to win a title, this is our only chance to win a title, then I'd be really concerned about them going into this season without another ball handler type. It's hoping that Kyrie comes back January, February is what they've said, and be ready to go to handle as much as he would have to handle. They would need to add somebody else. It sounds like they're going to get another guard in with this in free agency. But Nico was very clear that he was we don't need somebody to come run our offense, just somebody to get us organized. And I was like, okay, he really believes that the rest of these guys are going to be able to do initiate enough offense to make it work.
And I think we've been led to believe that perhaps their choice will be D'Angelo Russell. What are your thoughts on if you think that will be the person? If it could be, obviously floated out Chris Paul, any number of other people. What do you think about that?
Yeah, in Mark Stein we trust, right? He's been right about so many things.
I trust him more than Nico, that's for sure.
Trust him more than I trust myself. He has said that Mavs
get Mark Stein on the horn.
The Mavs are the lead. I'll tell him that. They're the leading suitor for D'Angelo Russell. Usually that language means that they're pretty far down the road in terms of an agreement between the two. And so bringing in a D'Angelo Russell, that brings some shooting. He's got good chemistry with Anthony Davis already. He played with Jared Dudley, assistant coach for the Mavs, which is kind of funny. And he's made his teams better in a lot of ways. We were talking about it on Locked On Mavs last night, that his on-off numbers have been better in the last couple of stints that he's had. And so it is a little bit all right, you're kind of addressing the issue, but not really, because he's not the best offensive initiator, not the best decision maker. The defense has always been a big issue for him. But I mean, if defense is going to be your issue as a guard, playing in front of Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, and Cooper Flagg is not the worst position that you could be in.
That's a great point. Now, the NBA obviously knows what they're doing first in setting up this lottery pick, but also that Cooper Flagg will theoretically debut in the Vegas Summer League against Bronny James and the Lakers. Come on. Like,
so you really believe the conspiracy? You're like all the way down the road.
100%. And you know why? Because I had a co-host in Mike Bassick who told me that he was like, well, what if this happens? And I was like, that's never going to happen. And he goes, well, what if it does? And I was like, you know what, Mike? For a franchise that has never even moved up one pick in the history of the draft lottery, let alone rocketed all the way to number one, I'll believe. Like the night of the draft lottery, I was stoked because then I thought maybe Trey Johnson was the way to go when they moved into the top 4. And I was like, well, obviously we're not going to get the number one pick, and then just kept going and going and going. And of course I freaked out. But I think I kind of am in that camp, even though it defies all logic. I'm sure we all have some sports conspiracy theories we believe in, but I also like the setup of, hey, Cooper Flagg against Bronny. We'll get you to watch this summer league game.
Let's do it. Maybe Luka Doncic on the sidelines, like watching the game. You always have those like the current players that are watching.
Oh, for sure. And right now, there's nothing that the NBA, with all due respect to the Oklahoma City Thunder, there's nothing that the NBA would like more than a Western Conference Finals with the Mavs and the Lakers, right?
You respect the Thunder? No, I'm sorry.
I guess I should.
You said all due respect. And I was
yeah.
I mean, all of it.
I do.
They're a great team.
All right. What did you guys think about the Raptors? They made a move this morning that I'm sure raised some eyebrows, at least around here.
Yeah, Masai Ujiri has been talked about as one of the best, team put together people that have been out there, whether you're a GM or president of basketball operations. The team the last couple of years has been strange, though. Like, you look at the team on paper, and it's like, there's a lot of 4s. Like, it kind of looks like the Mavs, where you go, there's just a lot of 4s on that team, and I don't really know where they're going with it. Are they trying to rebuild? They have Scotty Barnes, then they bring in Brandon Ingram, and you're like, what is going on? The real thing about Masai Ujiri, though, is that there's a new owner that went from, like, a 20-something% of the ownership stake to, like, 70%. And that owner hates Masai Ujiri. And so it was just the politics of,
wow,
he didn't like that guy and decided that he wanted to make his own decision. It's like new owner syndrome where you come in and you got to make your own moves and bring in your own guy.
What do we think about him as a personnel leader and whatnot?
I don't know. We'll see. It's one of those, like, he's been all these minority owners. You never know what they're sitting talking to everybody about. And,
I mean, Ujiri. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he built the 2019 Raptors team. That was a really good team. Even the teams before that, DeRozan and Kyle Lowry, those teams were solid teams and pretty well put together. They just ran into LeBron James, and you're just not going to beat LeBron James at all. That's why they call him LeBronto for a while every time he played them.
I like that.
I mean, great. The last couple of years, it hasn't really made a lot of sense what they've been doing, but they do have a lot of talent on the team. You're just waiting for them to make one move to try and like make all the pieces fit together. But yeah, I don't know.
Now, you guys get a lot of feedback. I'm curious if you've seen kind of the same thing we have. It feels very similar to the nature of being a Cowboys fan. I'm done. I'm out after the Luka deal. And somebody brought this up. Kevin, I saw Bassick retweeted the Mavericks Cooper Flagg announcement. I thought he swore he was done when they traded Luka. I did talk to him on the phone the night of the draft lottery twice, and he said, all right, I'm back in. I'll give the kid a chance. Do you get the sense that, like, people didn't actually leave, or do you get the sense that for that 3 months, they're like, I'm done forever, and then when we got Cooper Flagg, they're like, all right, I meant mostly forever. Let's see how this goes.
You remember the Ross and Rachel thing from Friends?
Yes.
We were on a break.
Yes.
I think a lot of Mavs fans needed that break. They just needed to take a break there. They needed to go experiment with some other teams. Maybe they were watching the Lakers a little too much during the playoffs. Maybe they were checking in on the Thunder even. Jason Gallagher, who's a big Mavs fan, is like, I'm kind of done. And then he was following the Thunder the whole way. I had so many fans tell me they're done. I've had people send me their old memorabilia because they're like, "We're done. Like, do you want this stuff? Like,
oh wow!
Do you want to have this to give it to people or something?" My favorite one though, there's a guy called the Chicken Man who wears the chicken costume to all the Mavs games, and I saw him at a Wings game recently, and I knew that he was part of the protest. He's in all the photos that you see of the fan protest in front of the.
But it's mostly peaceful protest, right?
All peaceful, except for the words. Except for the words.
The words were not.
It was not peaceful towards Tim McMahon, that's for sure.
Oh, I still
laugh about that. And so he's his head down. He looks at me, and I was like, "Hey, Cooper Flagg, you back?" And he just like put his head down. And he goes, "I'm back." like that's right. Well, and how could you blame them, right? You get a number one pick, a generational type player that you didn't expect, and I think some people have come to grips with it. It really, like the analogy I've been giving in parents put hands over your children's ears. It's like when you realize Santa's not real and like.
The hell, dude! It's summer.
I warned them.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Them. There's enough time to build up the Santa.
Yeah, no, we got to go to break. We need to know.
There's enough time. There's enough time to reconvince them that the Christmas right after that, you're like, it's still great, still Christmas.
Yeah.
The magic is just kind of gone because the veil has been torn from your eyes, and you're like, it's not going to be this special storybook ending like Dirk's was, right? It's just not going to be that same thing all the time.
I like the energy. Hate that analogy. All right, I know you're going to have to go to the press conference. Can you stick around for one more segment? All right, that might have been a bad decision because while he sticks around,
I'm the chicken man.
We'll talk
now.
more Mavs, but also it is chicken time as we will have the great Wada Chicken Strip Eating Contest at the same time as content with Nick Angstadt next right here on The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't
To by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're down to 2:18 to play. Spin move. Denied by Flagg. He went up the pole. The total package.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So we've got Nick Angstadt here with us, and he might be thinking this is a waste of time now because we are going to talk more about Cooper Flagg and the Mavs, but also Eric, Jacob, and Peyton are going to be competing in the Great Wada Chicken Strip Eating Contest. Eric, how are you feeling? You got a lot of chicken strips in front of you. You also have dips. What's your over-under for people that missed it?
My over-under personally is set at 13.5. I do have 16 tendies in my box, so hopefully I'll just clear out all 16, bang the over, feel great about it, and wash it down with the prickly pear What a Fresher. This thing is out of this world good, bro.
If that happens,
absolutely delicious.
Would you take it to the next level and try to take tenders from other people's boxes?
Yeah, if I still have capacity and these slow pokes are still holding off, then yes, I will start dipping my fingers into their chicken fingers.
Peyton, how we feeling about this?
Feeling good. See, the thing is, I've been up since about 3:55 this morning, so I'm hungry. I haven't had anything to eat.
Oh,
okay. Because I don't eat until I get home. I can't eat before the show, or else stomach issues, all that stuff. I don't want to have to do that. So
okay.
I haven't eaten yet.
I thought he was about
Eric
to
slept in this morning.
crank up the old excuse machine. I thought was what he was going to do, but he's actually just braggadocious.
So Eric got more sleep though, so maybe he's ready and refreshed. And
I am. I woke up and exerted myself, broke a little sweat this morning to just.
We don't need to get into what
you already worked out this morning. Is that what you're
got a little exercise?
We don't need to get into what he did.
Yeah, it was cardio.
Oh,
after a cross we can say whatever we want.
Sorry, Whataburger.
And then Jacob, if you win, you get to take Eric's spot.
I do. There's big stakes on the line for
and
me here.
And he's going to go back and take your job for a while.
And as he mentioned yesterday, just play bad drops the entire segment. So I think I'm excited for that if that happens.
Just derail the whole segment.
Not gonna lie, I might be kind of rooting for Jacob just a little bit because of that reason. All right, do we need a countdown? Is that
who's watching to see if Jacob actually eats the tenders?
Carter. That's a Carter. He knows that Jacob just might cheat.
Yeah, would he shove in my backpack or something?
I mean, look, there was. I will admit, my older son Brandon, he broke some news to me years ago. We were doing a segment, and Parker, I think it was his last day, said he was going to eat 100 chicken nuggets. And right at the end of the show, he goes, "Here we go, 100." And I was like, holy crap, that's amazing. When we were leaving, Brandon was sitting back there, and he goes, "Yeah, he probably ate 40 or 50. And I was like, what? Kind of really destroyed my trust in people. All right,
I'm hungry. Let's
guys,
go.
on your mark, get set, Whataburger! All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, Eric is really treating this like a competition. He's out to a very quick lead. Absolutely. All right, so what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to monitor this contest while also talking more about the Dallas Mavericks. So one thing, I know you don't necessarily have inside medical information, but when you hear the Mavericks say maybe Kyrie could be back by January, and that's maybe February, maybe March is actually the more realistic thing. How big of a deal does just January to March make in terms of his return?
Yeah, it'd be huge. I mean, February is the trade deadline, and so you got to know what moves you need to make for the stretch run of the season. And so that's a big thing to look at as far as a flex date to say, all right, are we going to get Kyrie back? How is Kyrie going to look when he comes back? But it's the human body. I mean, ACL is not as scary as it used to be. There's an older NBA fan that came to me and was like, man, Kyrie's career is done. That's just not the case. That's not the case anymore. Guys come back all the time.
You think Achilles is way more scary? Yes?
It's scary, but it's scary, but it's just long. It's a longer injury.
Yeah.
KD came back from Achilles. Klay Thompson came back from Achilles. They both have looked great, and they're in their old age in the NBA right now. And so for Kyrie, I fully expect him to come back and be Kyrie again. It's just, when does that happen? And a month could mean a lot of things. That's like 16 games.
Yeah.
Right. And so that could be the difference in the West. That was the difference between, I don't know, like 2 and like out of the play-in.
Sure.
that difference of games as far as wins and losses.
What if you thought about the strategy of the Celtics unloading so much salary? Obviously, because Tatum's hurt, he's not going to play next year, or if he does, it'll probably not be a whole lot. And then obviously now, what are the Pacers doing with a devastating Halliburton injury?
Can we take a second to just realize that great Celtics team that everybody talked about for so long, and that was just this amazing Celtics team? The Mavs were the only team that like had to go through that team.
Yes.
And like got their one big great shot where like Porzingis was healthy even for a couple games, and that's brutal. The Mavs keep running into these teams that are like the healthiest and like the best version of themselves. The Clippers that one year.
And it really sucks. Eric, how far in are you? How many strips have you eaten?
I think I've eaten 7.
Oh my gosh.
I think.
Peyton, man, that mentally defeated Peyton.
Whatever I said before, I'm sorry, Eric. And I respect your game.
Peyton.
About time zone.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you at?
I'm about to be on my 3rd.
Oh my gosh, Jacob.
But I'm pacing myself.
Wait, are we doing sauce every bite?
I'm a sauce every bite.
Every
guy.
bite.
I'm going
See, that's
ranch.
different.
That's cheating. I don't know if
So you're Joey Chestnut
Wait,
dipping
dude, we
it in the
got
water.
sauces. You can-
I put sauce in front of
he's
you.
not dipping it in water. He's dipping it in sauce, which is.
Are you saucing, Jake?
No,
Yeah.
I got 2 things of ranch back here, bro.
Look, man, because theoretically,
Respect.
that's just more food you're adding in to slow you down. But that
Calorie
seems
count.
to be, that's the lubricant for Eric Chiafalo.
That's 100%.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Eric Chiafalo is taking a huge lead. Let's see if he can finish this box of...
I will.
Okay, all right. So there was 16 Wada chicken strips in there. By the
They're
way,
so good.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, if you're like, I would like to eat a normal amount of food today, you can.
That's what
of
he's
course.
doing. He's just eating like he's just eating lunch.
Yeah, I'm already down 8 already.
Okay, all right. Yeah, hey,
6 minutes left.
I believe in the tortoise and the hare theory. All right, I think that you could get it done. Now, you'd mentioned the wings in our last segment. I know people try to make it out to be maybe something bigger than it is. There's already article about Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers be the Magic and Larry, and like that's a lot of pressure. But at the same point, you see how they sold out the AAC just off of the names. What's your interest level in this, especially since Caitlin Clark been struggling and kind of hurt?
Incredibly interested. I'm all in. I've had wing season tickets for the last couple of years. I love Paige Beckers. I was hoping and praying that they would get Paige Beckers at some point, and she's everything that you would hope that she is. I mean, if you're listening and you don't really know the W that well, Caitlin Clark is like the 1A talent that is the young player everybody wants to build around. Paige Beckers like 1B. I mean, she's right there.
I think you mean Angel Reese is 1B is what I've been told.
Angel Reese.
Okay, Joy Taylor.
Angel Reese. I don't know if I need to if I put a number on the Angel Reese thing, I would be attacked viciously online.
Fair. That's very fair.
But there are times in their high school and even like at some points in college where Paige Beckers was considered better than Caitlin Clark, and then Caitlin had her run and everything, and she's been incredible. But yeah, I mean there's a lot of interest behind them.
Well, and that's what I wanted to ask you about. I know you're in, and you talked about you've had season tickets, but what does it mean to the league, and maybe more specifically to people like you who are like, I've been there to see this level of public interest as opposed to folks in Arlington or, smattering across the metroplex?
Oh, yeah. Well, you look at what Caitlin's brought to the WNBA, obviously, the ratings, and then like the Wings decided to go from UT Arlington, where they always play, to the AAC when Caitlin plays, because last year the Wings Fever game was packed. There's no seats available anywhere, and this year they had to go to the AAC. For the Wings, in the College Park Center, they used to like block off the second level with like this big curtain, and now it's open and it's pretty full all the time. And so that has brought a lot of interest to the Wings for sure. And they're supposed to move over to the
I know that
convention
got
center.
delayed. Yeah.
Doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
At all?
This year.
Okay.
It'll happen. Well, I don't know. Dallas politics and whatever else.
Wow, politics.
You want to get into it?
That's probably, that's probably for the best. All right, now the flip side to this is like, I get the name value, and that's important, but we have at least seen, especially probably in the last 4 or 5 games, some market improvement from the Wings, unless you think that is inaccurate.
No, they have. They've definitely looked better. They seem to be more cohesive, and you've seen Paige Beckers kind of take a step forward here a little bit and figure out, all right, how do I get this team moving forward? I think some of those games she missed for the concussion or for the injury that she was out with helped her. She got to sit and watch and got to see everybody up close and got to sit courtside and figure out, all right, how does this player play? How does this player play? I think that's really helped her, and the competition has been a little helping with the Wings, but still, Going from 1-11 to where they are now, I'll take it.
Absolutely. All right, Eric, how we your face is getting a little red. How are we doing over here?
I'm starting to feel it.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I take these last 2 bites down, I will have hit my over at 14.
Wow. And we've been doing this like
Just
6
impressed.
minutes.
Amazing.
Peyton, what are you? My guess is maybe 5.
I'm on my 5th one right
Okay.
now. 4.5 right
Peyton
now.
just wanted free lunch today.
He
I get
is
it.
eating like he
I
just had
get
a
it.
free lunch.
I pray for your life expectancy, Eric. I really do. Those doctor's visits cannot be healthy.
It's going to backfire at some point.
If you throw up, though, you're disqualified. That's
I
the
pray
rules,
for
though, I
his
think.
plumber. Yeah. That's who I pray for.
No, pray for the ladies' room here at the station.
Oh my gosh. Yuck. What about Jacob? What about you? Are you making a miracle Whataburger run to make this happen?
I'm halfway through number 8 right now, so I'm
Okay.
gunning for second.
All right.
Hey, nice work,
So
dude.
you're the person we sit next to Joey Chestnut to be like, hey, he's not going to win, but like he'll be the closest
He's
guy.
the average human being. He's just a freak.
Okay, by the way, Whataburger, they've got the prickly pear raspberry water fresher. Is that what you're doing, or are you doing lemonade?
I'm actually double fisting because they're both
How are
so
you
damn
double
good.
fisting drinks,
They're
too?
they're so good.
He hasn't
dude.
actually picked up chicken with his hand. He's just been going it face first
Eating
into
it
the
like,
box
like a
each time.
pelican. That's how I'm eating.
But remember, I want to remind everyone, if you want a reasonable amount of food at Whataburger, they can facilitate that as well. You don't but I also know this now. If you want to buy a box of 50 Whata strips, they can facilitate that as well.
It hasn't even been 10 minutes. and
No,
he's
it's
already
been like
14 in.
7 minutes. I know. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So I know it's early. It just happened. Ryan Nemhard, Miles Kelly. Did you have any like pre-draft thoughts about them if they might be available as undrafted? Do you have any thoughts about them now?
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Nemhard is a guy that a lot of people thought would get drafted, maybe in the 40s.
Bless you.
There's proof, Whataburger. If you're wondering if they're actually eating the chicken,
That burp was so needed. That was like, I just caught my second wind, bro.
Oh no!
there's space
Watch
for like
out,
6 more
boys.
now.
Like 2 minutes ago, bro.
And Ryan Nemhard's an incredible passer, led college in assists last year. He's 5'11". He's going to struggle with size, obviously, and that's why he didn't go. But he's Andrew Nemhard's brother from the Pacers that we talked about, and so he's got a connection there. And I think he's going to be great, especially for Summer League, to set everybody up and to be the guy that just runs the offense. And the Mavs are going to need another guard like that. And so to add that in the two-way spot, that one's really good.
And go ahead.
The Miles Kelly one is is 6'4", guard wing coming out of Auburn. He's got a 6'10" wingspan reportedly. It's like a 3-and-D guy, and he had some issues with his wrist at the beginning of the season with Auburn, and then as that got better, he got a little hotter and got better as it went on, and he started a ton of games for that Auburn team that was really good.
Absolutely. What are the anticipations or hopeful expectations for Brandon Williams? Because you're talking about a two-way player who then obviously really built up his stature where we're all like, hey, I'm really glad he's on the team. What can he hope for next year?
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, unless they sign somebody else, he's starting at point guard. He's really lucked into this situation where he's on a full contract now, so he's part of the team, and like they expect him to come in and contribute and to be what he was at the end of last season, which was really good. And he came in and played his role really well. And I've been concerned if they're going to ask too much of him. But
okay,
I think they are going to have some expectations, and I think that's great. I'm happy for him.
Are you more impressed at Brandon Williams last season or what you've just seen from Eric Chiafalo? Did you finish that box?
15. I got one more.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to go for 16. I don't even know if these guys are going to make me.
You want my leftovers
go
over
my
here?
hardest
Let's get you
here.
to 20, Eric. Come on.
Jakey?
I'm
Double
at 9.
digits? 9?
We got one more to break the over right now.
You can hear him just huffing. And
Yeah,
puffing.
man, you were very labored
close,
for
bro.
sitting down. No, I get it. But like we started this, I think 9.5 minutes ago, maybe 9 minutes ago, and you ate 15 Whata chicken tenders and drank most of 2 different drinks.
How much sauce you have left?
I got like probably 10% of each ranch and probably
each ranch?
Yeah, I did 2 ranches.
There
Yeah,
you go. I got
2
you.
ranch, 3 ketchups, 2 of those being spicy. That's what I love about. That's really one of my favorite experiences about the Whataburger experience is because I get to go bite for bite. Each dip has something different to offer, and so every bite can sort of be its own special moment.
Talk about the nodes with the different sauces.
Yeah, well, you have the flavor profiles that really, I mean, I thought ketchup couldn't be outdone when Whataburger just had their own ketchup. And then all of a sudden they started to spice things up a bit.
Yeah.
And man, it just makes the chicken tender experience really one of one.
This is a sommelier.
Man, that's a live read right there.
And then, you double fist the Whata Freshers as well. I'm trying to decide which Whata Fresher I like. I've been sipping at the same time.
Whataburger, get this man some live reads. Let's make it happen.
Action.
Gosh,
All
that's
right.
good.
So, Nick, I'm sure everybody knows by now, but if they don't, how can they follow you and find your content to know all the things about the Mavericks?
Yeah, at Nick Van Exit on all socials, and then Locked On Mavs, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, all those great places. And then we're on KFAA every day at 4:30 too. So if you're a terrestrial TV watcher, you can.
I love it. I love it. And again, I appreciate you coming in studio. Very, very helpful. He'll be at the presser. You don't need to keep
It's an
doing
honor.
that
It was
into the
actually an
mic.
honor to sit and watch Eric eat all that.
Hey, it's great to be with you. Great just listening to the basketball takes as I'm eating. That was really fun.
It was amazing.
What's the word that we're going to, what's the biggest buzzword we hear from Cooper Flagg in this presser?
Blessed. Blessed
Yeah.
is going to be a good one.
Okay, blessed. Give me sponge. Give me sponge.
Cooper Flagg's focus on work ethic is equal only to Eric's focus on competitive eating abilities. All right, there you go, everybody. Nick Angstadt right here, and whatever that was on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, a revolutionary way to change pitchers' wins and losses. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shy.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here it is. Swing and a foul tip. He struck him out.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where, man, we're going to get to baseball nuggets in just a second. But Eric Chiafalo is still in the room with me because he was victorious.
That's right.
Final count of 15 tenders. I believe Peyton got to 6.
It's embarrassing.
And Jacob, did you hit 10 or did you stick at 9?
I finished with 11.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh.
Tell the people the work that you did going into this, because I was not aware of this until we went to break.
So I had real love for the game. So what I did, you know, every great team, every championship winning team, you got to do some film study. So I went back and I found the fan cam of Eric Chiafalo crushing the baked potato from Hurtado Barbecue at the Texas Rangers game, just to get an idea
That's amazing.
of what I was going up against. And I will say, I was as amazed as I was in the moment when I watched it live.
And so the thing that's even more amazing, you did 15, I think, in 9 minutes, give or take.
Yeah.
And you also pulled off the gas.
I did. Once I found out my competition was lagging so far behind me, I was like, I don't need to completely dip into ruining my entire Friday afternoon.
That's why Kobayashi and Chestnut used to need each other. It's like, I need that person right next to me, because I think you could have definitely done like 18 or 19 if you were being pushed.
Agreed.
But I'm impressed by you guys. Tremendous work. Absolutely. Right now, see if I can live up to the hype with my own tremendous work. Off to a bad start. Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, brings you baseball nuggets.
I feel like today it's baseball tenders.
Baseball tenders. It's a great point. That is a very great point. Now, I have an insane theory to bring to you today. And I think I might kind of like it.
All right. I'm intrigued.
We're going to completely change the idea of pitcher wins. Because usually
you were hinting at this.
Yes.
Okay, you've been really brainstorming this.
So I did some research, thought about it a lot, and read an article about game score wins. Because a lot of people will tell you, yeah, pitcher win is not really a relevant statistic anymore, and I totally get that. Like you've seen Cy Young winners with 11, 12 wins. Now, luckily, Jacob deGrom is in a position, I think he's 8-2, so his win-loss record has really been reflective of how he's pitched. But in a day where so many pitchers go maybe 5, maybe 6 innings, you leave a lot more chance with the bullpen, or you get the opener, or there's so many different things that have changed the theory. So there's an article out on ESPN by Bradford Doolittle, which sounds like a fake name.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
But he also has a picture that looks like he's just an AI-generated human being.
Oh, no.
But he looks like if you typed in AI my neighbor, you know, and like they came up with the picture for Bradford Doolittle. And so, but we're just having fun because this article is tremendously fascinating. All right, think about this. For Paul Skeens, and this is before a start on Wednesday, there have been 2,664 pitchers in the history of baseball, or going back to 1901, because that's how we like to do it.
Modern era, Hagee.
That have made at least 30 career starts. 3 of those pitchers, or 1 out of every 888, own a career ERA below 2. Ed Walsh and Addie Joss from the dead ball era.
2 of my favorites.
Sure. And Paul Skeens, who before Wednesday's start had a sub-2 ERA and had a sub-2 ERA for his career. This season, he is 4-7. All right? And so he's not getting the wins and losses that one would think. So there's this theory.
Thanks, Bob Nutting.
Yeah. It's yes, Doolittle. All right. So despite those disparities, there's a new theory out there, or maybe it's an old theory, and I'm just now hearing about it. It's called the game score win. So what they would do is the mandate for both starters in the game is identical. Outpitch the other guy, and you know what? You win. So game score assigns wins and losses to assess the success of the starting pitcher regardless of the outcome of the game. So like, let's say we had Jacob deGrom going up against Paul Skeens. They both pitched 6 innings. deGrom gives up 1 run, 8 strikeouts. Skeens, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts. But then the Rangers bullpen implodes, gives up 4 runs, and the Pirates win 5-2. Paul Skeens takes the loss. Jacob deGrom gets the win. And there are no decisions. So every single game started, you would get a win or a loss. So I told you that Paul Skeens was 4-6 with a 1.85 ERA before his start on Wednesday.
That is just gut-wrenching.
It really is. So with the game score win theory, his record would be 11-5. Now, first of all, that's intriguing. But second of all, let's look at how much more exciting the pitcher win would now become. Because, you know, people are like, oh, nobody will ever get to 30 wins again. And you're like, yeah, definitely not. And now people are like, I don't even know if you could get to 20 wins in a season. All right, with the game win theory, Randy Johnson, 2001, 2002.
Big unit.
He would have won 30 games. Garrett Cole, he would have had 29 wins in 2019. Kurt Schilling, 29 wins in 2001. Just think about the level of bizarre excitement you could bring back with that pitcher statistic if you went off of that. Also, starting pitchers are no longer penalized for their lack of a bullpen,
right,
or they're no longer penalized for their lack of an offense.
Yep.
They're going head to head with the other starting pitcher.
I do like the idea of, like, after the game, it's a somber, sad locker room because the team lost, but there is one guy in that clubhouse who's fired up and talking about how I got a great win today.
So think about this. If you go off of the game loss theory, that also puts 300 wins back in play. Clayton Kershaw would have 299 wins. All-time leading winning pitcher in baseball, Roger Clemens. Second, Nolan Ryan. Third, Greg Maddux. Fourth, Walter Johnson. Still feels like some of the best pitchers,
no question,
we've ever seen. But that would put 300 wins back in play. That would put 20 wins consistently back in play. And it feels like it would be a more accurate description of how your actual starting pitcher is doing. Or you could argue this is just for the agents and stat patters and everything like that. I wanted to throw it out there to get y'all's opinion. Now that you've heard like a Cliff's Notes version or Sparks Notes or whatever the new thing is of the idea.
I do like it. Obviously, baseball and the traditionalists are probably going to be flooding your message boards
For sure.
with frustration.
That's right.
But I do appreciate this. I do think there is something that needs to happen for these guys that you have just painted beautifully about a guy like Skeens, whose win-loss record, it's pointless to even have that for him. It has no indication on how awesome he has been. So you just do away with it or do what you're doing.
And now 2001 is a great example. Randy Johnson had 21 wins. Kurt Schilling had 22 in 2001. Under this theory, Randy Johnson would have been at 30 and Kurt Schilling would have been at 29.
Wow. Okay, so I do like this from the 214 because I was thinking about this. Like, how does it work if the starting pitchers, they pitch different number of innings?
Okay, so there is a formula in place. We don't really have time right now to break it all down, but there is kind of like a point-based formula based on...
Doolittle's thought this through.
How many runs you've given up, how many hits you've given up, how many walks, how many balks, how many strikeouts, and all of that, and how many innings pitched. So, there is I don't want to make it sound like, so they better pitch the same every time. There is, a mathematical theory in place, but with all the counting of the chicken tenders, I felt like we'd done enough math
I
today,
agree.
so I was just going to skip it. But yes, there are multiple theories in place that would help you decide that at the end of the day. And again, I'm not naive enough to think this is actually going to happen. I just think it's epically fascinating, and Paul Skeens was the perfect person to use as the springboard for it right now.
Yes.
And Lord knows the Rangers have had plenty of pitchers, even this year, that probably wish we would have gone.
Could we still Gatorade bath the pitcher when he won the game but his team lost?
You know what? That's gonna be an important decision for the team to make. Because I can see how the pitcher would feel embarrassed. Jacob deGrom, you just got your 25th win. How you feeling? And he's like, well, it's tough because we lost 3-2 and we missed out on the playoffs. I can see how that would be hugely problematic.
I'm here for that, though.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Mavericks beat reporter for the Dallas Morning News. It is Mike Curtis next right here on The Fan.
I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you the man who knows everything about the Dallas Mavericks and gets it done for the Dallas Morning News. It is Mike Curtis. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good, but I do have a question. So our producer Jacob calls you, and we set up this interview. Yet I texted you multiple times, and nothing happened. What happened? Have I run afoul of you?
No, not at all. I've gotten so many texts, so many requests for interviews, and it was a lot to manage. So I do apologize for that.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time. And the formality of the phone call, it's nice. People still appreciate it. I like that. All right. So yeah, absolutely. So you were at the draft, yes?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Is there any chance you can identify the person who asked the first question to Cooper Flagg about the conspiracy theory that the NBA gifted Dallas with the #1 draft pick and expected him to have an answer for that?
I cannot identify that person because I missed the first question. I wasn't in there for the first question, and when I saw that first question listed on the transcript, I was very surprised. But Cooper handled it like a pro. He's been doing this media thing for a while, and it's hard to trip him up or get him to go in a direction that he doesn't want to go in. That's one of the main things that I've noticed so far in probably 2 or 3 of his pressers that he's had during the pre-draft process.
I'm not saying it's his fault, because obviously it's not, but I feel like to some people, Cooper Flagg has kind of been, put in the Tim Tebow category of I'm just tired of hearing about him so much. And like, I was looking at over-unders for his rookie season, 16.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. That feels like that would be incredibly impressive as a rookie, but I feel like the hype level to some people is so high, they might view that as a disappointment.
I don't think it's a disappointment, especially if you just watch his game in totality and you see he's able to do so many different things well. I think that's the biggest thing that stands out about his game. Like, he can rebound, he can defend, he can score from all three levels. He's a rim protector. He's a lob threat. He is literally everything that you want in a basketball player. And if he can't do it, and I wrote this story on him last week, he has the determination and will to get better at it. Just from talking to people closer to him, they say he has a relentless work ethic, and he's one of the most competitive people you'll find. So I think they're getting a really good player in Cooper Flagg.
I know you just kind of broke it down to a certain extent. I was hoping we could go back to the defense, because anybody who watched him in college or people that watch him on the AAU circuit, can you tell us just a little bit more about his defensive versatility? Because I think he can defend 2 through 4 straight away, and I think there are some people who think he can defend even more than that.
Yeah, for sure. He has the ability to switch 1 through 5. He has a 7-foot wingspan. He's very long, and he's able to use his feet well. He can move with the best of them. I wouldn't be surprised if if they put him on the best perimeter player, especially as the season goes on. I'm pretty sure he'll have to adjust to the NBA game, but I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season he's guarding the likes of the LeBrons, the Jason Tatums, even though Jason Tatum will miss most of the season. But just perimeter guys like that, even if it's just in bursts or even if it's like during the fourth quarter.
Do you have a comp that you like the most for him, Mike? Is there somebody that you look at and say this kind of reminds me of Flagg?
Yeah, I've heard the comparisons to Andre Kirilenko. Andre Kirilenko was a really good player back in the day. Had that two-way defensive skill set. But from people I've spoken to, and I can see where they're going when they say this, they liken him to Giannis Antetokounmpo. They liken him to LeBron James without the elite athleticism. But just from like a processing standpoint, they say his IQ is off the charts, and he's able to make really good reads in a short amount of time. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cooper handling the ball, especially early on while Kyrie is out.
Yeah, and you said maybe not elite athleticism, but he does still have top-notch athleticism, right?
Yeah, for sure. I was doing the comparison in terms of LeBron, which is an athlete we've never seen before. But yeah, I don't know if guys remember, but like when he had that dunk against UCLA, that was the dunk that probably broke the internet. But he's able to use the athleticism on the defensive end too. So like when he soars for these blocks and rejections, he's blocking it to the fifth row. And I think he's also able to block shots to a point where they can stay in play, and he can even turn that into transition opportunities for his team. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how his game kind of translates to the next level.
Now, one of the things is probably not surprising to anybody is Cooper Flagg is a heavy favorite to be Rookie of the Year. Now, second, although quite a bit behind, is Trey Johnson. And I know you had a story about Trey Johnson. He's a local kid. What is it that you think Trey Johnson brings to the table in the NBA? Because I have to admit, when the Mavericks first moved into the top 4, I was like, ooh, maybe we could get Trey Johnson, because I did not actually think we would get the number 1 pick.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people thought that it would go this way. But as far as Trey Johnson's concerned, I think he's one of the best shooters in the draft, if not the best. Averaged 40% from 3 from Texas. He's able to shoot in a variety of ways. He can catch and shoot. He can do it off the bounce. I think he's really a really gifted scorer. And I spoke to his high school coach as well, and he thinks there's a lot of other parts of his game that's kind of going under the radar, like his defense and his playmaking. I know every draft prospect has things that they want to get better at, want to improve. I think those two are on the list for trade. But as far as just being a pure scorer, someone you can give the ball to and they can just go get a bucket, I think that's where he's going to fit really well in Washington. That's going to be interesting, though, because they do have that bevy of veterans over there. They just acquired C.J. McCollum. They got Marcus Smart. So it's going to be interesting.
Mike,
Chris Middleton as well.
Yeah, have you gotten a sense in regards to Flagg of like how much of a presence he will have with the summer league?
I don't as of now, and that's actually something that I was curious in finding out today at his press conference. It's interesting because his debut is going to be on July 10th, a little over in less than 2 weeks against the Los Angeles Lakers. That team is going to be headlined by Bronny James and Dalton Connect. So the NBA knows what it's doing with that Dallas and LA matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm with you about that. I saw that schedule as well, and I was like, ooh, intriguing. Now, not to get lost in all of the Cooper Flagg shuffle, I just want to go back in the move of the re-sign of Kyrie Irving and then creating the $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level exception, and then the extension of Daniel Gafford. How are you feeling about those moves, both in terms of keeping the players and potential a little bit of financial flex?
Yeah, I thought they were smart. I don't think there was a doubt that Kyrie Irving wouldn't be back with this team next season. It was just a matter of how is it going to happen and how is his next contract going to look. So you get Kyrie for 2 more years guaranteed. He has a third option for 27 and 28, and that contractually aligns with Anthony Davis's contract. You lock down Gafford for 3 more years. So your front court is solidified. It's secure, and it's probably one of the best front courts in the league, if not the best. So I thought it was a really good move for the Mavericks to get those guys locked down. And obviously, the first year of Kyrie's extension, it creates the 5.7 taxpayer mid-level exception, and that gives Nico Harris and the rest of the front office the ability to go out and get a quality guard in free agency.
Like D'Angelo Russell.
I know that name's been floated around. Yeah, D'Angelo Russell. You could look at Chris Paul. You could look at a guy like Malcolm Brogdon. There are some names out there. Dennis Schroeder is another one.
Do you have a hierarchy? Because we talked about that the other day. I think I would be Chris Paul ahead of Russell and Brogdon.
Yeah, I think if you can get Chris Paul, that'd be a great option, especially for a veteran club. You don't have to teach him anything. He's been in this league 20 years. He's seen every type of offense, seen every type of defense. And I think what's even more impressive is the fact that even at his age, he played all 82 games last year. I think it was the second time in his career that he's done that, and they're 10 years apart, which I thought that was pretty cool. But if you're able to go get a guy like that to kind of man the fort down until Kyrie comes back, and then he's able to slide into that backup point guard role, and you pretty much don't miss a beat offensively, setting up the offense when you have 2 creators like that.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, with us here on The Fan. What did you make of all the Jason Kidd stuff? And do you feel like if it was in his perfect world, he would be the coach of the Knicks right now?
Ooh. I don't have a sense of that, honestly. I haven't spoken to him about it. It's interesting because the Knicks pretty much went after, I want to say, 5 coaches who were already employed by other teams.
Right.
But it seems as if they really wanted Jason Kidd to be their next head coach. Which I get it. There's a connection there with Jalen Brunson. Obviously, Brunson spent his rookie season playing under Jason Kidd. Kidd was a former Knick. He's already handled the pressure of being a coach in that market, obviously being a coach of the Brooklyn Nets during his first go-around as a coach. So I see the appeal. He's taken the Mavericks to the Western Conference Finals twice in 3 years, twice over the last 4 years, and had 1 finals appearance. So the credentials are there. He's a very attractive candidate as a coach, but he's employed by the Mavericks. So, and Nico Harrison recently said that he will be back next season. So
okay, all right. Now, do you think Nico Harrison will say again that fortune favors the bold today?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Nico will say.
Probably shouldn't, though, right?
I thought it was a very interesting quote. I'll say that. I think it was great for us as writers and content creators and reporters. So.
Right. Now, speaking of, I mean, I know obviously you cover the Mavs a whole lot, but were you able to get a press pass or did you pay the money to get a ticket for the American Airlines Center tonight? Because we got another big basketball game.
Yeah, I will be at the AAC tonight. Unfortunately, I won't be a spectator. I will be working the game, but I am looking forward to seeing this game between the Wings and the Fever. And if Caitlin plays, I think there's going to be a lot of happy basketball fans in the building tonight.
Absolutely. How impressive is it that you're looking at, and I know this has been the case for other Caitlin Clark games, and the Wings have started to get into this position, but you have talk about tickets on the secondary market for the WNBA and the prices just because of the popularity of this event.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. It just shows that the game is growing. A lot of people are invested in women's basketball, and they see it as appealing, if not more appealing than the men's game. I know specifically when NCAA March Madness rolls around, I'm more interested in watching the women's tournament than I am the men's. And it's just there are a lot. It's so much more fundamental. I think it's so much more pure. I really enjoy it. I don't know if those who know personally, but I used to cover Syracuse women's basketball when I was at Syracuse.com. So I started out covering the women's game, and I really enjoy it.
All right, man, I actually didn't know that. So appreciate the time. I know you got to get to the presser. Thank you very much for the insight as well, good sir.
No problem. Thank you as always.
Absolutely. There you go. Mike Curtis from the Dallas Morning News right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dylan Brooks' ex, fight-ruining alcohol monitors, and every other runner in this race. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask somebody for forgiveness? Perhaps do they need to ask you for forgiveness? And I would like to start this off with a sports note if we can. Well, all right. If I'm really being honest, a sports adjacent note. Is that good enough? That's okay, right?
As I told you earlier this week, I like sports and I like adjacents.
Okay. I've always heard that.
Yeah, it's
all right.
real.
So Dylan Brooks, he filed for a restraining order against his ex, Heather Andrews.
I feel like there's players in the league that have felt like maybe they want to have a restraining order.
From Dylan Brooks?
From Dylan Brooks.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. And so I was like, oh, restraining order. That can be a big deal. They have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old together.
See, that's like the problem. Is that one of the biggest fears of all time?
Yes.
Having to deal with that type of situation when you've made kids with that person.
Yes.
Gosh, what
absolutely.
a miserable feeling.
Trust me. I can speak on that for sure.
Awful.
Yeah. Especially when they're like, I want to go hump somebody else. All right.
Oh no.
So they met 7 years ago. Obviously, it's not working out. And I was like, oh man, what happened? Like, what's the beef? So Dylan Brooks says that she has destroyed his belongings, hacked into his social media accounts, and even once threatened to cut off his fingers. Now, that's a heavy accusation. There was a screenshot posted of text allegedly from her, and the thread starts with, I'm going to have to hurt you. And then another one that said, or I'll put one in your stomach, and I'm pregnant, so I have an excuse. I will pull up at the gym. It goes on and on. I'll have someone cut each one of your effing little fingers off one by one so you can never play basketball, LOL.
LOL.
She, believe it or not,
incredible.
She said even more shocking things than that we probably shouldn't even get into on the air. But,
wow, so she took it up a notch even higher than that there.
She definitely did. So I think she needs to ask for forgiveness, but I would still enforce the restraining order.
Man, that is a very descriptive. I mean, kudos to her for really strategizing and sitting down and putting an awfully evil plan together. That's pretty bad, dude. That's restraining order worthy.
From the 903, I think Kevin should ask Bobby for forgiveness. I did, over text and after the show.
I just feel worried about what Bobby could do next.
I felt bad.
He's so capable of just ridiculous things.
Absolutely. From the 214, I would like to ask forgiveness for calling Eric a hater in the fan text over his coverage of the Shador phone prank. My bad. It was an epic prank, though.
Hey, thanks, 214. It was an epic prank. And I don't even remember being super strident about the fact that those kids were just terrible, terrible human beings, but certainly garnered them a Bleep Hole of the Week nominee.
Sure.
Even though it was funny.
But I appreciate that person coming back around.
Me too.
Like, you know what? I'm sorry for calling you a hater.
You're forgiven.
There you go. That's delightful. Do you have anybody that needs to ask you for forgiveness, or do you need to ask anybody for forgiveness?
I actually, I got my forgiveness from my wife last night when she was trying to read me something and I was completely not paying attention while she was reading it to me. And then she was like, okay. And then she closed the book that she was trying to read to me.
Was it a religious book?
It just so happened to be the religious book.
No.
We were watching something. She's like, oh, that reminds me of what I read today. And she opens up Romans 6. And Paul is just on fire about the word sin.
Yes.
And then I saw my phone ding. And so I went to the ding and she was still reading out of the Bible. And then she closed it and said, okay, I guess you don't care about this. And then I had to ask for forgiveness. Thank God she granted it to me.
Which I was going to say, to be fair,
in that moment, she really didn't have a choice.
But I feel like the Bible, was really, that's one of the overarching messages. Is they're really, really big on forgiveness, especially in the New Testament. Sometimes in the Old Testament, it gets a different kind of forgiveness.
A little different deal. Now, also, I would like to say that this guy needs some forgiveness because there was allegedly a heated argument over a honey bun. That ended in tragedy.
Tragedy?
Yeah.
What?
29-year-old Michael Crowley lost it when he discovered his uncle had eaten his honey bun. And then that uncle was fatally shot.
What? Okay, honey bun is delicious.
So one of Little Debbie's greatest works of art.
But I think we should all agree, no snack food should drive you to murder.
Nothing in a vending machine should get you so riled up that you kill your uncle.
Are there any details about how we went from point A to point B? Because that's a pretty sizable jump right there. I know a lot of times in the stories they might not have all the details, but like those are the kind of Netflix documentaries I want to see.
Yes.
Like I did put the Poop Cruise in the queue because you said to watch it, but instead I watched the one about the old Toronto mayor, Rob Ford. Is amazing.
Oh my gosh, that guy was nuts.
And my wife did not remember any of the stuff he said.
I bet that was surprising.
She was like, oh my God, he really said that?
He was on crack.
Oh, yes. And so going in, she goes, so what's the deal with this guy? And I was like, it was like if Chris Farley would have survived and become a mayor. That's kind of what it felt like.
According to the police report, the suspect's father says the incident started when Michael Crowley confronted his uncle about eating his honey buns. The report says that Crowley asked his uncle for money to replace the honey bun. But the older man then began to hit Crowley in the back of the head because he was then in anger mode.
Okay.
So there's a little bit more.
Hold on.
It was equally violent, I would say. Sounds like...
Is this going to be a self-defense case?
This might end up being a self-defense case,
All right. Still feel like we took several jumps. I would like some money. All right. How much money? $3. All right, we can figure it out. Like, are you gouging him just a little bit? Yeah, circumstances, you stole his food, I get it. But like, to respond by hitting them over the head, wouldn't you be like, I'll catch up with you later? Or like, just, I don't know. That feels like the way to go.
How dare you ask for money for the honey bun that I stole from you? I'm now going to fight you because of it, and then you're going to kill me.
That is.
Here we go. Action.
All right. So I've got a couple more sports adjacent ones for you if you want.
Well, you know how I feel about those things.
I do. Actually, this one is not sports adjacent. It is in the midst of competition. Now, I think every other runner except for Chris Robinson needs to ask for forgiveness. He was competing in the 400-meter hurdles in the Czech Republic. It was captured live on TV. His unit came out while he was jumping over the hurdles. Only one other person was even close to defeating him. All right. And there was like a big gap between everybody else. So it was Chris Robinson, and then this other dude, and everyone was so far behind. So Robinson is like, while he's running and jumping, trying to fix his shorts, he's trying to get things tucked back in. Target would be really stoked about that. And even when he goes across the finish line, it's just hanging out there. And this was on live Czechoslovakian TV. I don't know, the Czech Republic, excuse me.
Are you sure this wasn't on the BBC?
I mean, it could have been. Okay. I did not. Golly. I didn't get that at all until I did, and it was too late.
This guy's got a little Serge Ibaka to his game.
Yeah, and so I think every other runner, that was really funny though. I think every other runner in that race should ask for forgiveness for not being able to compete with the guy who's trying to
I agree.
Push it all back in while he's jumping. It's not even just a race where you're just running. It's a hurdle. And so he's still jumping while he's trying to take care of that. They still couldn't catch him.
I mean, dude, this is an apparatus. This is an appendage that I think that it clips the hurdle. Usually you see like a toe or a knee.
That's what knocked it down. Do you think the censor ever gets kickback from any of the athletes? And they're like, hey, I'm going to add a little bit more to the black bar, but the kickback I want is X amount of dollars.
This is otherworldly, bro. This thing is, I mean, it's twig and berries.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, and he needs to know himself better than this. His shorts are smaller than everybody else's.
They were John Stockton NBA shorts, right?
Yes, he's like, absolutely, dude. That's incredible. That's the biggest win of his career, though.
Now, you might think, well, clearly that will be the weirdest sports story I'm about to hear. I take you to Cedric if you're not fancy, Dumas. He is out of UFC 317 tomorrow. Here's the deal. He had an ankle monitor on.
Oh.
So they weren't going to let him in the octagon.
Honey bun situation?
No, I don't think so. And so he had a Florida court-ordered ankle monitor. And look, I'm inclined to think if Florida decided to prosecute you, it was probably pretty bad, because I feel like they let plenty of stuff fly.
That's a great point.
So depending on who you believe, it's either the fighter's fault for not totally disclosing this to the UFC, or it's a judge's fault because they were supposed to meet up on Thursday, at which point the hope was that the judge would release him and take off the ankle monitor.
Yep.
Thus he would be able to fight. And there is a story going around that the judge was late, and so they had to move the rehearing back, but it was going to be after the commission would have approved him, and they're not going to approve him with an ankle monitor on.
No,
You can't fight with that.
It would be a funny visual, though.
What a devastating kick with the ankle monitor.
Yeah, that's quite the advantage. Wow, that's a huge bummer for that guy.
It is. So
I blame the judge.
Okay.
I'm blaming the judge on this.
So they picked up another person with a few days' notice to fight at UFC 317. We'll see how it goes for him.
So that sometimes works out, doesn't it?
It does. So we had a while back from XKO, we had Kevin Holland in here, and he took a short notice UFC fight. And I think the first one he took, he lost. But like Dana White was so impressed because he put up a great fight. He took the fight on short notice. He had another spot, and Kevin Holland, like really quickly, was like, I'll take it. And then he won. And Dana White's like, this dude's my favorite. Like he'll step up. He's a fighter that wants to fight, you know? And so Kevin Holland has now been in the UFC for quite some time and had a pretty good amount of success.
I have so much respect for guys like that. They're like, hey, dude, whatever opportunity I can get, I'm going to take advantage of this.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Now, something we need to keep an eye out on in Utah. There are potentially a doings that transpiring. So if you recall, the Utah Jazz, they ended up getting Ace Bailey. So there's a report that Ace Bailey's representatives told a team drafting in the top 5 that he wouldn't report if they did draft him. Now, it doesn't say for sure that is Utah, but then we got the word earlier today that one of Utah's draft picks has already shown up, especially because like we're going to have the Cooper Flagg presser right here on 105.3 The Fan, and Ace Bailey has not, with the thought being he'll be there on Monday. So there are some people who think this is the beginning of like a holdout. There's other people who are like, he's still just like taking care of some life things before he moves into the next chapter.
I could buy the Monday thing. If it was like a see you next Tuesday thing, I'd be like, you know what? He might be really out.
But like it had to be picks 3, 4, or 5, I would think, because everybody knew that Cooper Flagg was going 1, Dylan Harper was going 2. So I don't know if it was Philly, Charlotte, Utah, but if so, one of those 3 teams allegedly got told, do not pick Ace Bailey, because if you do, he's not going to be there. So just, keep an eye, potential forgiveness situation happening right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Could the Cowboys have not 1, but 2 all-rookie players this season? We'll discuss next on The Fan.
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024. Wait.
Jake! It didn't hit, so let's do it.
Let's get pressure coming. Gets hit from behind. NBC recovers it.
Let's get something away! 877-881-1053, caller number 10. Right now, will win a pair of tickets to go see Dermot Kennedy October 16th at the Majestic Theater. Look, you can buy tickets right now, or you can win them for free. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Eric, do you feel like the computer really screwed you on that one?
Yes, dude. That buffer really got me on that one.
Well, 877-881-1053. Want a chance to win those Dermot Kennedy tickets? You'll have your opportunity. We'll do an AEW ticket giveaway later in the show. But right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
In this voice guy's opinion.
All right.
We're having a rough time. Hold on.
Yeah, you are.
Jacob, was that your fault or was that the computer again? Because first time felt like it was the computer. That time.
That might have been user error.
I don't know. But he did bring Girl Scout cookies, so he can do no wrong for me.
That's true. And he took a huge L earlier in the tender contest, so I kind of want to handle him with kid
See,
gloves
I think
right
he
now.
took a regular loss because he showed up.
That's true. Peyton's the one that should be embarrassed.
All right. Let's start with Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker, who plays for nobody, got a 10-week ban from the NFL. So he's been suspended the first 10 weeks of the 2025 regular season after the NFL found that he violated its personal conduct policy, the league announced yesterday. Another way to put that is the league wanted to suspend him a certain amount. Justin Tucker thought this was fine. They negotiated it, and where they ended up was 10 weeks suspension.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing kind of how this actually unfolds from a real legal standpoint.
Sure.
I don't imagine anybody was planning on picking up Justin Tucker in the first 10 weeks of the season anyways.
Do you think he's done?
Tugger. I can't even remember how it's
okay. All right.
Sorry.
Do you think he's done? Like, do you think?
I do, because he wasn't himself last year.
Yeah.
And it's the at some point your leg power kind of goes away on you. And that clearly is what happened to him.
Yeah.
And maybe some of it is because he knew that he was dealing with a lot of crap. It hadn't been announced to the world yet, but he knew what was sort of about to unfold. So he might have, just from a stress level standpoint, I think that's part of the thing with Deshaun Watson.
I could see that.
Of course you're not yourself at work when your entire life is completely combusting in front of the entire world right now.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Do you think this is fair? So ESPN had an article that dropped this morning, and it's essentially team-friendly versus player-friendly deals. So where did the team get a break, and where did the team be like, the hell with it? You can just have whatever money that you want.
Okay.
We can go over any of the positions if you wanted. We could go over running back if we wanted, wide receiver if we wanted, edge rusher. But you know what? Let's go right to quarterback. And I want to see if you think this is fair. Team-friendly deal. Sam Darnold with the Seattle Seahawks. Did you ever think you'd hear of a time when Sam Darnold got $38 million fully guaranteed and $55 million in total guaranteed, and it would be considered team-friendly?
No, even hearing it now, I don't believe it. I would really be criticizing whoever came up with that.
All right. So it wasn't Brandon Doolittle. He's on point. It's Dan Graziano.
Danny G, my Italian brother.
Player-friendly deal.
He might need some forgiveness.
Now, this is going to be really tough, Eric. Is there any possible guess you could have about a quarterback contract that is deemed a player-friendly deal, a.k.a. not a great deal for the team?
Could it be the guy who reset the market over or almost a year ago now? There's been a lot of deals to get done that haven't surpassed it, even by quarterbacks with better resumes and better talents.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is, in fact, Dak Prescott, who's going to make $5 million more per season than Josh Allen. That's a real thing. The 6-year, $240 million with $231 million in total guarantees is listed as a player-friendly deal. Do you feel as though that is a fair critique?
This one, he's completely hit the nail on the head.
All right, so you didn't like the team-friendly, but the player-friendly, you're like, they got it.
He knows what he's doing there.
All right, I think that is very
Hey,
fair.
good for Dak. Good for his agent, man.
Absolutely.
They know how to play that game.
Absolutely. All right. NFL.com says that the Dallas Cowboys could not have not one, but two all-rookie players this year. Do you think that could be true? And if so, who would be your two?
Okay, yes. I think it would be your first two selections.
Would it?
I think it would be Tyler Booker and Ezeraku. Everybody's just so excited about Ezeraku. Probably certainly could have been a first rounder as an edge. Playing alongside Micah Parsons, I think, is going to open up a ton of opportunities for him.
Yeah.
So I think those two guys. And then, of course, you think about a Jaden Blue, just the electricity factor and how you could see him popping up on a SportsCenter top 10 because of the way that he's able to perhaps score from long distances and things. But I'm not fully convinced on that. So he would be my third, my outlier. But I think it's Booker and Ezeraku.
Are you sure you want to stick with that answer?
That's my final answer, Your Honor.
All right, good decision. I tried to trick you.
I was worried about that for a second.
Tyler Booker, on the offensive side, they have listed as the all-rookie guard. And then, as you were just making allusion to, Donovan Ezeraku on the edge, along with Abdul Carter, will be their representatives as all-rookie defense. So let me ask you this, then. I know that's what we're hoping happens. Does that change kind of your preseason thought about the Cowboys? If I could tell you right now magically, which obviously I can't, that those two will both be worthy of all-rookie selection.
Does it change the way I view what their season could be?
Yeah, because I feel I feel like most people right now are like, 8-9 to 10-7 if they make the playoffs, first round bump.
Yeah, no, I mean it doesn't change a ton for me because I'm making my prediction about this Cowboys team with in mind the idea that Booker and Ezeraku are going to be really solid contributors. So I still think that the problems that this team has or potentially will have are they're superseding those guys.
Yeah.
And like Ezeraku, I love him as a pass rusher, but to me it's the run defense that is still the huge question mark as to why I can't really trust this defense very much at all right now. Then you factor in the corners.
Yep.
The pass rush is the one thing we all feel pretty good about.
Yeah, agreed.
So I think that's already just kind of set in stone. It's going to be a good pass rush. Ezeraku will be a part of that, but he won't make them a playoff team or anything like that.
In case you wanted to know this for planning purposes, the NFL Top 100 will start getting rolled out on Monday. I know usually that is of interest for a whole lot of folks. All right. Micah Parsons, potential to win Defensive Player of the Year. Right now, he is listed as the favorite at plus 650 to win Defensive Player of the Year. I guess my question is, are you surprised that he continually is put in as the preseason favorite despite the fact that he hasn't won? Now, I know the counter argument's like, well, he was really close already a couple of times. I get it, but in a world where Myles Garrett and TJ Watt still exist, even if one of them has a contract holdout at the moment, are you surprised that Micah Parsons still goes up as the de facto favorite?
I think they're just trying to do the take advantage of Cowboys fans thing.
Cowboys tax.
To some extent.
Yeah.
But yes, I do think it should be either Micah or Myles Garrett. So you're kind of splitting hairs there.
Not Watt?
No, I don't think Watt is in that same. Not anymore. You know, I have a ton of respect for what he's done, but I don't think he's in that depoy conversation the same way Garrett and Micah are at this point.
Would you perhaps not pay him then because of that? Like, I realize you'd have to engineer a deal and figure all of that out, but if you think like, hey, you're still good, but you're not the money you want good, would you consider moving on?
Yes, I would. Now, I don't have the emotional tie to TJ Watt, like that organization, that city, that fan base. So it's like, it's easy for me to from here just say, yeah, go get
whatever you can for him right now. I don't look at the Pittsburgh Steelers as a real contending team, so it's like, to me, what difference does it make? They obviously don't feel that way, and he's like a statue-worthy type guy in the minds of many people in Pittsburgh. So I don't think you can do that to that guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Cooper Flagg as part of the Mavs draft introductory presser, but fear not. If for some reason they're late, we'll be prepared with other content. Next, right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got Eric Chiafalo. We got Jacob Ray. We're going to hear from Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks in just a minute. But before we get to any of that, I was hoping to tell you just a few more things. All right, I want to go back to baseball. I'm going to say I'm not particularly surprised, but Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani are the two top vote getters for the completion of phase 1 of the All-Star balloting. Fair to say, Eric, that you are also not shocked by this information.
That is fair, Hagee. That is fair.
Good to know. And unfortunately, it's still looking kind of rough for a whole lot of Rangers players when it comes to the voting.
Listen, man, I think that's how it should be. All right, no free lunches out here. You got to earn the right.
They haven't convinced you that they're worthy of it just quite yet. All right, something a little bit more serious. Wander Franco.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Wander, man.
Let's have a quick conversation about it. So, did you see all the stuff that got handed down yesterday? He was found guilty, and I believe it was technically sexual abuse of a minor, and that is going to get him a theoretical 2-year stay in prison.
Theoretical.
Now, the reason why I say theoretical is because it's a kind of a deferred sentence, and so essentially it's more like probation. And so if he does not break the law, he will never have to go serve those 2 years of the sentence, which is the way I understand it. So his time served already, that's it.
Okay.
For Wander Franco. Now, the mom of the girl in question, she was sentenced. Oh, we got Cooper Flagg and the Dallas Mavericks ready to go right here on the Fan. They're still working on it.
Hello?
See?
We good to go? All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Really appreciate you guys for showing up. I'll say a few things, and then we'll get to the questions. What an amazing day for the fans of Dallas, for the city of Dallas, and then also for the franchise. Kelly, Ralph, I want to commend you on the job you've done with Cooper, not only putting the ball in his hands, but the person that you've raised. Everybody that I talk to, whether it's the coach, he talks about when I can coach my best player hard, my job's easy. So, J-Kids, you can coach him hard. Cool. His teammates, the first thing they say is he's the most competitive. He's the best teammate I ever had. The people that are around the team, the support staff, he's not entitled. He just wants to be part of the group. When you talk about building a championship culture and you talk about winners, Those are the things that are made of. And so just want to commend you on the job you've done, because he's more than just a basketball player, and that's why he's so special. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Welcome to Dallas, Cooper. We're happy you're here. First question, you're a versatile two-way threat. If you had to pick, would you rather make a big block or posterize someone with the dunk?
Oh. Great question. That's a good question. I think maybe a dunk, maybe a posterized dunk. I feel like, there's a lot of energy that goes with a play like that.
All right, thank you.
Cooper, Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Welcome to Dallas. Shortly after the Mavericks got the #1 pick, there was a video that surfaced of you, 13, 14 years old, in the Mavericks shirt. Could you just give us the context behind that moment and that decision to wear that shirt, and what did you know about the franchise growing up in Maine?
I think I was 13 years old. I had a really good friend who is a diehard Mavericks fan, and he's a little older than me, and he had kind of outgrown some of his clothes, so he, lent them down to me. And at the time, you're just wearing what you can, going through wearing clothes, and I love basketball, and so I just put it on and went for my workout.
And then, do you know the summer league plan for you at all? I know it's still pretty early, but yesterday they announced that the Mavericks are going to be playing the Lakers. Just wanted to know if you had any plans.
I'm not exactly sure on a plan. I'm planning on playing. But I'm not sure on any sort of plan. I don't think we've had any of those conversations yet.
You seem so excited to see Knipple and Malwatch both get drafted. What does the success of your teammates mean to you, and how are you going to take that to the NBA?
Absolutely. I think it means everything to me, especially those two guys. They're the greatest teammates, the greatest people, that I've had the privilege of spending time with. Khan was my roommate all year, and then Kaman, me and him have a really special bond on and off the court. So I think just being able to see that for them was really special for me. They mean a lot to me, and I think it's just such a dream come true for all of us that it's just really exciting for me.
Tim McMahon, ESPN. There's a statue of Dirk outside the arena. Obviously, he was the face of this franchise for a long time. He kind of handed the baton to Luka. The anticipation is he would have been the face for a long time. Plans changed. There's now that anticipation for you. How do you feel about kind of that lineage and the responsibility that comes with those sort of expectations?
Yeah, I'm coming in just trying to learn and trying to get better every single day. And I think if I can do that to the best of my ability, I think expectations and pressures that other people, will put on me and our team, that will kind of work itself out. So, I'm just trying to come in and be the best that I can be and just win at the highest level.
Hey, Cooper, Christian Clark with The Athletic. A lot of #1 picks, they're joining situations where it's going to take a while to be competitive. What are your thoughts on coming into a situation where, they got a lot of, talent and veteran pieces already on the roster and kind of built to compete right now?
Yeah, I think it's a blessing. Like you said, a lot of people in this position or this situation aren't, granted this opportunity. So I just feel really blessed and grateful for the situation I've been given. And I'm just looking forward to being a sponge, just getting down here. I'm excited to just learn, soak it all in and learn from the guys that are older and have been through it all before.
Cooper, Joey Machado with Clutch Points over here. We talked to Paige the other day, Paige Beckers, and she said that she gave you a hard time for going to Duke instead of UConn. Want to get your thoughts on that, and then also just her overall game. What do you think about her game with her playing in Dallas as well?
Yeah, she's great. Obviously, I went on a visit to UConn, and I was able to meet her when I was on my visit and talk a little bit. She's a great person. She's had an incredible career so far. But I think it's funny. That's just kind of how that back and forth college stuff goes. So I think it's funny. But she's a great player. She's had a great career, and she's a great person.
Skylar Dixon with the AP. Cooper, this is quite the scene. The hoopla is only going to probably go up from here. How does being at a program like Duke, a storied program like that, help you sort of deal with what this is today and what you're going to face going forward?
Yeah, I think being able to go to Duke and be under that spotlight, it's kind of good preparation. And then even nowadays with the NIL era and stuff like that, college kids are kind of under a bigger microscope than ever. So I think it's a great preparation, honestly, for me to kind of come to the next level. And I've had a year to kind of deal with a lot of that stuff in the media and all that different stuff. So I think it's just great for me to kind of have that year of preparation.
Cooper, Sam Gannon, Fox 4, congratulations. I know you're a fan of the lobster roll, but now coming to Dallas, are you ready to embrace the Texas barbecue and Mexican food scene?
For sure. I love Mexican. I love barbecue, so I'm excited to, find some good spots.
Hey, Cooper, Landon Thomas, Mavs fans for life. Not a lot of number one picks have the luxury of playing with future Hall of Famers when you have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Anthony Davis. What excites you about that?
Yeah, I think like I said earlier, just being able to be a sponge. Those guys have so much knowledge. They've been through so much and they have so much experience that it's just going to be an incredible opportunity for me to learn and grow under them.
Cooper, Brad Townsend, Dallas Morning News. Fans and media alike have been trying to pencil you into the lineup, unsure whether guard, forward. What do you primarily see yourself playing, after talking to Jason?
I think it's a versatile position, doing a lot of different things. I think, with the team, looking at the roster, we can play a really good brand of positionless basketball with a lot of guys that can do a lot of different things. So I think that will be one of, the biggest strengths, and I think just trying to play to that and just doing whatever I can to help the team win.
Jason, Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com. You've been and have been around a lot of young, talented players. How do you go about molding Cooper and bringing him along to become the star that everybody thinks he will be?
Yeah, I think just from past experiences, being in this seat, being one, but just sitting here listening to him, is it incredible? I mean, we're talking about an 18-year-old who has all the right answers and is talking about working out after this. But, when you talk about his gift, he's a basketball player and he's a winner. And I thought he answered the question about position perfectly because I don't look at the position. I want to put him at the point guard. I want to make him uncomfortable and see how he reacts, being able to run the show, being able to play the 2, play the 3. He's comfortable playing that, but we want to push. And I think he's going to respond in a positive way. It's all right to fail. It's all right to turn the ball over. We've talked about that. Just understanding the guys that I've been around that have been young, from Giannis, giving him the ball and he failed. But he wanted to come back and have the ball. So I'm excited about giving him the ball against the Lakers and see what happens. Let's get it started right off the bat. But I think just his poise, he's going to be successful for a long time. He likes to work. He's not afraid to work, and he comes from a great family. So I'm very blessed, and the Mavs are very blessed to have him a part of the family.
Cooper, Dorothy Gentry, iMessenger Media. 2 fun questions for you. Who's on your Mount Rushmore for NBA and WNBA players? And what's your favorite basketball movie and why?
My favorite basketball movie is Hoosiers. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. I watched it hundreds of times. My Mount Rushmore of NBA players, I would say Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, LeBron, and probably Kobe. And then WNBA, Candace Parker, Brittany Griner, I think Asia Wilson is on there, and then I might put Caitlin Clark on there just because she's changed the game so much and is heading in the right direction, and I just love what she's been able to do.
In the back, Nuri Scruggs, NBC5. Question for you, Jason. Having sat in that seat before when you were drafted number 2 overall, knowing the expectations that the fan base has and representing hope, what's the one bit of advice that you could give Cooper that maybe you didn't have when you first came to town with all the hope and hype being a number 1 pick?
Yeah, I think he brought it up earlier. He's very lucky to have veterans, future Hall of Famers. When you talk about Kai and Clay and then AD, just understanding the vets are going to, protect him and help him. And they're going to push him. When I was drafted, we were maybe the youngest team. When you talk about Jimmy and Jamal, we just didn't have a lot of vets. I know Mo Wiley's here. No disrespect, he was a vet. But we didn't have future Hall of Famers. So I think when he's stepping into this situation, there's no better situation for him to learn the game on and off the floor.
Jonah Javad here with WFA. Cooper, your parents are front row and have been an integral part of your journey, I'm sure. Was there a moment growing up in childhood that you remember when they kind of really fostered your love for the game?
As soon as I can remember. I always had a ball in my hands. As soon as I was able to shoot outside, we had an outdoor hoop, mom, dad outside playing pig with us, shooting around with us, just kind of having the ball in our hands at a really young age. So they're definitely, the people that did that, and, I'm very thankful that they did.
Cooper, Lawrence Dow of Fort Worth Star Telegram. You chose the number 32. Can you talk about what went behind that choice of jersey number?
Yeah, so 32 has always been my number. I wore it as a little kid, wore it in middle school, high school. Last year, obviously, it's retired for Christian Laettner, so I wasn't able to wear it, but I'm just excited to get back to my number.
Cooper, Faith Knight with D210 Sports. Being the second youngest draft number 1 pick overall behind LeBron James, what advantage do you feel you possess that has helped you get to this point in your career?
I think just having incredible people around me. I have a really good support system and group of people around me that have helped me make decisions and things like that. Starting with my parents and my brothers have been with me every step of the way and kind of helped me to get to where I am in every way. So I think just having incredible people around me is really the biggest thing that's helped me to get to where I am.
Abby Jones, DLS Sports. Cooper, welcome to Dallas and congratulations. This is a 2-part for Cooper and Jason. Your team, your experience with Team USA and playing there, how has that kind of contributed to how you're going to transition into the NBA? And then Jason, with your experience with Team USA as well and the Olympic staff, as a player and now a head coach, how are you able to, manage Cooper and meet him there?
Yeah, I think that experience was, really important for me. It was such a good learning experience for me to just be able to go out there and share the court with 12, 13 Hall of Fame caliber players. So I think it was just incredible for me to get on the court, get comfortable, and see what that was like. So I think that will help me make this transition and just being confident in myself.
Hey, Cooper, Pat Doney with NBC here in Dallas. Welcome to Dallas here in the middle. Everyone around you talks about your competitiveness and that you've always been driven by being great from a young age. I'm curious, what is it that drives you, and what are your expectations when it comes to now your NBA career to not make this the highlight of your career, getting to the NBA, being the number 1 pick?
Don't forget that question. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think the competitiveness, I think it just started from a young age, playing with my brothers, playing with my mom in the driveway, fostering that competitive spirit and just loving to win. I think that's, a really big part of it is just loving to win. And that's why I play the game. I play to win, play to compete, play really hard. And so those are the reasons that I love the game and I fell in love with the game. And I think that's what's kind of created that competitive spirit and drive.
Noah Weber from the Smoking Cuban. Cooper, welcome to Dallas. This is a question for both you and Coach Kidd. Cooper, from your conversation so far with your head coach and your general manager, what do you think that Mavericks culture is and how can you add to that? And Coach Kidd, with how you know Cooper so far, how do you think that he can add to Mavs culture and what y'all have built?
Yeah, I think obviously something that's talked a lot about is, being a two-way guy. The culture of playing both sides of the ball, playing really hard, making the right plays all the time. So think that's something I'm able to do, at a high level, just make the right plays and play both sides of the ball.
I think when you talk about the culture about winning, as he just brought up, he's going to do whatever it takes to win. He might have 10 points one night and 2 steals, but just understanding that it's all about the W's. And so the culture here in Mavs land is about winning, and it's about winning a championship.
Cooper, Grant Afseth from DallasHoopsJournal.com. What do you feel like you improved the most during your season at Duke, and what are some of the focuses in your development right now as you put in reps?
Yeah, I think just getting comfortable with the ball in my hands. Coach Shire really trusted me with that right away, and I had to go through some mistakes, some trials and tribulations, and just figure it out. But Coach Shire never went away from me, never stopped trusting me, and I think that's kind of what helped to just really get me comfortable throughout the year and get really efficient.
Michelle Montaigne, WFAA. This one's for Nico. Obviously a great draft, but there was a consensus number 1 in this one. How does having Cooper change the trajectory of the franchise? And then for Jason, what's the best part of getting to coach a player like this who's just 18 years old?
So Michelle, I think how it changes the trajectory, we're in win now mode, and so he adds to that. But he's also the future of the franchise. So I think you get 2 in 1, so to speak. So it's perfect storm for us.
To be able to coach the number 1 pick, I think we're all blessed and excited. And so to have the opportunity to coach a young man like this is exciting. And going to the drawing board, as I said, trying to get him to be uncomfortable quickly, to see how he handles it. And that's, hopefully running the point guard for us and putting him in different situations. But I'm excited to have someone like this to help us win.
Rashad Miller, Dallas Weekly. Of course, you brought up Christian Laettner earlier. Just talk about him and just the former and current Mavericks that have played at Duke, just what they mean to you, and also you being part of the new generation with your brothers that you just played with.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. Obviously, starting with Duke, the path, and I looked at past players, and that went into my recruitment. Obviously, watching Tatum and Paolo and Zion, and some of those guys that kind of had the hype and went through it and went to Duke and were able to develop and get to the next level. That was huge for me, and I think obviously having a bunch of people from the Brotherhood, here, Kyrie, D-Live, that's just huge connections that can help me to be comfortable and have those connections already built.
Sean Giggy, WFA. Cooper, you look just to last week. You see the Thunder, the second youngest team to win an NBA championship. Pacers also one of the youngest teams in the league. You're about to help some kids with basketball after this. You're arguably closer in age to the kids you're about to help than many of your teammates. How do you think your youth is going to help a team like this? And do you also think what some of the drawbacks are to being so young?
I'm not sure how, my age will play into it, but I'm just excited to bring my game to the table and just, bring the energy, both sides of the ball, and just, try and impact winning in a lot of different ways. I don't really know what the hardest part will be. I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
Hey, Cooper, Christian Clark here with The Athletic. I think you were 4 years old when Kyrie got drafted, 5 when AD. I was just curious, do you remember anything from those guys' college careers? Do you have any memories or anything like that?
No, I didn't watch them in college at all. But, growing up, I got to see them, shine and, play in the league a lot. And those are 2 guys that I was able to watch a lot of growing up.
This is a question for Cooper, right here. So you grew up with a twin brother. I'd like to hear, what would you say that your favorite basketball stories with him, and how has he pushed you to become the best player that you are today?
I would say, some of my favorite stories would just be, competing and playing in the driveway. Countless times, thousands of hours just spent competing, playing one-on-one against each other. I'd say over half the time it ending in a fist fight, and somebody running inside and, going to their room. But I think just those memories of, being kids and just enjoying to compete and play against each other, during the summer and whatnot outside at our house.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News. Cooper, when you look back at your rookie season a year from now, what do you hope people say about you?
I would say just they would talk about how I was able to impact the game. I want to be a really high impact player and just impact winning at a really high level.
Cooper, Abby Jones, DLL Sports. Jason Kidd talks about your work ethic and wanting you to be in those uncomfortable situations. What are you looking forward to about your first season in the league and maybe the uncomfortable situations he's kind of talking about, how you can grow and expand in your game?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I would say, just learning, growing, and getting better through all the challenges and obstacles that are going to present themselves. I'm just looking forward to going through the season and learning. But I mean, it's something that Coach Shire talked a lot about last year. The obstacle is the way, and not, hiding from anything. There's going to be a lot of challenges. So just being ready to, face challenges and overcome them.
Ron Murray, K104, this right here. This question for Coach Kidd and Cooper. Coach Kidd, you see how the NBA is evolving with different ball handlers, not necessarily the pure point guard era. So just your thoughts on what you'd like to see from Cooper going into this. And Cooper, what do you like to do off the court, like when it's not strictly basketball?
Yeah, I think being able to have Cooper, he can handle the ball, as he's brought up. And so as we go forward this summer and throughout the season is to try to get the ball in his hands as much as possible so that he become comfortable running our offense. And then when you have multiple guys out there that can dribble and pass, it just makes the game simple and easy.
Cooper, over here, Leslie McCaslin with Dallas Mavericks. I'm curious, obviously you didn't get to watch him play when you were younger, but what do you know about your head coach's playing career, if anything?
It was in black and white, so definitely didn't see it.
No, I mean, I didn't get to watch it a ton. I'm going to have to freshen up, do my research. But I think, everybody talks about how legendary of a player he was. So I think, I'll have to watch some more and figure that out. But he was a killer, so.
Thank you.
A winner.
Thank you.
Roe Parrish, CBS Texas. Cooper over here, right this way. So talk a little bit more about the brotherhood and your relationship with D-Live. Could you go into that a little bit deeper?
Yeah, I think Derek came back during last year when we were, in the preseason part of everything and, just being around. He was present. We were able to talk to him, hang out with him on and off the court. So I think it was really cool, just to meet him and kind of build a relationship with him. He's a really, really cool guy. So I'm just excited to continue to build a relationship with him and be able to share the court with him as well.
Nico Harrison, Newy Scruggs here, Channel 5. Drafting Cooper Flagg, obviously fans have been happy. They're buying the jerseys. Do you think this helps heal part of your relationship and the fans after everything this past season?
Yeah, I think so. I think it will help. Most importantly, I think it just, we're in win now mode and we have a really good team and Cooper adds to that. So I think the fans finally start to see the vision.
This question's for both Nico and Coach Kidd. I'm just curious, when did you ever watch or see Cooper play in person, and what were just your initial impressions of him?
Well, when I first watched him play, my first impressions were, wow, it'd be great to have the #1 pick. But no, just the way, he impacted the game on both sides of the ball, and he played super hard. And so that was my initial reaction. And again, us not thinking we would have a chance to draft him, I didn't put too much stock into it. It was more of a dream.
Cooper, you've played at a lot of different areas and environments, the toughest competition. We've seen footage online that you've played at Rucker Park, the street ball capital of the world in New York. What are your thoughts about how well you played there, your personal thoughts?
I think just competing. Some of those events sometimes you get away from, real basketball and real competition. But I think just being myself, competing at a high level and just trying to win.
Cooper, Brad Townsend from the Dallas Morning News again. I'm sure in the last 48 hours there's been a lot of wow moments. I really am a pro walking across the stage. I wondered about, it looked like you had pretty good accommodations on your flight here. And I was wondering if you could just describe that and your impressions of Patrick Dumont.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. Like you said, it's been really shocking. You know, a surreal feeling still. Just being here, you know, being in these moments. But I think it's been incredible. And I think, you know, being able to meet Patrick and his family was incredible. They have an incredible family. So I'm just looking forward to, you know, continuing to build a relationship with them.
Dorothy Gentry, iMessenger Media, right down here again, Cooper. 2 more fun questions for you. What's on your playlist? What kind of music do you listen to? 1, and then 3 things that you cannot live without.
As far as music goes, I'm not huge into music. Never on the aux, so it's whatever, you know, whoever I'm with, my teammates, whatever they want to listen to, I'll listen to whatever. And 3 things I can't live without, I would say golf, basketball, and my family.
Just 2 more questions.
Over here? Yeah. Jonah Javad, WFA. Actually, 2-parter now that you bring up golf. 1, what's your handicap, and are you looking forward to playing with the 2 guys next to you? And 2, what have you known about Texas and maybe the DFW area, whether it's from talking to D-Live or Kyrie or your high school teammate Liam McNeely, who's from Richardson?
Yeah, so I think I'm around a 13, 14 handicap, and I'm looking forward to playing them as long as they'll give me some strokes. So that is part of that. And then I would say, as far as the area, you know, obviously, like you said, my old teammate Liam, you know, is from this area, and I was able to visit him a little bit, and I've been through the area a little bit, but it's an incredible area. It's really beautiful. I'm excited to learn the city a little bit more.
Cooper here in the back, 33 Sports, Daniel Stevet. Jonah kind of took the thunder with the golf question, but I'm curious, you are in Dallas. Scotty Scheffler, Will Zalatoris, Bryson DeChambeau. Perhaps if you get a chance to play with them, maybe you can take these guys sitting next to you. Are you planning on playing with some of the big stars in golf?
I don't know if I'm good enough for that, but that would be an incredible experience for sure.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. One more thing. We're going to do pictures.
I don't necessarily know if we need live coverage of the picture situation.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think it'd be more fascinating?
I didn't say that. Guys, do you have thoughts about the press conference? Because I do want to point out one particular thing, and this is in all seriousness. From the 2, and then we can get to the other stuff.
Okay, cool.
From the 214. What the F did Nico just say? Starting to see the vision? I do think it was a bold statement for him to kind of insinuate, if not flat out say, now that we have Cooper Flagg, I hope you all see the vision. And I'm like, okay, but you also said you didn't give Cooper Flagg any more thought because you're like, it sure would be neat if we had the number 1 pick. So I don't think you get to include Cooper Flagg in part of your vision. I've said this many times. I hope the Dallas Mavericks win the title this year, but I don't know if it will just be because of the vision of Nico Harrison, unless he wants to tell us but just can't, that getting Cooper Flagg was part of the deal for Luka. And then if that's the case, then I get it. Then I appreciate all of the vision talk.
Fans can finally, you guys can see the vision. Something that I have been seeing for months now.
Right.
You guys can finally get on board. Welcome to my reality as Nico Harrison. That was hilarious, though. A lot of people are calling him the next Wyatt Langford from an interview standpoint, from a personality at the microphone standpoint.
Wyatt Langford's gotten a lot better, but
really in the last 3 or 4 weeks, because we had him about 6 weeks ago in the G-Bag Nation.
Kind of sounds like that's your fault.
He did. Actually, I did screw that interview up a lot.
So
I have to own a lot of that, but
I think the breaking point, Chiafalo, can I guess for you, was what kind of music do you like? And he goes, I'm not really into music. It looked like the look on your face of like, come on, dude.
That was definitely the breaking point when he was like, yeah, that whole music thing, I never really got on board with it. Just so many people, because I was actually waiting. I was thinking to myself, okay, of all the dumb questions that are being asked, which one would have been mine?
Sure.
And one of them would have been, what gets you going, like what's in the earbuds when you're getting ready for a tip-off.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was a pretty awesome question, and he just shot it down. Like, music is just simply not for him.
Yeah. Yeah. I did think that was kind of funny. Look, I think he's been media trained a whole lot, which is good because, like, look, we talk about those all the time. I personally like it when athletes speak out about, like Tyler Shuck the other day when he was like, hey, you know what? If I effing suck or we're 0-2, I'm not going to freak out about it. Like, I love that kind of answer, but...
Yeah, he must have had a different trainer.
Yeah.
Because some trainers, apparently, you walk into class and they take a vacuum and just suck the personality right out of your body. They say, all right, you're ready.
So...
Go get him, kid.
If you want to text in the most heard... Look, the most heard words in the press conference going into it, we said probably blessed...
Ding!
Sponge.
Ding.
Grateful.
Ding.
Oh, there's at least two more. I'm trying to think of. Maybe learn. But again, some of those...
Compete.
Compete. You know, the one question I was disappointed in, I wanted Tim McMahon to go all the way and ask if he'll get a statue out in front of the AAC. Because when he was like, Dirk's got a statue, we all thought Luka was going to get a statue, which I love that part. I was like, do it. Ask him if he'll get a statue out in front of the American Airlines Center. Because I get it. Like, if he came out and said, yeah, that's the plan, I'm sure there would be plenty of people who would crush him and be like, this entitled kid's never even played in the NBA. So I get why you wouldn't want to reveal too much, but that was pretty dry.
Yeah, which is somewhat disappointing, but also this guy is just all ball, man.
Yeah.
He's just a thoroughbred ball player.
Oh, that was one of my questions. In the minivan, when you were watching the 85-86 Celtics, what led to them? Why not go with some Showtime Lakers? Did you ever consider the 76ers with Dr. J and Moses Malone? And like something like that. I don't know if that would have gotten me anywhere, but like that lady with the fun questions, she thought she was about to blow that whole press conference wide open.
I think that would have made him uncomfortable.
Is that your Jason Kidd impersonation?
I want to make him uncomfortable.
And that was in terms of handling the ball.
Yeah, handling.
Stop it.
The rock.
Stop it.
The point guard stuff. That was a crazy pause. Go ahead. Sorry, Cooper. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Give me some strokes.
No,
that was about golf. You jerk.
I feel like that was you just telling me what to do, not even just asking me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. You know what? I feel like we haven't got enough football in. Cowboys positional battles and roster spots to watch. Also, do you remember what Cooper said his WNBA Mount Rushmore was? Because she asked that question and then she was like, and WNBA. Just to be fair. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Line drive to Turpin, and it bounces through his legs. Here he comes. Devontae Turpin spinning three. Here he goes. Fastest man in the NFL. Devontae Turpin takes it all the way. Touchdown, Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to make this very clear. I love Cooper Flagg. Me and my wife went to New Jersey to go watch him in the regionals, and then we went to San Antonio to watch the Final Four. I love Cooper Flagg. Follow up. If we had him on air, do you think I could get him to laugh or break the ice with this first question? Cooper, do you think if both your arms were on the same side instead of a T-shirt, they would call it an F shirt?
I'm not really big into shirts. I feel like that's exactly how that would go.
But again, I want to make it clear. That was messed up. I love Duke basketball, and we legitimately went to New Jersey and then San Antonio to see Duke and to see Cooper Flagg. I could not conceivably be more excited that he is part of the Dallas Mavericks. All right, Dallas Cowboys. Let's talk about it from the 972. 0% chance you can get him to laugh.
I'm
fair.
not really huge into laughing.
That's fair. Shut up. I see what you're doing. It was that music question I told you that broke Chiafalo. He's like, I'm done.
That is an unbelievable quote.
All right.
I'm not really big into music.
I've got some Cowboys, maybe positional battles, maybe roster spots to watch as we're now just a few weeks away from training camp. All right, let me start with this, Eric Chiafalo.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Maffa could be a practice squad running back this fall, or do we go back to something that Machota said and maybe they're like, the hell with it, let's find a spot for him on the roster with Sanders, Javonte, and Blue?
Yeah, I think this is wide open. This is wide open, and we see every year there's late round or undrafted or whatever type of rookie running backs that can sort of come out of nowhere and make a bit of an impact. So I'm in no way writing him off, especially with the status of this running back room and how there's no one that is really bringing you a ton of confidence in the position. So I think this is all up for grabs, and a guy like Maffa with young, fresh legs could easily, like I saw people talking about, like, could he be a LeGarrette Blount? Could he be like what Leonard Fournette ended up being? Of course, the hype for Leonard Fournette was much bigger than what he ended up being, but still a serviceable, bigger body back between the tackles. Can Maffa be that for you? I think there's a real chance of that, and I'm pulling for it. I always want to be as young and cheap as possible at the position.
Okay, well then let's go to this, because not both of these players are young and neither are particularly expensive. What does that mean for Deuce Vaughn and Hunter Lipke? I think it's great that they tried him out at tight end, or like we're just checking out a couple things. But what does that mean for those two?
Yeah, I think the Lipke stuff could be real. You can find a way to make him work. He's a special teams guy. He's like a Swiss Army knife in the way that you can use him. And you've seen him on the field actually be respectable. Now, when it comes to Deuce Vaughn, I do think this is probably the end of the road for him.
Okay.
I don't see, and we've talked about it with Broadus and stuff in the G-Bag Nation. You don't provide anything from a special team standpoint.
Yeah.
That is a very tough sell. If you're not my starter, then you've got to do something on special teams, and he doesn't. So I don't know how you can really make the case that he deserves a roster spot.
Okay, I want to go back to what we were just talking about, because somebody texted this in, and I'll have to admit, I have started to kind of question this from the 682. There's no way that if you try to stash him off on the practice squad, he will get snatched right up. Okay, can you guys walk me through this? Because I know OTAs and minicamp and everything. He was a 7th round pick.
Right.
Like, people talk about it like he's guaranteed to make the team and all this and that. He wasn't taken in the 3rd or 4th round. Like, he's a 7th round pick. I know if he shows out in the preseason, that changes everything, but we don't know that.
Right, exactly. If he shows out in the preseason and then you try and pull a fast one on the league and put him on the practice squad, that's probably not going to work out for you. But I think if he shows out in preseason, then you're going, okay, there's a spot for him on game days.
How do you feel about Awesome Richards, especially like we'll say versus somebody like Nate Thomas in terms of the swing tackle?
I have been a fan of Awesome Richards for a while, and if it wasn't for some of the unfortunate injury stuff where that's been really the biggest thing holding him back. But I know like Nick Harris we had on Love of the Star, me and Walchuk were chopping it up with him at the end of mini camps, and he was shouting out Awesome Richards as a guy who's impressed, and he's got that versatility. I could easily see him being the swing tackle, and he would be my guess as to be the guy that gets that job.
Okay.
And if he ends up having to be, if Tyler Guyton just completely falls flat on his face, from what I understand, they want to do everything in their power to keep from moving Tyler Smith to left tackle.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, Awesome Richards and just the overall depth of this offensive line right now, I feel pretty good about it.
How do you feel about Kenneth Murray Jr. versus Jack Sanborn, just in terms of more likely to maybe get more playing time or maybe just make an impact?
Yeah, I think Sanborn is the guy that I'm more excited about. It sounds like Kenneth Murray is going to get the first opportunity to be the green dot guy, which is fine. He's a veteran and he's been there, done that. But I think from a production standpoint, I have no reason to believe that he's going to be a plus player for you, especially in the run game where you need it so much right now. Jack Sanborn is a guy that I'm surprised that the Bears let him walk out. I know they got a new regime and all that kind of stuff, new coaching staff, but to me, he's going to be one of those guys where can he make an Eric Kendricks type of impact? He knows the defense very well, solid contributor. I'm much more excited about him than Kenneth Murray.
Okay, so at a time when the Cowboys make a lot of kind of like dink and dunk free agent moves, this is one that you're like, I'm in. I like this one a lot.
100%.
All right, is this the last stand for Jalen Brooks?
Yeah, it feels that way. I mean, how many more times can you keep going back to that well?
Yeah,
and he's going to have opportunities, especially with this wide receiver group outside of Pickens and Lamb. There's opportunities here. If you can't unseat,
do you think they're? Sorry I apologize for jumping in there and cutting you off, but do you really think that? Do you not think that they're like? And so then there's Tolbert, Turpin, and the greatest blocking wide receiver of all time, Jonathan Mingo, and that's what we're going with.
I guess you're right in terms of the status and the investment that was made in those guys.
Yeah.
You don't want to cut ties with a Tolbert or something like that.
Right.
Turpin, of course, is as safe as it can be. He's the guy that I'm honestly most excited about from a wide receiver standpoint, not named Pickens and Lamb, because Turpin, to me, Turpin's fantastic.
Okay. Follow-up question.
The explosiveness and running back versatility, all that kind of stuff.
All right, so this is a double-up question, and you can go back to Brooks if you want, of course, but do you believe that there will be more usage of Turpin?
I do, and it flashed a little bit there just in the OTAs and stuff, and we see plenty of things in OTAs or even in training camp that get us excited, and then all of a sudden the season gets here and it's like, wait, did we actually see that?
Yeah.
So it's fair to question it, but you saw late last year them putting Turpin in the backfield, and you were getting chunk runs out of that.
Yeah.
He is an easy first down stealer, whether it's you handing him the ball or just a quick swing pass out of the backfield. His speed is just an immediate 7 to 10 yard gain. You can steal first downs that way.
Yeah.
It would be malpractice not to get him involved, especially when Schottenheimer talks about speed and wanting speed. Well, who's synonymous with speed on this Cowboys offense? Like, really?
Yeah.
It's only Turpin.
Yeah.
Nobody else is. Hopefully Blue, obviously. But even CeeDee Lamb, he's one of the best receivers in the league. He's not synonymous with being some type of burner.
Yeah.
So if you're talking speed, you're talking Turpin.
Mozzie Smith, we saw some level of improvement.
No.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say, still a disappointment. What do you believe the team will put on his plate?
Well, I think that they want him to be, can you be a first and second down player? Can you be a short yardage player? I just need you to come in here and be a guy that can eat up blockers, eat up double teams, keep linebackers clean, and on rundowns, be a guy. That's your only job. That is your only job. I have no faith whatsoever that he can do that, and it's one of my biggest frustrations with this offseason. They keep throwing by, like, so we'll give you the money. I get it. Okay. You're going to bring in Solomon Thomas. I like that. Cool. You bring in, Winfrey now from the UFL. Just a bunch of get upfield 3-tech guys. Who is your run stopper?
Yeah.
Roy Lopez is some no-name dude that literally no one knows who this guy is. The Detroit Lions signed him for 1 year, $3 million, and he's going to go eat up double teams and be a run-stopping monster. And you could have had him for $3 million on a 1 year deal, and the Cowboys, I'm not sure they know he exists.
So, one more quick question. John Stevens Jr. a couple of years ago looked like he was on his way to making the roster before he got hurt. Brevin Spann-Ford did it last year. What do you think about the prospect of maybe it's Tyler Neville, maybe it's Rivaldo Fairweather is going to have a shot to make the team as an undrafted free agent?
Man, this is going to be tough because you mentioned the Lipke factor, and do they make it, like the tight end, when you start getting down to the numbers, you have the three guys that are clearly Ferguson, Scooney, and they love them some Spann-Ford.
They do.
So I don't know how much room you're going to have unless, barring some type of injury.
And that feels like usually a lot of these times, it's not like they didn't like the player. It's just, it's a numbers game.
903, Eric, you're sleeping on Jay Toya, the guy who does not know how to do the haka dance, but he was selected by the Cowboys in the 7th round out of UCLA. I will say that's the one hope that you can grasp going into camp, and hopefully he makes a name for himself. I know Walchuk had like a 4th round grade on him. So if that proves true, then hey, that could be your saving grace at the position, but you're still banking on a 7th round unknown.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do another giveaway, but also it's time for the Chi Block starring Eric Chiafalo.
This is the baseball show of record?
Damn right.
We'll prove it next.
sound right. What's it say from squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in about 30 minutes. The Chi Block in just a moment. But, you know, I did say that we would have multiple giveaways on the show today.
Are you serious?
And I feel like we've only done one.
Did you hear that, Jake?
I heard him.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10. Right now, you just heard the commercial. A 4-pack of tickets to go see AEW All in Texas. The show, July 12th at Globe Life Field. You can buy tickets, of course, at AEWTix.com. Or you can win a 4-pack for free right now. Caller number 10. 877-881-1053. Now, it's time for the Chi Block.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time in world history.
Do you think it will be the last time ever? Surely we'll all go on vacation again sometime.
That's true. Honestly, I hope to be back here Chi blocking at some point down the line.
I like it.
But we are going to get a Corey Majors sighting and maybe an Alec Medford sighting, assuming he's overcome his birthday shenanigans.
Sure. And maybe next week a T-Pain giveaway.
The old Monday Fun Day with Tallahassee Payne and Corey Majors.
Love it.
It really doesn't get much better than that. Unless, of course, you're Shohei Ohtani. And you have 28 home runs and 6 triples through your first 80 games of the season.
Amazing.
You look at the mirror and you say to yourself, the last time someone did this through 80 games of a season, it was Willie Mays in 1954.
Wow.
That's pretty badass.
If you're in the same category as Willie Mays, Probably doing pretty darn well.
Yeah, no question. We interrupt the baseball just to remind you that we are 34 days away from NFL preseason football. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
I think we're actually going to get a July football game for the first time in a long time.
I like it.
Since maybe the modern era. Some would say.
Man. Is that right?
Dude.
We need to fact check that.
You know who's been really unbelievable since the calendar became June?
Juan Soto.
Jonathan James Aloysius Soto. He's batting .325 in the month of June. We call that good. 10 home runs, 18 ribbies, just under 500 on base, just over 1,200 OPS.
Wow.
23 walkaroonies. That is getting it done.
That is, man, that's freaking incredible. That is really, really impressive.
Especially on the heels of just the entire Juan Soto New York Met disaster.
Yeah.
And this is a long contract, and we figured that it would start to even out a little bit, but it was getting loud there for a while.
Yeah.
And he's answered the call.
Is it at all possible this is not fun that I throw out another baseball story?
No, I think this is great.
Okay, because we didn't really get to finish this one.
Oh, I was wondering about this.
Okay, nicely done. So Wander Franco, 2 years, essentially a suspended sentence. So if he doesn't break the law again, he should be fine.
Which we can all agree sounds pretty ridiculous for what he is being charged with.
Yeah.
Like, we think you did, what is it now? We think you did...
he was guilty of sexual abuse of a minor.
Okay, you were guilty of that. We've determined you are guilty of that, and you will not go behind bars unless you do something else. Wander.
This is what the judge actually said to him. Do not approach minors for sexual purposes. If you don't like people very close to your age, you have to wait your time. That is what the judge said, while also essentially saying, time served, you're good to go. Prosecutors have sought out 5 years in prison. Now, from a strictly baseball perspective, there are multiple legal experts who said yesterday this conviction could definitely prevent him from being able to return to the United States. Or at least get like a work visa or something like that. Because like, look, if he just came back to the United States and he had like a low-key job or like ran a business that nobody knew about, whatever. But like playing in Major League Baseball is pretty hard to miss. You're like, what? He is back? Yeah, I had 3 doubles yesterday. So it does feel like there's a good shot his career is over. People might have thought his career was over anyway before this, but it looks like from a like logistical standpoint, his career might be over. I'll be curious to see if that is the case and if the Rays try to get any of that money back.
And we certainly can't let him in the minor leagues.
That is some edgy humor.
Sorry about that. All right, let's go ahead and cleanse the palate with a pretty cool giveaway.
That's very clever too.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
The Yankees are giving away a George Costanza bobblehead featuring George sleeping under his desk.
I love it.
For Seinfeld night on August 21st. Now, that is a theme night at the ballpark I think we could all rally around.
Were you a Seinfeld watcher? Are you a Seinfeld watcher?
My dad definitely was, and so I've seen plenty of it. I do appreciate Jerry's stand-up.
Yes.
I think he's got a little Wander Franco to his game as well.
Oh, because his wife is so young, right?
I think there was a lot of youthful rendezvous.
Oh, dear.
That's neither here nor there, Hagee.
Oh,
the point is that show was good, but I haven't seen every episode. I wasn't locked in like that. It was a little before my time, but I've seen plenty of it, and it is really funny.
And George did create a badass desk.
Oh, my God.
Where he had like his alarm clock and all these drawers and everything, and I was like, that didn't seem so bad.
So he's sleeping under the desk, and of course the desk reads there on the inner wall of the desk, I love a good nap. Sometimes it's the only thing getting me out of bed in the morning.
Man, it's going to be a tough day, right? When you get up and you're like, all right, so in 6 hours, maybe 10 hours, I'll be able to nap. That's got to beat you down going into it. Like, yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's very tough. Speaking of tough, being a Pirates fan would be difficult. Jeff Passan was on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, and he was talking about Bob Nutting and his reputation around baseball as the owner of the Pirates. This is what Passan had to say about Nutting. Quote, I think he's seen as someone who has a passionate fan base, who has arguably the most beautiful stadium in Major League Baseball.
Cosign.
And he's completely wasted it.
Wow. I mean, their ballpark is beautiful. They obviously have just an unfreaking believable pitcher. And they're like, who needs to spend money or be competitive?
Did you see what the specific comment was that led to the heckler being banned from all ballparks that went after Ketel Marte?
What was it?
So this is actually from Ketel Marte. He is revealing this.
Feels like a fair source.
He says, I came to bat. I'm ready at the plate. I hear this fan shouting. He was at the top of the dugout. He yelled at me saying stuff about my mom. He was like, quote, I sent your mom a text last night.
Okay.
Now, his mom Ketel Marte's mom died in a car accident back in 2017. Now, but here's the kicker on this. Marte says, when everything happened with my mom, I was actually playing a series in Chicago. And so this took place. This heckler was in Chicago.
Yeah.
So it was kind of just like, it just was insult to injury.
Right.
Every time Ketel Marte goes to Chicago, this is probably one of the first things that is most synonymous with that city for him now and that ballpark.
And that makes sense to me. I think about that all the time when people talk about like tragedies or like specific incidents or deaths or whatever that happen like at or near a holiday. I always think like not only do you have to deal with the crushing sadness, but it's a really quick reminder. I'm sure people remember if it's like June 18th, but not everyone's going around going, Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas. And you're like, okay, now I'm really sad. So, man, that really sucks. I'm glad that fan got banned.
Yeah, and shout out to Ketel Marte, who does close it down by saying, I'm praying for him and his family, and may God protect them and help him heal his heart.
That is delightful. I strive to be a person like that, and I struggle with it constantly.
Okay, let's go to the San Francisco Giants broadcast where they were playing against the Marlins. It was like the 5th inning, and Marlins batter Dane Myers was so upset after getting punched out that he did one of the coolest thing in sports, which is just break the bat over his thigh.
Yes.
And we don't get that enough anymore.
Sure.
And the San Francisco Giants broadcast talking about the Marlins player doing this, they weren't really crazy about it, but I'm here to defend this guy. Nonetheless, here's the way they handled it.
Got him with the slider. But 3 runs. Unhappy hitter Dane Myers. Marlins back ahead. Bush. Myers threw a temper tantrum after striking out to end the top of this inning.
Let's take a look at the temper tantrum. It just doesn't feel good when you do this.
No.
I'll tell you what, that's impressive.
One more.
Yeah. Hey, look, he's a young player. If he knew how much the opposing pitcher got out of that and how enjoyable it is, he would never do it again.
He should know. He was a former pitcher.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's kind of a twist right there at the end.
It was a twist, and I don't think he cared about the fact that he used to be a pitcher.
It really does not seem as though he did.
And I'm sure it does. Like, as a pitcher, when you frustrate a hitter that bad to he's breaking his own bat.
But you're here to defend this, right?
Well, I just think from a baseball entertainment standpoint, I enjoy watching that. Whether the bat breaks or not, because if it doesn't break, now it's funny.
Okay.
And if it does break, it's like, damn,
it's badass.
Is really, really impressive.
Every single time I ever saw Bo Jackson do it, I was like, that's badass. Every time.
It'll never not be cool in my mind.
Yeah.
So, and then also you just know, like, dude, this guy cares a lot. This guy cares a lot.
Does
and at least he didn't go full like Brock Burke and punch a wall and then be out for 6 to 8 weeks. You know, like he knew that he was strong enough and his, that bat was no match for his thigh.
Do you think the headline should have been like in a newspaper story or something, the thigh's the limit?
Ooh, Perhaps
just a picture of him breaking that bad.
I love that idea. Speaking of thighs, Hagee.
Oh no, this is my fault.
Like to take you to the Mets broadcast where Keith Hernandez has his eyes on Spencer Strider.
Oh.
And folks, check out the legs of Strider. I mean, his legs are unusually large. Look at the thighs. My goodness.
Biggest pitcher's legs since Jonathan Broxton.
They're like big oaks.
All right. So first of all, that's an amazing Seinfeld tie-in because Keith Hernandez played a prominent role in a short little Seinfeld arc. But secondly, I don't think this is as weird as I used to.
Yeah.
Because of Mike Bassick. Because Mike would walk me through. He's like, no, yeah, you need, you look at that player and you look at his butt and you're like, okay, that's good. And you'll look at his thighs and you're like, that's a great base. And he wasn't doing it to joke or whatever. So I get it more than I used to. But yeah, Keith Hernandez is intrigued for sure. Would you help Keith Hernandez move?
I mean, not for free.
Okay. Not just because you're a friend of his?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think I would be able to do that.
Good to know.
I know collectively in the G-Bag Nation, that's like one of the cardinal sins of adulthood. Don't ask another friend to help you move.
All right, let's say push came to shove. Include yourself in this if you don't mind. How would you rank from most likely to least likely the four of y'all, or you know what, if you want to include Lucius, the five of y'all, most likely to least likely help somebody move?
Okay, Broadus talks the biggest game about not, thinking like that is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think Dawson would be first on the list of most or least likely to get involved with a moving situation.
All right, so he's 5.
So he would be 5. Sorry, somebody just texted in about Caitlin Clark breaking news, and now I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, is she going to play?
I hope so. I really hope so. This is like the one sports thing that my wife can get excited about, dude.
Oh, is she super into WNBA, or is she just like Caitlin Clark?
She's a fan of Caitlin Clark.
Okay.
I can't get her to really watch much in the way of anything sports.
She has been ruled out versus the Wings because of the groin. Now, she missed her last game, and this is one of those things. I have no doubt that there's a real injury there, but a lot of people were wondering what the deal was because she was struggling so much, especially on the road. And here's another road game. Her shooting woes have hurt her, so she is out for the big-time matchup tonight against the Wings at the American Airlines Center. That's a legitimate sellout, by the way, which we said it would be when it got announced however long ago.
Man, that is... I just feel bad for Mike Peasley right now.
Yeah.
No one's a bigger Caitlin Clark fan than him and his daughter.
Yeah.
I know that was probably a planned daddy-daughter date situation.
Yeah.
And the win just got completely taken out of those sales.
Yeah.
For so many people. Honestly, that really
I'm
does
one of those
suck.
people.
Yes.
I wasn't
going to be in the building, but I was planning on watching the game.
Yeah, absolutely, because you want to see the crowd as well. So hopefully Paige Beckers and the Wings bring a little magic to not only get the win, but also, look, and this is the biggest reason, to get people to come back. Like maybe all 19,000 whatever of those people that are going to be in the building tonight, they already really like Caitlin Clark or Paige or the WNBA or whatever. But I'd be willing to bet that some people are just there for like the name value and for like it's going to be a big event. Dallas people love big events.
Yes.
And so you want to get those people to come back. Like you want to get these people to go to Arlington for a regular season Wings game. Like that's the key of all of this.
Well, thank you, 817, for pointing us in that direction.
That sucks.
So 5 Dawson, 4 Broadus, 3 Lucius, 2 Wolchuk, 1 me.
You're the
just
most
nicest
likely
guy
to
in the
help
I'm
move?
just the
That's
nicest guy in the
lovely.
G-Bag Nation.
You are a delight. I like it.
Maybe it's reverse of that. I don't know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got a couple more Cowboys things, actually. I want to talk with you if that's okay. Plus, maybe we can go back to Caitlin Clark being out and Masterpiece of the Week. We put a lot of pressure on Jacob. Can he live up to the hype? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He looks back to Durant at second, comes home with a 2-2 and a swing and a miss. That on a slider away. So Seager is out on strikes. The Rangers now 2 for 9 with men in scoring position.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I love that cut because it encompasses the struggles at times of Corey Seager. It encompasses the struggles of the Rangers in terms of outs and non-productive outs, that is, with runners in scoring position. So we're going to get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. And I actually have a Cowboys note I could throw out for you as well if you want. But, Eric, usually y'all show, well, the GVAG Nation does still run straight into Rangers. How big is this series for you guys? Because we have It's Rangers against the Mariners. They're ahead of you in the standings, of course, but probably more importantly, you need to continue to win series. You hit the midway point at 40-41. All right, so that would put you on pace for 80-82. But you've started to build momentum, but it feels like most of the times you build momentum, it kind of washes out. Like, so you had the momentum coming off of Washington, Minnesota, Chicago. We talked about that, and then get swept by Kansas City. All right. So this is still a weak part in your schedule, or at least a mediocre part of your schedule. Win the series against Pittsburgh. Win the series against Baltimore. Have like 2 pretty deep no-hitter attempts. Now you return home, go up against Seattle, a division opponent who's kind of in the same spot as you are. It feels like a really important series.
Yes, it's a huge series, and I think you'll be able to say that really moving forward now because of where we are in the season. Because you're still under 500 as it stands right now. You're 8 games back in the division. At some point, time is not on your side.
For sure.
So you have got to start stringing together some consistency. Like you said, you get these moments of, okay, things are where they're supposed to be. They're going on some runs. And then it ends before it really gets going the way we all want it to.
Yeah, and then you got Baltimore again after this, and Baltimore is, make no mistake about it, they are not a good team. But then you finish out with San Diego, finish out the first half with San Diego, very much a good team. And then the Angels, who are, again, like the Mariners, pretty much in the same spot as you. And then the Astros, which is the team you're trying to chase down. So these next 6 games, especially since they're all at home, this feels like another opportunity to kind of really strengthen your case going forward, whether that means you think you want to be able to be a buyer or whatever. I said going into the stretch of games, I wanted you to go 12-6. Right now, the Rangers are 7-5 in that run. So I would love to see just really unbelievable series against the Mariners in Baltimore to build up that record and build up that confidence. Quick Cowboys note for you. All right. So if your options are miss the playoffs, lose the wild card, and every other round after that, what would be your prediction for how the Cowboys season ends up?
My guess is they miss the playoffs.
Okay. Miss the playoffs is a pretty hefty favorite.
Okay.
At -220. We'd like to direct your attention, as Gavin Dawson would say, to losing the wild card round. 4-1 on your money right now for losing the wild card round. This feels like a team that, and I hope I'm wrong, but if they make the playoffs, it will be by the skin of their teeth, and they'll probably be an underdog in the first round of the playoffs. So, whereas miss the playoffs, you got to bet 220 to win 100. Lose in the wild card round, bet 100, win 400. And as you could predict, it goes up significantly from there. If you think they're going to make the divisional round and lose, 8-1. Conference championship, these odds feel too low. Hasn't happened in 30 years. 20-1 on your money. Win the Super Bowl 33-1. Interestingly enough, the highest wager on the board is lose in the Super Bowl at 55-1. Because they're like, hey, if this Cowboys team made it all the way to the Super Bowl, clearly something's going on. They're not losing that game. So yeah, if for some reason you think they're going to make it to the Super Bowl and lose, 55-1 on your money. But I think you're spot on. It feels like miss the playoffs or lose in the wild card round are at this moment the most logical endings to this season.
Yeah, that wild card bet is the one based on the odds. Yeah, I'd be down to go ahead and throw a little down because it's not out of question that could happen.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your confidence level in Jacob going into Masterpiece of the Week?
Man, I got to say, he's had this look in his eye all week, but especially after I dominated him in the chicken tender. What a chicken tender. He knew like he's really only got one more opportunity to save himself and his reputation moving forward. This is that time. The time is now.
I'm not going to lie. I'm like at an 8.5 or a 9 at this point. My expectations are pretty high. So it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey, buddy. How are you feeling? What's your confidence level?
Gentlemen, I think I'm close to a 9. I wouldn't say all the way to 10, but I think we'll get there throughout the time. So
Jake us there.
Yeah.
I will. So for those who don't know, this is the segment of the week where we go through all the odd and wacky, and in this case, increasingly concerning audio that happens on these airwaves. And we have a tradition here where we like to pick on people who aren't here. There was a situation during Crosstalk, I think it was on Tuesday, where Brian Broaddus was mentioning a couple things and issues you might run into as you age. And he just wants everybody to know that it's okay and not to worry about it.
Crapping in your pants is not a bad thing.
So matter of fact.
And that is not as out of context as you might think.
No, it's really not.
That's exactly how it was. And he even gave us an audible, too.
What's that? Oh, yeah, that was him because he was reenacting.
That was his mouth as Ric Flair's butt.
I do remember that. Okay. No, not what you said.
All right, up next, I don't know if we've ever had this before, but this one has actually not graced the airwaves this week. This one was done. This one was done during a tease.
Oh no!
So, yeah, Kevin, I'm sure you remember this one.
Oh, plenty more of that flaggy goodness.
I can't believe we didn't run with that.
I can. Now, I wish the other part would have been in there where almost immediately, Eric, will you agree? Almost immediately, I'm like, nope, don't like that.
That's true.
I'm an idiot.
All right, let's show Eric some love here. This one's one of my favorites. So he was describing, I actually don't remember what you're describing, but it sounds pretty bad.
It's always impressive when you can be huge and you're vascular. I was talking about Yandy Diaz, bro.
Oh, I believe it.
That's not what it sounded like.
I believe it.
And then this one,
particularly his biceps.
This one was a little. This one had to be dug out a little bit. Was a little off topic, but doesn't sound as bad as, or it does sound worse than it is.
Play with kids. Oh my gosh.
That's it?
Man. That's all we're gonna get there. I think that was the New York Post article.
I think it was
the
too.
Dominican Republic police involved in this.
Seriously, man.
All right, up next, Eric chose to share one of his favorite home exercises with us, and this was day one, I believe. So this was a good way to get the week started.
Shake and explode, shake and explode. That's going to be an at-home exercise. I don't even remember.
Man, it's this blank and blank that's getting you into trouble.
Yeah.
So you had huge and vascular, and now shake and explode.
And he doubled down, shake and explode, shake and explode.
Yeah.
Not
sure you know how a man works.
I
straight away.
I don't even totally remember this one, man.
Shake and explode, rest period. Yeah. Then, depending on how old you are, go back to it.
I might need a couple days in between.
Yeah. Or if you got men's tea.
All right, up next, Eric was talking about something he really wanted to sip on. I really don't remember where this one came from, but here we go.
You got to earn the right to sip on that thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
I believe that was the juice box.
Play that one more time, though, because this is a category I feel good about. Supportive teammate Kevin Hagelin backing up your ideals. Corey has all kinds of these where he says something absurd, but I support it. Play it one more time.
You got to earn the right to sip on that thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I support you.
Yeah. What? Maybe that was championship celebrations. I don't know. You got to earn the right to be a champion and drink the championship champagne.
Did you hear Alex Caruso's like, yeah, we didn't do that right, but hopefully we'll get another shot.
He also said it's nice that I finally won a real championship because his only other one was with the Lakers in the bubble.
Oh man, in your face, LeBron.
Take it.
Take one of those rings away.
All right, up next, this is the same topic, I believe, but Kevin wanted to weigh in on the whole juice box situation.
Because you have to squeeze it unreasonably to get all of the juice out.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like you see people squeezing that pouch like there's no tomorrow to get that extra little whatever of orange flavor.
Because you're like, there's no way this is already gone. I just took 2 sips of this.
Yeah, that's why the adult Capri Sun's going to help us all out.
That's right, Capri Sun tall boys.
Yeah, so, Kevin, you just talked about being a good teammate and supporting your guy when he kind of runs into a little bit of a rough spot. Eric did not reciprocate that in this clip.
Spit in my mouth.
That was just dead silence behind that one. So
that was from That was from Sinners, right? With spit in my mouth. Okay. Hold on. Play it one more time. I don't like the pseudo seductive way I tried to do that. One more. Give me one more time. Spit in my mouth. Okay. I don't care for the way I've said that at all. I could have been so much better off if I just said spit in my mouth.
I want to make him uncomfortable.
Okay, and that is Jason Kidd talking about Cooper Flagg being the primary ball handler.
I feel like I didn't even have to grab that one because Eric's got it down, man.
That's pretty good.
All right, up next, Eric was. I really don't remember what this was. This was concerning, but Eric, as he usually does, was kind of going on a tangent about balls.
Quite the difference in ball shape and size.
I mean, that's just factual.
That was
assume.
hard-hitting sports analysis is what that was.
Yeah.
Jake, take some notes, pal.
Yeah. Right, we heard this one a little bit 30 minutes ago, but this was recently from the Cooper Flagg press conference. Figured we'd give him a shout-out.
Give me some strokes.
That was about
Nico,
golf,
laughing?
you jerks. That was about golf. Stop trying to make it feel like Cooper Flagg's perving up on that podium. That was about golf and playing with Will Zelatora, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau.
Your spit in my mouth thing was much more aggressive than even that.
Yeah, that one was good.
That's what Haley Steinfeld was saying.
All right, I got one more for you, and this one kind of comes into a new light after Eric was mentioning that track runner video, and after I saw it, I was like, okay, so got this little tidbit.
This is not a joke. This is 15 inches of Capri Sun, baby.
Or was it?
See, that's too much. Sometimes I think about with the ladies, I feel bad for them about the indecision or the great unknown when the pants come off. Because it might be like, hey, that'll work, or, oh man. But if you ran into that situation, you're like, what am I supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
That's too much.
It's just describing size, I mean.
Yeah.
That is a lot of inches.
So I'm conflicted between two. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for myself, for the people who want me to.
I think it's going to be a runaway.
I think so too.
I'm going to vote for Eric saying shake and explode and then doing it all over again.
Shake and explode, shake and explode. That's going to be an at-home exercise.
It's the last part of him saying that's going to be an at-home exercise takes that up another notch.
It's damning.
I mean, Jake, this feels like an obvious Hagee victory.
It feels like a pretty easy one, yeah.
With the Spits and Suds podcast.
I feel bad because Hagee really didn't have too many cuts this week.
Spit in my mouth. Okay, and I agree. First, shouldn't have said that. Secondly, definitely shouldn't have said it the way I said it.
Yeah, the execution on that one was truly 10 out of 10.
Third, do you think we could convince Gavin Spittle after they do their intro for the Spits and Sud podcast to just play me? Could we maybe mock that up in the break? See if we can find how that starts and then just have me saying that.
Let's doll that up.
I think you absolutely could.
We'll get the numbers up.
Okay, there you go. In the meantime, the whole point of that was go see the movie Sinners. It's very good. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Offensive rebound, no. Secured by Gillis and Duke. Flagg pushing, looks at the clock, fires a three. Down it goes! Cooper Flagg beats the buzzer at the end of the first half.
That's on me. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. Happy Friday to you, sir. How the heck are you?
Indeed. I'm doing great. Thank you very much. Now, did you guys see the news just a little bit ago? Caitlin Clark out tonight against the Wings at the American Airlines Center. How big of a, I mean, not that people won't still go to the game, enjoy themselves, but how big of a disappointment do you think that is?
Huge disappointment there. A lot of folks spent, thousands of dollars to be a part of this. And, it's unfortunate, injury part of the game and stuff like that. And, if the league did a little bit better job of maybe protecting her, that, their stars would last some of these games and they would be able to play in front of a sold out arena. And which they have been. And, but yeah, that's, I feel bad for the folks that are, the Iowa contingent. There's a big Iowa contingency here in the city of Dallas.
Is that right?
Yeah, they have
probably.
I was saying, I feel bad for Peas.
Their Hawkeye Club and stuff like that. They've got a lot of members here, and I'm sure they're the ones that were buying up the tickets and stuff.
Yeah,
and so that they don't get to see their lady play tonight, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, you just made a comment in there about maybe the league not doing a good job of protecting her or keeping her injury free. I know Mac just mentioned something about that as well. Do you feel as though
absolutely, she's a star of the game, and these officials allow her to get beat up at various times. And she's doing her best to fight. Her teammates are coming to her aid, but she takes a beating in these games. When you watch her play, it is a fight for her. And you want to play defense and all that, but man, I mean, she is a superstar player, and she gets hit more times than not.
I don't know if y'all have like fiery thoughts about this, but why do you think so many people outside and inside the WNBA are so hesitant to, at times, maybe give her the credit that she deserves for the just explosion in popularity of the WNBA?
The initial thought is jealousy.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I do know that, just watching a lot of the sports debate shows, that they have tried, race has been a big topic about that.
That's true.
Like she's a white super, but we've had a lot of other white talented WNBA players, right? Like Brianna Stewart, Sabrina Ionescu, but she just has a game that's pretty transcendent. The way that she was pulling up from the logo and draining shots at Iowa. I mean, like we knew about Caitlin Clark her entire 4-year run at Iowa because she's breaking point records, and she's got a game that's very similar to like a Steph Curry where she can just pull up and drain it all over. And Iowa was really good with her.
Yeah.
And then it probably helps that you had the narratives that, LSU's really good, so now you get a rivalry with Angel Reese and Flo J. Johnson, and back-to-back years you get to play in the tournament. That's something we don't really have on the men's side, so it piques interest. But, yeah, I guess it's the others that have played the sport that are like, well, where was this attention for all of us?
Yeah.
It's not like this is a new game.
No, this is where she wasn't playing in the era when there were non-chartered flights, and she's not one of the pillars of the WNBA. So she's looked at as veteran players like, wait a minute, we were playing in front of less than sold out arenas. We were fighting to be on TV. We were fighting to get chartered flights. We were fighting to get better pay, But
wouldn't you think the person who facilitates
instead of being pissed off about that she wasn't one of them that was shoulder to shoulder kind of going through the difficult growing times of this, that instead of being mad at her, be glad that her and other young players have come in the league and put eyeballs on this thing.
So I'm not, I've talked about it before, I'm not a big golf fan. And I know it wasn't as niche of a sport, obviously, as with the WNBA. But if I was a golfer, I said at least once a year, I would send Tiger Woods a fruit basket or a thank you card or something for just the way he made all of those purses explode.
Well, actually, it's Live Golf has done this.
That's true.
It's not Tiger Woods fought on behalf of the PGA. Greg Norman fought on behalf of Live. And by the way, we've got the Live tournament here in Dallas this weekend. But the Live is the one. All of a sudden, players for years on the players committees have been fighting for bigger purses.
Yeah,
been fighting, and it's golf. It's 4 days at work. If you really want to go fight for somebody, fight for the guy that rides a bull every week and makes $75,000 for a year's worth of work. Where these pro golfers, but it wasn't until Live Golf came along, and then all of a sudden the purses had to become bigger. And then there became signature events, like earmarked events. You have to play. Hey, we need you to play here at Harbortown. We need you to play at other places in order to, get the eyeballs on this thing. Golf has always been popular. The pay is really, really good. But it wasn't until Live came along that it exploded in a way that the players really, really benefited from it.
Yeah, they are going to benefit. I think, to answer your question, Hagee, a little bit more from my perspective, I do think she's in your face and she's good.
Yeah.
And that is going to get some level of...
I could see that.
Of criticism and not liking. I don't want to flush the race thing, though, as just race baiting. I think there is a great white hope component of her because of the sponsors are white, a lot of the season ticket holders are white, and it's so good for business, right, for her to be elevated. So I think that's there. I would resent it. She's like the 8th best player in the game as well. That's the other thing. Is she is getting way more hyped than she is affecting the game in a winning way.
Yeah. And I do get that. I just wonder sometimes if I was in the league and I was about to see the new collective bargaining agreement, which meant more money for me, better travel conditions for me. Sure. I get the jealousy part, but I also think I would be like, appreciate
We're also dealing with women, and for being a girls soccer coach, they are more physical. They get more nasty, and the refs let more physical play go, which allows it to build. So I do think there's something just to the combative physical nature of it as it's playing out on television and girls are getting knocked to the floor.
Yeah.
I just think it fuels the emotion of, something it's been prevalent in sport for a long time.
Sure.
Young players come into the game, they're going to get knocked down. But also, you can read throughout the history of the NBA, and for a long time, franchises would definitely prefer to draft a white star because they knew what it meant for business.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We got a double guest situation here. Eric Nadell, 520, and Sands at 440. We're talking a lot of baseball with those guys. And
I like it.
Yeah.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. They'll lead you right into the series opener, big series, Texas against Seattle. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Chiafalo, thank you very, very much for keeping it up this week.
Hey, my pleasure, man. Thank you.
We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, I want to make him uncomfortable, Kevin.
Nobody can say that better than you.
of bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we have all the sports coming to you. But I did want to let you know there's a reason Eric Chiafalo is still in studio, even though he has already done the KNC Masterpiece. It is time to get a Bet Payoff Friday going for the first time for me, probably since October. It defeated me. Okay, so I've had bet payoffs to take care of. I thought I was going to do some on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. It's now 4.5 months later, and the football season is approaching, so I got to get right. And I had an idea here for you. It was Lucius last night on LA Live. Did Coach McCrary out of DeKalb County. You hear this story? Uh-huh. Okay, 35-year coach, lots of state championships. Had his kids on the road with him in the Bahamas, playing a big tournament, international tournament. And they violated team rules, so as a punishment, he made them pull down their shorts, lay down on the bed, and he spanked them with his shoe.
Shoe spanking.
That's so bad.
So I was wondering, Chief, if you'd like to get this bet payoff started and be the first. My idea for submission, this is a live submission. I haven't told anybody about this yet.
I love this.
The Coach McCrary, each member of the G-Bag Nation, even Carter if he wants to, gets to take your shoe off and really lace into me.
When you like the A?
Yeah, right now.
Now, okay.
You got the camera on me?
Are you like sliding? Are you sliding pants down?
Are you taking your pants down, and are you going face first on that couch over there, like full Coach McCrary? Or
I think that would only be appropriate.
Unbelievable, man! I really like your style. Coming in aggressive today. I got my croc. I'm gonna slap my croc on your ass.
He's like, get over here. You better go.
Yeah, that's right. And I like the look of this croc. I like the look of Broadus's Cole Haun's. I have not seen Lucius's footwear today or Carter, but I know Wolchuk might have a pair of Air Force Ones on.
I do.
And that's heavy. That's a bludgeon potentially. Yeah. So you better make sure you catch that baby flush.
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
But the aim, you never know. Eric's getting his swinging on, and this is crazy.
We got to take a little BP.
Wow, Dawson has just laid straight down on the couch. God knows what he is laying in right now.
Do you hit it with the heel or the flat side? What do you do here, Eric?
It's a skid mark. I think, yeah. Ball the foot, I think is the best way to do it. Might get you the best spank. He has slid down the pants, so it's just the draws that are showing right now. We got the botcheries.
Do we have this on camera, by the way?
I hope to God we got it on the cams.
All right, here we go. Yeah.
All right, Eric's about to take a swing of that Dawson tush right now. And, he might have missed a little bit. That looked like it burned.
That smacked.
That was a stick.
That smacked. And that caught skin, dude. That caught skin.
Yeah,
okay?
That caught the edge.
There's a clear underwear line.
I might let Eric hit you with my shoe.
Okay. Well, let's do more of these at 440.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do more of these at 440. That shoe looks like trouble to me because it's got
that's a size 14 with a lot of plastic.
Yeah. A lot of waffle.
Dang, bro, where did I even get you on that? Was that like
that was like lower back / there was some hip bone in there.
Oh no.
Right? If Wolchuk does that, we might have fisticuffs in the 440.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I think Gavin might turn around and just punch you right in the face. I might have to just say, all right, let's go.
See, I was worried about this. 432, they say Dawson woke up feeling kinky today. There's no kink involved here. You know, it's just bet payoffs. Do I have 3 more after this? I have 4 more after this.
I thought you had 5, yeah.
I was just thinking about things maybe in Oxnard that I could do to pay. I think I got 3 as well. I think there's.
I'm sure we all have something.
There's got to be something, and when we get to camp, that we can some hijinks that we can.
I can't wait. Cannot wait for Oxnard. Thank you so much, Chief.
Hey, let me just stick. Can I stick around?
Sure, we'd love
I'll
that.
stick around for a sec.
All right, stick around for a second.
I've had FOMO all week driving home listening to you guys.
Hey, the 972 did say you're much better when you prepare, and I'm just wondering why the hell you prepare for other shows. You don't want to prepare for our show.
See, I don't understand how he thinks I prepared this week with the KNC Masterpiece. That's insane.
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Did they ask the question, how did he carry the KNC Masterpiece? Is that the question?
Well, I think Jake was really,
Jake was on it today.
Doing a lot of stuff.
Hagee,
I did punish him and Peyton Russell in the What a Chicken Strip
challenge.
Yeah, how are you
Yeah, it was a
feeling, and how
mismatch.
disappointing was Peyton in that?
Peyton, it was just like, man, it really took the competitive spirit out of my own body a little bit.
Sloth Russell is what I'm going to call him from now on.
Yeah, it was
Slow mover.
True.
How many did he get?
He got like 6 or 7 tenders in 15 minutes.
Wow, was he even trying?
I honestly,
he
it's hard to
was
say that he
not
was
trying.
trying. I think he was just enjoying chicken tenders while he listened to our segment.
How did
I
you?
think.
Okay, speaking of preparation, how did you prepare for this one? No meal this morning. I think that's hard for you to get up and not eat anything.
Yeah, it was tough, but
he ate.
But no, I really didn't. I had a sip of raw milk. I did go exercise a little bit to work up an appetite, and then no post-workout meal.
Wow.
So it was just like by 10:20, I was chomping at the bit, dude.
You're ready.
And they were so good. I was going spicy ketchup, regular ketchup, ranch. That was kind of like every bite was a little different.
I know fans heading to the AAC tonight, chomping at the bit to see Caitlin Clark. Not going to happen. Okay, she's not going to play there. I think she's got a groin situation. We were hoping that it was load management, but it's not. But it's a big day at the AAC. Not only did you have that, you had the Dallas Mavericks introducing Cooper Flagg earlier today. You heard it during the KNC Masterpiece right around lunch.
Riveting.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Mark Cuban is still there, but he's trying to sell things to the fan base. That's what I feel like. You're getting Mark Cuban trying to tell everybody it's going to be fine, and I don't know why. I think what I want to see from Mark Cuban right now isn't that, but he hired Nico.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's there trying to kind of make sure that he doesn't get astray along the way. You know what I'm saying?
That Mark doesn't get one.
I don't think Nico listens to Mark.
No, I think he's trying to show he's worried that if he just totally backs away from the situation,
the fan base would go away.
The fan base, he's thinking that he needs to kind of step in.
I mean,
and help.
877-881-1053. When Cubes is like, "Stop the chants," and he's like, "Guys, this is great." Yeah. Don't you just want to tell him to shut up?
Mm-hmm. I like to tell Nico to shut up.
I appreciate it, but it's pointless anyway. The people have drawn their line in the sand. They're not going to go to the other side and be like, "Oh, everything's fine. This is going to be easy to cheer for the Mavericks," because they can't trust the GM.
Yeah, it's a little patronizing. It is. He's just he's trying to get everybody excited, and he knows that a lot of this is because he made the choice to sell the team. So everything that happens, to some extent, sort of falls back on him.
Yeah.
And the Cooper Flagg stuff, it seemed like everybody and their mom was there today, though.
Yes, a lot of people
so
were.
It's like, if you weren't there, it would have stood out.
Yeah, I heard voices and like call letters from radio stations that I hadn't heard in a long time, maybe since Dirk's retirement.
Yeah.
So that was cool, and CA was down there, and there was a lot of excitement. Then Mark Cuban talked afterwards. Here, we have a little bit of audio. He was asked to reflect on what it's been like watching these highs and lows of the organization over the past 4 months. He said people forgot that he had plenty of controversy as well, including letting Steve Nash walk, and then this one.
Remember the Dwight Powell trade, right? Those things happen, but that was then, this is now. And the good news is when you can put together a team that, and the front office has done a great job of putting together a team where we can compete, right? And a couple breaks here and there, Kyrie comes back, Cooper is who we expect him to be, and we can have a really, really good team. And where I'll really give Nico and the front office credit is you look at a lot of teams right now and they're blowing up their teams. They're dropping bombs on their team because of the second apron. I mean, we've got our guys locked up, and with the way the cap's going to move, we should be in really good shape. And, Nico and Kyrie have had a strong enough relationship that, they were able to work together to give us a little wiggle room to have somebody to fit in when Kyrie is out. And so, for all the hell that Nico's gotten, he's done a great job putting us in a really good position.
I
build up the guy you hired.
Yeah, you build up the guy you hired.
Yeah.
I also had a thought there as that was playing. Is he fighting for his bags? He owns 27% of the team.
Okay, so he still does have something to do with the organization. He's not just a glorified fan.
Yeah, that's a significant stake. I thought it'd be around 5 or 10%. That's usually what.
Yeah, but everything led to him being the governor for a while, right?
Yeah, and I don't blame Mark for selling the team.
I don't either. But if they were going to keep him on as the governor, I mean, I think that would have been a smart thing for Patrick DeMont and the family to kind of learn the business for at least for a couple of years.
Yeah,
let Mark be the guy that stands up there and kind of does some things, but in the background, kind of teach the family what they need to know about the operation, and then make the transfer from there.
Yeah, that would have been ideal, and I think the reason I don't blame Mark is he had that as a handshake agreement when he turned the team over and thought he was going to be allowed to be the governor. But yeah, he mentioned that trade, and that was brutal. I looked up what they gave in that Dwight Powell, Rajon Rondo deal. Brandon Wright, who had been great as a power forward for them, Jay Crowder, that one really hurt as you're trying to build 3-and-D players around Luka.
Yeah, it did.
We missed that guy.
He was awesome. I mean, the Nico stuff, I don't know. Was he has he been trying to hint that this was an orchestrated thing with the league?
Oh, I like that angle. Yeah.
There has been
you see my vision now?
It's weird because he was, and like Hagee mentioned it too. Because, he mentioned the vision thing, but then he also earlier was like, when I first watched him, I'd be like, man, it'd be great to have the number 1 overall pick. Obviously, you don't have the number 1 overall pick, but he has had like 2 comments now today and then after they drafted Flagg that kind of insinuated maybe he was was part of the deal.
No, you're right about that. Newey asked him, like, do you think this draft could help repair the relationship between you and the Mavs? And he said some things, but in the end he said, I think some fans are starting to see the vision. And I was like, what are you talking about? You didn't imagine this.
Yeah, which was weird.
But maybe it is the vision.
But yeah,
maybe he was on the phone with Adam Silver and the Lakers saying, okay, I'll do this if you get me Flagg.
Yeah. Huh? And you still can't rule that out.
No. And I mean, how much different? I mean, how do you look at that trade now? If I told you for sure, 100%, that is what happened. The Mavs were guaranteed the number 1 overall pick to draft Cooper Flagg, plus you get Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick for Luka. How does that change the return? And our
we've
thoughts on the
talked
deal?
about that.
If it for sure happened.
It's a close call. Now it's a very close call.
Yeah. Now
I still would have wanted probably another one, but
it's the number 1 overall pick, which is what you would have wanted to trade Luka for. And if you're giving up that number 1, you don't need 4 ones. You need 1. It's Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis. I think that's kind of a fair deal, isn't it, Brian? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that we've had this discussion before, and we all felt like that it was not a fair deal, even with having the number 1 overall pick.
Would you go? I think we asked, would you go back and trade Luka now if you knew you were getting all of this?
Yeah, and I still would have rather probably just kept Luka.
And I think that's what the discussion was.
But hey,
we've walked through this before.
It does
as a show. I know we've walked through this.
Well, opinions can change over time.
Oh, I understand that, but right now we're like, whoa, wait a minute. Now this is because we were killing them for the trade.
Yeah,
we were killing them.
But in this scenario, he knows he's getting Flagg. So if you go back and put yourself in March 1st and you know you're getting Flagg, what would your reaction to the trade have been?
He is in a situation where he had enough of a player. He got lucky.
Yeah,
he got lucky.
That's what I think about it.
I mean, they got if you want to tell me 1.8%, anytime you buy a lottery ticket now, you should feel like, well, we only have a % chance. Damn, you got a chance.
Yeah.
Now if the league orchestrated this and it gets out that way, man, I would not want to be David. I wouldn't want to be Silver here. I wouldn't want to be Adam Silver.
See, I've always thought there's too much to lose, right? Like, why would you want to rig things when you got this great thing going on? But if you're losing, you think you might be losing your TV deal, which is like $750 billion.
Yeah.
Our ratings are going bad. We screwed up going away from the super team era, and it's hurting our ratings. We can't have any year-to-year storyline. Nobody can even repeat, much less three-peat.
Sure.
So I think they need storylines, and I
think this fan base still wants this guy fired.
Oh, I do.
Sure.
And Mark's up there trying to cheerlead for the guy, which he hired. I'll mention that again. He doesn't want to be the guy that sold the team and then hired the guy that got rid of the star player.
Yeah.
But
see, the cheerleading doesn't make sense until you realize Cuban wants to see these guys get their casino and make him
yes,
$100 billion.
Absolutely.
So you probably got a better chance at moving forward if you just get rid of Nico. Now you can really start fresh with the Cooper Flagg era, and there's other people that can be a general manager of a team and be successful.
Again, to the conspiracy, and I don't think anybody is saying the conspiracy is their official opinion on this, right?
No, because there's a lot of flawed arguments with that, with the injuries that happened. Like, you had to have Kyrie get hurt, you had to have Anthony Davis get hurt, or else they made the play-in tournament, right? They were trying to win. It wasn't like they were tanking to for sure make the lottery, so things had to fall in place for them to even have that 1.8% chance.
So if you're thinking about why would Dumont not fire Nico, number one, it was his idea or he thought about it, or number two,
they didn't want to pay Luka.
He knew they were getting Flagg too. Why would you not fire Nico?
See, I don't think he's not that basketball savvy. He doesn't have that kind of. I don't think he could walk in there and demand of Adam Silver that. No, wait a minute. You're telling me I'm going to get the number 1 overall pick in this thing?
You're right. He couldn't, but you know who could? Nico and Rob Pelinka with Nike.
I think if Mark Cuban still owned the team and he'd walk into Adam Silver and say, "Listen, if I move on from Luka and trade him to the Lakers, you guarantee me the 1st overall pick." I think he'd get it. I don't think that DeMont gets that answer from Adam Silver.
I don't think Adam would ever answer that on the record.
I don't think he would ever tell him no. No.
That's got to be a wink and a we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Texas State's in the final steps of accepting an invitation to the Pac-12. That's wild. It's crazy. Oregon State, Washington State, Boise State, San Diego State, Colorado State, Utah State, Fresno. It's the state.
It's all the states.
It's the all-state conference, man. It's crazy. This is worse than what the WAC used to be.
Oh, no. Yeah. The WAC.
State conference.
Yeah,
I mean, just fold it. It's not the Pac-10 anymore at all. I'd call it something else.
You got to change the name.
Yeah, but they're trying to keep themselves together because there's going to need to be content. You know, these television. There's like not every game could be on ESPN. They're gonna other stations are going to have inventory. You know, and this is the way to get inventory. You know, conference stay together, and you know what? Hey, we got inventory for you. If you want to put us on CBS on a, you know, this is what the MAC did. MAC played Wednesday night games, Thursday night games. They played these odd games when all these TV packages in college football started out.
Walchuk loves gambling on Maction.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have content that you can say, okay, we don't mind. We'll play on Tuesday night. Sure. After the Monday night game, sure, we'll play on Tuesday. We'll play on Wednesday. Play on Thursday.
I'm just imagining all those Beavers and Cougars fans going, there's a university called Texas State, and they're coming to the Pac-10.
Bobcats.
Yeah.
This is the 8th football team in the conference now, so they are rebuilding. There's legacy to it. There's brand awareness. There's marketing opportunities, and it's not going to go away. But for the fans, it's a
Don't
joke.
they get Gonzaga's a basketball place?
Pretty sure.
Don't Gonzaga jump in there with the basketball stuff? Okay.
We got the G-Bag of the day coming up here shortly. Then Wolchuk's top 10. Thank you, Chief. Have a great weekend. Buddy.
Hey, love you boys. See you.
Love you more.
What's the subject today, Wolchuk?
All right, it's National Ice Cream Day. It's incredibly underrated. Is the National Ice Cream Cake. Ice cream cake's delicious. I've got the top 10 most popular desserts in America right now. What is your favorite dessert currently? That's next in the G-Bag. Nick.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the champ.
Here it is. All right, I believe this is day number 2 for this combo situation. Shout out to OKC, Bricktown. This is from the Thunder's parade and celebration. Let's see here. All right, first one. And the reporters, I like the reporters. They fanned out when they seen SGA up close.
They're far. I think it's SGA. Is it SGA? It is. He's right behind the porta potty. There he is. SGA.
Here he is.
Oh my gosh. We could get SGA.
Oh my gosh. Hold on, fam. Wait a minute. Hold on, bro.
Porta potty. There he is. SGA. Oh my gosh. We could get SGA.
Oh my God. That's hilarious, though.
God bless Oklahoma City, man. Congrats.
Gotta love it.
And the Thunder center, Chet Holmgren. He was low-key faded during the ceremony.
Chet, your journey has been far from easy. You have experienced broken bones, bruises, ups, downs, highs, lows. What did it take for you to get here in this moment right now?
Took everybody that's in here. It started with Clay, Sam, and Mark for believing in me enough to bring me here in the first place. Because without them, I'm never even here. All right, let me lock in. Should we put you on the mic right now? All right.
Don't do that. Let me lock in, bro. Let me get focused.
That's a classic moment. All righty, it's time now for Woolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All right, National Ice Cream Cake Day. Ice cream cake severely underrated as a dessert, but I do have the top 10 most popular current desserts in the U.S. of A. Circuit 2025. What is your dessert that you love the most? 877-881-1053. Speaking of desserts, man, we kind of had fat on fat crime today on ESPN.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, like Mike Tannenbaum.
Oh, yeah.
You guys know Mike T.
Very well.
And I don't know that, in no disrespect to Mike, I mean, I don't know that any of us would think of him as like a physically fit individual.
Not at all.
So here's Get Up.
And he said the same thing about me.
Yeah, I believe it, man. I've been there. I'm with you. So,
Tannenbaum sounds like he's shaped like a bell.
Oh, yeah.
It does.
Tannenbaum.
Yeah,
There's no fit guy named Tannenbaum.
No. Long line of big bone guys.
Yeah.
Bum. Yeah, so he
knows what the good restaurants are.
Absolutely.
He sure does.
Oh, no, he does. He knows how to order off the wine list.
I believe it. I mean, he's worked in New York and Miami. Like, I'm sure he can take you around and show you a good time at all those places.
Not a good
Let
player,
me just say this about him, though. I'm just surprised he was a GM for 2 teams.
Parcells backed him.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. Bill, he was
there it is.
matter of
Get a
fact,
sponsor.
Matter of fact,
You came out early. Let me say this about him real quick.
No.
Can't believe they gave that fool a job twice.
Love Mike. Love Mike. Good dude. You need sponsors in the world.
Yeah.
Parcells, when he was an intern with the Saints, Parcells paid his way through school. I mean, he was with
Big fan, huh?
Yeah, he was with the Saints and then the Jets, and Parcells paid his way through school. Yeah.
I wonder what Mike had on Bill.
I think Mike.
Just really liked
Bill.
him.
I think he really liked Mike, and he liked what he brought. And Mike's got a good gift of gab. I mean, Mike can sell a drowning man a glass of water.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's
That's
one of
what
those
it
guys,
is.
And so yeah, I mean, you have to have sponsors, and the couple of spots where he was, Parcells was influential in both places. So
well, he's on Get Up this morning. Tannenbaum's on the set. I guess Brian Windhorst was supposed to be on the set. They come back from break, and well, Mike kind of took a shot here.
It's time for a game of Are You Convinced? With our football crew. Mike T, are you convinced that Aaron Rodgers will lead Pittsburgh to its first playoff win since the 2016 season?
No, I'm more convinced that Wendy's in the cafeteria right now.
No idea where Wendy's is.
I mean, that might be a fellow fat guy, like making a fat guy joke. That's where I'd be. That's where I'd like to be.
Yeah,
we're joking with each other.
Take 2 puddings and a cookie.
But man, we're just going to out Wendy.
Yeah.
We're going to out Wendy like that.
Is there like a big man code of conduct?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't make Wendy's well aware, I'm sure. I'm sure he's told a lot. and he has made, I don't think, any effort to drop any pounds. I think Mike T has. And that's where this gets a little, fringy. Because I know from experience, when you start to lose the weight, you can start to look sideways at some of the other fatties out there.
Yeah, look at me. Look confident.
So the weight comes back. And then
the weight comes back, and then you think, screw all those skinny
It seems
people.
so easy when you're in the zone. I mean, my weight has fluctuated in my adult life 70 flipping pounds. 160 at the bottom,
It's
230
crazy.
at the top. So I know the struggle, man.
Yep, we don't all have the Chiafalo genetics, right? Where he
We
can
can
eat
eat
whatever the hell he
60
wants, and
chicken fingers.
make
and then,
fun of all the fat people out here, but we don't know the struggle. All right, so from fat shaming to desserts, this is perfect. 877-881-1053, the best desserts in 2025. We've got the top 10 National Ice Cream Cake Day. I will say, I'm guilty of this. I never seek out the ice cream cake, but anytime I think of an ice cream cake, I'm like, damn, why? Why don't we have ice cream cakes more often? They're phenomenal. They're delicious.
They are, and I don't know why. I don't know the answer to that question.
Well,
what is it, Brian?
I think the reason it is that you have to be able to keep the damn thing cold.
Got to keep it in the freezer?
Yeah, you cannot. The ice cream cake can't just sit out.
Mm-mm.
You got to find freezer space for it. Sometimes cake that cold, it's not appetizing.
I'll tell you what the greatest thing about the ice cream cake is, especially Baskin Robbins, is the icing they put on there. When the icing is frozen with the ice cream and the cake, that's the magic.
It's a beautiful mixture.
It's just a very difficult thing to have to maintain.
Challenging.
It's a challenging to maintain.
You really got to plan for it.
Yeah. And when you have have you ever had one and then you don't eat it all and then you put it in the fridge and then it goes bad. And then
it starts to get that frost on it.
Yeah, it just starts getting I'm not dealing with this anymore.
Yeah. I always have to give love to Andy's frozen custard. I think that's some of the best desserts going right now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Not a Fan 105.3 when he came into town. He went to Andy's, tagged Eric and I. That place is absolutely delicious. I always have a special place in my fat heart for the molten chocolate cake at Chili's.
Okay.
That's an outstanding dessert, as well as the Pizookies at BJ's.
If I had anything to get at a store right now, that's it.
The what at where?
That's about. I'm glad
the Pizookies at BJ's.
That's crazy. Okay.
Those are great. It's like a chocolate chip cookie in its own little
never
skillet.
had a Pizookie?
I knew you were going to jump in
Especially
there.
not at BJ's. No.
I
BJ's Brewhouse.
I DoorDashed a Pizookie once. It was only slightly melted when it arrived. It was sinfully delightful.
Still was delicious, huh?
That's weed.
Yes, I was in a hotel room by myself, late night, tearing into a Pizookie. If I could go anywhere right now though and get any dessert, it would be a Dairy Queen Oreo Blizzard with double Oreos.
Okay, you can't really go wrong with that. Lucius?
Anyone? If I can get anyone?
Any dessert. I mean, you can go generic. The list will be generic. It'll just
Okay,
be
I like
ice cream.
pecan pie. That is my favorite. I like pecan pie, especially if it's warmed up with a nice little chunk of vanilla ice cream right there. But if I had anything, it would be a Rocky Road ice cream with a warm brownie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Full of nuts, man. Make it nutty.
Make it nutty.
Make it nutty, bro.
Oh, make it nutty.
Yeah.
Like a
no diddy
walnut brownie.
No diddy.
Yes. The walnut brownies go crazy. Dawson's disgusted by that. I seen that.
Dude, it ruins the brownies.
We used to have by that
it's worse than like onions and spaghetti.
What?
What?
And they're good for you, man. They're good for your dome piece too, man.
Oh, the walnuts are?
Yeah, so you can convince yourself while you're trashing out on bad food.
Man, I enjoy a walnut, but I don't think it belongs in dessert. To be honest with you.
Really? That's a bad take, but love you. Beth Marie's ice cream from the 940. Dairy Queen has the best ice cream cake. We're going to Andy's tonight from the 469. Shout out to you. I love you. IndyCar Tim never had an ice cream cake. We need to change that, Timmy.
Mm-hmm.
Hot fudge sundae with extra fudge from the 817. Big into the extra fudge. We do have to get to this story about your guy Woody, apparently LA at some point from the 214.
Man.
We had a weight loss struggle there.
Oh, okay.
Is that what
I
it
didn't know
was?
where we were going. Yeah, Woody used to be a big guy.
And
Dang.
Not so much anymore.
Pause.
We've got
cold.
key lime pie.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm probably going to read something I shouldn't at the 817. I'm going to skip that. I got to Google that one, what that is. Buttermilk pie being texted in. Your mom's pie is pretty damn good, Dawson.
Yeah, that sugar cream's outstanding.
That's up there.
As far as homemade desserts, that's it.
Yeah, that is. Well, honorable mentions, the churros, the funnel cakes, the lemon squares, and s'mores are your honorable mentions of the best desserts, according to America in the top 10 right now.
Churros outstanding.
Churros are good.
Cinnamon rolls. Does that count?
Ooh.
That's a dessert, isn't it?
I think it should
It's
count.
a breakfast dessert.
It's sweet. It's breakfast, but it's sweet. And number 2 is a breakfast sweet item. That's on the list. 10 is cookies. 9 is your ice cream.
All right, now put 9 and 10 together, and you got to get
now
a
you
deal.
got yourself an ice cream sandwich, maybe.
Nestle Toll House ice cream sandwich.
Let's party.
Boneless cookies, too.
I like the boneless ones.
Yeah, nice soft in the middle,
Yes.
crunchy on the outside.
Boneless cookies?
Yeah.
That's gooey.
You know, they're just cooked a certain way. They're kind of soft in the middle still.
You don't want them
They
hard.
might fall apart on you.
Yes.
How do you hold them up and they bend?
Yeah. Oh, my God.
When they get the flop.
Yeah. Yeah. And you got to straighten them out real quick.
I didn't know that was called boneless.
Well, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah.
8 is brownies with walnuts, Lucius.
Yeah, and mix that with number 10. What is that, the ice cream again?
Yep. No, 9's the ice cream.
Okay, mix that with
But
number 9.
we could go brookie with an ice cream if you want to mix the brownie and the cookie.
Yep.
7's baked Alaska, getting a little fancy.
That's one of those, and I can't tell you what's in a Baked Alaska, but you have to order it when you step into the building.
It's like a meringue, right, with ice cream.
Yeah,
they put on fire.
I'm saying yeah, but I've people have talked about it, but honestly, if you want to get it at a restaurant, you have to order it when you make your order.
It's a layer of cake, a frozen ice cream center, and a coating of toasted marshmallowy meringue.
Yeah.
And they set the meringue on fire.
There you go.
Pretty badass.
Yeah.
6 is your cakes and cupcakes. 5.
I think cupcakes are a waste of time.
Yeah, you have mentioned that before, but you also gave the pro tip, didn't you, for kids' birthday parties, go with the cupcakes over the cake?
Because less waste.
Yeah.
You don't want to be holding up with a bunch of birthday cake. That's just not, nobody's going to eat after the birthday cake. It's done. You know, and I hate to throw away half a birthday cake.
You think they'll still eat the cupcakes, though?
I think cupcakes, like kids, it's not so bad to waste a cupcake. You don't feel like, it's like a little cupcake.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if you throw it away, you're like, not a big deal.
Just a cupcake.
Yeah, but you go get one of these specialty cakes, and it's going to cost you, $40 or something, $50,
70.
and then you throw 70, and you throw half of it away. You're like, what did I just do? I should have just gone to the box store and got a cake and had them doll it up.
Yeah. 5 is banana pudding. We did get some text for banana pudding. Wow.
Over cookies.
Pretty damn high.
You could put vanilla wafers
Man, the
in there.
vanilla wafers in there.
Put vanilla wafers in there. Now you're good use of a cookie and in the pudding.
I know. In the pudding. I know Dawson's not going to like 4 because it's cheesecake, but it's delicious.
Lucius, with or without the fruit?
I can do without it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's old school right there, man.
3 are cobblers or crumbles.
Okay, here we go. I'll tell you, Babe's Chicken Place.
Yeah?
Yep. They have the peach cobbler.
Man, you get some ice cream with that.
There you go.
That's where it's at.
That's where it's
That's
at.
warm. Just makes you, it's like a hug.
Yes.
2 is donuts. I don't know how I feel about that. But I mean, that's we're considering it.
That's another breakfast dessert.
It is a pastry treat.
We've always talked about the donut. We all seem to like the cake donut.
Yeah,
and there's
they're
not much.
fantastic. Hey,
there's not
cake's
much
in the
to the
title.
cake donut for dessert, right?
No.
Oh, that's a dessert on any time of the day.
I mean,
It's one of the most unhealthy things you can eat. It's all sugar, fat. It's amazing.
Do you eat the
makes it good.
blueberry one, or you just go straight cake? No fruit in the.
No, I like the blueberry cake donut a lot.
Okay,
Yeah, there's
there
no
you
actual
go.
fruit in there.
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
what I'm saying. Yeah.
blueberry flavored.
Okay.
Number 1, the most popular dessert in the US of A circa 2025 is still the pie.
Right on. Yeah, very versatile.
Yeah.
I can see its
Pecan
popularity.
pie.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on 105.3 The Fan. The bet payoff, the Coach McCreary. Google that. Google News Coach McCreary. The bet payoff coming up in 2 hours in the 440 segment right as we get to Sands. But it's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Wolchuk, what's in store?
Yeah, let's do that. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some personal victories lately? Where have you taken some L's along the way? We had a big L in Austin. That's next in the nation.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Here's Wolchuk.
877-881-1053. Let's do it. It's a Friday staple here in the G-Bag Nation. Where have you taken some personal victories? Where have you taken some L's as well? It's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Wolchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
817 Biggest Dub, another 3-day weekend this weekend and next weekend. Biggest L. It's that time of the month for the wifey, and she's a little cranky.
Sorry about that.
Enjoy the 3-day weekends, though. That's a plus. I actually heard this debated, like if we went to a 4-day work week, which day would you prefer to have off? The Friday or the Monday?
Man, I guess it wouldn't matter after a while, but if going into it, if I have to pick one of those days, I think I want to work on the Monday and have the Friday off because it just feels funner.
I'm kind of with you.
I'm the opposite.
Okay. So like the pushback to that from the debate that I saw, and I think it might have been part
I'll
of my
work
take.
Friday. Give me Saturday, Sunday, Monday off.
Okay.
And then I'll get back at it.
And you're good with Monday?
Yeah.
See, it was like losing the possible Friday vibes, like the Friday. Oh yeah,
the
weekend's
show.
coming, but like wouldn't that just
It would
carry
go
over to Thursday?
I think so. I think Thursday would be the new day.
I could blow out of town on Friday night, get to the lake, fish Saturday, Sunday,
And
be
then come
back
back
Monday
Monday.
night. Yeah.
There you go.
I think for a lot of people coming off Sunday in the church, whatever you're doing, that's your rest day. So you go to church, you get right with God, and then you relax to like try to take the stress off and get ready for that next day. So I think I'd probably, just want to jump into that. That's as good as it's going to get for me.
Yeah.
I don't want to wait till Tuesday to start my work week after getting right.
Which would you prefer, Lucius, the Friday or the Monday?
Look, Lucius wants the Friday off for sure.
Yeah.
The adult in me says take the Monday off. You can handle business.
Yeah.
There you go.
Things are open. You can do things.
It's true. Like the Monday, you get a Monday off, you're always kind of able to knock out the chores. Like, I got to go get an oil change, got to get the car, whatever the things that you need to get done.
But Lucius had packed on Thursday night for Friday if he's off on Friday. He's already packed and ready to go.
Yeah.
When I shoot
Party mode.
when I shoot the G-Bag Nation deuces, I'm out for real. All right, guys, I'll holler at y'all.
Yeah. That's checking out for real. And getting that for 3 days, I think, would be a massive mental health boost for our country. Now, in this situation, do we have access to all the businesses on the Monday or the Friday? Because you got doctor stuff, you got the DMV stuff. Are they going to be open on this other floating day?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's like one, everybody does the same thing. I think everybody would pick and choose kind of which days they would go with here. But I'd assume so. I'd assume that most of these businesses would all still be open. But that's a fair question because if everyone's going on the 4-day work week, maybe.
When am I going to do my banking?
Exactly.
I like the idea of Lucius, like I got a day to take care of stuff.
What if you took off a Wednesday?
Just like a random middle of the...
No, I mean, you get that day off. That's your day off. You don't have to...
You're doing double twos? Oh, I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just breaking up the work week.
Yeah, we're breaking
Monday,
it
Tuesday,
up.
boom,
Yeah.
and then we're going to get Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I had not thought of that angle.
Yeah.
That'd be an easy week, man. That feels so smooth. Like you're hardly working. Yeah. It'd be nice. So took an L this week. Scammer got him from the 972. They made it super convincing.
Dawson was involved.
The dub going to see...
Give us your credit card number, sir. We'll be happy to use it for you. Right here, 975. You need my PIN?
Oh, somebody texted me that my account's in danger. I better log in.
Uh-oh. The dub, they're going to see Stick Figure tonight at Dos Equis with the wife and some neighbors. So enjoy that. That's going to be fun.
I think Rangers winning the series. Sorry, did I cut you off mid-message?
I was just going through some of these text messages.
Rangers winning the latest playoff series is a huge win. Could you imagine how bummed you'd be right now if we had to do yesterday's show and today's show after Rangers losing a series to Baltimore? Holy crap.
No, the Rangers getting 2 out of 3. The Mavs being able to draft Cooper Flagg. Those are big dubs. I think a big L would absolutely be those that bought tickets tonight to the AAC for the Wings and the Fever.
Yeah.
And now you can't see Caitlin Clark versus Paige Beckers. I mean, personally, I think Cece's a little scared. I don't think she wanted to be one-upped by Paige tonight.
Get locked down.
You get to see the Cunningham girl, though.
There's still plenty of good players.
Her. I like how she walks. She looks like Goldie Hawn when she walks. You ever seen her little walk?
Yes.
She little needs me knocking, bro.
She has a lot of Goldie Hawn energy now that I think about it.
Bro.
She's pretty too. Apparently, she's a black belt.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that walk into the locker area is that's must be
it's become
there.
A whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, these gals know how to stop. And they got their accessories, their sunglasses. They all look
amazing.
great.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to get Caitlin Clark a new stylist, though. These outfits are bad.
I think so.
I mean, if
Maybe
she's going to
Sophie
be the
help her.
Jordan of the WNBA, she's well on her way.
Yeah.
With the baggy clothes.
Terrible dressing, man.
What is it worse?
Put on some Jordan gear, Jordan. Damn.
There you go. Yeah, some sweats.
I think she's got some sponsor close people that
I'm sure she does.
help her. Yeah,
She dresses like an insurance agent. No
does.
disrespect to insurance agents.
She does have the State Farm promo.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what she's leaning into.
That's trying to like show some skin too. All the midriff shirts,
stuff.
The dudes are being thirsty about it all online. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Whole lot of woods in the comments.
It's working for some, I guess. Some out there saying, hell yeah. Hey, everyone's got a different flavor, right? There's something out there for everyone.
Broad shoulders. She's got some hella shoulders.
What about, Lucius, what about the gals that show up like in a suit and tie? You ever seen that look? Where the girls that have that, like, they show up and they have their tie with the white shirt and the.
They look like some waiters?
Well, no, they look. It's like they look. It's like they look like they're trying to dress like in a men's suit, but it's like the way they've got it, kind of the shirt tail out and stuff like that. You ever seen that one?
No, they letting us know though.
No, they're trying.
Yeah, they letting us know.
Yeah, they are.
I've noticed. I'm like, man, where she's wearing a coat and tie. What's up?
Yeah, that one's.
Her wife is in the stands.
Very much so. This is an interesting story that I don't know if this is going to go away or maybe by Monday this is a non-deal, but this is kind of an L, I think, for both sides. Wendy giving the report on what the hell is going on with the Utah Jazz and their 5th overall pick, Ace Bailey from Rutgers.
Okay.
If he doesn't want to be there and he doesn't show up and this starts to get ugly, do you see the Jazz ultimately giving in?
I do not. I do not think any team in this situation would give in. They have the ultimate position, and I do not see Danny Ainge giving in. And here's the bottom line. The Utah Jazz play in Salt Lake City, and I say this as somebody who lives in the middle of the country. They cannot worry about whether a player wants to be in Salt Lake City or whether he loves the fit on their roster. They have to draft and develop the most talented players they can. That is why they took him, despite him not working out, and they will absolutely not budge on this. And eventually Ace Bailey is going to be a Utah Jazz. We'll just see how long it takes for him and his representation to figure that out.
I mean, I get the concern with it. You think Utah, oh my goodness, this is going to be horrible. But I mean, going into Utah, it is a fantastic place. You know, I think sure if you want to go like party it up, or you want to be out, or you want to, you know, I guess experience some other. If diversity is really high, you know, let me just say that on your checklist, maybe Utah is not the spot, right? And if that's a requirement for you to have, you know, your life, then I don't necessarily disapprove of players trying to force their way out of situations. For me, Utah is amazing. Like driving through it twice, I'm like, look at all this scenery. The cities are nice, you know, the scenery is amazing. But I think for a lot of players, you know, they have their spots in mind. Utah is one of them. The other thing, last night there was a dude, I think he got picked 41st by the Raptors, and he goes, bleep. Oh, he's hugging his mom, and he's like dropping F-bombs because he doesn't want to go to Toronto.
Yeah. I get for Ace Bailey.
That was a first-round guy.
Oh, that was a first-round guy?
That was a first-round guy.
The guy that they took 10th overall?
Yeah.
Ace Bailey, I guess.
He's sleeping on Toronto then.
Yeah, Toronto would be great too, yeah.
Sleeping on Toronto. So is Utah. You're right, man. Sleeping on Salt Lake City. It is amazing out there.
Masai Ujiri.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of benefit. There's a lot of good scenery in Utah.
It's kind of scary.
Yeah, even when you're indoors.
I guess for Ace Bailey, there was really only 3 teams he wanted to play for. I think Washington was one.
Yeah.
And they were telling teams in the top 5, hey, don't pick me. And that's why he was able to slide to 5. I think Washington was the next pick at 6, but Danny Ainge said, bleep this, dude. I mean, we're taking you.
Teams don't want to open up this Pandora's box, but eventually you can get your way. I just wouldn't sit out the whole year. I mean, just start playing for the Jazz, start your career, and get traded. But, I mean, these guys are so young. A year seems like forever to them. You know, a year seems like 2 months to me. But to them, it's like, oh, my goodness, I got to spend a whole year in Utah? Kind of crazy. You know, these kids are so young. Side note, Wolchuk, I think it's a huge L right now. Like, the NBA draft is just not compelling content.
I agree.
They're too young. You know, they don't know how to do interviews.
No.
The difference of 19 to 22 is massive. Like, I love Cooper Flagg is here. I didn't need to hear any of that press conference today.
And there was no need to do 2 nights of the draft.
No.
I understand last year you had the Bronny drama. Where was he going to go? But I did not tune into a single second to round 2 last night. The Mavericks didn't have a pick. I was uninterested. If something big happened, I'll get an update for it. I followed along on Twitter. I did not pay any attention.
I mean, there were some good players, and I'd be excited to, you know, get those on my team. So if you're a super fan, you're dialed into this thing. But when your team takes the player, I think you're out at that point. We don't know who a lot of these guys are. There's no chance to like build your name and your reputation like in the NFL. So you're like, oh, there's that dude and there's that dude from all these great teams. It's just kids that don't know how to do interviews yet at all. And they're trying to like awkwardly it's so cringe heavy.
Cringy,
It's like
dude.
a cringe every 3 minutes.
It is. And then sometimes they're bringing the family up. They're like, what was it, Con Knipple and his 4 brothers, and Monica McNutt's trying to ask a question, and none of the brothers like want to jump in there and answer, so it's just awkward silence, and they don't know what to do. The whole thing was weird. Let me just wrap up with a couple texts. Biggest dub from the 717. His son Athens AU All-Star Baseball team won the South Regional Playoffs this past weekend. A play-in a best out of 3 tournament next weekend against Longview to represent the state of Texas, and I'm believing the Little League World Series. That's badass. They're undefeated, so congratulations to you. And shout out to the 214. Got a big dub. Came back from Vegas, $3,000 up.
There you go.
So, hey, big winner right there. There's another edition of Biggest L, Biggest L.
Have a great weekend, buddy. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We have the top stories of the day, baseball, basketball, and so much more on the other side here on The Fan. I want to chat.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, we got hour 2 right here for you. The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk is here. Chiafalo was with KNC today. He'll be back with us on Monday. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. So, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reporting this afternoon there is a development with Micah Parsons, and he wants a shorter deal possibly. So 5 years and $204 million maybe isn't what he's looking for. He's looking for like 4 and 160, all guaranteed, something like that.
Yeah, the quote was Cowboys might need to shave a year or even 2 off of an offer to complete the deal. So Micah might want to be looking at, hey, when I'm 29 or 30, I can get back into the market and hopefully cash in again.
Yeah, Cowboys want to do the longer deal. And
yeah, they like the 5 years.
It's weird because the Eagles just create void years on the back of these contracts and just push money into there. Well, I mean, the Cowboys could do that. I don't think this should be that much of a sticking point. It comes down to preference. You know, I think we know where this contract is headed, at least APY and a lot of guarantees. I think the record for edge guarantee is $125 million right now with Myles Garrett. So somewhere north of that, like 4 and 165 with 130 guaranteed, something like that, should get the deal done for Micah Parsons. I can't imagine the Cowboys wanting to risk going into the season and not having him. But at the same time, I mean, how do you look at this negotiation if you're the Cowboys in light of how long is Micah Parsons going to be great?
That's my big question, right? Because if he's a guy, and Brian, I know you've talked about this, like if he doesn't enjoy the film work, I just wonder about how his game ages. Because right now he's a freak athlete.
Let's do it.
And he's super strong.
Let's do this.
And he wins with speed. So like if he wants a 3-year extension right now, because I think he's got a year left.
Let's do it.
So that would take him to 30.
Sure.
I'm in.
Yep.
He's 27 years old right now?
He's 26.
Okay.
So if you've got him for this year and then 3 years after, right, that gets him to 30 years old, if my math's right. So I'm pretty cool with that. And then we'll adjust from there.
Yeah, let's do this.
I mean, why do the Cowboys want to go longer with him?
Absolutely.
Why would you want an edge under contract at 30 and 31 for $40 million
Well, I think
a year?
they like it so that they can spread the money out with the 5 years, right? But to your point, now with the void years, I mean, you could really do the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I hope Micah Parsons can play great into his 30s, and some guys can. Like we're seeing Von Miller, Dwight Freeney. Mm-hmm. Why couldn't he do that, Brian? Why couldn't he play well into his 30s?
Oh, he could absolutely play, but he's the guy that you hang your hat on, and it seems like you and I did Zach and I did a Love of the Star this morning. We did a top 10 Cowboy players, off this current team. We had a discussion about Micah. We had a discussion why he would be either 1 or 2 on a lot of your lists. And some of the discussions that I had was because, there's times where he plays and then he gets wore down and then people are able to take him out of games late in the year. He does. He fights battles every day. And that's the thing. And if he's more interested in not staying with a workout program that you're prescribing and being around every day, his ability is going to be work, I think, less and less and less every year.
Yeah.
So why do I want to pay him long term?
That's a fact. I don't think you should go cavalierly into these big deals that are going to set the market for guys that don't love working.
It's exciting to get a guy like this Cooper Flagg who's 19 years old and wants to work, wants to be that guy.
Been doing it since he was 12.
Yeah, exactly. And Micah is really a natural player.
Yeah.
Very natural. I'm not saying he doesn't work out. But the older he gets, the more interested he's going to be in his podcasting world, his going to Tokyo, going to doing things. So how much is he going to put in the work that you want to, like you say, you pay Dak, Dak is going to put in the work. Micah is kind of and I'm not saying it's Micah's got his interest, and that's cool. But if it's me, the short-term deal, let's go.
I'll tell you the best way to handle this the Cowboys could do is do whatever deal he wants. And then this year goes, then trade him. You know, I don't want to lose Micah for this year because George Pickens is here, and if you hit it running back and your offensive line pick, this offense is going to be nasty, and I want Micah around on defense because without him, you're one of the worst 10 defenses in the NFL. With him, you're one of the 10 best.
Sure.
So I want to try to get this year done, but I'm with you guys on the long-term risk. And trading Micah at 24, 25, 26 doesn't make sense, but 27 going on 28 makes 100% sense if you don't think you're going to be amazing in 2026.
Yeah, I just feel like, to me, let's get this thing done, and maybe it frees you up for other things you could do with the other
I like
opportunities.
the idea of that. I really do.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened to the homers? Evan Grant writing in the morning news today. I'm sure you've seen this piece, Wolchuk.
And The Athletic also had one. This has all of a sudden become a big thing, like the offense and how it's not a hitter's park, Globe Life Field. It's really fared well for the pitchers.
Okay, so I think it does kind of explain how they can still be close to 500 with such a horrible offense, because every team plays here is likely to have a horrible offense as well. Like, the Globe is doing crazy things to ball flight. And every year, it's coming down. So now, like, the same barrel, the same launch angle is flying like between 5 and 8 feet shorter than just a couple of years ago, which is the difference of warning track power in bomb skis.
So what's up with the torpedo bat thing? I mean, did that not take off?
I think the torpedo bat thing was probably one
by
of
the
the
way,
most
is Cal Raleigh is a torpedo bat guy? I was just curious.
I don't know if he is or not.
You think that was overblown?
I think it was pretty over. It was a fun story at the beginning of the year because the Yankees hit like a bunch of home runs and some of their guys were using it.
And were they
they
were playing against Tampa in that minor league park kind of thing?
Maybe.
No great advantage.
It's kind of faded, right?
Yeah.
Like, guys are used. Some guys like it, some guys don't. But it was also in the sport. It's not like it was new. It was kind of new to us, so it was a fun story. But I don't think the torpedo bat's like making or breaking.
I think it's more about the baseball. I think it's more about the baseball and how they're doing the seams and the drag rate on these things is just not consistent year to year.
I kind of feel like, though, that if you told me that my team won't hit or I have to sit in 100-degree weather to watch baseball,
you'd rather sit in a hundo?
No.
Oh, you'd still rather be in the
AC with no offense?
Do you think the fence angle has anything to do with what goes on with home runs there at our ballpark? That the fact that they're all it's a funny shaped outfield?
Here's what Grant wrote about it. Because
I didn't read the story.
He says the most obvious route for changes in flight dynamics would be a structural change. At Globe Life Park, formerly Rangers Ballpark, for example, a club was put in around year 2000 that limited some airflow and was believed to cause a significant jet stream effect towards right center field. Save for a couple minor cosmetic changes, there have been no real structural changes to Globe Life Field since it opened. So, I mean, they got the weird lines and there's some different things going on, but when the ballpark opened, balls were flying out, and every year that goes by, they're getting less and less distance on them. Is it the air conditioning?
I was about to say, does the air conditioner blowing in towards the field?
Or changing the properties of the air in a way that reduces flight.
CY was asked about it, and he said they're looking into all possibilities, like what doors are open, what doors are closed. I mean, they're definitely doing a deep dive study about it. They're very aware. But, the average flight from 389 feet in 2023 to 380 feet this year, it just keeps dropping.
It's the
376 now.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's the baseballs. It's got to be the baseballs.
I think it is.
Down 13 feet from 2023.
That's wild. That's wild.
How about no more steroids?
But it's okay. So you say it's got to be the baseballs. It's not happening as much at other parks. Like Grant walks into this article saying the ball seems deader. MLB even acknowledges that dragging the ball seems higher than a year ago. That may have an impact on how well balls fly. The data, and there is tons of it thanks to StatCast, suggests solidly struck or barreled fly balls are traveling about 3 feet less than they did a year ago throughout the game, and about 5 feet less than in 2023. And then there's Arlington, where that 5 foot number is 13 feet.
Okay, let me ask you this. Are we doing something different with the baseballs here that they're not doing in the other parks?
Oh no, they're all the same balls.
Are we?
Well, because across Major League Baseball, we've got this problem where they were talking about
putting them in microwaves and stuff like that. I mean, weren't there all?
They got them in humidors now.
Okay, are we up to snuff on our?
Is
humidor?
our humidor is good?
Yeah,
are we not going humidor?
Are we too good with the humidor?
Maybe we need a different humidor. I'm sure CY is reviewing all of this stuff, and they're going to come to a conclusion on it. But significantly less chance of a home run than just a couple of years ago. You got to fix this, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to. You got to figure out a way to. I don't know if there's something in the ballpark that they need to figure out. But it's interesting. Like the obvious route for changes in the flight dynamics is a structural change, right, Zevin?
Yeah, I got that in there.
So I don't know. I mean, there is. Maybe
I'd like to know where
where
the air conditioners are placed in this place.
That could have something to do. Like it really could be all of the above here. It could be something with the ballpark.
Okay, when they open the roof, the ball flies around, right?
Statistically, yes. When the roof is open, you do have the ball travels further. That is true.
You keep that baby open, but then you get the slick concrete. Then you get the slick concrete, don't you? That's why they haven't.
Yeah, they're not.
It's got to be the perfect outdoor temperature to not have the dew point be catastrophic there for patrons slipping and falling. Yeah, could you imagine coming down those stairs when they're slick?
It's going to cause a lot of problems. They can't do that. That's lawsuits waiting to happen.
You know what? I'm being a wuss about this because I keep saying no. Don't let me sit in the hot ballpark and all that. I don't go to enough games. I go every Friday when you guys ask me to go, and I enjoy doing that. But I mean, if I was a season ticket holder, please don't make me sit in the heat anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, we'll figure
those
out.
people are built different. They can enjoy
just
that.
don't let. I mean, please let me just enjoy the game. You know, I know there was a lot of people that would go to the old ballparks and sit out there, and that's tough, man. July and August, that's tough sitting out there.
Yeah, I did it one July in the bleachers, and I was just like, "Holy cow!"
Never
I think
again.
we made it 5 innings. Brutal.
Like if people ask you like in August to go to an old Rangers game, you would think they'd hate you.
It was like, thanks, but
you would fake injury. Like,
I'm all right.
No, man, I think my appendix is really I might bust any minute now. I don't know.
The only place to go was they called it a number of different things. The Jose Cuervo Club or whatever that was behind home.
Yeah, but the
Rebecca
sun would
Creek
just
Saloon.
pour in there too. I mean, it was AC'd, but you know,
the outfield shade sometimes. But to go back to Cal Raleigh, he does use the torpedo bat when he bats left-handed. He's a switch hitter. So he's on the left side of the plate. He rocks the torpedo
He uses that
bat.
thing like a cricket
mallet.
Mallet. Is that what it's called? A mallet?
I think so.
Cricket?
Is it a cricket mallet? No, it's a cricket paddle.
Paddle, maybe.
Yeah.
We could.
I think the mallet's in polo.
Yeah, that's right. But like I said, yeah, he's. I saw a couple swings at Cal Raleigh. He takes that ball inside and just hooks it.
It's been unbelievable.
He just hooks it around that foul pole over there.
It's just a bat.
A player's bat with a cricket bat.
It's just called a bat?
Yeah, it's just called a bat.
God, I should have known that.
Yeah, I was way off too.
Cricket expert.
I was
mallet,
co-signing.
I think mallet is polo though. I think you're right about that. A polo mallet.
Rangers Mariners tonight. They will have an assortment of bats. You know,
well, they all work.
I'm losing confidence, and I guess if I had to predict what I think is going to happen with Rangers and Mariners this weekend, is my gut's telling me they're going to get swept.
Oh, hell no.
There's been too much bad series against the Mariners, and I'm getting my hopes up. And every time I've gotten my hopes up this year,
Northwestern ass out of here.
I think 6 times I was definitely never a Mariners fan. I trolled the hell out of them. They were a 3-hour drive away.
Whatever, you former Mariners board op.
Yeah.
I mean, I
saw him win 103 games, damn it.
It was 116 in 2001. Board opped every single one of them, including Mike Bassick's career debut.
Oh, did you?
They actually lost that game. Mariners went up 11 or 12-0, and then the Tribe started. Yeah, a lot of it was Bassick's doing. I think he gave up like 8 of them.
Surprise.
But
he's back tonight on the call.
He is.
Polo mallet, by the way. It's also known as a polo stick.
Thank you.
But it's called a mallet.
So we do have 3 righties in a row to get this series started, but they all do have an ERA under 4. The first 2 with an identical 3.12. You have Gilbert and Wu, and then Castillo on Sunday in the finale. And
pretty damn good.
After Evo, are we still TBD on these, Wolchuk?
I think so. I got to look and see if they came out with a full plan for the weekend. On the off day, I kind of plugged down on that a little bit, but I will do some research on that and get back to you.
Right on.
Because tomorrow we have the Elvis Andrews Hall of Fame induction.
Is that a bobblehead
That's going to be badass.
You got bobbleheads coming up.
I'm sure they've got to have stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I think tonight they've got a little
okay, we got the bobblehead. Okay, that's cool.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation
out there
here
Monday.
On 105.3 The Fan. Page versus Clark is off for tonight at the AAC. I guess the only kind of good news is it didn't really sell out like they were saying it was going to. And
man, we were talking about that. There were people spending $800 for tickets.
Yeah, maybe they found out that Caitlin Clark was hurt and he didn't get that final shove in over the last 24 to 36 hours or
400
so.
level, whatever up there.
Kevin Sherrington writing today, a Clark-Beckers rivalry could have a Magic and Bird type of dynamic to it. And I don't know. You know, I do see women's sports capturing the imagination, and you got to take yourself into the 80s. And where the analogy kind of plays is the league had just emerged from kind of a fringe American sport. Like boxing was way bigger. Horse racing was competing, and the NBA wasn't what it is today. Really, that started in about 1986, maybe, as Jordan, Bird, and Magic are really starting to get momentum after 3 or 4 years in the league together. And I hope so. I think it's a great time to be into girls' sports, into women's sports, and dreaming of where our daughters can go into the future if it is a special athlete or an athlete that wants to put everything together. Now we're actually looking at a point where I think women's sports is going to get the level of eyeballs that are going to make women's athletes super rich too, not just the pretty ones. We've seen the pretty ones getting rich, Anna Kournikova and all them.
Shout out to Sophie.
Danica Patrick, Brian's favorite driver.
Yeah.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and when we come back, we got the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, everything in the headlines around America's team here on The Fan. I want to chat about D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you...
I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for the Cowboys news of the evening. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. 346, Mavs Nation looking forward to Flagg and a dynasty run in DFW. Is that possible? I think they're talented enough. You know, if you can assure me health, I definitely think they'd win one championship over the next 3 seasons, maybe multiple.
Yeah, no doubt. If they can be healthy, the West is really the entire NBA is there for the taking. Who's scaring in the East now with Boston dismantling that team? Nobody. And you match up great with OKC. You took 3 of 4 last year, and you won all 3 of those games without Luka. So this is definitely a team. If health is on their side, they can win.
Let me ask you this question then. You're on the fired Nico.
Yep.
You still think they can win if Nico is the general manager?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, I think this team is he's done a good job putting it together. I think for the fan base, like it's less of there's things that I like that Nico's done basketball wise. I think growing up and knowing MFFLs and being one myself, there will be no finishing and healing unless that is removed from the organization.
Yeah, that's the interesting question is how much would you enjoy a championship?
I think there's
Nico?
a lot of Maverick fans that wouldn't.
You would not give him any rope if they do win a championship, right?
You mean like credit?
It's not credit, but I'm just saying you're not going to give him any leeway.
You're not going to forgive him?
You're not going to forgive him.
I think he needs to be removed.
No, he every time he talks, he offends the fan base.
Yeah, it's not going to get any better. There's always going to be something. There's even video right now when Luka gets brought up and somebody's like Cooper Flagg side-eyeing the general manager like, oh, the guy who did the Luka trade over there. Like there's always it's never going to we're never going to be able to fully heal and move on.
Yeah.
As a Metroplex, as Maverick fans, until he is fired. And I don't really give a damn about Mark Cuban and defending his guy or Patrick Dumont, who's clueless as hell. They need to realize that. If you really care about the people that are putting money in your pockets, which are your fans, a good portion of them will not be able to move on until you remove that cancer from your organization. I don't care if he's good at his job or not.
Yeah, I think
they've got to fire him.
It'd be an incredible parade, an incredible celebration. I don't think it would be as big as it could be. I don't know how to quantify it. 5-10%. Like all Bulls fans hated Jerry Krause, and Jordan and Pippen were openly encouraging them to hate him, but they still enjoyed the hell out of that season. And I think once the winning starts, you'll just try to ignore Nico. Because there's usually somebody on your team that you would prefer not to be there. But, if you go and win it, it's too much fun to not get caught up in. But I don't think Nico will ever be a guy who's appreciated by the local fan base. Yeah. No matter how much success that he has.
Does he,
it's personal.
A point of vindication a little bit, the fact that we're hearing that Luka's gone to this diet program, is taking it seriously. Was this the wake up call that he was trying? I mean, it took him being traded for him to make a change. I'm talking about Luka.
All of Nico's complaints about Luka were valid. Even the decision to move on from him as we go to a much more high-paced style away from point guards who dominate the ball. Kobe said years ago that style won't win a championship. At the time, he was referring to James Harden, but it was pretty...
Pound the ball.
Yeah. Now, as you saw with Indiana, they had the best offense in the regular season and the playoffs because they're just boom, 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 boom. And at times when Luka was out and Kyrie played that style with the guys, they played great. That's how they beat OKC. Oh, Luka's out. Cool. We can play an up-tempo style. And without Luka on the court, all of your defenders, other than Kyrie, can be athletic. But even Kyrie gives great effort. He's going to try to stay in front of guys on the perimeter. He's going to sit down on an entry pass and try to deny it as he did, and continues to do. So, everything that Nico decided on, I think, is basketball sound until you trade him for Anthony Davis.
What if there was a situation, and it's just me thinking, that Mark Cuban told people in the organization that he wasn't interested in paying Luka, and that like he's defending Nico because Nico made the trade, and now Nico's the one having to wear the blood's on his hands.
Yeah.
Where Mark was talking to people in the organization like, I can't pay him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't pay this guy.
You can't pay him and also win.
Yeah. So it was one of
I
those.
could pay him, but I have to cut a bunch of other dudes.
So Nico basically did Mark's dirty work for him, and then Mark had to sell the team.
Yeah, I think the same thing applied to DeMont. Like, they just didn't want to pay Luka.
I don't think DeMont and them knew. I don't think they don't know if it's pumped up or stuffed. You know, they don't know. I mean, they're. But maybe Nico did Mark's dirty work, where Mark was going to probably have to come out and make a decision about, well, I can't pay this guy this max contract.
I mean, Mark had started doing some pretty cheap stuff with the payroll.
That's what I was
head scratching type of stuff.
That's what I
think Mark recognized. I can't build a winner around Luka because it costs too much money.
Right.
You know, and Mark actually talked about it today at the press conference afterwards. A lot of teams are blowing up their NBA championship contenders because they are terrified of the second apron. They know it is actual financial losing. Most of these guys are in it to run their team for a profit while trying to win a championship. And now you go second apron, you could end up losing money, out of the playoffs, stuck with that roster, can't trade the guys next year because somebody's hurt, somebody's underperforming, and now you're all of a sudden looking like over the next decade, we might lose $200 million. Easy. You know, if we can't get back in the playoffs or if we can't figure out a way to trim this payroll. So it's like a real life battle of profitability, and you know how these billionaires are going to roll. Very shrewd. Recent Arch Manning speculation makes him likelier to wind up with the Cowboys when he does declare for the NFL draft. I saw that headline. I clicked it. Okay. Now, should I have? I don't know. But I was curious.
Did you have to provide your credit card number when you did it?
Should I have? I don't know.
No, this was A to Z Sports. Okay. Were you suggesting maybe it was Fish's account?
Yeah.
A lot of paywalls out there. This was not a paywall thing, so I got to read it. The angle is, if Arch really does wait 2 more seasons to declare, the chances of the Cowboys taking him could go up significantly. If Dak Prescott's career is on the decline, I guess in the spring of 2027 going in, the Cowboys at that point, it might not be as undebatable as it is right now as far as moving on from Dak, but they'll have clarity on how good Dak is. Has he come back from this second injury? And the Arch Manning speculation is 2 years the most likely. Do you think he coming out in 2027 is the most likely?
2 years.
I think 2 years is fair.
So, I mean, let's be honest. They've done nothing in year 1 under Eberflus to fix the run defense. Their tackles are below NFL average. Like, if you would score Steele and Guyton somewhere in the 20s, I think, maybe even 25 to 30, somewhere in there. But the idea would be that this team is possibly going to bounce back, but maybe their weaknesses along with injuries could make this year be bad. And then if 2026 is bad, you're in 2027 looking at Arch Manning.
Can I
sign me up for it?
Can I ask you a question, Zach? And I asked you this question today, or we had this discussion again on Love of the Star. Gavin, if you're in a situation, is there a chance that that opponents look at the Cowboys secondary as being so bad that there's no reason to run the football, even with their strong pass rush?
Yeah. Well, I think their corners will be good enough that you're still going to have to fear the pass rush. I think this pass rush is going to be nasty.
I think the pass rush is going to be good, but but we've seen teams that we had this discussion today that Zach again and I had was about the Philadelphia Eagles several years ago, 2 years ago, when they made all the changes with the defensive coaches and all, and they were 10-1, they started losing games, and they were 32nd in passing.
Wheels came off,
and nobody, even with that pass rush they had. Nobody tried to run the ball on them because the passing game was too good against them, even with their pass rush. Should we fear, if you're the Cowboys, that people are going to look at them and say, listen, their secondary is not good?
Yeah, I think what it makes me think of is there's 2 things you should fear, because now they can pick. Well, they can't. I
just wonder if teams are just going to be like, listen, Dallas is going to try and load up and stop this run.
But their pass defense is going to be better than their run defense. I mean, you would have to have a bad running game.
But the biggest questions that I think we have more questions about the secondary than we do the front 7, right?
We have a lot of questions on the health of the secondary.
If you frame it like that, but if you say, what do you have more confidence in, pass defense or run defense? This team can't stop the run. This team can rush the passer incredibly well. They have DeRon Bland.
And so did the Philadelphia Eagles, but their secondary was so bad that teams just threw the ball on them. They were the 30th ranked secondary, in the NFL.
I think they were kind of the perfect blend of what you're talking about here, because if I remember, that was also the year that they were bad against the run, and they're adding like Linval Joseph as well, and like Ndamukong Suh and guys in the middle of the season to try and help them out. So
I'm just thinking
they were bad at both.
I'm just thinking that teams might look at Dallas and think, wow, we could throw the ball on these guys if we just protect.
Mm-hmm.
If we just now that's the key. But teams with quick passing games and stuff, we've seen Micah get taken out of games. Chip, help, all that stuff. We've seen that. I wonder if teams are going to look at Dallas and say it's easier with their corners that they have and their nickel and their safeties and Bland trying to kind of do everything, that this team might be easier to throw the ball on. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
All of a sudden we're getting into the season like, damn, they can't stop the pass.
It's an interesting idea, Brian, but what do you really think? This run defense is horrible.
No,
they have Micah Parsons. Their pass defense is going to be good.
Well, their secondary is potentially not going to be. I don't worry about Micah Parsons and Ezeraku and Williams and those guys like that.
But can the pass rush save?
Can the pass rush save your secondary from being so bad?
Right.
I think so.
And that's possible. I mean, you might be just so damn good at getting to the quarterback so fast that teams can't throw it well on you.
And then you're dealing with like replacement level with Khair Elam, and you're dealing with a guy who did make All-Pro. Is he a borderline Pro Bowler in DeRon Bland? I don't know how you look at him right now, but I just look at while they have a good front seven, those guys have not played discipline. They have not played with gap integrity for a long time, and now you're going to Eberflus, who's going to stress getting up the field even more. They're headhunting. And I think the temptation and the trend is that it's going to be super easy to run the ball against the Cowboys. If you also add super easy to pass against them, they're picking with it.
We have not talked about. We've talked about what we think about the pass rush, but if teams might just look at this, and it might be happen very early, that all of a sudden even with this pass rush, they cannot keep people from completing balls down the field.
All right, we're coming up on 1 hour to my bet payoff, the Coach McCreary. If you want to look that up, DeKalb County's Coach McCreary, 35-year multiple state champion, he got fired for spanking his players in the Bahamas with his shoe. So I'm asking Wolchuk, Broadus, Lucius, if you would like to, Carter Freeman, if you would like to, at 440. You can really lace it into me, maybe go viral if you hit me too hard, maybe all sorts of fun ways this could go here, so you can watch it 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though, Brian. Where are you taking us?
It's a Friday staple. It's a name game. We'll see if the guys know who these NBA drafted players are. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to go to Men's T Clinic with you, though. You can go this weekend. You can go...
have lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Squad?
We saw, not what we read on social media. From now until the end of Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, turn it on and leave it on your Cowboys station. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023, 2024.
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. We'll take a look at the moments and bloopers from the Mavs presser coming up at 4 o'clock, little rim session. A lot of basketball stuff to talk about. Get you ready for free agency and who the Mavs are going to get next. But right now, time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the King, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant as well. All right, it's kind of like my Friday, so we get started with football season. Have things to talk about, breakdown stuff like that. By the way, we mentioned a couple different times. We did a Love of the Star today.
We did, and I enjoyed today's episode. I hope you give it a listen. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, after our show, give it a listen, see what you think. Zach and I went through our top 10 Dallas Cowboys. And
on the team now?
On the team now, currently now. Maybe we'll circle back with you, Dawson. You can give us your top 10 at a little bit later if you want.
Okay, I'm going to put this together.
You put this together? But yeah, Zach and I did it, and we had a pretty spirited discussion about some guys, and a couple guys, maybe a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower, and maybe a couple guys that got left off that you would be surprised about. But we each took a stab at it, kind of June radio stuff, and so give it a listen.
Injured guys count?
Injured guys count.
They count.
Yeah. So
there was one very notable one that we did not have in the top 10.
Yeah.
Brian actually had 2.
Yeah. I had two in the top 10 that were kind of notable.
Trayvon Diggs and Dak Prescott?
No, I had in the top 10.
In the top 10.
In the top 10, yeah.
You go with a rookie?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
I'll have to listen.
Yeah, give it a listen.
Good tease.
Give it a listen. Thank you. All right. It's my Friday game. I have to get Lucius involved. He's usually the champion of this because he kind of figures out these. If he's got the reason. It sounds like a name. Sounds like a baseball player name.
Lucius was undefeated last week.
Lucius is always undefeated in this stuff.
Shoot.
But we just got done with the NBA draft.
Sorry.
We just got done with the NBA draft rounds 1 and 2, and there's some unique names in this draft. So I'm going to ask my esteemed colleagues, brothers here. Is this a real NBA drafted player this year or not?
Okay.
Oh, man. See, I had the draft on both days, but it was like wallpaper. It was in the background.
Yeah.
If Stephen A. Smith is on my television, I just can't watch it, bro. I can't do it.
Can't do this? All right. Well, since you were wallpapering there, Lucius, we'll start with you. Ulf Timberman.
Ulf?
Ulf. U-L-F. Ulf Timberman. Was Ulf Timberman a player drafted?
Timberman sounds good. That Ulf is weird.
Ulf
Strange.
Timberman. Was he a drafted player?
Timberman on the baseline. Yeah.
Gonzaga.
Yep, I like it. Oh, crap. Oh, man.
What do you think, Lucius?
Okay, I was all the way with it until Dawson said Gonzaga. Now, I don't have too much confidence, but I'm going to stay on my first answer. Yes.
You're saying yes.
He is a basketball player.
How about you there, Wooly? Ulf Timberman. Don't be looking at your screen.
Timberman for 3.
Ulfs, man. Like an Ulf? Are we making Ulfs anymore? I know we get a lot of Europeans drafted, but Lucius is so good I kind of want to just side with him, but I'll go opposite and say no, not an NBA draft pick.
Don't be cheating over there.
I'm not cheating. Lucius can see what I'm looking at.
I know.
I got nothing going on.
Okay.
I mean, you think Lucius can see that far.
You got the glasses on today.
I'm about to say, I've seen Lucius lean way into that screen.
What's going on?
He's like checking that music. Let me get the vibe. And then like, his head's right there. How about you, Dawson? Ulf Timberman.
Never heard of him. I'm going to say no.
Damn it.
You been over there chatting? You got that computer tilted
No, I got
away
nothing.
from
You've been chatting.
I got nothing.
You got chatting over there?
I'm going to put it on my list.
Okay. Ulf Timberman.
What do we got?
He's actually a gold medalist for Germany as a shot putter in 1988.
Oh, God, dog it.
Ulf, hey, I had to guess German for Ulf.
Ulf Timberman. He's a shot putter from Germany, 1988 gold medalist.
I mean, I watched a grand total of 0 seconds last night, so he could easily been a second rounder. I'm just
Timberman.
going with my gut.
44 meters for Timberland.
All right. Rocco Zaharsky. Rocco Zaharsky.
There is no way a basketball player's named Zaharsky. That's a football player. Or maybe hockey from Detroit.
You're going no on that one, Dawson? Mm-hmm. Rocco Zaharsky.
Hey, Rocco.
Maybe a boxer
Rocco. Hey.
from the Eastern Bloc.
Hickory dickory dock. Rocco climbed that clock.
Yeah.
Hey. Lucius, how about you? Rocco Zaharsky.
I was wrong on the last one. Zaharsky. I don't, you know what? Yes. Total guess.
Total yes of a guess.
Because I was wrong on the last one.
How about you there, Wooly?
Sounds Italian. I'm going to say he's an Italian speed skater.
Ooh.
Rocco was picked by the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Well done, LA.
245.
Got us again.
That's kind of what we're at here.
That's a guess.
Educated guesses.
245. He was picked. He was second round, 45th overall selection.
Never hear from him again.
All right, Wooly.
Yep.
Alex Tuhey.
Oh, God.
Alex Tuhey.
I think Alex Tuhey is a basketball player. That name seems to ring a bell. Maybe it's somebody that I knew as a kid, and I'm projecting that this is a basketball player, but I'm going to say, say that person was drafted.
Alex Tuhey. You're saying yes, basketball player.
Tuhey. How do you spell the Tuhey?
T-O-O-H-E-Y.
I'm going to say yes. Give me the Tuheys.
Alex Tuhey for 3.
Dawson?
There's an outside chance I recognize that name as well.
Right? It sounds a little familiar.
Yeah, but I can't say it with certainty.
Tuhey.
So I'm going to say I've never heard of the guy.
You're saying he's
not a basketball player.
You're saying not a basketball player?
Yeah. I'm going to say I've never heard of the guy.
He's a hooper.
Lucius, you're going hooper right off the
He's a
jump.
hooper.
Let's go, please.
Yeah, he's a hooper.
Please be a hooper.
Alex is Australian.
Oh, Lord. Come on.
Phoenix Suns.
Oh!
Nice pick.
Second round.
G'day, mate.
52nd overall pick.
Let's go.
Man, what a great pick.
Let's go. What a play by me.
Oh. All right. Dawson.
Yeah.
Matt Danowski.
Ooh.
Matt Danowski.
Ski in here.
Yeah, sounds like he get bullied. Where's the money, Danowski?
Right? Flipping Danowski, man.
Danowski.
Matt Danowski.
Yeah. Do not let him be on LeBron's team or he will be yelling at him constantly.
Danowski.
I'm going to say Hooper.
Lucius.
Danowski is not a hooper. I don't know why I'm saying that.
I think
I'm thinking about it for a second. Danowski.
Yeah. You know,
So shake by Danowski. He's on the top of the key.
Matt, even the name Matt, that's kind of
Okay, he's a hooper. God, dog, he brought us. No, he's not a hooper.
Not a hooper.
Not a hooper, bro. You almost had me. You almost had me.
He almost had us.
You got to know Matt's a hooping name.
Yeah, Danowski though too is. That's a 3-point guy.
Yeah, Danowski could
Church
be,
League
could be
is killing
sneaky.
y'all.
Yeah.
Shot.
Sneaky good.
Yeah.
Here's the Danowskis.
Knows how to do a pick and roll.
Oof. Good rebounder. No, I'm going to say no. Not a basketball player.
Okay, so far we have all no's, or
I said Hooper.
Hooper and 2 no's, right?
Shoot.
Matt Danowski. Duke.
Oh, crap.
Come on.
He was one
He
of the
got
starting
drafted
5 on
too?
Duke. Their entire starting 5
What
got
did he do at
drafted.
Duke?
They record. I mean, this is one rare time in NBA history that happened.
Lacrosse. All-America.
Let's go. Woo.
Matt Danowski. Duke. All-American lacrosse.
Oh, man. That was a surprise.
04 through 08.
Yeah. I think I would have known the Duke starters. You know?
Yeah, I didn't think he was a starter, but I couldn't name all 5 Duke starters. I know Knipple and I know Flagg. And then one of them's back
Malawach.
at school. Malawach, yeah, the center that went like 10th overall.
And then they had the transfer point guard that I think I would recognize his name if I heard it.
Lucius.
Yeah.
Will Richard.
Oh yeah, that's a hooper.
Will Richard.
Will
Hooper.
Richard. For you, Dawson.
Yeah, it's no doubt about her.
But you, Wooly.
Will Richard?
Will Richard.
Sure, basketball
Oh
player.
boy, now it's not. Now come on.
Billy Dick. Bang.
Come on.
Billy Dick from the corner.
Yeah, this guy's a sharpshooter.
Oh.
All 3 said yes, right?
All 3 are wrong.
Oh.
Gosh,
God.
F and A.
Hooper.
Yeah.
He was drafted by Memphis. 56
He's
overall.
going to end up being a badass for the Memphis Grizz.
Last one. Maybe I've got 2 more names, but we'll try. Here we go. Lucius.
Mm-hmm.
Kobe Sanders.
Come on, bro.
Kobe Sanders.
Kobe Sanders.
Kobe Sanders.
I don't know. Sound like somebody named. They named after Kobe Connor, but you might be playing baseball or something like that.
Maybe a surfer. You never know.
Yeah.
Maybe a surfer.
Kobe Sanders.
Skateboarder.
Not a guy. Not a hooper.
Not a hooper,
Not a
says
hooper.
Lucius. After much deliberation, Wooly.
Shoot.
I'll go Hooper.
I'm going to say no Hooper, and I base that on just the fact that the last one he did was a Hooper.
Kobe Sanders.
Oh God.
Let's go Knicks.
Oh wow. Kobe Sanders.
He was picked by the Knicks. He was 50th overall.
Hell of a draft.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the
stuff,
G-Bag
Brian.
Nation, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. What do we got next, Wolchuk?
You know what? Let's go ahead and open up some of the audio that I've left on the table this week. Let's hear about the old ball coach and what is the rule that needs to be changed in the National Football League. We'll get to that next year on the Fan. But I also would not like to talk to you about anything right here because I'm looking an hour ahead. Lucius, hit the brake, baby!
Hey, you want the scoop from the sources? You came to the right place. It's
FSC Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are 1 hour away from what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Here's Wolchuk with some more sports.
All right, so we've got, and I know a lot of you out there, some that don't play video games, are going to say, I don't give a damn about this update. But those of you that do, and I don't know, there's a lot, because college football last year, the new EA Sports version just was incredible. They sold a ton of copies. The game was extremely popular. Now you've even got an NIL component with this as well. So we've got the ratings in. The top 10 offenses and defenses, Texas coming in as the best offense in the game. And they've also got the second best defense in the game. So Texas is loaded, according to the EA college football game. Penn State, Ohio State, and Arizona State have the next best offenses. Your LSU Tigers are 6th at 89 overall, Brian. LSU also is in the top 10 in defenses as well. They've got
that. I can't believe that. But
really?
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, okay, this is stunning because Texas Tech has a 92 overall defense. They've got the 9th best defense in the game.
Yeah.
And we do not think of the Red Raiders as a defensive school. But
good for Coach McGuire getting that done because it's been tough there for a lot of years.
And they do have a player right now that's projected to be a first-round pick. I believe it's an edge rusher. So we'll see.
Didn't we do an edge that the Raiders drafted?
Yes, we did. Tyree Wilson, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that the right name? But yeah, and he's not been very good.
No.
But Alabama's got the best defense overall, followed by Texas, Penn State, Georgia, and Ohio State. The Dutch Ovens, Michigan Wolverines come in 92 overall, followed by Oregon, LSU, Tech, and Clemson. And then Texas leading the way on offense, followed by Penn State, Ohio State, Arizona State, Clemson, LSU, Alabama, Notre Dame, Florida, and Miami. But Texas is looking like an absolute juggernaut, okay? So we've got this audio of Steve Spurrier. I know the other shows have talked about this as well. We didn't have time to. We had the 3-hour shows earlier in the week. But here was Steve Spurrier.
Those were glorious.
CBS Sports, they were great. He's sharing his thoughts on the hype surrounding one Arch Manning at Texas.
They've got Arch Manning already winning the Heisman, too.
Yep.
And my question is, if he was this good, how come they let Quinn Ewers play all the time last year?
Even though he was hurt a lot.
Yeah.
And he's still.
And he was a 7th-round pick.
Yes, exactly.
And Arch is going,
And now they're saying Arch is going to be the first pick.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Well, you only have to ask the coach Sark. Yeah. How come you played that one instead of this one? Hopefully he'll say, because we thought he was better than that one.
Yeah.
Isn't that why you played one guy and not the other?
Yeah, that's been a question of mine with Sark, and I thought there were times where you clearly needed Arch, like goal line type of stuff, and he didn't go to him. So I imagine the trust was big with Ewers, or maybe he knew, Arch is going to be around for a couple of years, and I don't have to worry about playing him to keep him. It's a unique situation. But yeah, I thought the same thing about Jaden Blue. Like, how is he not getting more carries? I think Sark made some interesting decisions.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just a little bit weird that we're now going to go and look at, okay, where did a quarterback go in the draft? And that's, a reflection on how they were in college. Is Danny Werfel, best quarterback that probably Steve Spurrier ever coached? That was a 4th-round pick in the NFL. Yeah. He was a national champion.
Well,
right?
he got
he was drafted in the 4th round of the NFL.
No, absolutely. And I was thinking.
Then he went back in the expansion draft.
Right.
So it's like, come on. Like, Chris Winkie was an awesome college quarterback.
Shane Matthews.
We can go down the list.
Oh, I know.
These guys
he's had
that are awesome in college, and they're not going to translate to the NFL. Just because you were a good college quarterback does not mean because you win the 7th round, which was a huge slide for Quinn. I don't think anybody thought that he'd go that long, but I don't think that's an indictment of how he was as a college quarterback. And it's the loyalty that Sark has. I mean, we had the conversations all the time about I do think they have a better chance to win than Arch than Quinn, because of the running ability.
Yeah.
But the loyalty that he showed to Quinn Ewers, Arch also saw that.
I'll tell you this. I think the Mannings did Sark a huge favor. They're not a rock the boat family.
Mm-hmm.
A rock the boat family would have been all over him about their kid playing.
Play our guy or we're leaving.
Yeah. And the fact that he comes from a well-to-do family. The brothers and the uncles, they've all kind of bided their time. They've enjoyed the college experience.
Mm-hmm.
They've benefited greatly from college football. Texas is very fortunate that they didn't catch more of a rock and boat family. The Mannings could have been relentless and could have threatened to move on. But talking to my son Bennett, who's in the same group with Arch, he loves Texas. He loves the college experience. He loves the people he hangs out with. He's not a rock the boat guy. And we've seen a lot of these quarterbacks pick up. Look what happened at Tennessee. Came down to NIL money, and all of a sudden, a starting quarterback just says, "I'm out of here." Arch could have done the same thing. With that whole thing last year, like, I'm not going to sit here and play behind this guy.
Yeah.
But Texas caught a break. I don't know of any other situation. LSU caught a break with Garrett Nussmeier. Mm-hmm. Garrett Nussmeier playing behind the guys and now he likely could be a top 10 pick in this upcoming NFL draft just by being patient, just by staying at LSU. And he gets $3 million of NIL money. Makes it a lot easier to sit there and do that.
Be hard to be patient, wouldn't it? Like, Arch hasn't played a lot of football in a couple years now.
Yeah, that's the thing. But see, he's okay with that.
Does it make you wonder about how much he loves football if you're okay with that?
I think, to me,
they've had a plan for him in place.
I think that his buy-in with his uncles and his family and all that is true. And they say, "Listen, hey, this is how we've done it. Look what your Uncle Peyton did. Look what your Uncle Eli did. Look at the college experience. The fact that he was making NIL money, he didn't need the money. Yeah. Like maybe some kids are trying to help mom and dad, and they need to go play so they can make money. But
he was making a ton of money anyways.
And he wasn't taking it. He wasn't taking it.
But he had the option, right? Because he was at Texas.
Absolutely. He had the option to take the money, and now he's got deals with Red Bull and others and stuff like that. But Bennett tells me, man, he really does like the college experience. And I think Texas caught a huge break because any other quarterback situation might have been just the whole season Sark is having to answer those questions. We're just going to transfer. Coach, we're going to get in the portal here. We're not going to be around. You can't count on us. But Texas did a good job of working that.
I would have loved to run that playoff game back, though, with Arch Manning. I felt like Quinn Ewers at times was overmatched in the Georgia games and against Ohio State, and Arch Manning is athletic enough to give you a dynamic weapon.
He won the Arizona game, the Peach Bowl.
Yeah, he came up and made a huge play there in the fourth quarter.
He made some big. Now you're right, Dawson. There's been some games where you're like
the consistency issues they're alarming. They are.
Yeah, I mean there's a reason why he was also a 7th round quarterback. Mm-hmm. There's I didn't think he'd go in the 7th. I thought he was more probably a 5th or maybe a 4th, 5th
and
guy.
Apparently there were some teams that were thinking about taking him, and their current court, like I know the Texans, CJ Stroud doesn't like him. I think Houston was considering taking him. I think Bobby's talked about this, and they asked CJ, and he said, "No, bleep that kid. I didn't like the way that he came into Ohio State." And then I think the same thing with the Eagles. The Eagles were considering it, and Jalen Hurts said, "No, thank you," because he's a little bit like he doesn't want anybody coming in here and possibly going to uproot him. But I think that goes to the psyche of Jalen Hurts a little bit. But yeah, the Quinn slide was surprising, but I don't think I don't know. I didn't like that take there from Steve Spurrier. He might end up being overhyped. We'll see.
Yeah,
but I think the talent's there for Arch. Like he's shown in glimpses of when he's gotten to play.
Well, Derek Eagleton liked your point. Derek just texted me and said, "I'm glad Wolchuk made the point. Charlie Ward won the Heisman as a college quarterback that didn't get drafted."
Yeah, it's not like good. We have plenty of successful college quarterbacks that they're not going to be good in pro football.
Right.
I mean, Tim Tebow was a guy we were stunned when Denver took him in the first round.
Sure.
But he's arguably one of the best college players of all time.
Wouldn't curiosity have gotten you, though, as you're watching Quinn Ewers do a good job, but there's a lot left out there? Like the discipline and the patience from Sark to see that through when you don't need Quinn for next year.
I'll tell you what, man, to me with Sark, that's some big picture thinking right there, because he's thinking about, I might have a quarterback down the line. I might maybe it's not Manning. Maybe it's another one. Maybe it's somebody that's better than Manning. But the fact that you stuck with a guy, that sells a lot. If a quarterback's looking to come to Texas, you're like, man, he he had a chance to play this guy and he's stuck with this guy. That's showing you
the loyalty. Yes,
the loyalty right there buys you
100%
an opportunity to maybe get a player that's better than Arch
my
Manning.
coach has my back.
Yeah,
and
my coach has my back.
And quarterbacks want to go there. That's why Arch wanted to go there. He likes Texas, but Sark was a big reason why in the recruiting because of the offense.
That's a big thing.
He's preparing these guys.
That's big picture right there. That buys you a lot of points with these quarterbacks that are like, well, man, I need to go to a place that they really, really care about me, and they're just not shuffling me in and out.
I think there's going to be a bunch of kids that just want what's the best situation for me this season, and a lot of those guys are going to be transferring. But to your point, I think there's a lot of guys who want more stability, who won't mind, hey, I'm 17 or 18 years old. I need to put on a lot of muscle. Can I not start until I'm 20? Actually, that sounds pretty good. Maybe it'll give me a chance to learn the program, learn the system, and then step in and not get crushed. I think it's just going to come down to the personal preference of a lot of these kids. But, man, I couldn't, Arch hasn't, it's 3 years now. I couldn't imagine not playing football for that long, being that amazing.
I can't wait to see him. I mean, this is going to be a fun year. And we get to start it off with the big one against Ohio State. That's going to be an absolute blast.
Do you think he stays even if he'd be the number one pick in 26?
I think the plan is for him to stay, yeah. I do. I think Garrett Nussmeier is going to be the number one overall pick if I'm projecting just based on right now from LSU. Sure. I think Nuss is going to be awesome for the Tigers. I think Nuss has a chance to win the Heisman this year.
If wheels came off for the Cowboys, you want Nuss number one?
I'd absolutely look at taking Nuss.
He is very Tony Romo-like. You're going to have some moments where you're going to go, my gosh, what a throw, and then there's going to be, what the hell were you looking at?
Like the A&M game is a perfect depiction of this.
Yeah.
Like he got him up, and it looked awesome, and then all of a sudden he's throwing some interceptions. You're like, what the hell are you doing here, Nuss? And it cost him the football game. I'm hoping going back a year he can clean some of that up.
He's not always interested in running either, too.
So that's what I was wondering with Sark and Ewers. Like, do you believe that Arch would get you in turnover trouble? But Ewers had 12 interceptions last year, doubled his previous high.
Right.
So I would think if you're looking along those lines, we're sticking with Ewers, the ball security. I mean, it wasn't there. So I think it is fascinating, though. It'd be interesting to read Sark's memoirs on how exactly he looks at all these things.
That will be. And Sark's done a hell of a job. I'm excited for the Texas program.
Are the Texans saying that Arch sucks?
The 214 is flooding the text.
Oh,
it's the same person. Okay. He's just not a believer in Arch. And look, you could be proven to be right. I don't think that you will be. I think Arch is going to be really good. But certainly, there's a lot of. I mean, anytime your last name's Manning, he's dealt with this hype his entire life. This is nothing new to him.
I think Texas in the future will have a quarterback that's better than Arch Manning.
While he's there?
No, I think
afterwards.
I think they're going to start. I think Texas is about to be on a run.
Well, they got Rajah Bell's kid, who's like the number one quarterback in the class this past year.
Yeah, you never, like you say.
So you're not impressed, like Spurrier? You're thinking, with Arch, he's pretty good, but
I've seen him play when he was a high school player in New Orleans, and there were some times where I was like, man, that just doesn't look special.
They didn't win a lot,
but man, when some of the spring practice stuff, some of the throws he was making. He had to make a start in a game. It wasn't a conference game. I don't think.
It was like Louisiana Monroe. Maybe. He had to step in.
His ability to move around. He's a better athlete than you would think. For somebody tall and long, and the way he runs, the way he moves, you're kind of thinking, well, God, he's a statue.
He's a bulldozer.
No, he's got some movement to him, and he's able to kind of finish runs when he has.
Yeah, he'll run over. I mean, he did in the A&M game. They put him in a goal line package, and he just ran over a guy down the sideline. Like, he's physical, and he's got, 6'4", 225. He's got the size, and the team loves him. I mean, they really, really do. So I'm excited about certainly what Arch can do at the next level. The last thing that I just wanted to get to real quick was Cam Jordan, and Cam was talking with Jordan Schultz, and I think it was Keegan-Michael Key, and they asked him, like, what's the dumbest rule in the NFL?
The dumbest rule in the NFL today, Cam? For the fans, I think it's the excessive celebration. Like, boy, if you don't let them celebrate, please. Like, they scored a touchdown. They dragged 3 defenders on their back. Let them on their back. I got a sack off quarterback. Give me 5 seconds. Like, put the spotlight on me. I'm going to hit the levels. I'm going to hit one of these. In fact, I'm going to kick him while he's down, and I'm going to go about my way. But, like, let us celebrate. It's okay to taunt. Like, bring back taunting. Let me talk my...
I kind of like it. Like, let these guys have their moment. They're working their ass off to get the touchdown, to get the sack, right? And how many of them do you get a year? Let them celebrate. I miss the touchdown celebrations.
I do too. I think it's a no-brainer. I think like Stephen Jones is in the generation and in the group of people that think it's bad for the game because you have guys showing each other up. It's like, what are you freaking talking about, dude? This is. About. I mean, we love having the hero and the villain and reasons to hate the other team if they're taunting you. I think it's a mistake by the NFL to downplay that kind of stuff.
Emmitt Smith and T.O. going back and forth lives in my brain forever, bro.
Yes.
Yeah,
Emmitt slamming that ball right there on the 50-yard line, fam.
I mean, that era.
Woody and George T got tossed that day.
He sure did.
Yeah.
But like Chad Johnson, what he was doing every week, Steve Smith, I mean, all these receivers, they were all trying to one-up each other. Joe Horn with the cell phone. Like, these are legendary moments.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the NFL doesn't see it our way because you could make it even more fun. I mean, think about WWE. That's all show. There's no actual sport happening. They just win off the drama and the soap opera, and they're maybe the second most popular sports entertainment property in the country. All right, we got to run. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. What a day as Cooper Flagg was introduced to the Mavs. Says it's a blessing to not be the Mavs centerpiece. He gets to come into a rookie year as a super hyped player with, really not a lot of pressure on him. He can just go out there and let the game come to him. What else we got coming up, old Chuck?
Yeah, we'll get some highlights from this Cooper Flagg pressure, and was this an eye roll from Nico? That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Permapure, though, because when it comes to foundation repair, the only name I trust...
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, welcome back. G-Bag Nation, did you miss it? Mavs press conference. You had Cooper Flagg up there. You had Nico Harrison. You had Jason Kidd. And it was awkward at times, several times, but some great questions coming in, and we'll relive that and talk about some of the big Mavs storylines here as we now very quickly approach free agency and some exciting times for player movement. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Zachary with some hoop.
All right, let's do it. If you missed any of that presser, we got you covered with a couple of big takeaways. Let's start with Cut 25. This was Jason Kidd on what exactly he wants Cooper Flagg to do on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think being able to have Cooper, he can handle the ball, as he's brought up. And so as we go forward this summer and throughout the season is to try to get the ball in his hands as much as possible so that he become comfortable running our offense. And then when you have multiple guys out there that can dribble and pass, it just makes the game simple and easy.
It's crazy they tried to do that 3 or 4 years ago without any guys they could dribble and pass. So I do think Jason Kidd and Nico have been very good for the intellectual power of roster building. They really modernized this team and have given them a number of great role players that give me confidence they can win it all next year easily.
And he wants to make him uncomfortable. As Kidd said that it looks like Flagg's going to be playing point guard. The early expectation per Mark Stein is that he's going to be playing in Dallas's first 2 Summer League games. So July 10th against the Lakers, which would be Bronny, and then before San Antonio. So yeah, he's going to play him at point guard. We'll get an early dose of seeing what that looks like.
I mean, there's 2 different kinds of point guards in today's game. The guy that just brings it up, and then I'm going to pass it to somebody, and we're going to get moving and shaking. And then your Luka Doncic style point guard. But, a number of players can do the bring it up, right? And if you're going to press, then we can pass through it quite easily. We'll get a dunk on the other side. PJ Washington does this, So I think in previous eras, like a guy without a great handle, you would lose the ball, but they've mitigated that now with pick and roll. You don't have to be able to blow by a guy who's on you anymore, right? You're going to get a pick, and you're going to have options, and you're going to have guys in the corners and a lob threat, and that's the game.
And it sounds like he's got the court vision and the IQ to be able to fulfill what they need to do there, but this is going to be nuts. I mean, the length that they can play with. If you've got Cooper Flagg running point for you, this is wild to project what they're able to do.
I wonder what his turnovers would be, depending on what his usages is. That's my only concern. You wouldn't want that costing you games in November where you're like, oh, wow, we're starting to lose already. And how would you adjust? I think the more interesting thing is him at small forward with PJ at power forward and AD at center.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, they can mix and match. I mean, there's so much that they can do with this, especially if you do end up having, let's say Flagg is your 2, then PJ's your 3, AD's the 4, then you've got Gafford or Lively, since that's what AD would like to do. But yeah, I mean, I think the 3 probably would be my ideal spot for him as well. But as of right now, you need the backcourt help.
We had this discussion though yesterday with our guest from the ACC,
Joe Barry.
Joe Barry. He was kind of talking about that in college basketball they tend to pick you up more full court. In the NBA they don't. Mm-hmm. So maybe there'll be a better opportunity for Flagg to feel more comfortable bringing the ball up without having some 6'6" junior from somewhere, Wake Forest, just immediately attacking him when the ball's into his hands.
The 214 asked the great question, what would I do about the centers with Lively and Gafford? I'm just trying to get my best 5 on the court, and I don't think Lively and Gafford are as good as Anthony Davis, and they can't play small forward.
I think the thing with Lively, too, and I think it always takes care of itself. He has to prove to me he can stay healthy.
That's the great thing about having Gafford.
Yeah.
I mean, you can slide Flagg to 2 though, and go PJ 3, Davis 4, Lively 5. You can go bigger or smaller. Yeah. I don't think the roster we have today is going to debut though. There's going to be a trade, and I don't know if it's Max Christie and Caleb Martin for a guard, or if they would actually consider PJ Washington for a guard. If you do that, a very good player will come back.
Najee. I mean, they've got a lot of different options. Clay. I mean, you brought up Clay. I thought there was a good pushback from Cato. Who's your sharpshooter? I get that aspect of it as well, but I don't know that they're caring as much about that, that spot-up shooting ability.
I mean, I want sharpshooters, but I need sharpshooters that can defend and aren't a liability to loose balls and defensively. Klay Thompson just doesn't have it anymore. I would give him away to anybody willing to take him for anything right now.
Yeah, because right now I don't see where Klay's not going to start. And that was a big issue with him in Golden State of why that ended up ending so poorly.
Kyrie and Clay can't be on the court together, and then you think you're going to play good defense. That's part of the reason you got rid of Luka.
Yeah. Hey, defense wins championships.
But he was great in 2015. You got to remind yourself, if he was great in the NBA 10 years ago, Nico's biased towards him.
You're right. Well, let's get back to Nico here. This will be cut 27 on if this Cooper Flagg pick will end up fixing the relationship between him and the fan base.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think so. I think it will help. Most importantly, I think it just, we're in win now mode, and we have a really good team, and Cooper adds to that. So I think the fans finally start to see the vision.
Winning does cure a lot, and I think a lot of fans will just forget about Nico and enjoy the basketball team. If they don't want to really get into the weeds, maybe they're not sports radio listeners, they're not MFFLs, but this winning is going to pull in a lot of people. I'm sure Nico's going to have a much better experience this year than last year because of the wins. But I think what he's talking about with his vision is just kind of the positionless basketball. We don't need a real point guard that dribbles it constantly. We need to get everybody involved and play great defense. And I think that's like his vision wasn't to get Cooper Flagg. The conspiracy is fun to talk about.
Sure.
Like, did he accidentally slip up and say, well, my vision was to get Flagg and I had a deal with Pelinka in the league to get it done? And I can't imagine the other 28 teams knowing about that and being okay with it. So I think it's, probably horse hockey. But the vision is a bunch of guys like Cooper Flagg. You just had the gift of maybe the most talented one of those in the world today at the young age dropping into your lap.
Yeah, the defense, the versatility, the positionless basketball, and the length.
Yeah.
I mean, it is going to be a very unique team like we do not have and we have not seen. The style in which they're going to play is going to be fascinating. Here was Nico on the first time he ever saw Cooper play.
Well, when I first watched him play, my first impressions were, wow, it'd be great to have the number one pick. But just the way, he impacted the game on both sides of the ball, and he played super hard. And so that was my initial reaction. And again, us not thinking we would have a chance to draft him, I didn't put too much stock into it. It was more of a dream.
It's an interesting conversation he's had. He described a player as being a general manager as he played super hard. And so you're kind of thinking about like the Luka situation.
Mm-hmm.
Luka plays hard, but his thing is he plays super hard and he's also in shape.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where and you wonder if Nico not knowing very much maybe about player evaluation, is it about the guy that's going to try hard and show up every day and be in shape and be that guy?
It's definitely his thing.
Can I ask this question? If there's this conspiracy, when do you think let's humor me a little bit here.
You got it.
When do you think they hatched this thing then? When did Nico kind of maybe go to DeMont and say, listen, if we trade Luka, it's going to look really bad here.
Yeah.
It's going to look bad. But what if we offer him up, but maybe getting the first overall pick?
Yeah, I think
February. At what point do you come up with that plan? If you're like, listen, I'm going to go to Adam Silver. Or I'm going to go to somebody, I'm going to back channel this thing. Sure. I'm not going directly to Silver because you want deniability if you're Adam Silver.
We're going to go through Nike.
Yeah, we're going to go through some back channels here, and we're going to try and we're going to try and float this idea with the NBA that, listen, we understand the TV ratings are a little bit off.
Yeah.
But we're interested. I've got Luka, and I'm going to make him available to the Lakers to help that market. Again, we're just talking. We're just having...
I think we were at that brewery in Fort Worth in like November or December when the story was starting to really materialize that the NBA ratings were down.
Okay.
So I think that would be the genesis of the start of it.
So you think in maybe in November?
Yeah, November, December, somewhere in there.
Okay, so then that's when Nico kind of hatches the idea of what if we think this Cooper Flagg is the real deal?
I'd love to
I was watching Duke basketball.
I'd love this.
I was watching Duke basketball. I'd love to have the number one pick to get this Cooper Flagg.
But of course, I wasn't thinking I could actually get him.
Never thought of this.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. I was just wondering if November, December, if you come up with this idea and then you back channel it to the NBA office as a, hey, listen, we've got this idea.
Yeah.
We'll move this player for the rights to potentially draft.
I don't think
Cooper
it's
Flagg.
crazy. Like, there's been wild player movement in the NBA for years. Players engineer trades.
Yeah.
Like, all of this stuff is being talked about,
Yeah.
And is it the only wild thing would be the NBA or somebody guaranteeing you the number 1 overall pick. But everything else is, very, very imaginable that these are the kind of things that happen. These are the kind of conversations that take place. And what you have is the GM with the Los Angeles Lakers, Pelinka, being a former agent that worked very closely setting up Nike deals for his players, and Nico, who worked at Nike. Right. And Nike benefits more than anybody other than the TV deal of Luka going there.
They're on the uniforms, right?
Those shoes those Luka shoes they've made start flying off the shelves at a rate of probably exponential. You're probably looking at 10 times more shoe sales with him being with the Lakers. So it's a big win for Nike. It's a big win for the Lakers, the league, and the Mavs are willing to take it. The only thing that makes it tough is how would the other 28 teams be okay with this?
Yeah.
It's for the overall good. Your pie is growing.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying.
You're in an investment, not trying to win.
But see, you've got owners that are sitting in other locations thinking, wow, this is really, it's like, how could you trade? How could you trade Luka? Wait a minute, our TV ratings are going to go up now.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, now you understand as an owner, if you're sitting there in
the cold hard cash.
Yeah, if you're sitting there in Indiana or Milwaukee or Charlotte and your team, you're drawing 8,000 fans a night.
And remember this other part of the story that Mark Cuban was talking about today. Teams are having to sell off their superstars because they're so afraid of being profitable right now.
Yeah.
They're like, we're not going to be profitable. We have to get rid of our great players.
Yeah.
They are more interested in making sure they are profitable than trying to win.
Yeah, the one issue with this is just that the Mavericks post-trade were still trying to win.
Yeah.
And they make the play-in, and they win a game in the play-in. Then they lost, but you had Kyrie get hurt, and you had Anthony Davis get hurt, or else they're probably in the playoffs. In which case you don't make the lottery, and you don't get the number 1 overall pick and get Cooper Flagg.
But it's one of these things that you have to make it look good.
You do.
Okay, I'm saying?
That's really hard to.
I hope you guys can make it look good, because coming up next, the Coach McCreary bet payoff, and then we'll chat with Jared Sandler here in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Corey is back. Alec is back. We'll discuss.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell, y'all. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I got this bet payoff that's lurking. We also have Jared Sandler to get to. He's brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Oh, shoot. Is this Jared right here?
Is Sands up right now?
I don't know.
If Sands isn't here, we can do the bet payoff now.
Oh, then let's spank.
Okay. The bet payoff's to Coach McCreary. DeKalb County fired for hitting his players with his shoe as punishment for violating team rules. I still have
Who throws a shoe?
5 bet payoffs to get out of the way before the start of the new season. So we're gonna do the Coach McCreary here as we wait for Ron Washington. Which one of you guys wants to get up and hit me with your shoe? By the way, Ron Washington's going to stay on medical leave for the remainder of the 2025 season. That is breaking news. The G-Bag Nation has a 15-year history of being Ron worshipers. We love the guy. The work that he did, the fun that he made it is outstanding. We just hope that he gets well soon. Yeah. Sands here?
Yeah, Sands is here, and my shoes are really big and clunky, bro.
Which ones you got
These
on?
are chunky Pumas.
Oh, okay.
Dude, probably
Look how big and chunky that thing is.
Oh, those are perfect. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's a good visual.
Yeah, you need a nice little chancleta to get on them cheeks, though.
Okay, those are some Jordans. Those are like some Dunks or something, right? Those will be fine. Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, please do not take it easy on me. We'll do it after we talk with Jared Sandler here about these Rangers. It's brought to you by Blue Nail. I want the pop to go viral. Okay, Sands is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. What's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, Ron's going to be out for the rest of the year, huh? What else do you know?
I don't know much. I just sent a few texts to some of his former players who I know keep up with him regularly, and they're all a little surprised because when they checked on him when the news first was released that he was going to step away for a little bit, he assured them, hey, it's going to be okay. We'll be all right. But obviously things have changed. So, I really didn't overlap with Wash. I filled in part-time a little bit in 2014. I was actually there the day that the news broke that he was no longer the manager. But I don't know him well enough to reach out to him, and I don't even have his number, I don't think. But we've got some people on the case, and obviously a lot of people are, they're thinking about Wash because he's such a big part of their life. And it's it was apparent earlier today at the luncheon for Elvis Andrews just how much of an impact Wash still has on a lot of players from those teams.
So what can you tell us about the Elvis festivities?
Well, it was great. I'll tell you, we had there are two different panels. Eric Nadell did one with Ferguson Jenkins, Buddy Bell, and Eric. Why am I slipping? Who's the other person? Charlie Huff. Who we're gonna have
that's an old school group right there.
Yeah, we're gonna have Charlie on the pregame show, and then I was able to chat with Adrian, Michael, Mitch Moreland, and Matt Harrison. And then
group.
It was a lot of fun. We had undercover meth dealers, Playboy subscriptions, Haitian Playboy models, and crying. Those were all just some of the topics that were covered in that luncheon. It was a blast, and as you'd imagine, in an Elvis Andrus event, there were a lot of laughs, and his teammates, the panel I was able to moderate, they had a lot of great stories about Elvis that had people rolling pretty much for 20 straight minutes.
How are we doing on the Jacob deGrom near-perfect game no-hitter storyline? Would they have let him go to what number of pitches, and is there any change of plans here for the second half of the season?
Nothing yet as far as second half of the season. The Rangers obviously being off yesterday, that means that Jacob will have a built-in off day before his next start. I spoke to him a couple weeks ago, just not about days off or whatever. We're just talking about the schedule, and he doesn't like more than just that one extra day off. He doesn't like pitching on 7 days rest or anything like that. I don't know if that was a factor in why he started on Wednesday and maybe not in this Mariners series. Also, you can't just in late June totally with young pitchers especially who are in the rotation, not Jacob. It's tough to play rotation gymnastics this early, but as far as the plan in the second half, I think, for him as a veteran, as a guy who has thrown a lot of innings before, it'll probably be, we'll play it by ear. We don't need to have anything concrete. I do think that, they will continue to look for opportunities to save some bullets here or there, depending on the way the game's going. If for instance, if he gave up that one hit in the second inning, I don't know that he would have come out for the eighth, right? They were up 7-0. They don't need to push it. And as far as the limit, his pitch count was, pretty strong in a positive way, Gavin. So I think that had he not given up the hit, unless he would have had like a 30-pitch inning in there, I don't know that they would have pulled the plug. I think they would have let him go and see where it went. And, he hasn't thrown a no-hitter before, and I think that they respect that was, if it was something that he wanted to pursue, well, all right, we'll let him do it as long as the pitch count wasn't crazy. I don't think he would have seen 115 or anything like that, but he wasn't trending in that direction.
I mean, he's 37, right? So
yeah.
What do you think if it's September 30th, we've advanced to the playoffs, and he's at 198 innings?
Well, I don't think that they'll get there, right? Okay. I now, to play along with your hypothetical, it's just a part of the frustration of this conversation, Gavin, and this is one thing I have talked to Jacob about. No one has any idea, right? We talk so much about velocity being a big factor. Mm-hmm. Cody Bradford barely touches 90 on starts, and when he's on the mound, and he's having Tommy John now, right? And he's not even a big breaking ball guy either. So those are the two big notions, right? We don't know. I think what we do know is that max effort guys are maybe more susceptible, but it's not foolproof because, again, Cody Bradford's not max effort, but neither is Jacob deGrom.
Nice.
Right? Jacob deGrom's not a max effort guy. So I don't know. I'll tell you this. I'd love to be sitting at September 30th with baseball beyond 162. I think September 28th is the final day. Whatever. They need to get to that point first, obviously, and hopefully they can. But, I think that they'd like for Jacob to be around 160, 170 in the regular season. And then, in the postseason, hey, we'll go from there. And I'll tell you this with Jacob, he's dying to pitch in the postseason, right? So I think, I think he's going to be on board with, whatever that means.
Still don't see a lineup posted. Are we waiting on Wyatt or any buzz?
Yeah, I think they're waiting, not whether Wyatt's going to be in the lineup, but whether they feel like they want to make a roster move. Wyatt's not going to be in the lineup tonight, and I think they're just trying to determine, hey, do we think that Wyatt can be ready to go tomorrow or the next day? And if not, I think they'll make a roster move. So you're not going to see Wyatt in the lineup tonight. I imagine that the lineup is going to look with a righty Logan Gilbert on the mound. Nothing crazy. I would think Alejandro Osuna would likely be in the lineup. And my guess is Jonah Heim's going to be behind the plate, especially coming off the game he had on Wednesday. But other than that, it's probably going to be a pretty straight-up lineup.
Last thing, obviously, Evo back. He goes tonight, but have they decided tomorrow and Sunday who's going to be pitching?
Yeah, I think you're going to see Rocker and Leiter this weekend. So see how some of the young bucks do. Brian Woo's going to pitch for Seattle tomorrow. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball, and that's a big part of what makes Seattle tough. Is their rotation is so good with Woo and Gilbert and George Kirby, Bryce Miller, and Luis Castillo. I mean, those 5 guys. Those are five guys who, if they haven't been an all-star in their career before, they've got all-star type chops. So no breaks for the Rangers on the Mariners front, and the Rangers are going to hope that some of the young guys get things going on Saturday and Sunday.
Thank you, Sands. Have a great weekend. Let's get 2 of 3, and we'll talk Monday from the Globe. We're at the Globe Monday, by the way.
All right, I'll be out there. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. There he goes. Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here in the G-Bag Nation. We have 1.5 minutes until we got to go to break here at the top of the hour. Gentlemen, can you produce your shoes? And come in. I think we're going to be able to get these just 3 in a row. Just bam.
Oh, you
bam.
just want to go bang, bang, bang.
I want to be up on the microphone position. I felt a little vulnerable laying down earlier in the 2 o'clock segment when Chief hit me.
Yeah.
So if I could just stand here, plus it'll be good for the acoustics of the microphone and maybe my audio reactions. You can watch us at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Here's a former D1 long snapper, Brian Broaddus. Oh, you missed.
Oh, you missed.
You missed. That was a bad hit. Go ahead and do that again, Brian.
Oh, that was like body.
My right shoulder's on fire, so I had to go left-handed. And
that's all he had? That was pathetic.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I feel like there's pressure now.
Wolchuk.
Ahead,
Lucius is on his way in. I think Carter Freeman's scared too. Probably. You had Carter's shoe? All right, you don't want to bring your shoe. Oh, okay, that side. That's my bad hip.
Okay, I'll go to the other side.
Yeah.
I don't want a bad hip yet.
Let's get some athleticism into this, Wolchuk. Oh, come on, dude. That's play. That no. Come on. No, you're Lucius, get over here. Lucius, no, that's not a hit. Okay. Yeah. Are you chicken?
I'm a little tight.
I know. Lucius has been dying to hit me here for about a decade and a half. Yeah. Pause. Okay, here we go. Really.
Lucius going with the opposite end of the shoe.
See.
I think it's a little bit harder standing up.
It is.
It's harder standing up.
That's
as hard as you can hit. Yeah. Swing that thing like a baseball bat.
There's not a lot of room to work with over there.
Pause. Yeah, pretty good. I think we need to go with a stronger shoe, to be honest.
I think, to me, like
bring boots?
My right shoulder, I can't do anything with my right shoulder. That's why I have to go left-handed.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys have enough power to get it out of the infield.
That's why I was asking. I was asking Chief to do it for me. Yeah, I admit my right shoulder is not going to get it done.
Coach McCreary gets fired for that?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's some big old Doc Martin boots or something.
Nah, you're good, man.
Okay, we got 4 more to go here. It's the G-Bag Nation.
So you got one of them out of the way. You got 4 more to go.
Yeah, but before week 1, I guess we got 69 days before Cowboys.
I have 3 of them after. I think I'm going to try and knock out 3 at training camp. Do something crazy.
We could bring paddles.
That'll be fun
next time.
Yeah. Paddles, belts.
Maybe we do paddles.
Something. I maybe the shoe wasn't sturdy enough.
My shoe's really bendy. Yeah, mine's very bendy.
All right, what you drinking? What you thinking?
You need a sandal, a chancleta.
There, okay.
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah.
They get the bend to them.
Like a Spanish grandma uses.
Yes.
Pow, pow, pow.
The hard bottom.
Yeah.
Bang. That's what I was thinking we were getting into here, but we'll do better next time. Okay. What you drinking? What you thinking? Coming up next. Your phone calls are welcome at 877-881-1053, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Racing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3, and I just have one question. Why do I have a line open at 877-881-1053? It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or catching a buzz. It's what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Only a couple of rules. You got to answer the questions. You cannot be operating heavy machinery at the time. But other than that, it's fair game. A lot of stuff to talk about here. Jamie Benn is back. Rangers, Mariners, Cowboys training camp in a month. And, of course, the Mavs introducing Cooper Flagg today. I'm drinking a Celsius. It's a cherry cola flavored Celsius.
Yeah.
I mixed that in with my water. Just been kind of sipping on that. It's got me zooming a little bit. It's crazy to me. I haven't heard a single other show or media outlet or social media really understand the ruling of what happened with Wander Franco yesterday. He didn't know how old she was.
Yeah.
Mom was hooking her on Facebook and social media saying, hey, here's my daughter, I'll fly her out to you. And he didn't know. So I guess maybe he should have known. But I think, why did the judge only give 2 years? That should make media outlets highly interested and curious as to find out why.
Yeah.
And if you read the whole story, you'll see mom got 10 years with no possibility of parole. Dude's free on the street. So, it's one of those stories where you figure out what it was really all about when it gets to court. And I think, we see these situations quite often. Michael Irvin famously, please report it with the same amount of...
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Wander Franco's a great guy or anything. Maybe he should have been more curious about why she looked so young. But sometimes 18-year-old girls look young and 14-year-old girls look old. And I think, maybe mom was trying to exploit that for her own financial gain. Yeah. And, it's really just
she was found with a bunch of pesos and cash, right?
Oh, yeah, over $100,000. Yeah.
Trying to make some money.
So that's just horrible. And you feel terrible for that girl. Not only did she lose her mom for 10 years, but she's got to go through this whole ordeal as well. So hopefully there is a good end to this story somehow, some way. That's what I'm drinking and thinking. Broadus, where are you going with it?
Yeah, I'm drinking. Currently, I've got Whataburger dropped off some lemonade.
Oh, yeah.
And so with the chicken tenders that they had earlier in the day. And so shout out to Travis Hill and those guys over there at Whataburger for the lemonade day. It's excellent.
I think those are coming out next week. On July 1st, maybe?
Oh, wow. There's a lemonade, and then there's kind of a berry-flavored one. And the berry-flavored one is really, really
that red
good.
one is fire.
Yeah, the red one is very, very good. And what I'm thinking is this is really a make-or-break series for the Texas Rangers this weekend. I think this is the one if, when we get back and we can have an opportunity to talk to CY, probably face-to-face when we're out there at the ballpark. But this is a very, very, I can't say this enough. I think this is a must-win. So I think the 2 of 3, yeah, but they've got to find a way. I know the Mariners are throwing some of their best, but the Rangers have got to find a way to build some momentum going into July.
They're a game and a half behind Seattle, who's the final wild card team now. You can't let them go, too.
You can't let this go. You can't let them come in here and take 3 from you.
I'm giving up on the division.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much.
Yeah. I kind of feel like that this series is either going to make you feel like, okay, we can do this, or that we need to think about maybe moving on from some of these players. So key series for the Rangers this weekend against the Mariners. Please don't get swept.
Don't get swept. Yeah, we can't afford that. They got to take 2 out of 3 in this series. They got to try and make up some ground. Just been sipping on some high-quality H2O over here. We did just get some Ranger news, and that's what I'm thinking about. But I think that this is going to end up being a positive. Wyatt Langford is officially on the IL. They're backdating it, so they're expecting him back in about a week. Michael Hellman is going to be called up. But here's what I'm thinking. Wyatt Langford last year ends up going on the IL for a little bit. He came back. He was a different version of himself.
He was.
I think you'll see that again this time. Wyatt comes back. He goes on a tear because he has really been struggling. Maybe this is the break, the type of cleanse that he needs here. Comes back, better version of himself, hits the ground running, and is absolutely tearing the cover off the ball.
Give all those muscles a break, bro.
Yeah.
I think adding too much muscle, maybe 3 to 4 weeks, your muscles start to atrophy 10 days after you work out.
Maybe have a pizza, Wyatt.
Yeah, eat some pizza, do some yoga, stretch, and stop lifting so many damn weights, bro. It's not a good baseball thing.
Chill out, bro.
Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is drinking and thinking.
Okay, I've had almost a gallon of water on my on this big gallon right here. I'm at the 7 p.m. mark, so I'm ahead of the schedule.
You're ahead of schedule.
And I'm also drinking a BioLite right here, the IV in a bottle.
Dialed.
Are you getting prepared or something going on?
I'm staying hydrated. I've had about 4 coffees. I think I, do something.
Balance.
Try to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm taking an L. So if you're trying to call me, if anybody tried to reach out to me and I haven't responded in a while, it's because my phone has been restarting itself over and over again for about 24 hours now.
Oh, wow. Did you just get it fixed a little bit ago?
I just sure did. So I'll be going back to T-Mobile.
Crap.
It closes at 8 right here at Knox and Henderson, so I'm going to be jetting over there after work. They probably, as soon as I get in there, probably look at me. Oh, man, you're too late, dude. We've already got a line. Sorry.
Yeah, that's tough, dude. Phone issues.
That sucks.
That's peak right there. That's peak.
I mean, you can barely log into the email at work because you have to do the verification.
Yeah, the verification.
That's right.
That's
two-factor.
I wanted to transfer some funds over today. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So now we looking crazy now.
That's
crazy.
rough. That is rough.
Not good.
Okay, let's get to these phone calls here at 877-881-1053. Ryan in Richardson, you're first up. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
Oh, hey. I am drinking some water right now because I'm driving. But when I get home, I'm definitely going to pull out that Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew.
There you go, yeah.
Hell yeah. And then what I'm thinking is, moving sucks. I'm actually moving next week to Aubrey. Moving out of a 2-bedroom apartment into a 4-bedroom house.
Let's go.
And man, it sucks.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. And I don't wish it on anybody. I wish I had enough money to hire packers. But anyways, I think the Rangers will make the playoffs, but I don't like I said, like y'all said, I don't think they're going to win the division. And one last thing before I go, y'all should look up Operation Mockingbird and Project MK Ultra because I think they just changed the names on those. I think it's still going on today.
Mockingbird and the MK Ultras. I love it. Thank you, Ryan in Richardson. I didn't know you went deep like that.
No, Ryan. Right.
Yeah, I got a book. I was reading about the MK Ultras.
Yeah,
and then they made an appearance in that Stranger Things show, and I was like, holy crap!
I'm kind of thinking, that he's in a situation where it's tough moving, and the weather's no help. Again, rule number 1: don't ask your friends to help you there. But he might be in a point where he has to because he's not going to be able to get the movers.
I mean, Ryan does not sound like a big, strong son of a gun.
Yeah, so he might have to ask the buddies.
Need some buddies.
He's going to have to ask the buddies. Hope that he could get some of that.
Mountain Dew and JD.
Mountain Dew, JD. Maybe buy a couple of pizzas. Maybe help that way.
Hazard County Kool-Aid.
Yeah, you got to do something.
Aubrey's booming though, man. I got 3 buddies now that are living out there.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
Holy
it's a
crap.
Wonderful little community. Polo and Garland, you're up next here. What you drinking and what you thinking? And a good evening,
What's
sir.
going on, fellas? Hey, I'm sipping on some Jameson with some Sprite. My homeboy Terrence turned me on to it. It's a couple things I'm thinking about. Broadus, you haven't said anything about the safeties that the Cowboys got. I think that Malik Hooker is garbage. I mean,
man, come on. No, man. Hey, did you get a new phone, by the way? Did you get a new phone?
Did you
get a new phone?
Listen to me, brothers.
Did you get a new phone?
I want a safety, somebody like Ed Reed, somebody like this.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, sure. Let's get a Hall of Famer in here. That's great. Good idea. It's a good plan. I like it. I love Ed Reed. Yeah.
Ever since Darren Woodson left, we've been garbage and safe.
Okay,
and I'll put you like this. Shout out to my homegirl Lisa, my homeboy Richard and Garland, because Trey Johnson made it to the NBA. I'm proud of that young man. Yeah. And Lucius, hey, do me a favor, man. We lost a legend out in Fort Worth yesterday, Walter Scott. Jam a little bit of that rock steady for me by the whiskers, man. Right. Bye.
There he goes, Polo in Garland.
He sounded so much clearer than he normally does.
That was a good phone call.
Yeah, I was about to say, what are we doing? But we invested in a new phone?
I think so.
I was trying to get to the bottom of that.
I think we did.
Do I not talk about safety? I'm the guy that gets my ass ripped all the time talking about Malik Hooker.
Yeah, you went off on Malik Hooker last year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lucius. I missed the pause.
That's all right. No, do your thing,
pointed
bro.
that out on Love the Star.
I just get
Live
tired
your life, man.
when people are talking about it like, oh, you don't talk about, and they to the point where people at the Cowboys were hating me talking about Malik Hooker as a player. And everyone's like, "Oh man, he signed a contract extension. See what happens? Ha ha ha. See what you don't know. You don't know S. Almost said the S word.
How often do you think great teams have poor or below average safety play, though? Because I do think the point
bad.
plays.
There's teams in this league that don't have great safety play. And you could get so exposed up the middle of your defense when you don't have two guys. If you have one guy, you could get away with it. Two guys, no, it's not going to happen. But man, we talk about the safety position here.
We do
all the damn time. I'm on 4 different platforms talking about, man, I don't trust the safety. I just said earlier today, Dawson, that teams might decide to throw the ball because of the secondary.
Yeah,
that's part of the safeties. When you don't have guys to the safeties that can't cover, they can't match up against tight ends, missed tackles in the secondary. Come on, man.
Cowboys took a positional value way too far. I think they used it to sort of justify going super cheap at a couple of positions, and safety has been a consistent one now for a quarter century.
Yeah.
And I think it's always going to leave your defense, with a lower ceiling than it should.
No doubt.
Once you're ready to win, you got to look at your roster and say, we need good players everywhere. We can't just have placeholders. Black and Gold Bees on line 3. You're in the nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm just driving home from work, so I'm drinking some water right now. Once I get to the house, I'll be sparking up a fat bowl for sure.
There you go.
Yeah,
and I'm just thinking, I'm thinking about how much I miss football and just can't wait for these 69 days or something like that to hurry past. Because, man, there was NFL Network had a Saints marathon on last night or something. So I'll rewatch most of the NFC Championship, and I'll watch American game and all that. It just brought back some good memories, some good times. But then it made me think about the team we got now, and the Saints. We're so far away from being a championship team. Kind of brought me down a little bit. That's what I'm thinking, man. But before I go to the men, is so far away. That's about to tire. Yeah, have a great weekend. So.
Thanks, Black and Gold. Sounds like he might need a new phone, Brian.
Yeah,
Watchdog and phone connections.
Well,
you're breaking up a little bit there, Black and Gold.
I think he's got it in the car, the truck. He's going
Bluetoothing.
off Bluetoothing it and a little
just bad connection. But he's going to have a rough season. I feel for him.
We might be talking about in the springtime them drafting really high.
They might getting us.
Line 4 is our guy, Big Jim. What you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
I'm drinking whiskey. I think some of these boys sound like they're talking on the 1965 CB radio. You can't hardly understand them. So upgrade your damn phone, fellas. It's not that hard.
Tell them, Jim.
So been watching Netflix, been watching America's Sweethearts. I tell you what, it's a quality show. I watched it last year. Thought it was real good and excited about it. And, those girls pretty good girls. You know what I'm saying? It kind of brings them down to earth a little bit, but they work hard. I'll tell you something, I think Old Jerry's got his eyes on something. I've been reading about, NFL's going to come out there in a few, I think it's 2 years, and they're going to redo these contracts. Netflix has already got these NFL games on Christmas. Mm-hmm. But there's a good chance that Netflix is going to get some more NFL games. And by the way, fellas, that goes worldwide. So get this. You got America's Sweethearts on there. Of course, you're going to have America's Owner on there because Jerry's got his own show. And by God, we got America's Hero coming because you got the whole Roger Staubach series that's going to be on Netflix. I think Jerry is going, kind of like you brought us, he's going for global domination.
Yeah.
I think you just can't. Jerry is not stupid, and he's getting the Cowboys positioned for some big time following internationally. I know we got a lot of fans over in Europe, Brian. You talk to the British fellas over there and whatnot, but I'm gonna give the old man some credit. He knows what the heck he's doing, and I kind of like his programming. And kudos to America's Sweethearts. We love you girls, and thank you for all your hard work. Probably the hardest working people in that building. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jim. Have a great weekend.
Have a good one.
Man, I've seen a lot of ads for that show. I know they were on Jimmy Fallon last night. They're on a little tour raising awareness, and I would just not think of sitting down and watching it, but now that Big Jim mentioned it.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I watched it with the wife, and they got me hooked.
Me and Mickey Spagnola were on it a couple years ago. And
as the judges?
Not as judges, like... We did a thing where we acted like we were interviewing him on the radio.
Oh, okay.
So we set it up, kind of a media opportunity, and Mickey and I actually got assigned one of their boots, one of their LaCasey boots signed by the girls and stuff like that as a thank you for helping us out. But yeah, Kelly and those gals over there do a heck of a job with that bunch.
Let's get one more in here with Rodney on line 5. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Rodney, what you drinking? What you thinking?
I'm about 5 minutes from Railport Brewing,
Okay.
and I'll be drinking a wagon top box when I get there.
Sounds like a deal.
And I'm thinking, I know I got to watch Rodgers play for a little bit, but I hope to see Will Howard thrown to the Wolves sooner than later.
There you go.
Thanks, Rodney.
Steelers fan, Rodney. Salute to you. Have a great weekend, Rodney. Okay, Lucius just greenlit me here for 2 more. Let's get line 1, Mike, here on a Friday evening in DFW. What you drinking and what you thinking, buddy?
Shoot, I'm drinking some Gatorade. Just stopped at 7-Eleven. Got some, fixing to cut some yards. So I know y'all don't talk about boxing a lot. I mean, maybe because y'all don't know about it or y'all not really informed about it. But I heard y'all talk about the arrow spins. I mean, not the arrow spins, but the Crawford and Canelo fight coming up.
Sure.
And y'all said that y'all think Crawford got the advantage, but I don't see where that comes from because he really hasn't fought nobody. The last person he fought was Errol Spence. It was pretty good. But he was coming back from almost dying in an accident. Yeah. And what do y'all think about that clown show this weekend?
Jake Paul?
Jake Paul, and yes. Yeah, have a good weekend.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we talk boxing sometimes. Like we
Got two authorities
we had
there,
Wolchuk and Lucius in Las Vegas for Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. I went to quite a few of the Mayweather fights. I like boxing. I think Lucius is probably our boxing expert.
I definitely never gave Crawford the head on that one.
Yeah.
I didn't give him the ups on that.
Yeah.
I have no idea at this point.
Canelo is favored in Vegas.
How old is Canelo? Is he an older gentleman?
He is. I feel like
I think Bud is older than him, right?
Oh, maybe
34
right.
for Canelo. Wow,
Okay.
he must have got in
I think
a
Bud's
very
a little
young
older,
age.
bro.
Let's see.
Terrence Crawford,
Bud's
age
37.
37.
Wow.
Okay, let's.
But Canelo's had more fights. Yeah. Bud is a little older, but Canelo's had more fights. So.
Line 2 is Mitchell. You'll wrap it up here. What you drinking and what you thinking here, Mitchell?
Hey, I'm on Gatorade as well. It's hot out there. You got to stay hydrated, or else you're gonna pass out.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm thinking when Dak Prescott eventually gets hurt, that Joe Milton's gonna come conversation and this offensive line of the law office of Tyler, and Tyler. They're gonna be a problem, and a young Joe Milton might be what we need to kickstart this franchise for the next future.
Thank you, Mitchell. I'd love to see that. I think Joe Milton is one of the most exciting things about
You
getting
don't want to see Dak get hurt, but
No.
you want to see Joe Milton eventually.
Man, I'd love to see Joe Milton be good. You know, accuracy and decision making.
Yeah.
I think if you give me accuracy and decision making, you can have all of Joe Milton's tools. I'll live over here with accuracy and decision making. But if he can figure those two things out, nothing is stopping him. He could be the next Josh Allen, if you will. No, that's too much. I mean, big guy with accuracy issues, right?
Oh no, but I tell you what, that's how Josh Allen started out. But yeah, Joe Milton. That game I watched him play, the final one against the Patriots. Well, I mean, against Buffalo.
Bills, yeah.
Man, he made some throws that you're like, no way.
It was
he just
awesome.
Pulled that off. But
and you had good
for
pocket
him.
movement.
Oh,
you
yeah.
had a lot of good stuff in that game.
And I'll tell you, seeing him live out there, he is a big guy. And he's out there stretching, and all of a sudden he just jumps into a backflip.
Insane.
Like his big old
athlete.
time. You're like, did he just do a backflip?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, that's the way. Yeah, he that's when he goes to the drills. He just does a backflip and then jogs off. You know, I'm like, dang, that's an athlete right there.
Thanks to everybody for participating once again. We'll do it again next week. Coming up next, Eric Nadell is going to join us. Then we'll get the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live. The Expressway is next here on The Fan.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag today coming up here in a few minutes. LA Live coming up at 5:40. The expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts, and the Eric Nadel Show is brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Gavin. How are you?
Man, doing wonderful. You know, getting ready for this weekend. And I'm wondering, do these Mariners have these Rangers number right now? How should we feel going in?
That's funny. It's a phrase that Bruce Bochy used today on the Manager's Show.
Dang.
Having their number. And it really comes down to the Rangers just not being able to hit these Mariner pitchers. And, Logan Gilbert, who pitches tonight, has probably been the best of all of them. But you go down the list, and the Rangers have struggled with all those starting pitchers. And it doesn't matter who you face in a series against the Mariners, you're going to see three really good starting pitchers. And this one, we'll see Brian Wu, and we'll see Luis Castillo on Sunday. They'll miss George Kirby, at least. But it's a challenge to score runs off these guys. And we will see. In the 6 games between the clubs so far, the Mariners have won 5 of the 6. The Rangers have only scored 16 runs, and they got 8 of them in one game in the last game. So in the first 5 games, they averaged under 2 runs a game off Mariner pitching.
It has not been tough for Cal Raleigh to get a hold of this Ranger pitching. And, just looking at everything that he's got going on, Eric, I thought this guy might be the best player in baseball. What do you think about that idea?
Well, it's a case that can be made, and it's certainly an interesting case. Who's the most valuable player? People were ready to just give it to Aaron Judge about a month ago before Cal Raleigh went on this tear that he has been on. And now when you consider the position that he's playing and the fact that he's leading the league in home runs and RBIs by significant margins, I think you'd have to say right now he's the most valuable player in the league. If not the best player, certainly the most valuable player.
What do you think about his defense? I saw he won the Platinum Glove.
Won the Platinum Glove last year. This year he doesn't rate as highly in terms of defensive runs saved. But, I always question defensive stats. They're so hard to quantify, particularly for catchers where framing enters into it. and I think it's more subjective than at other positions. But he's a strong defensive catcher. He's got that part of the game down too.
Eric, I'm sure you've had a lot of time to reflect on Elvis today at the luncheon, tomorrow as he gets inducted into the Rangers Hall of Fame. As a Hall of Famer yourself, when you think of Elvis Andrus and getting to call his entire career, what stands out to you?
The energy, the base running. He is the Ranger all-time stolen base leader, and also would just wreak havoc on the bases on ground balls, scoring from second on infield outs, and incredible defense too. We forget just how good he was defensively until later in his career, when his range was severely limited. You think about the smile too. He was clearly a guy who had fun playing the game, and those are the kind of players who I love. I'd have to rate him among my top 10 favorite Ranger players to watch.
Hey, Eric, it's funny. Jerry was talking about there was two different panel groups. There was like the panel group he had, and then you had like the players that I can kind of identify with.
Yeah, I had the really old guys.
Yeah, but I'm the old guy too. But I'm fascinated when you're doing the interviews. So many fun, good stories about these guys. How do you pick which way to take the discussion?
It's a good question. I gave it a lot of thought today because I knew I only had 15 minutes. And I had three guys who were all very talkative.
Very.
Fergie Jenkins, Charlie Huff, and Buddy Bell.
Yeah.
So I knew I probably would only get 3 questions. And it's hard to decide. The one thing I knew I wanted to ask was, do you have any single Ranger memory that stands out?
Sure.
But then I wanted to get into things that would probably allow for more lighthearted stuff.
Right.
So I talked about the old ballpark. I thought there would be some nightmarish stories about that, and there weren't. They actually, all 3 guys said they liked playing it. I'm not talking about the ballpark in Arlington. I'm talking about Arlington Stadium.
Yeah, the old
all
Turnpike.
3 guys said they liked it. I thought we were going to have stories about rats running around and guys melting in the heat, but we didn't.
Yeah.
And then, the other question about managers, I knew that it would come up, that Fergie Jenkins would come up with some great stuff about Don Zimmer.
Right.
He and Zimmer had a very contentious relationship. I figured Charlie would have some good stuff, too, about being converted from a reliever to a starter.
Yeah.
And Buddy has such a good memory, and, he was a manager himself. I figured he'd have some insightful and probably some pretty funny stuff to talk about, too.
What do you expect with Evo back tonight?
Well, Boach says he's only going to go 3 innings, maybe 4 if things just go really smoothly in the first 3 innings and the pitch count is low. But, I expect he'll be good. You don't usually see signs of rust from Evo when he comes back from these injuries, but it's been a month. And he didn't do a rehab assignment, so it may be a stretch to expect, anything exceptional from him. You consider how well he was going. Before he got hurt, he had 7 straight starts, giving up 0 or 1 run, and a 1.56 ERA. It's tough to live up to that when you haven't pitched in a month. So, who knows what to expect? But I always expect the best out of Evo.
And now, what you drinking and what you thinking here on this Friday?
Well, first of all, what I'm thinking, tomorrow's a day game. There's a tremendous show at the Kessler Theater that people should think about going to. One of my favorite local bands, Michael Lee and the Wartime Limousine, will be playing as part of the the special event that they're having there with a couple of different bands, a disc jockey. But to me, the band you don't want to miss, it's at 8 o'clock tomorrow. He'll be playing for 45 minutes. Michael Lee and the Wartime Limousine. Come on out and check him out. And I've been drinking iced tea today. It's been hot. I've needed a little caffeine since I had to be at the luncheon at 11 o'clock today. So iced tea is keeping me going.
I love it, Eric. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Salute. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your G-Bag of the day.
Hey, man, you see one of those New Orleans fugitives have been caught?
No. Did they get them all?
I think
they were
one
down
remaining.
to 1.
There's one remaining.
They say that one's really smart. He's probably not even in the country.
Yeah. My man was out there for 6 weeks on the loose, bro.
Yeah.
Imagine
Where
that.
did they catch him, in Louisiana?
Let's see.
You think? I'm asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, in New Orleans. Come on, fam.
Oh,
come on, bro.
That's pretty amazing. He made it 6 weeks. He's right there.
How did he not?
There.
The po' boys are good, but man, you got to go down the road.
You got to wait till 2:00 in the morning, get in the back of a Suburban, and get on out.
You got to get on out of here.
You
Bro. I
got
want
to
to West
be in
Virginia, Maine. I want to something like that. Yeah.
The Caribbean, something. I mean, man.
I'll go live with those hillbillies in the Appalachians, dude. They're never going to tell on me.
Tell on you, man. All right, this is G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there this weekend, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Hopefully I can get to it. Bro. Day 2 right here for this combo pack. Shout out to OKC, Bricktown. Congratulations on your championship. They had a parade ceremony this week. And listen to Chet Holmgren.
Chet, your journey has been far from easy. You have experienced broken bones, bruises, ups, downs, highs, lows. What did it take for you to get here in this moment right now?
Took everybody that's in here. It started with Clay, Sam, and Mark for believing in me enough to bring me here in the first place. Because without them, I'm never even here. All right, let me lock in.
Lock it up. I think that might be edibles more than booze, but who knows?
Yeah, you might maybe something, bro.
I think he was thinking about his words as he was saying them.
Listen to these reporters right here covering the Thunder. They got excited when they seen SGA in the flesh.
They're following. I think it's SGA. Is it SGA? It is. He's right behind the porta potty. There he is. There he is. SGA. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We could get SGA.
We could get SGA. Yay. Oh my gosh. Hold on, man. I love that.
There he is. SGA. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We could get SGA.
So excited. They lost it. All right, let's see. Challenges. Let's get these challenges out the way real quick here. I played this last night. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Most epic bar rant of all time?
Cindy.
Yes, Cindy. My man was just trying to holler at this lady named Cindy, but Cindy was sitting over there with her girls, and her girls are not letting this man do his job. He even bought drinks for the other ladies, trying to throw them off the scent, you know?
This might be the winner. This might be the winner.
They were giving him a hard time. He just wanted to take Cindy out on a date.
You're the most ignorant that I've ever met. Really? Yeah. I didn't do anything to you. You.
Gee, man.
You. I bought you 3 drinks, and as soon as you got the Hennessy in you, you went ballistic on taking it out on every man in the world. You. 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 That's why you're alone. Because you're a
That's why you're alone. That'll get you.
And Cindy, I apologize.
Yeah.
I really wanted to talk to you. I wanted to ask you out to dinner, but you got a lawyer. No, you better give me Jameson them sweet teas right now.
You bet.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah.
Poor Cindy. You know, the one that got away. Clearly
Trying to take you out, man.
Of her dreams.
Yeah.
Trying to take you out. Let's go to Sean and RJ in the morning. Which one of these fools is chopped? The RJ and Choppy show. Just like this little dynamic between these fools.
He's another former first-round pick that has found their way to the Dallas Cowboys.
Fowler?
Kenneth Murray.
Bobby, who is it?
This would be former Oklahoma Sooner Kenneth Murray.
You gave me Kenneth
Murray?
You gave me Kenneth Murray.
You wanted to go first. That was the next one in line.
Shut up! Shut your mouth!
Look how bad he's getting losing.
You make me root for Choppy for the first time ever. Shut the hell up!
I couldn't imagine trying to do a show with such a savage troll.
Yeah, he is a troll. He is 100% a troll.
Which one?
Bobby is nuts, bro.
Bobby is nuts.
Gotta watch how I say that, too.
Yeah.
I got offended by that. That'll be Bobby.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else right here. R.I.P. Uncle Craig. We're going to go to a funeral. We're going to go to a funeral. This is why the family has to screen who speaks at the funeral.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah, because friends, they know that person a different way, than the family does sometimes.
Yeah.
They told me it was family only, but Craig was my nigga.
Oh, no.
That was my brother, bro. Hey, when I started my first
Hold on,
club-
fam. Just listen to the groans and stuff in the background.
When they saw him up at the podium.
Yeah, we didn't want any of Craig's friends talking.
Oh, no.
People in the background, bro.
Everybody's looking.
Craig was my nigga. That was my brother, bro. Hey, when I started my first club in Bakersfield, Craig said, Stacy P, I'm going to give you the money. Make sure my name is on the flyer. And we did that. Craig Hunter, hey, bro, I love you. I love you, bro. I don't even want to, like, put you in the grave right now, Mike. But we gonna do this shit, though, on East Side. East Side, Mid City Crib.
Oh, no.
Wow.
You were hoping to have a gangless funeral.
Oh, no. I told you Craig was gang related.
Yeah.
I told you.
Stacy.
Is
Stacy.
it time to vote? What do you say?
Sure, yeah, go ahead, man.
Is our champ OKC parade combo pack?
Those are all good ones, too.
Is it an epic bar rant?
Gosh.
Poor Cindy.
Oh, Cindy.
She was going to get a nice dinner out of
She's
that.
going to get a dinner, man.
He was going to get a dinner.
Damn Duff stood in the way.
Dinner about 8
Probably
drinks.
at the old Dixie.
Jameson and sweet teas. Sean and RJ with the Kenneth Murray Jr. bit or the funeral there with Craig. Man, it's a tough decision today. Let me go with Sean and RJ. Lucius?
Bar rant.
Tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'm going to take the inappropriate funeral rant there.
Still tied at 1, Brian.
I'm with Lucius on the bar rant.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion is, one of the best bar arguments. I can't believe that guy was still getting served.
Yeah, getting served.
Yeah, no.
Must be
He's a regular.
Very relaxed
He's
liquor
a regular,
laws there.
yeah.
Jameson and sweet tea right now.
Right now.
It's time to stay in the pimp cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Hey, man, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James. That's Spanky's Booze.
All right, you swears.
Time you smoke. Fire up this smoke and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Take that.
Everybody get high.
Some people are really stupid.
Some?
Did you ever notice that? How many really stupid people you run into during the day? God, there's a lot of stupid bastards walking around. Carry a little pad and pencil with you. You wind up with 30 or 40 names by the end of the day. Look at it this way. Think of how stupid the average person is, and then realize half of them are stupider than that. And it doesn't take you very long to spot one of them, does it? Take you about 8 seconds. You'll be listening to some guy. You say, this guy is stupid. Then there are some people, they're not stupid, they're full of
Yeah.
Guilty.
That doesn't take very long to spot either, does it? Take you about the same amount of time. You'll be listening to some guy and saying, well, he's fairly intelligent. He's full of
The great George Carlin right there, ladies and gentlemen. Great George Carlin. Go back and listen to that man's stuff. He was preaching.
Former DFW DJ, by the way.
Hey, look at that man. On fire. Hell of a legend. This is LA Live for Friday, June 27th, 2025. Happy June 27th to all you Texans out there. It's a holiday in Texas right here. It's a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books, folks. Now let's enjoy the weekend safely. Please avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you will not see the judge until Monday. That's a whole weekend gone, man. We don't know what kind of implications that may have for you. You know what I'm saying? So let's stay away from that.
Can they bail you out on the weekends at least? I would hope so.
You got to see that judge sometimes. Better what them charges are.
Judge.
Yep.
Set bail right from a judge.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Brutal.
Yep.
Especially on a hot weekend like this.
Hot weekend.
Hot miserable.
Jeez, sitting in that holding tank, that processing area for a long time, watching everybody come in there. Oh, don't know.
Must be
about it.
wild. Like the drunk people start coming in.
Yeah. Oh no.
Like
yeah.
crap. I got to wake up and defend myself against these idiots.
Yes. At a certain time, it's wild. People fighting over the bench.
My gosh.
You know, now you might be sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
Using your shirt and everything as a blanket. You know, you get balled up in it. Oh, I done seen it, fam. Mind your speeds. All right. 75, 70 is the average out here on these roads. You know, you don't be doing 45. Don't do 45, especially in that left lane, bro. I'm trying to look out for you. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV unless it's like local man wins lottery. North Texas man wins lottery. Something like that, okay? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas. I don't want to see you on DFW scanning this weekend either. In other words, don't crash out, folks. Like this North Carolina landscaper. North Carolina landscaper, man. This man's name is Michael Brown. He was arrested after hosting an unauthorized graduation party at a client's house. This is a $4 million house. He was starting up a landscaping business. He met these people. They said, hey, guess what? We'll give you a start and we'll give you some other clients to get your business off the ground. Well, while the owners were out of town, my man had 300 to 400 teenagers in their house.
Uh-oh.
He charged these fools. They were underage drinking. They damaged the property. And the landscaper's been charged with breaking and entering, trespassing, property damage, all types of stuff. Anyway, he still doesn't think he's done anything wrong, bro. Listen to this.
I didn't break the law. I just broke some rules of probably what my owners didn't want me to do.
You broke into their house. You didn't break the law. You just broke the rules that your owners probably didn't want you to do. What?
I didn't break the law. I just broke some rules of probably what my owners didn't want me to do.
What does that mean?
But I didn't break the law.
Union County Sheriff's deputies responded to 911 calls from neighbors living near this $4.3 million mansion. Brown says this was a graduation party for his son and his son's friends.
Just wanted to always, do something where we could create an income and bring a positive environment for his friends.
Did you charge people to get in?
We did not charge.
Lies.
But we did charge because of
the case.
Security reasons.
Okay, wait a minute.
Security, lack of.
We didn't charge, but we did charge.
If only for a security reason.
What that look like going on somebody's house, putting my feet all over their couch? So yeah, I remember putting my feet all over his couch.
Man.
Did you charge people to get in?
We did not charge, but we did charge because of security reasons. I didn't sell any alcohol. I wasn't down
because they're saying there was underage drinking.
Nope. No underage drinking. Nope. I bought my drinks. And
He also remains confident that he hasn't lost a client.
I'm just waiting for them to come home just so I could continue to build my relationship and we can move forward.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Delusion.
She's going to move forward.
That is pure delusion right there.
Fine. Delusion or gaslighting? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Is he trying to get off still?
Yeah, he's still trying to.
Yep. Might just be time to call a lawyer, buddy.
Yeah, unbelievable, man. Just do the right thing. Here's a weekend warning, y'all.
This weekend safety briefing.
Do the right thing.
Add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish dominance.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This is called Don't Waste My Time.
Dogged.
Ronnie.
Hey! LA Live 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. A little bit of whispers coming at you. Hey! R.I.P. to the great. They had them funny mustaches, man.
Big old caterpillars.
Yeah, some serious mustaches, dog. All right, I'm going to empty out this clip right here. That means I'm just emptying out the folder so I won't have any leftover stuff from this week into the next week. SpaceX Starship rocket exploded during a test in Brownsville. You guys seen that?
No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is the Mars rocket program.
Yeah.
He'd be all right. He's a billionaire. He'd be able to get them things. Yeah, but I just like the guys that are there to like kind of watch over it.
Yeah.
They're having a conversation downstream, and then it happens, and just listen to the reaction.
Probably. I mean, even the other day when they... Whoa! 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 What? That's no!
Oh, there we go. Get the sonic boom.
Dang.
That was loud.
Oh my God.
It appears there has been a
Ship
row.
36 just blew up.
He got some real nerds in there, boy. He's got some real nerds in there. Oh, my God. Yeah.
So that's the 37th time a SpaceX rocket is blown
he's
up.
blowing them up, bro. Trying to get to Mars, man. They don't want you on Mars, bro.
Got to try to figure out how to get all this horsepower into a rocket.
I think they handle that better than the storm chasers.
There's like a mushroom cloud off this thing.
God, Jesus, God. No, it's a hell of an explosion, isn't it, Dawson?
It is, yeah.
It is wild to look at.
I'm watching it right now. It seems like a nuke just happened.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Still think we got to the moon.
See what else. I gotta empty this folder out. No particular order here, folks. I'm just giving stuff out. We had a For-Your Pride political moment of the week happen.
Okay.
A Michigan senator told the Democrats to start calling Trump daddy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No way.
As a strategy, he's like, call him daddy as a strategy. Senator Jeremy Moss, he responds.
If we're going to continue doing resolutions condemning Trump's policies, maybe my colleagues on the other side would get a little more traction if they introduce some clever tactics. I'll introduce one. A lot of people in America have come to think of President Trump